Lips sealed 3.9. We weren't going to get away this time. She was taller, stronger, and as hurt as she was, she kept going without faltering. Her face still had a gaping hole in the side of it where several bullets had hit, filled with what looked like a big blood clot, and she had other injuries she might have sustained doing battle with Gorger, but she wasn't staggering anymore. I'd expected that, even if we'd been seen, we could outrun her or match her pace. She was healing, however, or she'd pulled herself together. She was making good time. Better than we were. I was quick on my feet, and I had a good sense of where my body was and how to move. Jamie and Helen weren't runners. Humans had evolved not to outrun prey, but to keep running. Helen wasn't human, and as fine a piece of craftsmanship as she was, there were trade-offs when playing to different strengths. Jamie just wasn't quick or coordinated. He stumbled, I caught him, he faltered, and I pulled him onward. She was going to catch us. The next hallway was still a little ways up, the canisters of water vapor and plague more than a little ways up. We wouldn't reach it first. Those people who had stared at us and warned us to run had doomed us. I looked back, still running, and I saw Sub Rosa's steady advance. She kept one hand on the railing, hauled herself up with arm strength as well as strides. I contemplated throwing myself toward her. Ascending the stairs, there had to be a point where, with a push or a collision with a leaping 11-year-old, that she'd tip over backward. The fact that she was gripping the railing, hauling herself up, gripping it, hauling herself up, a steady pattern, it narrowed that window of opportunity. What were the odds? 1 in 20? 1 in 50? Wait for the right moment, pivot, leap. It would barely inconvenience her, maybe break the glass cases attached to the body that she was using for the spike. It would kill me, or she would kill me shortly after, yet the other two would have a chance at getting away. An hour ago, I wouldn't have waited to do it. Jamie's speech made me hesitate, want to be absolutely sure there was no other choice. I glanced back, gauging distance, helped Jamie run, then checked again, to see how fast she was gaining on us. In the spaces between where her lips were sealed together, the lips parted, sucking in and huffing out breath. The fluid flew through the tubes that had been implanted in her. I let go of Jamie's hand. Jamie seized my wrist a heartbeat later, and this time, he was the one that hauled me up and forward. A second wind, or a surge of desperate strength. I kept going, only because I didn't want to slow him down by fighting him or lagging behind. In my heart, I knew it wasn't enough, but I couldn't simply acknowledge the fact, accept it and carry on with the original plan when he was trying so damn hard. Somewhere along the line, I failed to estimate things right. I misjudged how much time had passed, or Sub Rosa had managed a second wind or burst of speed in the same way Jamie did. Jamie startled, his uniform jacket pulled tight against his chest, and he let go of my wrist. He looked at me, not Sub Rosa, in the moment before she swept him into the wall. A swiping motion, right to left, but it had enough force to break him. 24 individual parts of Jamie cracked and percussed against the wall all in one horrible sound, before his body slumped to the stairs at the base of the wall. His book tumbled down the stairs, and it just kept going, end over end, opening, carrying down, then closing itself before sliding down another few steps. I continued another few steps up on momentum alone, tripping and almost falling because I wasn't looking where I was going, before reality caught up to me. Sub Rosa had stopped, so I stopped and turned to confront her. Jamie's book came to rest, the hardcover bent. Bugs swirled, the wall crawlers continued their eerie movements along the surfaces around us, but we were still. Sub Rosa was just a step away from being exactly in between me and Jamie. Helen was further up the stairs, but only by a bit. My blood pounded in my ears, my mind raced so much I wasn't sure I trusted it, as I tried and failed to see a way forward, something that would help Jamie. I couldn't get by Sub Rosa, bait her downstairs, and keep her busy somehow while sending one of the doctors to help Jamie, assuming he was alive. I wouldn't make it. I knew it. I couldn't outrun her, I didn't have the tools, and the doctor wouldn't risk Sub Rosa's wrath by going. She'd had them cowed, down there. The dead bodies suggested how. I couldn't scream for them to come up and help him, again, because they wouldn't go, because they wouldn't hear. I couldn't go down and force one to come with me and help Jamie on pain of death, because that would mean Helen had to deal with Sub Rosa. I couldn't. The thoughts dissolved into a haze of couldn'ts, and the haze was an angry one, the pounding of blood in my ears and eyes intense enough that I could see my heart beating, my field of vision throbbing. It was the polar opposite of what I'd experienced in my moment of near death. My thoughts then had gone quiet. I'd been able to stop thinking. Right now they were anything but quiet. My thought was crystal clear, and it was well modulated, not a scream or an incoherent shout. This is what it's like to see red, was my thought. Which was odd, because things seemed more blue-green, as if we were underwater. I wished it was more productive. That my surge of emotion and the clarity for my most destructive thoughts could provide a way to end her right this moment. "SY," Helen said, behind me. She sounded so normal. "Yes?" I asked, my voice just as everyday as hers. "There's nothing you can do." Sub Rosa wasn't holding onto the railing anymore. If I could knock her down the stairs, so she might fall like Jamie's book had, no. It wouldn't hurt her enough. "Sylvester," Helen said, with more emphasis. "I want to tear those staples out of her mouth so she can talk, then challenge her, call her out, break the arrogant, insane bitch." "I know," I admitted, aloud. "But I stopped, cleared my throat so I could speak more clearly, found no word came out, and only managed something on a third try, changing the affect of the word, making it flat, whisper quiet. Jamie. You know he doesn't want you to. Doesn't, not wouldn't. I looked at the body, my eyes automatically moving away from the broken form, then made myself look again. I blinked, and my eyes stung with the sweat mingled with the stuff I'd rubbed on my skin and in my hair to keep the bugs off and make the wall crawlers less inclined to hold on to me. He was breathing. The relief was so profound I found myself grabbing the railing to steady myself. Anger was replaced with fear. Sub Rosa still had the spike extending from her left hand. She was closer to Jamie. I'd like to talk, I said. She shook her head slowly. Sylvester, Helen said. Jamie doesn't want you to take the risk. Let's go. Jamie doesn't want to die. If we leave him with her, he'll die. If we leave him without getting him help, he'll die. We're all supposed to live, aren't we? I couldn't voice the words. I needed to open a dialogue with Sub Rosa, find a chink in the armor, a weak point, or something. Her attention moved to Jamie. Helen's fault. Supervisor, I said, my voice firm, authoritative. A desperate stab at evoking something from the days when she'd had a different sort of power. It worked. Her head turned a degree. Earlier, not long after we crossed paths, you stroked my hair. The others, the people who remember, they've painted you as a monster, the person you once were and who you are now. They laid the blame at your feet, saying you're why the academy is so strict and results-focused. I could see the tension in her face building with each statement I made. But a real monster doesn't have that gentleness to them, I told her. My eyes strained to find a sign that I was getting through to her. If there were any changes, I couldn't be sure if I was really seeing them or if I wanted to. I was usually so good about these things. Just as I'd done against Mauer, I fell back on fundamentals. Us versus them was an approach that almost always worked, framing an enemy, making myself and the others out to be part of us. But we'd betrayed that expectation when Gordon had shot her. Something else, then. Establishing a rapport, humanizing. A good technique for a hostage to use against a hostage taker, it could mean a turnaround in a situation, being released, or it could buy a moment of hesitation. In this case, the humanizing was anything but, because I had to talk about monstrous things. I know what the academy does, I said. I'm not like other children. Neither is she, and neither is he, that much should be obvious. Believe me when I say that we know the sort of pain you've experienced. Her hand went up, and it touched the wounded eye inside of her head, where the blood had congealed to a jelly-like consistency, the overall structure of her face devastated and mostly caved in. I'm talking about the other kind of pain. Being slowly and surely twisted for the agenda of others. Her body language was all the reply I needed. Her hand was slow to drop away from the hole in her face, as if to say, but this isn't forgotten, or you deceived me once. She turned back to Jamie, and I felt a yawning hollowness inside at the realization that I probably couldn't stop her, whatever happened next. You Jamie croaked the word. Sub Rosa moved the point of the spike toward him. I hated to think what convulsing might do when so many of his bones were probably broken. You have, a nephew, he said. Each word or pair of words was labored, forced. She didn't stab him or touch him with the spike. His name? Edward. Year older, than me. There was no reaction on Sub Rosa's part. Her expression was already warped by the staples and the portion of the cocoon that was draped over and around her head. A bug-eyed stare. Behind us, one of the wall crawlers got a little close. Helen hissed at it, scaring it off. Sub Rosa didn't need to hiss. She was big and scary enough that she apparently didn't look like prey to the wall crawlers. Not. Academy. Works. Each word seemed more painful to get out. He wasn't twitching a muscle as he talked. Runs errands, passes on messages, for factory owner. His uncle, named Baxter. The pieces fell into place with that. Baxter was a known name. The family was wealthy, well-liked. The job of assisting a factory owner was believable, but paralleled Sub Rosa's own experience to a slight degree. She was the supervisor, and it was obviously a core part of her identity. Everything Jamie was doing was calculated using known variables. Probably some I hadn't considered or ones I wasn't aware of, drawn from Jamie's recollection, and some informed by my desperate stab at gaining sympathy or connecting to her better side. I felt Helen touch my shoulder. She'd drawn closer. Everything he's doing, including the plotting, speed of his every utterance. Buying time. There was no saying how long we had. I feared it might be no time at all, that Sub Rosa's anger might outweigh her attachment to family. That, as Helen and I made a run for it, leaving Sub Rosa and Jamie behind, she might give chase, and that one of us might get caught and utterly destroyed in the same way Jamie had. My hand found Helen's. As she stumbled, fatigue catching up with her, I caught her with my shoulder in her armpit, bracing her with my entire body, scraping a shin against a stair while the both of us recovered. Brave boy, she said. She wasn't talking about me. How long before Jamie ran out of things to say, or worse, said the wrong thing, and tipped Sub Rosa off to the fact that he was lying through his teeth. Or even worse still, how long before he succumbed to his injuries. We had some time, be it a minute or 5, but I didn't like trusting luck. It was a fickle mistress, whatever that meant. What do we need? Helen asked. Shipman, I said. 1 or 2 adults from the next room, to carry her. The glass cases. I need to get back to the others. I'll get the adults and Shipman, you do that thing, Helen said. What are we doing? Fishing, I said. I've never gone fishing, she said. She was breathing hard, but she wasn't panting, either. Different means of breathing. Harpoon. Hook, I said, meeting her eyes. How fun, she said. Something to bring up later, if I could figure out how to word it. Yes, this was probably fun for her, and yes, I suspected she was worried for Jamie in her own peculiar way, but the nature and tone of the statement were at odds with the fact that we were in as bad a situation as we'd ever been. Up the stairs, to where the others are. My legs felt like lead. I doubted I had another run in me. This would have to be the final confrontation. All or nothing. If we screwed up on any level or if something went too wrong, there would be no more tools left to play. We reached the others. I pulled ahead of Helen, pounding on the door that hid the adults as I passed it. I tried to give it a cadence that would sound less like the knock of an immortal abomination of nature and more like something people could open a door for, but I rushed it a bit in the process. I let myself into the room where Lillian, Gordon, Mary, and Gladys Shipman were. Quickly, I stopped by each, checking that they were still warm and breathing. Mary was the last. I helped myself to knives, because knives were useful, and then I reached up her skirt and pulled the loop of wire free. The fishing line. I could hear Helen outside, talking to the people in the other room. 2 words. Please help. My attention fell on Gladys. The bait. I bent down and began winding wire around her ankles. Gordon's hand moved. He barely had his eyes open, but he touched my elbow. I kept winding. His touch became a firm grip, hard. Jamie's dying, I said, very quiet, my voice as firm as his grip. The hand fell away. His eyes were closed, but there was an expression of deep concern on his face. I was still working on the tie of thin wire when Helen came into the room with 3 of the male scientists. Gladys' partner, the older woman, was at the tail end of the group. She saw what I was doing and pushed past the others. I pushed back, hard. No, she said. No. Whatever you're doing. I'm stopping that monster and getting every single one of us out of here alive, I said. I'm going to try, I revised my statement in my head. We are, Helen said, in a very particular voice that was probably modulated and calculated to win the adults over. Confident without being threatening. Please trust us. Do as we say, and we should all get out of here alive. I almost believed her, before I remembered that she was basing that statement on her belief in me, and I knew I didn't have that much trust in me or my own plan. Helen knelt by me, then leaned close. If you do it like that, the wire's going to pull taut and cut her to the bone. She'll lose her feet. Maybe the blood will help, I thought. They can give her new feet later. There's no time, I said. Jamie was down there, doing everything he could. He was probably dying. He could die if his concentration or consciousness faltered for a moment and he said the wrong thing, or if Sub Rosa figured out he was lying or tired of him. Here, Helen said. She took the wire from my hands. Ibit hired a trainer to teach me to tie people up properly. Why would tying people up be useful? I asked. You tie people up with, you. She smiled. I know. I do. It's for the end goal. The me I'm supposed to end up as, a nice skill to have available. I thought about it. Helen as the dangerous dame, using her attractiveness and appeal as a weapon to get close. I blinked a few times. Now I'm even less sure why you'd need to tie someone up, I said. She didn't answer, as she tugged at the wire, but she leaned over and gave me a kiss on the cheek, which only confused me more. She slipped few metal tools into the gap between wire and leg so the sharp edge of the wire would press them against Shipman's legs rather than cut into flesh. She did the remainder of the tying up and knotting, probably faster in the end than I'd have been on my own, and the knot looked strong, the extra ropes hooked into, under, and around Shipman's shoulders and clothing. I gauged the remaining length of the wire. About 20 feet? It would have to do. Carry her, I said, to the adults. One balked. How old are you? I'm 11, I said. Almost 12. And we've killed more monsters than you're even aware existed. Carry her. I was anxious for Jamie, and my anxiety was transforming into a crazed anger and impatience. If I had to let Gladys Shipman lose her feet or murder one of these idiots as an example to make this work, then I'd damn well do it. Please, Helen offered, as an addition to my order. They picked up Shipman. Gloves? I asked, looking around. Thick ones, they'll need something. I didn't see anything. Fuck it. We walked as a group, me in the lead, Helen a little behind me. I'm going ahead, I said. You set up at the 4th floor. Use your lab coats or something to protect your hands. Tie the other end to the rail. Lower her down. What? One of the men asked. He was older. What are you talking about? Sub Rosa only wants a few things. That girl is one of them. Sub Rosa spent a long time tearing down doors and making her way through the bowels to reach her, I said. We're going to give her what she wants. Like hell you will, the woman said. Gladys Shipman's partner. Not in reality, I said. But we need to position her right, to set the hook. I looked at Helen. She's stronger than me, Helen said. I don't think I can hold her. You don't need to hold her for too long, I said. Oh, Helen said. Okay then. She took me at my word so easily. Helen wasn't, as far as I was aware, possessed of the capacity for frustration or exploration. She had something she was good at, she knew her niche, and she was profoundly comfortable within that niche. Ibit had done some things right. In the briefest possible terms, she trusted herself, and she trusted me. I trusted her instincts. There were a few ways this could go, which would require far much explanation to cover in detail without confusing matters, and that same explanation would probably upset the natives. We reached the spiral stairs. I grabbed the railing, holding on, and slipped under, leaning over as far as I was able to look down the circular shaft. Gorger was a pale speck down at the bottom, and Sub Rosa was far from a speck, a considerable distance closer. She'd left Jamie behind, and she was coming up. I felt a sickness roiling in my stomach, a feeling that refused to clarify itself. Get in position, I said, as I moved to do the same. Lower her when I whistle. I hurried, though my legs were too tired to properly run. Here we were. It was hard to know what to do, if Sub Rosa was even hostile, but the consequences for assuming she wasn't hostile and then being wrong. I wasn't willing to deal with them. One way or another, this was the final confrontation. Thanks for buying us time, Jamie, I thought. I picked up the canister of plague with ginger care. I felt a thrill of power, simply from holding it. In a confidence game, one of the first things to do was to create a sense of urgency. The second thing to do was to put the other party off balance. Clever men who made their illicit living manipulating others didn't tend to do it while keeping their targets clear-headed and focused. I sat down, then lay back, and flipped over until I was on my belly, before creeping forward, looking through the supports for the railing and down. When Sub Rosa was directly beneath me, I threw the canister down at an angle, so it would hit the wall just above her. It didn't break on the initial contact, but it hit the stairs and cracked. The pressurized contents exploded into a cloud far, far larger than I'd expected. I scrambled to get up and back. I had to hope it wouldn't reach Jamie, who was a few floors down. There were the people on the ground floor too, but Jamie. I really hoped none of the wall crawlers appeared. I was vulnerable like this. They couldn't kill me, but they could distract at a critical moment. The cloud stopped billowing out. With all her injuries, Sub Rosa probably wouldn't like it, though it might not take effect immediately. That's for hurting him, I thought. I headed further up the stairs. I grabbed the thing with water inside, then advanced back down a little, watching and waiting. Better to have another canister behind me if I needed to make a run for it. If she went down, I could hopefully disturb her with this. She didn't know it was harmless, for one thing, and she didn't know I only had the 3. With luck, I could convince her that the only way to deal with the problem was to come up. She didn't go down. She emerged from one end of the red-brown cloud, rubbing at her eye, snorting to breathe through her nose. She managed to clear her vision enough to make me out, a full floor above her, and picked up her pace. If she came up, angry and ready to kill, I had an option for that as well. I threw the canister with the compressed water vapor inside, aiming for it to land between us, closer to me than to her. Like the last, it cracked and released its contents, with glass flying everywhere, before a thick mist enveloped that part of the stairwell. I saw Sub Rosa back out of the lower end of the cloud. Can't charge ahead recklessly, can't ignore me. Do what you're so good at doing. The steady and implacable advance. I turned and retreated further, to the entrance to the 5th floor hallway, where the last vial was. This was more defensive than offensive. I had to wait for the mist to clear. My heart was beating so hard in my chest I thought I might throw up because of it. Come on. Come on. It took time for the mist to clear. I fidgeted, waiting. When it had mostly cleared, Sub Rosa forged ahead, wiping again at her eyes and nose. The edges looked red and inflamed. I whistled, still considering everything I needed to do. If Sub Rosa came for me. I picked up the last glass container. My just-in-case measure. Dangling from her ankles, Shipman was lowered into view. I saw Sub Rosa crane her neck to look up and see. I noticed how she picked up the pace. Sub Rosa came up, Shipman was lowered down, and I waited, tense. Let's deal, I told her. We want to live, you want revenge. You don't need to be able to talk to make this deal. It's as simple as these things get. Revenge. I heard one of the adults above asking. They heard. Sub Rosa continued her advance, not stopping. I tightened my grip on the glass canister and backed up a step. If you come after me, I said, you don't get her. They'll drop her. She dies, never the wiser. Hardly a revenge against anyone who did this to you. She slowed a touch. She knew, I lied. She was there. She knew what you were. You saw the recognition in her eyes when you saw her on the 6th floor. It would be ridiculous to think she wouldn't know, with her uncle working down here. Sub Rosa looked at Shipman, who wasn't being lowered anymore. Were the adults too busy fighting and arguing? We'd told them all they had to do was follow orders. She told me those things about you. She was one of many who've taken your legacy and twisted it into something ugly. Lies, and untruths. But Shipman was several feet out of reach, dangling, skirt closer to her ribcage than her knees, and I, unfortunately, was closer. Sub Rosa drew nearer. Damn it. I raised the glass canister over my head. Sub Rosa lunged forward, fast and hard enough that she couldn't aim, and tapped me in the ribs with the spike. My knees went out from under me as the shock rippled through me. The glass canister slipped from my grip a moment too late, falling in the wrong direction, hitting the stairs above me. No. No. I'd hoped to use the cloud of mist to beat a retreat, either into the hallway or up the stairs. Let Sub Rosa have only Shipman in reach when the mist cleared. But now I was at her mercy. My breath caught as I tried to bring it into my lungs. When I finally found air, I screamed, "Lower her." Barely any wire left. I heard back. Sub Rosa stared down at me, her one visible eye clear. A thick rash had already spread over her exposed skin. The look in her eyes was a sad one, which caught me off guard. On the other hand, her fist was clenched, her hand shaking. Not enough mercy in her to spare me, not enough anger in her for her to go straight after Shipman. I stood to be a casualty of the middle ground. Shipman suddenly dropped another 3 feet. The movement caught Sub Rosa's eye. The woman looked away from me, the spike pointed in my general direction. She walked over to the railing, leaning forward and reaching up and out to seize Shipman by the collar. She tugged, hard, and Shipman came free entirely, the wire from the grip or tie or whatever they'd done up above. Hopefully Helen wasn't too busy lowering Shipman too. No. Helen wasn't too busy. She appeared, hair and skirt fluttering as she dropped from the stairwell above, seizing Sub Rosa's reaching arm and Shipman both. My heart leaped. This hadn't quite been the plan. Sub Rosa was strong, but leverage was leverage. Helen had to weigh about 7 stone. Gladys maybe 8. Both weights tugged down on Sub Rosa's arm as she was reaching over the rail. The top end of her went down, the other end went up and over the railing. I found my faculties, and half crawled, half walked over to the ledge, praying that I wasn't going to find out that I'd lost Jamie and Helen in the same day. Staring down, I saw Helen another floor down. If I or another human being had reached out and grabbed the railing after falling nearly 30 feet, I might have lost my fingers or my arm. But Helen was built differently. She hung there, her arm a few feet longer than it should have been, a limp Gladys Shipman dangling from her other hand. At the bottom of the shaft was a dark blot that marked where Sub Rosa had hit ground. The pale blob that was Gorger inched forward, until it reached her, and then consumed its meal. Helen had made it. Shipman too, maybe. Sub Rosa was gone. I wasted no time in heading to Jamie's side. Lips sealed 3.10. I reached Helen. She hung from one hand, still holding Gladys, looking abjectly unconcerned with the immense drop below her. Wrist had dislocated from elbow, which had dislocated from shoulder. The skin stretched, and muscles stood out in odd ways in the space between the bones. Not that her bones were the usual sort. Because of the way the arm and shoulder were stretched so thin, her face was contorted, the skin pulled down toward one side of her neck. Did we get her? Exactly right, I said, quiet, bending down. Line, hook, and sinker. I took hold of her wrist with both hands. You're not strong enough, SY, she said. She craned her head around. Help is coming. They'll help us up. The people who had lowered Gladys down, Gladys' partner included, coming down the stairs from the level above. Bring them down to me and Jamie. I asked. Okay, SY, Helen said. I abandoned her. Down the stairs. My legs were tired, my brain was exhausted, my whole body ached from what had to be the lingering effects of getting shocked, and all of the pent-up emotions were dissolving into something approximating exhaustion. My hair stuck to my forehead, my clothing stuck to my back. My knees were rubbed raw from the way they'd rubbed against the sweat-damp uniform slacks. My skin prickled where I'd rubbed it with the chemical stuff. There was no big plot to focus on now. I was Sylvester and nothing more. I wanted every one of my fellow lambs to be okay, and nothing more. By the time I reached Jamie, some of the people from downstairs were already making their way up. A few were clustered around him. Others were standing at the ready, with improvised weapons in hand. Shirts had been pulled off to double as head covers, cloth was wrapped around hands, and still, they had to fight to keep the bugs off. My thought processes and feelings were horribly confused as I wrapped my head around the scene. They wouldn't be doing that if he was dead, so he was okay. Heart soaring. But he was hurt. Ugly feeling in my middle. And, perhaps the hardest thing to process, I wanted to be the person by his side, helping him. Resentment and anger. The feelings mingled and it felt bad. It must have shown on my face, because expressions changed as people saw me drawing nearer. Jamie's breathing was ragged, audible from several feet away. If you idiots hadn't tipped off the monster, Jamie would be okay, I thought. He's a tough one, a man told me. He had his sweater and a shirt pulled up in such a way that only his eyes were visible, but the skin around those eyes was black. His lab coat was buttoned up to the chin, cinched tight with a tie. A black man in a lab coat, an oddity in the academy. He's breathing on his own, and that says something. I nodded, mute. You should cover up, the man said, all business. I did, I told him. Covered myself with kerosene. Bugs don't like it, neither do they, things on the walls. This boy too. Yet. Him too. Yet. Thought he smelled off. You know kerosene will burn you, smeared on like that. Diluted, I lied. Jamie's had been diluted, Helen hadn't cared at all about the strength of the stuff, and it was slow to really get to me. You look flushed. If you. I don't care about me, I cut him off, before adding, sir. I gave a pointed look to Jamie, to make it absolutely clear where my concerns were. Pupils are dilating. He follows my finger with his eyes. But his heartbeat isn't strong, breathing is taking work. The bleeding at the side of his head makes me worry about a cranial bleed. Spiderweb crack of the skull, complete shoulder break, several rib, arm, and pelvis fractures. His stomach is firm. Firm is good. Firm suggests internal bleeding. He had a stern, matter-of-fact way of delivering the bad news. combined with his skin color, and I could guess his history. Black soldier, with duties of a field medic, possibly because of things he'd picked up from his father, or another family member. When things had gone poorly, the medics had received advanced training. Much as was the case with the women who'd worked at the academy during wartime, the academy had decided that even if someone was black, knowledge was knowledge. That he was here in the bowels now, that was notable. That he was the one looking after Jamie, that was something else altogether. People who'd had to fight for power so often set everything but their work aside, even decency and kindness. Sub Rosa was one such person, I suspected. He's going to need surgery, the man said. I'm doing it right here. I don't like the idea of moving him, with this many breaks. I nodded. In a very serious, low tone, he told me, it isn't going to be pretty. I've seen worse, I said, in that same tone. S.Y. It was Jamie. She's gone, Jamie. Helen and I got her. That turned heads. Fuck it. S.Y. I talked to her. I told her lies, he said. His voice was reedy. I know, Jamie. I was there for the start of it. No. I kept talking, wasn't thinking, not straight, rambling, lies. I'm not following. Stupid lies, contradicting myself, she knew, she listened, stroked my face. She hurt you, I said. Don't think, he said, but he didn't find the word or the breath to finish the statement. She hurt you on purpose, Jamie. I saw her fall. I told you, Jamie, she's gone. Started out, telling her about her dream, things she might have wanted, but after, was, ugh, hurts. Words can wait, son, the doctor who was sitting with Jamie said. Jamie continued, oblivious. Was telling her about my dreams, things I wanted, things never told anyone. You did good, Jamie. She was gentle. Made me comfortable. Without hurting. He was still on that? The fingers of his good hand twitched. I reached out to take it. He panted, as if speaking had meant he lost more air than he took in, even with the ragged gasping breaths, and he needed to refill the reserves. I thought back through what Jamie had said, trying to find the main thrust of it. You reached deep, I murmured. To her, and inside yourself, in order to survive, and to help us survive. You were hurting, your defenses were down. The same thing happens with people who are kept as prisoners of war, or kidnapping victims. No. She was. Sub Rosa was bad, Jamie. She hurt an awful lot of people, and when it came down to it, she went after Shipman, and that was how we beat her. Went, after. Yes, I said. Stabbed. No, I said. Then I realized what Jamie was saying. It wasn't concern for Shipman's welfare, or for Gordon, who liked the girl. He was trying to gauge whether his estimation of Sub Rosa had been right or wrong. I opened my mouth to revise my statement, to clarify, but Jamie cracked his eye open in that same moment. It was barely open at all, squinting against light and pain, and it was so bloodshot it made me think of Sub Rosa's eye socket, filled with clotted blood. Don't lie, S.Y., he told me. Even in this state, he had enough of a sense of me to gauge that I was venturing into the territory of dishonesty. For his sake, to soothe his conscience, but I'd been on the cliff. I shut my mouth, holding back the lie, and gave his fingers a light squeeze. We sat for a good minute. I didn't like how things sat. Jamie was squirming more, and I wasn't sure it was physical pain. Much as I'd suggested, his defenses were low. This, lying in a broken heap on the staircase, was Jamie laid bare. I'd done nothing to assuage his worries. Down there, Sub Rosa killed people, right? Yes, the doctor said. What did she have you doing? The wall came apart. We were pulling out slabs. There were crates at the back. Crates? Explosives. Sticks of dynamite, stacked high, inside the wall. Did she want to bring this whole place down? I asked. Who knows? A bystander spoke up, I wouldn't think it's that easy. There are mechanisms in place. Sand, water. There'd be damage, but she knows this place too well, I thought. She would know the dynamite wouldn't necessarily do the trick, and the academy wouldn't store enough dynamite to destroy the bowels. Maybe blowing an escape route out of here, I said. Or setting a trap for when they opened the seal and came down here. No, Jamie wheezed. I looked at him. No. Walled up, tunnel. I think. Layout of academy, only. One place, she could go, ow, ow. One place. This deep. Radham's monster. There were murmurs. Jamie wasn't being discreet, but he had an excuse, and I was beyond the point of caring. Radham's monster. Sleeping away in a chamber beneath the academy. Did she intend to wake it up and destroy Radham? Or was she risking waking it up to get out? Don't know. I watched Jamie breathing, worrying he might stop at any moment. He was squirming less than before. I wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but I hoped that his conscience regarding Sub Rosa was clearer, and that he'd been reminded what she'd been. Which wasn't to say that who she was and what we'd faced weren't entirely different things. A fresh group of people began making their way up the stairs, carrying tools and kits. If you stay there, you can't do anything, you can't move, you cannot get in the way, the black doctor told me. No matter how bad it looks, or how violent we seem to be acting. Okay, I said. I've seen worse, really. SY, was it? Sylvester. SY or sly to friends? Sylvester, then. Sit tight. We'll do what we can. I watched as they got all the tools ready, kit and caboodle all laid out. There were murmurs from the bystanders, all academy trained, commenting on what should be done first, where the priorities were, approaches and methods. Yet it was this man who'd stepped forward to help Jamie. I wondered how much there was at play in that. Was it the sort of thing where people thought that blame might be laid at the feet of a doctor who tried and failed to save Jamie? There was a refuge in thinking about that sort of thing. The mechanisms at work inside people's heads. This was a man who stood alone. Doctor, I said. If you save him, you can call me SY. He didn't take his eyes off Jamie, but he murmured, Willard D. I made a mental note, not that my mental notes were reliable. I saw Willard's hands go to the buttons at Jamie's collar. Everyone else, I said, if you don't have something to contribute, get lost. It's still dangerous, and enough stings from those bugs will stop your heart. Go to your labs, close the doors, and block any openings. The warning was enough to scare most off. Only a few lingered, out of ego or curiosity. I watched as Jamie's uniform was alternately unbuttoned and cut away. The scars were on full display. Willard looked up at me. Don't cut across the scars, I said. Can I ask what they are? Classified, I said. I don't think you have permission to know. Looks like I signed on for quite a task, then, he said. I watched him making the initial incisions in Jamie's belly. My eye didn't leave that scalpel, until I felt a hand on my hair. Helen, sitting on the stair above me. She'd mostly fixed her arm, but the wrist hung limp and there were light bruises. She stroked my hair again. I returned my eyes to the scalpel, as if I could will it to be steady. The agreement had been to take turns watching Jamie. When this had been decided, Gordon, Gladys, Lillian, and Mary had insisted that they be the ones to watch, as they'd slept through the finale with Sub Rosa. I lay my side with a rolled-up lab coat for a pillow, another lab coat draped over me, lying on the floor of the lab where the others had dozed off, now free to rest and recuperate, exhausted to the bone, but instead I'd spent hours watching the rise and fall of Jamie's chest, and watching Mary. Mary's watch had been spent sharpening a knives, until Gordon muttered something rude at her. After that, she'd taken to coiling the remainder of the razor wire, unwinding it, then fixing it, over and over. I watched through half-lidded eyes as she suddenly rose, walked over to the clock on the desk, lit a fresh candle, positioned the case around the new candle to reduce the light, then went to rouse Lillian. Without compunction, Mary took the space Lillian had been using to sleep, makeshift pillow and the fire blanket both. Lillian didn't fidget. She didn't read or pace or do much of anything. A few times she rose from her seat, she checked on Jamie, then returned to her perch on the stool. About 30 minutes in, I heard her making small sounds. 35 minutes in, I roused. In the gloom, I approached her and put my arms around her. She started squirming, trying to wipe away tears, but I shifted my grip to hug her tighter, holding her arms to her side. One of the worst things that could have happened to you happened yesterday, I whispered in her ear. You made it, Lil. Don't. Lil. You made it, and you did well. I didn't. I'd be the first person to tell you if you didn't, I said. Right. She made a small incoherent sound that might have been reluctant agreement. You did well. Carry that with you. You faced your worst fear, now leave it behind, I told her, voice soft, with cadence, soothing. Today, you made great strides toward being the very awesome Lil the adult you are going to become. She nodded, the back of her head rubbing against my chest. Come on, I whispered. Over here. I led her to the spot where I'd been lying down. She obeyed, wiping again at her face now that I wasn't keeping her from doing it. I'd meant it to be a kind of permission to keep crying, but she'd gone and stopped. Silly. Lie down, I whispered. I'm on watch, she whispered, in an even quieter voice. I'm not sleeping anyway, I said. Lie down, rest easy. You'll wake up tomorrow, and this whole thing with me being nice will have been a dream. She let out a hiccup of a giggle, then wiped at her face again, but she did lie down. I helped her fix the lab coat blanket, then sat down, my back to her stomach, arms around my knees, watching Jamie. For his part, he watched me. He'd seen it all. I'd chosen a position, unfortunately, that didn't give me a good view of the clock on the desk. I didn't want to move for fear of disturbing Lillian, so I stayed where I was. The hours passed in a vague, dreamlike way. I didn't once come close to nodding off, sitting there listening to the pattern of breathing from the 6 lambs. I sat there watching, as Gordon and Gladys roused together, taking a seat on the table opposite me, and spent a while watching together. I gave him a little wave, to let him know I was awake, and he waved back. I could have gone to sleep, knowing they were on watch, but I didn't. I might have done it or pretended to do it to give them privacy, but as much as I liked Gordon, I didn't like Gladys enough to go to the trouble. They talked amongst themselves, confiding, Gordon keeping the periodic chuckle quiet. There was no way to track time, but by the movement of the candlelight and shadows, I might have guessed it was 2 or so hours later that we felt the tremor. Every sleeping individual stirred awake as it built in intensity, making the room rumble. Gordon stood, crossed the room, and flicked the light switch. The lights that came on were the ordinary ones, not the emergency ones. Gorger passed on word, I guess, Gordon said. Problem solved. The released experiments have been caught or contained. They're letting us out. There were nods and people rubbing at eyes in response. We should wait, there are going to be a lot of people rushing to get out. Helen said. She looked far less disheveled than someone who had just been sleeping was supposed to look. She had minimal bed hair, and her clothes weren't even that much more wrinkled. I could imagine the pushing and shoving at the top of the staircase. Still sitting tight, I said. I looked at the others, and saw Mary's hair. She did have messy hair. I grinned and pointed. She smiled back, and set to trying to fix it. Apparently a comb and ribbons were part of her arsenal, tucked away on her person. It's too bad, he said. Feels like it's been too long. I'm looking forward to some fresh air. I wasn't the only one to nod agreement. There was a knock at the door. Gordon, sitting by the door, opened it without rising from his perch. When he saw who it was, he stood so he could open it wider. Gladys. Gladys' co-worker asked. I'm going. If you want to come. Gladys glanced at Gordon, then nodded at the woman. I'll walk you to the edge of the crowd, Gordon said, glancing back at us. And report back to these guys about how things look. Sure, Helen said, brightly. Have fun. Gordon smiled, then left with the two doctors. I watched the door slowly swing closed. Mary craned her neck, shifting over from her seat on the stool to match the movement of the door, looking, and I saw her eyes momentarily light up, legs kicking in excitement. What? Lillian whispered. Mary pursed her lips in a kiss, and I felt my heart sink. As if to symbolize something, like entombment, the door shut with a woof of air, sealing by way of a tight fit and sheer weight. Not a fan, I said. Of Gladys? Mary asked, still smiling a little. Of them. As a pair. I don't get it. He got his moment as the knight in shining armor, Helen said. I bet he's the kind of boy that likes that idea. But I think she's more appreciative of the fact that he explained things after. She seems like the type that's ignored relationships in favor of work. He must have found a chink in the armor, awakened that interest. Are you Miss Cupid now? I asked. You pay attention to this sort of thing. I prefer Aphrodite, Helen said, still smiling. And I'm working on it. I shook my head. Grumpy this morning, Jamie muttered. He was awake, but he hadn't roused. Jealous? Mary asked. I wheeled on her. She grinned, showing me all of her tiny perfect white teeth. No, I said. Definitely not. Not on any level. I'd take Sub Rosa on a date before I took Shipman, and I'm not jealous of her for having Gordon because I'm a guy and Gordon is most definitely not a girl. No and nope. But she's taking him away from the group, Lillian said, behind me. It's okay to be jealous of that. I'm not jealous. Jamie slowly, painfully reached out, his fingers and hand extending toward my foot. I put the toe of my shoe further out in his direction. He gave it a pat. There there. There there. I'd hit you if I wasn't worried it would kill you. There there. I shook my head, resolving to ignore Jamie. Is this a long-term thing? Him and her? How does that work? We'll find out and we'll figure it out, Mary said. Ugh, I said. You can. I'm going to live in happy little Sylvester Town, where this isn't a thing. He's growing up, our golden hero, Helen said. I shook my head. First one of us to reach that point, I guess. The moment of silence that followed the statement caught me off guard. Which point? Mary asked. Liking someone? I asked, back, a little confused. No, Jamie said, softly, head down against his pillow, eyes closed. No, Mary said. No. Lillian said, uncertainly. Gordon's a late bloomer, all things considered, Helen said. All eyes fell on me. The latest of bloomers, it seemed. No, I said. No way. That's not fair. You're one of the youngest of us, and you're a boy, Helen said. Don't worry. Your time will come. You're all a bunch of dirty liars, you're doing this to mess with me. He is grumpy, Mary commented. There there, Jamie said, patting my foot again. I pulled it away, and mimed like I was going to kick him in the head. It prompted the softest of laughs, which became a hacking coughing fit. The door opened. Gordon. He gave Jamie a concerned look. Way is clear, he reported. We started getting ourselves pulled together, the people who'd slept without shoes pulling them on. I hadn't taken mine off, and helped Gordon with Jamie. I was actually a better choice than some of the girls, because I was short enough that he could put an arm around my shoulders without reaching up and over. Once we were all sorted, Gordon told the girls to go ahead and make sure nobody would jostle or bump us. Our movement as a trio was excruciatingly slow, and I knew it would be worse once we reached the stairs. As we hobbled and limped forward, trying not to jar Jamie too much, Jamie spoke up. "Sy. I grunted. Based on recent events, I think you're in good shape. MMF, I grunted, again. How so? I've seen the better side of you. You don't have anything to worry about. I grunted, bearing as much weight as I could while trying to keep Jamie from bobbing up and down. Her crying was annoying me, I said. Jamie made an inquisitive sound. I'm sure. As a group, Jamie now in a wheelchair, we met Hale and Briggs. Rather than going to them, we'd apparently earned the right to have them come to us, a short distance from the exit to the bowels. The leaves were bright, the rain light, and the sun even penetrated the clouds to a degree. Gorger communicated that you played a big role in this, Briggs said. Helen and Jamie, toward the end, Gordon said. Jamie, Briggs said. He gave Jamie a once-over. There's an operating room waiting. You can go. I'm sure the others will catch you up. No, Jamie said. You'd rather stay. Jamie made a face. I forgot something. Missed something. I need an appointment. I saw his hand shake as he moved it toward his book. I see. Appointment first, then operation. Jamie nodded, a movement made jerky by nervousness and anxiety. Rather than make him keep reaching, I stepped close. I took the battered book I'd recovered while he'd been getting set up in his wheelchair and checked over. Jamie smiled. Briggs signaled someone, and they approached to wheel Jamie away. I watched him go, a sick feeling in my middle. His appointments were worse than mine, in a way. In his absence, Briggs said, I'd like written reports from each of you on the incident. There were a few suppressed groans, mine was one. It's a third strike in the last year, Briggs said. I've already been told there will be changes. Radham Academy's underground laboratories will be refurbished and redone entirely. Radham Academy's staff will be overhauled. I felt a note of alarm. I looked in Hale's direction. Rest assured, Professor Hale will retain his post, Briggs said. However, I will not. My eyebrows went up. The sentiment across the Crown states is that there is something brewing, and apparently I am unfit to lead the Academy through it. It may be right, Briggs said. I didn't miss the hint of bitterness in his voice. This was a demotion he would never recover from. Radham will be looked after by a duke, I believe the man is 16th in line for the crown, and he has led armies in war, Hale said, looking at me. If I actually have to convey to you why you are not to get on his bad side, I've failed on multiple levels. I understand, I said. I really hope you do, he said. The transition period will be difficult, Briggs said. At Professor Hale's recommendation, I'm assigning you a task in the meantime. A task for which you'll need these. He reached into a deep lab coat pocket and retrieved a small bottle. He shook it, making the pills rattle. Though the glass was thick, I could tell that the pills were a deep purple. This is the same material we feed into the rain and the drinking water, he said. Without it, you'll find yourself quickly sickening and dying. We're leaving Radham? Gordon asked. With the time limit, I thought. Only so many pills. As soon as Jamie is out of the hospital and you've each had your appointments, Hale told us. What for? Mary asked. This time, we're dealing with a young woman on the run, Briggs told us. She was one of several in line to become a professor, a young one, and a woman, no less. When she didn't get her position, we had to take measures, given the knowledge she'd picked up. A brief incarceration, then work in the underground labs until an opportunity came up. She was a prisoner, Gordon said. With emphasis on was, Gordon, Briggs said. She escaped, with the head of another prisoner. Her name is Genevieve Frey, and she has a deep grudge against the Academy. Okay, Gordon said. We find her, we stop her. I would very much like you to do that, Briggs said, but there's another concern at play. He turned his eyes to me. What? I asked, confused. To make sure everyone is on the same page, Hale said, Mary, I know you don't know the full details about the other projects, unless they've told you things they shouldn't. We had. Sylvester was an extension of an existing project, one that used minute amounts of chemicals and poisons to maintain and stimulate brain liquidity. Faster learning, faster adaptation, more connections. Many students opt into this program, taking small amounts. Sylvester was a stress test for the program, to discover the effective maximums and breaking point. I swallowed hard. This wasn't news to me, but with his inclusion to the lambs, we stopped pushing as hard as we were. We left things be as they were, and another academy took on the task of testing the limits of the Wyvern project, Hale said. Miss Frey was someone who benefited from what we thought were small doses. Part of the reason for her loss of professorship was that she was manufacturing her own doses, for herself. We discovered this, among other things, and thought her too dangerous. When you say she's manufacturing her own doses, I said, is she taking as much as me, or? We don't know, Hale said. She's angry at the Academy, her brain is working very much like yours does, Sylvester, and she's running. We have a dim idea of where she is, but she's proven too evasive for dog and catcher. You need to find her, and you need to do it fast. I nodded. But my brain was only fixated on one thing. I have a sister. Enemy, Arc 3. Winter. Is Mr. Howell expecting you? The Stitched asked. Warren stared. There were so few of the Stitched in Pontiac, and they were the sort of thing that was ignored and people who used them were looked down on. Pontiac was still a city in the Crown's dominion, but it was a good distance from any of the academies and there wasn't much love for the Academy's work there. Now he was home, and a dead man stood in his father's entryway, dressed in a footman's clothing. Warren glanced back over his shoulder at his companion, Harry, who quirked an eyebrow in response. Harry's sandy hair was tucked beneath a cap, and he wasn't clean-shaven, unfortunately. They'd stepped right off the train and made their way straight there. Warren had decided to shave while braving the periodic bumps and jostles of the carriage, and had made out with only one nick at his jaw. I'm his son, Warren finally managed, still a little dumbstruck. I sent a telegram ahead, he should be expecting me. This way, sir, he told me, stepping back and gesturing. The stitched-in Pontiac hadn't been so well made. They were haulers, dirty and covered up with heavy clothes and caps. They did the dangerous work until they overheated and fried. Even before the overheating, though, they were rarely able to speak more than one slurred word at a time. Warren had always avoided them. It walked just a little bit stiffly. Harry fell into step beside Warren, exaggerating the stitched gait. Warren elbowed him, hard, and Harry resumed walking normally, still maintaining a shit-eating grin. On a good day, Harry was such a character. On a bad one, he was incorrigible. Warren hoped Harry could lose the smirk soon. They were just now approaching the sitting room. The manservant opened the double doors, and Warren's hopes were dashed. The sitting room itself was as he remembered it. There were 3 sets of arching double doors opening to the outside, partially made of glass, a large window, and more archways that hid slightly recessed bookshelves. The hardcover books had gold lettering, some faded more than others. The furniture was ornate, some of which had been antiques when his grandfather had been young. His father and another man stood in the middle of the sitting room, beside what looked to be an 18-year-old girl in a state of undress from the waist up, only a brassiere covering her. Warren's father looked at him with a moment's surprise, then smiled. Harry's grin was ear to ear, positively delighting in Warren's situation. "Father." "Warren," his father said, approaching. "So good to see you." Warren accepted the hug stiffly, not quite sure what to do. His father was a tall man, but he'd dropped some weight, and felt surprisingly frail under Warren's arms. His father was from Cardiff, tall, dark, and surprisingly genial for how grim he could look. His mother, not yet present, was short, but of brawny English-speaking German stock. Warren had been blessed with the best traits of both, putting him above average in height and of a respectable solid build, and years at university had put some muscle on his frame. "You look different," his father said. "I feel different," Warren said, trying not to look at the elephant in the room. His father smiled. "It's been a long time, Warren," the other man in the room said. Warren paid attention to him for the first time, an old man with a very thick beard and a white lab coat. "Dr. Pegram?" "You're right. It's been forever. Not since you were small. I watched you grow up, and now your father tells me you've just finished your studies. Halfway across the Crown States, Doctor?" "Yes. I've been learning about machines and machinery," Warren said, feeling a little embarrassed at the admission. "Good on you. Not enough young people working with the hard sciences. It's all chemicals and biology, ratios and balances instead of numbers and calculations," the doctor said, gesturing at himself. "Why machines, Warren?" "I, always liked cars, sir," Warren said. His eye flickered toward the woman. The doctor smiled. "Don't mind her. It's rather hard not to," he admitted. "Ah, of course," his father said. "Wendy, get dressed, please." The woman moved, and immediately Warren recognized her as a stitched. The movements were slightly off. Her scars, however, were so faint that they only appeared in the right light pink and faintly reflective. When she raised her hands up to pull her hair out from beneath her shirt, he saw how there was a piece of metal embedded into the side of her neck, back near the spine. "She's yours." "Yes. She cleans and runs small errands. She requires a little bit more care when instructions are given. I've been gone 5 years, and when I return, you're employing stitched. Times change, son. All the arable land surrounding Radham is being co-opted by the Academy. I manage the farms and farmers as best I can, to give them work, but the Academy grows bigger, stronger, better crops. Blight doesn't touch their plants, and they use stitched labor. I have to make concessions if I want to compete." Warren glanced again at Harry, worried it was too sensitive a discussion when they had a guest. 2. If Dr. Pegram was included. "It's all right, Warren. There were a few bad years, but we're managing well enough. Using stitched for the field work was a hard choice, it meant turning some laborers away, but..." The man sighed. "No other choice. No good ones. I forgot what it might look like to someone coming at this from an objective standpoint. I don't think of them as anything more than tools." Warren nodded. He felt uncomfortable with the notion, but he couldn't put his finger on why, or how he might fix it. Instead, he changed the subject. "I almost forgot. Father, Dr. Pegram, this is Harry, my friend from school. Harry, this is my father, Mr. Clifford Howell, and Dr. Pegram, the man who pulled me into this world and looked after me for the first 10 or 12 years after that." "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Howell, Dr. Pegram," Harry said. He stepped forward, hand extended. "Is Harry only visiting Radham?" Warren's father asked. "I'm here to stay, as a matter of fact. Warren and I are starting our own business, building and fixing up cars. I was top of my class in the building," Warren said. "Harry's grades were less stellar, but he's a salesman through and through, and he knows just where we can get started." "Excellent," his father said. "Might have some competition from the Academy. There's something to be said for the carriages we're all used to." "There's something to be said for cars, too," Harry said. Warren half turned as he saw a movement in the doorway. His mother. Smiling, he met her halfway and wrapped her in a hug. She had to raise herself up on her toes to touch his face, and she put one hand on him to steady herself as she plucked the cap off his head. "No hats indoors." "Sorry, Mother," Warren said, a little abashed to be talked to like a little boy while Harry was around. He saw Harry snatch the cap from his own head, lightning quick. "Sit, please," his mother said. "Wendy." The stitched girl turned. Fill the teapot with the boiling water from the stove, I've already got tea bags in there. And, let me see. Don't count me among your guests, the doctor said. You've already been so hospitable, and I'm on my way out the door. 4 cups, then, Wendy. Farewell, doctor, she said, giving the man a brief hug. They settled themselves on armchairs and couches that had been positioned around the little coffee table. The small talk never happened. Warren's father sat, giving him a peculiar look, then squinted. Father. You look different, Warren. I thought it might be your hair, or your brow, but... Warren felt his heart skip a beat as his father circled the table. The grip on Warren's chin was surprisingly strong and fierce as his father forced his head up at an angle, so he was looking up at the man. No geniality now. Only the grim. Your eyes. Ah, hat, Warren said. Harry convinced me. It's true, I did. Blue, his father asked, no humor in his tone. My vision is sharper, too. The change in color from brown was purely cosmetic. It looks wrong, his father said, and there was something in his voice that made Warren feel deeply uncomfortable. Clifford, his mother said. Don't make mountains out of molehills. This isn't a molehill, if my suspicions are right. Or are you going to tell me this will go away on its own? It's permanent, father. It was a lark, sir, Harry said. I convinced him it was cheaper to change his eyes than to buy eyeglasses every few years. Changed how? The man's words had a hollowness to them. Torn out and swapped in with another man's. They rewrote the language that determines how my eyes should be, Warren said. Warren's father let go of his chin as if he'd been burned. I know you're more conservative, father, but if you're employing stitched. This and that are two very different things. It's a very minor change. Harry chimed in, an attractive one. I told him it would get him all the girls, a nice blue stare, but... Please, Warren's father said, in the gentleman's way of saying something polite while declaring that Harry might get struck if he kept talking. Harry dutifully shut up. I've heard about this, the older man said. Rewriting our very being. I've heard the concerns. It carries forward, Warren. When you have a child, there is a very good chance it will have the same sort of eyes. This alien blueness. Yes. I've heard that, Warren said. The blueness was a remark on the deepness of the blue. Most had a pale blue color to their eyes, but Warren had elected for a shade and hue that was closer to what might be found on a flower. A moment's decision, after drinking with Harry and several other friends. A lark, as Harry had suggested. Clifford, Warren's mother said, standing and reaching out. But the man was so filled with repressed anger that she seemed to hesitate to approach. Father, Warren said, trying to use the moment, it's easily changed back. Same process. A needle in the arm, and a few weeks to adjust. Oh, his father asked. Do you have what do you call it, the language, the script of your eyes as they once were? Or are you simply trying to mime the old color? A guess on the part of whatever doctor you subject yourself to? How is that different? You make it sound like the end of the world. It's the end of us, his father said, suddenly shouting. The statement seemed to bring everything in the room to a standstill. The stitched girl stood in the doorway with tea on a tray. Her head was bowed, and the plates on the platter rattled as her hands shook. Warren's mother flew to the stitched girl's side, to console and to take the tray, the murmured words indistinct. The end of us? Warren asked. You're the product of your mother and I, as we're the product of those who came before. But any child you have now will be a product of you, your wife, and the Academy's work. We don't yet know how these little things will carry forward, or if there will be long-term repercussions, for you or your children. Such a stupid thing. The word was like a slap. Stupid. It's minor. Nothing of importance in the grand scheme of it all, Warren said, a little more obstinate now. It's important to me. Do you understand? You've tainted the bloodline. You're not truly my son anymore, not in full. If the word stupid had been a slap, this was a strike to the gut. Warren felt all of the tension that had built up over the argument now seizing him. In shock, he was no longer sure how to move or properly think. Warren, Harry said, putting a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Perhaps we should go. That might be a good idea, Warren's father said. Warren nodded, dumb. He looked at his mother, on the other side of the room, still consoling the stitched girl. He and Harry left, Warren more stiff than either of the stitched had been. Down the long hallway, past the stairs, and out the door, into bright sunlight. Radham was just on the horizon, past the patchwork white-brown and white of snow-dusted farmland, ringed by buildings that spewed dark fumes into the air. A perpetual rain cloud hung over the city. Warren, his mother said, behind him. He turned. She pressed a slip of paper into his hand. He looked down at it, too caught up in a storm of emotion to process it. Money. To get you off the ground and tide you over the first year or so, if you're frugal. It was intended as a graduation present from me to you. It is a graduation present. Thank you, he said, but he still felt adrift, confused. I'll talk to him, Warren. He cares, but he's had to adapt so much so quickly, this caught him off guard, so soon after he'd already made monumental sacrifices. Send us another telegram so we know where you are, so I can reunite you two when he's calmed down. Will he? Warren asked. He will, she said. She gave his arm a squeeze. He nodded, but the wound still felt raw. Take Wendy in the carriage. Go where you need to today, to get yourself situated and run any errands. Wendy can help you, and she can do a surprising amount of carrying. Send them back tomorrow, if you can. She knows how to use the carriage and how to ask for directions if she needs them. Are you sure? He asked, eyeing the young Stitch dubiously. She needs it, frankly. Her disposition always improves after a good carriage ride. It would be a favor. Warren nodded. His mother was lying, but perhaps she wanted to keep an eye on him. Not an entirely bad thing. Look after him, Wendy, Warren's mother said. Do as he asks, okay. Yes, ma'am. Let's go, Harry said, a hand on Warren's shoulder. He used the hand to guide Warren into the horse-driven carriage. Warren sat and stared blankly at the wall. He blinked as Harry slammed the door, then again as Harry sat across from him. Let's go, Harry said. I think you're in dire need of an unhealthy amount of drink. Spring. Every morning, it was the same. Replaying the discussion with his father, fragments of memory about the afternoon and evening that had followed. Drinking, meeting Harry's friends in Radham. Some had altered themselves, more than very blue eyes. A girl with horns, a young man who had added muscle to himself. Among Warren and the other students in Pontiac, Harry had been the roughest around the edges, too clever for his own good, always a little disheveled. Harry's friends in Radham were a dozen long strides in that same direction. Smart as a whip, all of them, but not in the academic sense. Quick to insult, joke, jibe. Warren hadn't been able to keep up, especially as the drinks had added up. He remembered blood, and he rested his thoughts away from that particular sequence of events. He tried to raise a hand to his face, and felt it move, felt the air against it, the shift of muscles. But the sensation folded on itself, the sensations continuing onward in his psyche until they had dissolved into smoke. Every morning, it was like this. Discovering how badly things had gone, one way or another. It was the movement in the corner of his eye that usually did it, or movement in front of him, sleep-bleary eyes making out the general shape of the surroundings. Waking up like this might never become routine. Perhaps because it was too far removed from the reality he understood. Perhaps because he didn't want to realize. Waking up in confusion, with the dawning feeling of horror, that was better. It was best, all things considered. It hinted at how low his expectations should be. There was no dawning feeling of horror in the pit of his stomach. He didn't feel sweat run down his back. His hands didn't clench. His toes didn't curl. His heartbeat didn't pick up in speed. His blood didn't run cold. None of those things were, not anymore. He turned his head, and it was difficult. He had a limited amount of mobility, and the skin pulled tight with even a small turn. The surroundings were dark, lit only by a slice of light that cut between curtains. It looked to be a cellar or a basement. One he had seen every morning for the last week. It was the smallest of blessings that things changed locations once every week or two. A change of scenery. As his eyes focused, he saw the movements. Shapes in his immediate peripheral vision, and in front of him. Tubes, wires, and heads. Heads without bodies, hair shorn, mounted on a piece of metal, tubes running into the spaces and mounts, giving blood, hydration and nutrients, drawing everything else out. They moved, jaws opening wide, teeth clacking, the ones that weren't asleep in the midst of a silent, mad rage. He opened his mouth to speak, and the air didn't come as he bid it. The only tongue that moved was the one his mind conjured up, made of smoke. His tongue had been removed a long while ago. Too easy to bite it off and attempt to bleed out or choke. The thought provoked the flurry of images he'd tried so hard to push out of his mind. He remembered himself, partying with Harry and Harry's friends. He remembered seeing them talking among themselves, every time he came out of the washroom, or every time he found himself occupied with something or someone. Furtive talks. He'd imagined them discussing his situation at home, his father's rage, and he'd deliberately ignored it, drinking more. He remembered how, late in the evening, when it had been just them, Harry's friends had grabbed him. Harry had helped himself to the note that would let him access the money, then he had given the signal. The group had lifted Warren up, then tipped him over. He'd dropped several stories. He remembered seeing Wendy on landing. She and the carriage had been just outside the building. When he'd woken up, it had been like this. Body ruined, head salvaged, kept indefinitely on life support. He stared through bleary eyes as a man pushed a curtain aside, where the curtain served in place of a door. Disheveled, with a thick beard, the man wore no lab coat. He looked more like someone who might be found sleeping at the side of the road, a bottle in hand. Tea, the man said. The usual. Then brush their hair and sponge them off. Yes sir, Wendy was heard to say. Warren had only a glimpse of the stitched as she went about her day. Left untended, she was fidgeting more, anxious. Something about dealing with the heads left her more concerned each time, and her poor condition was part of it. Had Warren been able to speak, he would have insisted she be taken care of, or sent back where she came from. He doubted he would be heard. No man that could do this had any mercy in him. The man approached the table, and though he couldn't breathe, Warren could smell the rank odor of the man. He saw the man reach out and stroke the hair of one of the heads. Good morning, my pretties, the man said. He consulted a notebook. Thinking Machine Project, version 3, day 53. Warren stared. It wasn't the numbers that mattered, the number of days or even the implication that there had been 2 versions before this. The horror that he experienced, a frustrated horror that had nowhere to go but his head, nothing to do but compound itself, was because of the words good morning. 12 to 16 hours before sleep could claim him again. Warren started screaming, twisting, face contorting, best as he was able, though no sound came out. Summer. Sweat ran down his brow. He felt the coolness of the water as his scalp was gently dabbed. Wendy fidgeted. She'd been maintained, but it had been a rough job, and had left deep scars in her flesh, where before there had been only faint ones. The ongoing damage to her strange psyche was something else altogether. I'm supposed to watch over you, she said. Madam said so. I very much look forward to going home, as soon as you give the word. This place is dark and... She leaned close, as if to share a secret. I don't like the dark, sir. Warren did his best to nod, a sympathetic look on his face. I have a teddy bear I hug when it's dark. It was a gift. I know I'm a young lady now, but it does make me feel better, she said. He nodded, though it made his jaw and neck hurt. His brain felt fried. Wires ran in and out of his skull, connecting to the others, and several times a day, the thinking machine was put in use. The machine would play out a long stuttering series of clicks. The madman who'd put him down here would make a few notes, then take them with him as he walked into another part of the building, peering at them and scratching his head. I don't think I know how to go back, Wendy said. I'm supposed to get directions to the ossuary, then I go down. I can't remember the road. Then. I can't remember what comes next. Every day, she talked to him. Most days, she said the same things. When her pattern changed, it was because she was breaking down, running too hot. What he hadn't picked up from idle curiosity before, back in Pontiac, he'd learned from the madman's occasional comments. Warren held on to this, but he wasn't sure why. A part of him hoped she would snap, go crazy, and end all of this, or murder the madman. Stitch did that, didn't they? Or was that rumor, heard in a city that didn't like Stitched? A part of him hoped she would leave, forgetting that she had to look after him. And, running contrary to that, a part of him feared her leaving, above all else. He was supposed to have lost his mind by now. He already had, to a degree, and the memories he pulled up now and again were too real, dreamlike, while his dreams were indistinguishable from memory, or they simply brought him back here. He was being drugged, he suspected, to keep him from panicking or having a stroke, but he still panicked with regularity, his thoughts looping over and over. Sometimes hours passed in the blink of an eye, like that, and sometimes what felt like hours of mad panic were only as long as it took the madman to leave, cook, eat, and return. I miss music, Wendy said. There's this tune, it plays in my head, and it goes, B-A-B-A-B-A, B-A-B-A, B-A-B-A-B-A. A body with only a partial brain, and a head without a body, Warren still had the phantom sensations of movements or feelings his body might have experienced, and he'd learned that, unburied by fever and stress, Wendy had phantom traces of an identity, complete with memories. Silently, with all the focus he could bring to bear, he scrawled promises on his brain with a permanence that he might use to etch words on stone tablets. To make amends, to show gratitude, because he couldn't bring himself to pray and he needed to do something of magnitude to have an iota of vision for the future, he promised her a teddy bear, he promised her music. Autumn. The cell door slammed shut. He stirred to wakefulness, blinking, though he hadn't been asleep. Reality and dream blended in together, now. He was fantasizing, or dreaming. The madman having his world turned upside down, screaming about the loss of his life's work, the thinking machine. Men of the law arresting the madman, then approaching the board, where 3 of the original 9 heads were still functional, the number of wires tripled to compensate. Fantasy? No. The smells and tastes and touches. Wendy was standing beside him, stroking his hair. It's going to be okay, she said. He didn't dare hope. Easier to think he was still in the basement, and that reality had slipped away entirely. He realized that someone was staring at him. The world seemed so distorted. He was higher up than he was used to, almost 5 feet off the ground. He'd once been 6 feet tall, he remembered. That life felt so far away. The person in the cell was a young woman, not much older than he was. Or older than he'd been. He wasn't sure he was a he anymore. His thoughts were rambling, he knew. Her hair was black, a contrast to Wendy's blonde hair, cut straight, and tucked behind one ear, while it obscured the other. Her eyes were narrow and dark, her mouth curved in a light smile, painted crimson. She wore a lab coat, he realized. He looked away, bothered. The science, the doctors, all of it, he'd seen what it came to, in the end. Not just what he'd experienced, but Wendy. So many horrors, so many lines crossed. He couldn't turn his head away, not really, but he averted his eyes, watching the officers patrolling the room. Half of it was desks, half of it was cells, a single row with 1 occupant per cell. He was good at letting time slip by, now. He knew the techniques. Count the cracks, count the bars. Study the people. The guards, their habits, their way of dress. There were so many new sensations and things to experience that he wasn't able to process it all. He was free, but he wasn't sure what that entailed. He didn't dare hope for one thing or the other, out of fear that if he hoped for death and got a second chance instead, or vice versa, it might break him. The clang of the cell door opening was startling. He'd been watching the people, but the people had taken action without him noticing. There was a man in a grey coat in the cell in front of him, with guards gathered loosely around. You'll be getting these injections twice a day for a week. You know what these do, Miss Frey. You want to make me forget? Yes. Even if it does damage to other parts of my mind in the process. Nothing has been proven on that front. She made a scoffing sound. She sounded so cavalier. Did she not realize what the Academy's people were capable of doing? Even without a lab coat, the madman and his thinking machine had been the Academy's doing. Warren had had enough time to puzzle that much out. If you do this, you can go to the underground laboratories, you can work on projects, live in dorms. A half-life. I made my bid for professorship, I failed, and you take half of everything. Some people would kill for this much. Or carry out a crazed experiment in their basement with limited resources. Trying to make 9 heads think as one. Miss Frey asked. Even that? No. I'll take a lifetime of imprisonment if it means keeping my brain. You don't get a choice, Miss Frey. I can tell you that I took a dose of the Wyvern formula just this morning. I don't know what that means. Contraindicated. Don't tell me you got your grey coat without knowing what contraindicated means. I know what it means. I've never heard of the formula, and quite frankly, after having read your files, I suspect you are lying, to delay the inevitable. Ask Professor Hale. He'll know. There was a pause. Then, lock her up. Watch her. I'll be back later this evening after I've confirmed. Warren watched as the guards and the doctor in the grey coat vacated the cell. The door clanged shut, making Wendy flinch, and they went about their way, the grey coat exiting through the door at the far end of the building. Long minutes passed. Miss Frey paced, leaned against the bars to peer further into the building, and alternately watched Wendy, watched Warren, and studied the guards. Some time had passed before she cleared her throat, standing straighter. Within the cell, the woman raised a finger to crimson lips. Wendy did the same, echoing the gesture. The cell was equipped with a toilet behind a short barrier, intended for privacy. Miss Frey approached the toilet, then bent over it, hand going to her throat. Warren still felt like this was all a dream. Too surreal. He saw Miss Frey stand up, now with a writhing tentacle coming out of her mouth. She gripped the tentacles, grunting and making choking sounds, as she hauled it out, excruciating inch by excruciating inch. It took a minute and a half, by Warren's estimation, before she'd retrieved the entire thing. It coiled and uncoiled, tentacles reaching out and wrapping around her hands and forearms. What are you grunting and moaning about? A guard asked. But as the guard reached the cell, Miss Frey was sitting on the toilet, the tentacled horror pinned between her back and the toilet's tank, blocked from view by the barrier. The guard shook her head, turned, and walked away. Miss Frey reached under her dress. Warren averted his eyes, horrified. He heard a titter. When he looked up, she had what looked to be a large piece of glass. No more tentacles. From the speed with which she'd acted, he suspected it had been tucked into the band. Again, she raised a finger to her mouth, the universal gesture for silence. This time, however, she had a piece of glass in her hand, and the tentacle thing held behind her back. The second guard paced down the building, then headed back up toward Miss Frey. The moment he passed by the cell, she reached out, and the tentacles did as well, snaring him by the head and throat, pulling him tight against the bars. Feel that? Miss Frey asked. MMPH, the guard said. Then don't touch your pistol. The other guard had heard the crash of skull against bars. The woman approached at a half-run from the far end of the building. Keys, Miss Frey said, calm. You can reach the door. Work fast. If she gets here before the door is open, I'm going to cut your throat so my pet is free to stop her. The guard fumbled, keys rattling. He reached up, holding the keys at an awkward angle to see which one he was selecting. The key went into the lock. He turned it, and the door came open. Miss Frey hauled him in a touch deeper, then gripped the sliding door, hauling it open. With the man's head between the bars, the sliding door caught him in the side of the head or the neck. Warren saw the other guard approaching at a swift run. She rounded the corner, standing back this time, pistol raised. Miss Frey was crouched, the other guard's pistol in hand, tentacles coiling at one side. The woman guard had to take the time to figure out what was going on, the position of her target, and adjust before pulling, aiming between the bars. Miss Frey only had to pull the trigger as soon as the moving target came into view. 3 shots, in quick succession. Covered in a light spattering of blood, Miss Frey stepped out of her cell. You saw what I just did, she said. I'm going to keep doing it, over and over, in ways both dramatic and subtle. You can come with me and help, or you can stay here and be at their mercy. Me? Wendy asked. Him. Warren blinked. Mercy doesn't exist. I've got to go. They'll have heard shots. Yes or no, do you want revenge? He thought of Harry. He thought of the madman. He nodded. She reached out to scoop him up. Wendy got in the way. Warren rolled his eyes over to Wendy, then back to Miss Frey, then to Wendy. You too, then. Bring him. Wendy nodded. Miss Frey collected the keys. She walked backward, facing Warren, pointing at the cells. He looked. A stranger. Another stranger. Empty. A stranger. The madman. He must have given some tell. Another shot from the pistol rang out. The madman died, a shot through the head. The gun twirled on Miss Frey's finger as she turned her back on Warren and his stitched friend, marching for the exit. Winter. The creature squealed as it died, crushed under a meaty fist. Bird, bug, and reptile blended together, it was the size of a large dog, and surprisingly hard to kill. Warren stretched, then heaved out a heavy breath. Is it safe? Miss Frey asked. Yes, Wendy said. Miss Frey opened the door and stepped out of the washroom. She looked down at the stain in disgust. Whelps. One of the Academy's weapons. Warren nodded. If there's one here, there'll be more. They have our scent. We're relocating. Warren nodded, again. Miss Frey led the way, but she usually did. She always walked briskly, she rarely held back, if she was even capable, and she expected everyone else to keep up. Not that Warren had much difficulty. He was taller than he'd been with his original body, to the point he almost had to bend double to get through the door. The city swirled with snow. Mad creatures and doctors were everywhere, and he felt his head hurt as he glanced at each. It wasn't a pleasant place, this, but it was good for camouflage. Miss Frey and Warren looked entirely normal walking down the street. I keep expecting them to lose interest, but they up the ante each time. Academy investigators, monsters, the hangman, dog, and catcher, now the whelps. They really want me, she said. Warren nodded. He saw a movement out of the corner of his eye. Stray cat. He might not have seen it if it weren't for his sharp eyes. A second later, a fanged beak snapped out, consuming half of the cat. A tongue snaked around the rest, and hauled it into the creature's gullet. Another whelp. I saw it too, Genevieve said. She gave him a pat on the arm, where his striped sweater was rolled up to the elbow. His forearm was bigger around than her upper body, his fist large enough that when he held Wendy's hand, it consumed the hand and most of her forearm. It won't come out into the daylight. His strength and new body was of her design. She'd asked what he'd wanted, and with a writing implement in his temporary hand, he'd scrawled out a simple word. Strength. He didn't trust his sanity, but he trusted his mind. It had always been sharp. The only flaw had been that it had been too trusting. No longer. Now he had a body to match the mind. They approached the train station, amid a light snowfall. Miss Frey led the way toward a side street. If they were catching a train, they'd hitch a ride in a car carrying crates or hay, so witnesses wouldn't be able to report on them. It had bought them some time in the past. She put a hand to his chest, stopping mid-stride. He had to go to some effort to stop fast enough. Had he been any slower, he might have forced her wrist or arm backward and snapped them. She didn't seem to notice or care. Her eyes were on the train station across the street. Passengers were getting off. Young, old, many of them women and girls attending the local women's academy. A small school, but popular. Many a father conceded to his daughter's wishes to study, but insisted on something like this. A quiet, safe town and an unthreatening learning environment. There, Genevieve said. They got off a few seconds ago. He watched. The lambs, she said. He frowned, then realized she was talking about the children. Just on the verge of adolescence, all 6 of them, they walked with purpose, working their way through the gaps in the crowd. They finally caught up, she said. This is good. He glanced at her. Change of plans, she said. We're staying. Stitch in time 4.1. The stitched servant helped lift our bags out from the side of the train. Mine had been the last one in, so it was the first one out. Once I had it, wheels digging tracks into the thin layer of snow, I turned to survey the area. Storybook. Best label to apply to it all. Things were quaint, but in a very controlled, calculated way. The colors of the houses, the pleasant aesthetic, and the winding streets, many cobblestone with the beginnings of ruts carved into them, all planned and rigidly enforced. It was fascinating. The houses were like cabins, but the exteriors were well looked after, white, grey, or blue in color, and almost every single one had smoke coming out of the chimney. The streets were grey cobblestone and lighter grey slabs of concrete, covered in white snow and the black grime the wagons and carriages had dredged up. For every man, there were 5 women, aged 18 to 30, and of those 5 women, 4 had monsters with them. Academy creations. The subtle hideousness of Kensford was clearer as I looked at the trees and plants. In the early winter, there were trees and shrubs bristling with leaves, all a blood crimson in color, the leaves barely visible under the snow that had piled several feet high on each bough, or the ice that clung to branches. There were also meat trees, in the natural growing meat sense and the gibbets and meat hook sense. Not too unusual, except they were ubiquitous. The end result was, in the end, storybook. A town that embraced the old-fashioned. But so many people romanticized history, and forgot how very bloody it was. The city smelled like smoke and crematoriums, and it made me feel like I was about to venture into a world where every house was a gingerbread house in disguise, and every pretty young woman was really a witch, ready to thrust unwitting children into ovens. The other lambs, now hauling their luggage, joined me, the 6 of us forming a loose line, looking at the town of Kensford. The only building that was taller than 1 story was the local academy. Though all things in Kensford centered around Dame Cicely's in a symbolic sense, it sat at the back, bordered on 2 sides by thick forest, a Victorian-style building grown like a tumor might be, asymmetrical, with the odd bit here and there. A tree had been literally grown from one side, closer to the forest, framing it all in a trimmed crescent of red leaves. So pretty. Helen exclaimed. Did you ever want to come here? Gordon asked. He was asking Lillian. Oh, Lillian said, sounding surprised at the question. No. You need to be at least 18, I think. But if you were? Or when you are? Gosh. I'd be terrified. Strict. I asked. Yes, but that's not why, she said. She looked around, and stepped closer to Gordon as a pair of young women walked on, stitched in fine clothes hauling their luggage. She lowered her voice and confided, "It's so cutthroat." "A lot of academies are," I said. "I don't hear stories about other places like I hear stories about Dame Cicely's academy," Lillian said. "They intentionally fail out a certain percentage of each class, to cull and ensure they're the best, or close to, because there's Lady Eleanor's." She drew quiet as more young ladies walked by, departing from the train. "You scared of them?" I taunted her. "I don't want to say something that would stir up any rivalries," she said. "What was I saying?" "You don't hear stories about other places like you hear stories about here," Jamie said. "They intentionally fail a certain percentage of each class, to cull and—" "Okay," Lillian said, a little flustered. "Okay. Yes. Thank you, Jamie." I caught the twinkle in Jamie's eye and elbowed him. He elbowed me back. We continued back and forth like that as Lillian continued talking. "Most women who go to the academies, they need permission and money from their parents, and from what I've seen and from what I've heard, most have to fight to hold on to their place. If they mess up once, 1 year of bad gradings or lack of advancement, it's done, it's over. Mom and Dad cut off the funding and order you back home. Then they introduce you to a nice fellow to marry, and that's your life." "A lot of people with guillotine blades hanging over their necks," Gordon remarked. "It gets worse," Lillian said. "Put the two things together." I finished the statement, "and you have a lot of classmates who know their peers are dancing on a razor's edge. Just a tiny bit of sabotage or cleverness, and there's one less competitor for the remaining seats." Lillian nodded. "Exactly. I never liked the idea of working in a stuffy lab all day," Mary said. "I understand why people would, with it being the fastest path to greatness, but it didn't feel like it was for me." "You like the idea of this?" I asked. She smiled, "So much. It's nicer than the last few stops," Gordon said, looking around. "I felt itchy after we slept at the last guest house. I'm still not convinced I don't have something crawling on me." "Let's not gripe," I said. "Please. New place, fresh start. It's too easy to fall into old patterns." There were a few nods at that. "Post office, then we find out where we're sleeping," Jamie said. That was our cue to advance. We carefully made our way through the crowd, weaving between the people who were walking and the clusters of people who had gathered in groups, talking. None of the young ladies wore lab coats or uniforms. Rather, the monsters in their company were their emblems and badges, fashion accessories crafted of meat and grey matter. The better the work, the better the student. Snow dusted us, drifting down in light amounts. There was no rain here. I was idly curious what the mechanism was for keeping the local experiments in line. Perhaps the young ladies of Dame Cicely's were managed carefully enough that there was no cause to worry about the experiments running off or causing trouble. Jamie elbowed me for the 100th time, but this one was to get my attention. He'd done the same to Helen, who'd gotten Gordon's attention. I followed Jamie's line of sight. One of the houses had a set of stairs, and something dark moved in the space beneath the stairs. "What?" I asked. "Whelps are here." "Oh, that's fun," I remarked. "Let's hope they leave her intact enough for us to ask questions." "I'd rather hope we find her first," Mary said. "Ah, crap." For the second time in 4 minutes or so, we were stumbling on the same point. We weren't finding many leads, and to date, we'd only been able to arrive on the days after our quarry had disappeared to places unknown. Half of the clues to her destination had been our finds, and the other half had been due to the work of others. Dog and catcher, hangman, or a tip from someone who'd seen one of the wanted posters and recognized her face. It was wearing thin, and some of us were wrestling with frustration. There had been spats. Rather than agree or disagree, I reached out and took Mary's hand. Then, in a majestically subtle manner, I declared, "This has been so damn fun." "Fun," she said. "You're grumpy," I noted. "Yes. Do you remember how much the interviews in the battle sucked? This is the opposite of that, which means this is the furthest thing from suckage. It's the best thing ever to get out and away," I said. "We're chasing that bit of fluff that dances away from your hand as you reach for it," she said, immune to my enthusiasm. "Tell a dog to jump for the stick, and it will. The dog might really want that stick, but if you pull the stick away every time, the dog learns. I'd really like to think I'm better than a dog on that front." "Hey," I said. "Fair, but didn't expect to hear anything like that. Where did it come from?" "Percy. He gave me lessons in training others." I thought he meant dogs at first. Then I thought he meant training my subordinates, when he'd created dozens upon dozens of clones. I only later realized it was how he trained me. He let me have my stick just often enough. Not the first time Mary's mentioned Percy in recent days and weeks, I thought. I didn't bring it to anyone's attention. Instead, I commented, "Sometimes, when you're chasing that bit of fluff, you have to hold out your hand and be patient. Let it settle in on its own." Mary murmured. I suspected that she'd gotten the thrust of what I was trying to do, which was changing the course of the conversation. She played along, looking around. "This place is neat." 1.5 seconds after she said that, we passed a carriage, and Mary came face to face with a large, humanoid monster, built like an angel with wings of flesh, chest thrust out by a matter of design, chin high so that it looked down on everything around it. It was naked, and its limp member dangled right at Mary's eye level, bigger around than my leg and as hairless as a baby's. I heard a slight eep from Mary, which punched right past the latent tension and wonderings on my part and made me burst out into hysterical giggling. The entire group soon followed, Mary included, tittering and laughing, the tension flowing away. You think so, Mary? Gordon asked. Neat. There were more giggles from the group. For shame, all of you, Helen said, putting her hands on her hips. Laughing at that. Imagine the poor woman who made that thing. She must have been so lonely. The giggles became outright laughter. Perfect. Good. This was the sort of thing we needed. Helen politely asked a passerby for the location of the nearest post office, and we went on our way. The street might have been a 50-50 split of residences and small businesses, but as we reached the center of it all, we found that virtually every building touching on the main street served some purpose. Including grocers' stores that were no more than 4 paces by 5 paces across in size and a banking office just a little under twice that size. Further down the way was the small post office. We filed in. Helen approached the counter. Hello, sir. The polite young lady routine. Good morning, darling, the man at the counter greeted her. What can I do for you? We have a package. It's addressed Lambsbridge, it should have arrived here a few days ahead of us. The man at the counter found it quickly enough. He placed the box on the counter. Stamp. Without looking or saying a word, Helen put her hand back. Gordon passed her the stamp. She uncapped it and put the mark on the top of the box, inside the circle. The man at the counter squinted, examining the mark Helen had just made with the one that the sender had put on it, then gave us a curt nod. There you go. You don't have a line, I was hoping we could ask some questions, please. Helen asked. You most certainly can. I'd be happy to answer them. Which direction to the, Dormitories 300 through 350. Jamie asked. Up the main street, turn right at the Stitch Works. Thank you, she said, smiling. About the package, you didn't have anyone come in here and ask about it. No, ma'am. Or about children. No, the man said, a small crease appearing between his eyebrows. You haven't seen a woman, 20 or so, with black hair? She would have had a head with her, or a monster with a head that didn't match the body. Also black-haired, with bright blue eyes. The man puffed out his cheeks, letting out a breath. I see someone like that every day. Every single one of us was suddenly at attention. You've seen her? Gordon jumped in. No, the man said. Then. I mean, I see different young ladies who fit that general description on a regular basis, the man said. Pretty young ladies, many with black hair, and many with experiments in their company. Those experiments range from big to small, fat to thin, and they have heads and eyes of all type. Wait, Gordon said. Lillian, do you have it? The poster. Lillian fished inside her bag. She found a square of paper and unfolded it. She looks like this, Gordon said. The man slowly shook his head. Attractive young lady, but I couldn't say. The customers become a blur, unless I get to know their names. This is the one you're looking for. Very similar, Gordon said. Not the same person. The man frowned. I can't say. I see, Helen said, slumping a bit. She perked up all at once. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. If you're looking for someone, I could keep an eye out, especially now that I've seen the picture. Does that help? Actually, I said, pausing strategically. Yes. We're concerned that someone is keeping a lookout for us. We're trying to surprise them, you see. The furrow in between his eyebrows was now as deep as it could get. Surprise party, I told him. She's rich as all get out, she's from a powerful family, and it's really hard to make a party something special for her. So if she asks if you've seen us, could you keep quiet on that? The surprise part is the only part that matters. I think I understand, the man said. I can stay quiet, don't you worry. Where are you all from? That he asked was something of an irony. The less we told him, the better. The moment Miss Frey realized we were on her trail, if she was even here, she would be in the wind. Outskirts of West York, Gordon improvised, clearly thinking the same thing I was. Ways away then. What brings you here? The word escaped my mouth before I thought to say different. Family. I didn't miss the glances that were shot my way. Only Jamie didn't. His focus was elsewhere. Jamie said, waiting until he had eye contact with the man before continuing, if it looks like the surprise party won't happen, you can tell her whatever. If it won't happen? You mean, if she finds out some other way? You'll know what I mean if it comes down to it, Jamie said. I gave him a curious look. Hey, the man said, dragging out the sound, slowly processing it. Someone came into the post office behind us, and Helen took that as a cue. She waved, a little too dramatically, in a way that suited a smaller child. Goodbye, sir. Thank you for everything. She was so good at becoming every adult's favorite girl, so very quickly. The man gave a little wave back. We stepped back out onto the street, and I fixed my cap and scarf, hunching against the cold. She could be hiding in plain sight, Gordon said. The man's right. She's a needle, and this is a haystack. It's the perfect place for her to hide, maybe even lose our trail for good. No leads, Mary said. Just like yesterday, and the day before. I reached out and held her mittened hand with my gloved one, giving it a squeeze. What was that about, Jamie? Gordon asked. He cares too much. What was what? Jamie asked. If the surprise party is spoiled, it should make sense if Frey comes for him. She's left a few bodies in her wake, and we've found reasons for most of them, but if she comes after him, looking for any details on us, I don't want him upsetting her. I'd rather have her upset and ignorant than the other way around, Gordon said. So would I, Jamie said. But if it came down to him getting hurt for nothing, I'd rather he talk. Gordon shook his head. It was ironic. All Miss Frey had to really do to maximize the damage she did to us was to keep doing what she was doing and play keep away. We'd spent months in the bowels, with only Sub Rosa to deal with at the tail end of it, and that had been less of a team effort than the vast majority of our jobs. Weeks on weeks of dreadfully dull interviews and interrogations, with little to show for it. Now we were on the verge of another few months of something fruitless. Chasing a woman who forever remained at least one step ahead of us. There were countless factors playing into it all, but at the very core of it, we were entering into the dangerous years. Important years for anyone, when boys became men and girls became women, but more important for us. These were the years when we would be coming into our own. We'd be forging our identities and adapting our fit in the group. We were losing our edge, without opposition to keep us sharp, and without a practical test of our abilities, we couldn't find a new configuration that made up for all the little changes. It made for uncomfortable fits, little bits of bickering. I'd hated the interviews in the bowels, and as much as I was liked the chance to explore and stretch my legs, I didn't think this was as constructive as what we collectively needed. Mary was right. We needed to sink our teeth into the stick, not to chase it endlessly. The thought crossed my mind, if we don't find an opportunity soon, I might well have to create a problem for the group to solve. Even if it gets me into untold trouble. At least this place seemed good for that. A pressure cooker of an academy, stocked with cutthroat young ladies. I heard rattling, and saw Helen working to open the box, cutting at tape with a fingernail. We're almost there, Jamie remarked. I know, Helen said. The box feels light. My heart sank at the same moment Mary breathed the words, don't say that. Helen reached into the box and withdrew a small jar of pills. They were purple, and they numbered 15, at a glance, Jamie said. 3 days. Gordon reached into the box, as Helen's hands were full, and withdrew a folded letter. They want us back soon, so we can have our appointments, Gordon said. It's going to take us a day and a half to travel back to Redham. 3 pills each. Mary kicked a clump of ice that had fallen from a carriage, making it explode into icicles and shards. Heads turned. Mary crushed one of my hands in hers, her other hand clenched, a grim look on her face. Try to keep a low profile, Jamie said. I put my hand out to stop him. They're giving up on us, Mary said. They have enough faith in us to let us stay another day or two. Follow up leads, Jamie said. Yeah, Mary said. And they sent the whelps, and dog and catcher, and the hangman. And we know catcher and the hangman got closer to her than we did. It's not a competition, Lillian said. What's important is stopping her from hurting people. Yeah, Jamie said. I don't think Mary's saying that isn't important, I said. I'm not. But it's true, I said. We're chasing a ghost. She's smart. It sucks. We did so well on the last couple of jobs, proving the lambs were worth something, now it feels like we're backtracking. Mary nodded. Jamie did too. Rift mended, if just a little. We turned onto a side street, at Jamie's instruction. The buildings here were a little more uniform. It was possible that most of the quaint little cottage houses were individual dormitory spaces, the rest occupied by people who supported the academy town, like the postman, but these buildings lacked character. Look at this like an opportunity, I said. This is a good thing. Good. Mary asked. We quickly reached the dormitory where we were supposed to be staying, and we stopped as a group in front of the wrought wood gate, taking shelter from the snowflakes under the canopy of a large evergreen with chains dangling from it. In the summertime, the chains would have certain meats hung from them. Those treated meats would keep the pest and vermin populations down in a city where the gutters and sewers might literally run red with bodily fluids during exam time. They did in Redham, it wasn't unbelievable for it to happen here. This is good because it forces our hand. I don't think any of us are going to relax or take shortcuts in the next 24 hours. If you think I'm taking shortcuts, Mary started. I raised a hand. I know you don't, I said. Not really. None of us do, exactly, but yet. Not what I meant. It's less about shortcuts, and more that we all get tired. We get tired from different things and we get tired in different ways. In a crisis, I know we pull ourselves together and give our all, but in a slog like this? Every day, at least one of us isn't at our best. There were a few nods. Few would argue they were flawless. This is good because it's a crisis, I said. We can't move on to another city, unless we have a damn good lead, so we focus our attention here. It makes sense that she's enjoying being the needle in the haystack, which gives us every reason to think she's left the city, but that I'm even thinking that means she's probably second-guessed it. I can usually play this game well, guess what people are doing when they aren't even sure, but she plays it too. Let's use this opportunity to catch her off guard, do something she wasn't necessarily expecting. Change our approach. 1.5 days of the absolute best work we can do. That sounds like a plan, Gordon said. I think we should split up. We operate in different ways, and we can cover more ground in different ways. No. We need to bind the group together, find the right configuration. And splitting up is always a bad idea. Except I felt like saying that much aloud might ruin it. If people were self-conscious, or the fractures in the group became conscious and significant rather than subconscious and minor. Jamie glanced at me. The glance was an ask. He wanted to know what I thought. Sure, I said. Then, as a subtle bit of manipulation, I added, we go out in pairs. We spend a duration doing our thing, then meet up, report, and even if there's nothing to report, touch base. Gordon nodded. SY, with me? Jamie and Mary together. Helen and Lillian. Why? I asked. Because it makes sense, he said, simply. I frowned at him. That's the worst answer you could have given. If I give you more information, that's slack you'll use to hang me, he said. Well yet. Come on, he said. He reached into Helen's box and found a key, opened the door, and then dropped his luggage just inside. He reached out for Jamie's. If you can't stand my company, we can rearrange things after our first meeting. In 1 hour. Here. There were nods. I waited with him while he got everyone's luggage organized inside and locked the door. The others were already fanning out, heading in different directions. Why, really? I asked, now that everyone was gone. The group is splintering, he said. Yet. Not a lot, but. It's splintering, he said. It can be fixed, but I think it's best fixed at the ground level, the core. Sure, I said. Remember when it was just you, me, Jamie, and sometimes Helen? 2 years ago. Yet. Let's get back to basics. You and I. Like in the old days. I raised an eyebrow. You have something in mind. Let's go recruiting, he said. Stitch in time 4.2. All things had hearts. All things had veins and arteries, tracks and paths which were carved through them as they acted out their role in life. Even a rock had its weakness, a point where a chisel and a strong enough blow could destroy it, as points of stress gave way. Yeah, there were faint exceptions, but overall, it applied to many things in life. It was an idea that might have seemed spiritual, but that wasn't really where my line of thinking was coming from or going. Believing that all things had vulnerabilities was something central in my worldview, but I hesitated to call it faith. The fact was, Kensford had a heart, and it had its arteries. Unlike Radham, the heart wasn't the local academy, but the main street downtown. Remove the academy from the map, and the city would likely continue to function on a level, until the locals were called home by parents and patrons. Impede the downtown area, and things would quickly die, forced to divert and reroute through the winding streets of quaint little cottage houses. Gordon and I made our way downtown, then we began our explorations, taking every wrong turn. We found areas which hadn't been kept up well, and places which helped keep Kensford alive, the local dump, teeming with life forms that would eat and live in the garbage, as well as boneyards, crematoriums, and warehouses. The layout of the city was ingenious, keeping the buildings out of sight, using the rise of hills and the winding streets to hide these places. We visited two, to no effect, and then made our way to the nearby third, squeezing between 2 dormitory houses and hopping onto a fence. I walked along the top of the wooden fence, my hands in my pockets, while Gordon hopped up, walked 3 steps on the fence, then hopped down. He wasn't one for style and panache. The third area, hidden by the positions of the buildings and the little walls that sectioned off parts of Kensford, turned out to be a mass grave. This was where experiments went when they failed. Humanoid, they were each distorted and misshapen, different features exaggerated or removed. They were piled on top of one another, most but not all naked and bound with straps, keeping arms close to the body and legs together. They had been dusted with some acid or lime or something in that vein, and flesh had melted, but only superficially, leaving the remains mummified. A light snow masked the worst of the scarring, the snow so thin that a feather might have wiped a given forehead or belly clean of it. I could see the tracks where the wagon had turned up and dumped the latest collection of bodies. I suspected that one of the things I was smelling was that same batch of bodies. Want to give them a shot? Gordon asked, drawing my attention to a group of girls who were sitting on a large box that might have held salt for the street or lime for the bodies. They were just on the cusp of being proper adults, about 19, and their feet didn't reach the ground. Each had a cigarette. Let's, I said. The girls made some surreptitious movements as we drew nearer, the rightmost girl taking something from the one in the middle, scooting closer to her friend, then reaching behind her back. Weapon? Gordon asked. Drinking, I said. Look at their body language. Do we use it? I don't think we need to, I said. Okay. Do you want point? I'll back you, I said, while thinking, I'm more flexible, I can adapt to fill the gaps in your approach better than you can adapt for me. Besides, I mentally revised, you were entirely right in saying the group was splintering some. You and I aren't any different. I'm not sure I trust you. I hated myself for even thinking it, but Gordon had acted differently when around Shipman, and he'd nearly gotten us killed at one point. All of us were going to change to some degree as we entered into the next big segment of our lives, in body, mind, emotions, and how we fit into the group. Or how we didn't. Gordon, for all his talk about helping, was in the most danger of slipping away from the rest of us. He could talk. I'd adapt. Little boy, the girl to the left said. You looked a lot older from a distance. Hi, Gordon said. Hi, the middle girl said, clearly curious about us. The leftmost girl didn't seem to register the greetings, and added, you still have a bit of a baby face, don't you? And you have a drink hidden behind you, he observed. His voice was even, calm, and non-threatening. I'm old enough to know that you'd get in trouble for that. That didn't seem to go over well. The attitude shifted, mouths in firmer lines, body language adjusting to be more aggressive, sitting up straighter. Subtlety wasn't Gordon's strong point either. But, Gordon said, I'm not going to do that. I'm looking for information. He'd upset them, but he wasn't balancing it out with any bribe or possible reward. If I was jumping in to make the threats like Gordon had, I would have offered something to gain, to pull them further into my grasp and ensure they would do what I wanted them to do. What information? One of the girls asked. Wait, the leftmost girl said. Who are you, why are you here, and what are you doing? She was asking too many questions at once. The alcohol had made the words too loose. I'm Gordon, that's Sylvester. We're trying to find some people, and we're trying to find some people. She looked momentarily confused. The middle girl made a curious noise. I'll take your bait. Which people? The other sort of people that go to spots like this. Probably not students, either low-level laborers or the family of those laborers. Shady types, Gordon said. And what does a kid like you want with that type of person? The rightmost girl asked. Point us in the right direction if you want to find out, Gordon said, smiling. If I had asked, she would have said no. She smiled back. I am curious. Being attractive, being naturally smart, and naturally fit, Gordon had things easy. He didn't have to push as hard to achieve the same things. People liked him. You might be looking for the baths, the middle girl asked. There are 4 brothers and a girl, they drive in the wagons with supplies, 3 times a week. They get up to trouble. How much trouble? Gordon asked. The leftmost girl of the group reached back, grabbed a bottle and held it up. Drinking, more drinking, the occasional fight, making a lot of noise, which is probably the worst thing they do, having so many students living in Kensford, the middle girl clarified. And they do like the ladies, the girl to the right said. She took the bottle and tipped back a mouthful. There aren't many young men around, I observed. The girl gave me a smile that was somewhere between smug and knowing. Lucky guys, I supposed. Baths. That's a last name? Gordon asked. When he got a nod in response, he asked, are they serious about their work? Mother Bath and Father Bath don't mind what they do so long as the kids get the work done. They do, they're religious about it. A day of work, a few hours a night of play. It's daytime right now, Gordon observed. How long until they're available? The girls murmured among one another for a few seconds, then each one gave different answers. 3 hours. 5 hours. 4 hours. That's too late, Gordon said. Who else? Else. Not the Bath family. Anyone else? There are others, independent, people everyone knows to avoid. They're not the sort of people kids like you should hang around. Why? I cut in, before Gordon could forge onward. They have a bit of a mean streak. Picking on the weak, the middle girl said. And you're weak. Where are they? Gordon asked. Again with the direct approach. It wasn't the sort of thing I could have done, but Gordon almost sounded like an adult as he asked, and he managed the right body language and expression to drive the point home. I can't tell you that, not in good conscience. Where are they? He asked, again, more serious. The woods, the girl on the left said. The drunkest of the group. Still having trouble holding her tongue. Where? Gordon asked. Near the girl started to reply. Her friend in the middle clapped a hand over her mouth. Near the school, I guessed. Most obvious possibility. The looks on their faces told me I was right. A little to the west. I tried. With the school bordered on 2 sides by thick woodland, there were only 2 possible directions that weren't into the woods. Being right had the wow factor, but I figured out the answer either way. Probably. Again, I was right. I looked at Gordon. Let's go. How did you do that? The drunk girl asked, behind me. The second of the girls, the one from the middle, hopped down behind me. I turned just in time to see her grab for my coat. I tried to avoid her hand, and missed. You're not going in the woods, she said, voice firm. I was betting she was an older sister. Gordon started to approach, no doubt to break her hold. For my part, I reached into my coat and withdrew a knife, raising it toward her wrist. She let go of me as if I were on fire. We can handle ourselves, Gordon said, in the same confident, mild manner of speaking he'd used to talk to them earlier. If you want to come and make sure we're safe, feel free, but don't get in the way. We circled around the mass grave, making our way toward the woods at the north end of Kensford, west of the academy at the northeast corner of the town, and the girls didn't follow. When we were out of earshot, I commented, that was a shame. We could have used them. They would have held us back, or complained. They're not what we're looking for. No, I agreed. People with a mean streak sounded good. We'd done this before. Found a group of malcontents, then steered them in a given direction. They worked well as distractions, as sources of information, or sources of tools, an extra set of hands for getting things done. Gordon was generally good at getting their attention. I was good when it came to the steering. We hadn't run into this before. They were, by and large, girls. They were 18 to 19, dressed in winter clothes. They sat around a large bonfire, their backs to a shack that had another fire going in a stove or fireplace within. A group of the girls' pets were hacking away at trees, gathering more firewood for the bonfire. At the center of it all was a girl with her hair in disarray, slouching forward on a log, elbows on her knees. Her jacket looked like some kind of new fashion that had yet to take off, it sported a surprising number of black feathers around the collar. She'd had some alterations done to her face and nails, giving one of her cheekbones and eye sockets a peculiar sort of edge to them, her upper face looking like a stylized skull was trying to push its way out and forward from one corner of her face. She wasn't the only one who had gone to an extreme and modified herself, and as a result, there was no particular sign she was special, going by appearance and attitude alone. There was only the fact that, when we arrived, and the girls looked at each other in surprise, they looked to the black-feathered woman for a response. "You usually pick a fight and win," I murmured. "You want to fight them?" "I'm not shy to fight a woman. We can do this like we always do. I propose a challenge, or see if they're betting types. Let them pick the contest, hope they pick fighting, for me, or a gambling game for you to cheat it, beat them, whatever they choose. Use that to get them to listen." "No," I agreed, "difference is, you're not going to win if you win. Nobody will respect a boy who beats a girl." He said. "They might." "Nah. Let me lead here." I asked. He gestured in my direction. "Aren't many kids hereabouts," the woman with the black feathered coat said. She was faking an Eastern Crown accent, which I found very interesting. It was all of the crispness of Crown English coupled with too much enunciating. The fakery of it was obvious enough. I suspected some of others in this group of hers knew it wasn't how she really talked. "Why, then? Image? We're not from hereabouts," I said. "We're visiting from Radham." "All the way from Radham to here?" she asked. "Tots don't often come to Kensford. Less than 10 in the city, I'd wager. Children of shopkeepers or teachers." "There are a few more now," I said. My gaze passed over every person here, trying to piece the puzzle together. Who were these young ladies, and why were they here? Dark circles under eyes, scars in and on the webbing between fingers, a generally dejected, angry air, with some drastic personal modifications that were guaranteed to run afoul of the school, even without the dress code, and the proximity of this little encampment to the larger school was pretty telling. The pieces snapped into place. I had an idea of who they were and how they functioned, now. But first things first. "We're looking for someone," I said. "She's a criminal, and the very first thing I have to ask is whether anyone came to you and asked about children." "Which children?" "Having children," the woman in the black feathered coat asked. "Looking for us," I said. It was cutting a little too close to the chase, but I was feeling impatient. She didn't respond, and only stared. I knew this tactic. I'd used this tactic. Yet she'd played dumb, just a bit. She had baited an answer out of me, and now she was leaving me hanging. That I hadn't had a better response to each step of her play was grating. "You want to play that game?" "We haven't been here for long," I said. I didn't break eye contact as I talked, staring, but I do know that Dame Cicely's has a strict curriculum, with an awful lot of students who are willing to hurt or sabotage others if it means rising to the top. I'm even betting that some of you have done it. Except you failed. I saw the reactions, and I marked the faces in question, the black-feathered woman's in particular. The bullies, the vicious ones who'd hurt others. "You collectively failed," I said. "You're here because you're not part of the school anymore. You hit your limit, you didn't get the grades, or you were dropped from the roster. Maybe your parents don't know. Maybe they're picking you up soon. You have a limited time, and there aren't many roads open to you. I do think," the woman in the black feathered coat said, drawing out the words, pausing for effect, "I'm done listening to you. Scurry off, little one. I'm feeling kind today." "We're not going anywhere," I told her. "Feeling less kind, now," she said. "Right. Picking on the weak." She stood from the log she was using as a bench, dusting snow off her backside. She was fascinating to look at, in terms of the sheer analysis I could do. All the girls and women I'd met had been told how to act and how to dress, how to say things and how to be. Out of those girls and women, there had been scarce few who had broken from that mold. Of those, there were a number of monsters, and there were a number of people who had been absolutely and totally broken. Slaves, prisoners, and test subjects. Then there were maybe one or two sexual inverts, but this woman didn't strike me as one. She'd been torn down, and she'd built herself back up, and it was a ramshackle, unwieldy sort of build, as her accent suggested. She walked with less grace than many men I knew. She drew nearer. I didn't move. She reached for me, and Gordon moved to intercept, grabbing her wrist. Looking at her palm, I saw something move. Pink, tiny, and round, they looked like pimples, but they throbbed, skin stretching tighter as they moved. I hurried in, stepping to one side, while Gordon held her wrist to keep her hand from following me. A pale mist spurted out to form a 2-foot round cloud in front of her hand. My head was well out of the way. She tore her wrist free of Gordon's grip. "Something about you two seems wrong," she said. "The way you talk, the way you move. That goes both ways," I thought. "We're talking about you, not us," I told her. "You're out of options, all of you. You're having a last hurrah before your families come to collect you or outright disown you. You had one chance to make something of yourself that wasn't being a teacher or a housewife, and you failed. I'm still in a position to hurt you," she threatened. "I'm in a position to stop you," Gordon said, behind her. She stepped back to keep us all in view, while also making sure that we were between her and the others. Gordon and I didn't flinch. "Sore spot." She wore the wound like a badge, and she was no doubt used to hurting anyone who prodded it. Angry, spiteful, lashing out. She wore it all right out in the open. And, I imagined, the others flocked to her because they identified so heavily with it. This wasn't a group like Reverend Mauer had been trying to make, something that might have endured and carried on forever. This was a group that would self-destruct any day now. It was beautiful in its bitterness. I'm going to keep this simple, and I'm going to keep it short, Gordon said. We're here because we want to offer you an opportunity. You have very few opportunities. Opportunities, she said, sounding less than enthused. Gordon shrugged. You became academy students because it's the fastest, easiest way to rise up in society and get out from under thumbs. Now I'm going to offer you another way that's fast and easy. Money. How much? She asked, without wasting a heartbeat's time. I jumped in, wasting no time either, wording things so I had a half-second to think. There were 8 people in her little group. Enough that, if you split it 3 ways, 3 people could buy houses in a decent enough town. Split it more ways, it still buys some time to figure out a way forward. Money makes the world go around, Gordon said. And at the end of the day, even the academy needs money and resources to keep going. The woman frowned, looking at each of us. And how are you going to get us that much money? We're looking for a person, I said. And it's tricky, because it's a girl with a pet monster, and I do know there are a lot of girls with pet monsters around. Her pet was a disembodied head, but we're not sure what it is now, and she could have changed her appearance. Does she have a bounty on her head? She asked. Not officially, but she's committed major offenses against the crown in 2 of the crown states. That puts a certain price on her head. You get her, dead or alive, and then you point out the rule, deliver the body, and you're made. Where do you come in? She asked. 2 little boys in the wrong place, doing and knowing things you shouldn't. We're your salvation, I said. We don't need or want the money. We want her caught, or we want her dead. That's all. You're going to say yes, Gordon said. Do you want to keep pretending you won't, or can we use this time to talk details with Sylvester and me? I'm Gordon, by telling you what little we know about her. You think I'm going to say yes, because I don't have anything better to do? Maybe we're done with people telling us how we should live our lives. Maybe, Gordon said. And maybe this is the last real choice. Your last chance, ever, to choose the course of your own life. She ruminated for a long moment. Ronnie, one of the other girls said. Please. Ronnie, the woman with the black feathered coat, bowed her head a little. You're angry, I said, my voice soft. Angry at the world. This girl we're after, she's a good target for that anger. Was there really as much choice as we'd implied? She nodded. How many people do you think you could round up? Gordon asked. 12 at least, she said, raising her head. 20 at most. 20 is a good number. Okay. Here's what you need to know, Gordon said. She's not a student, and she probably doesn't have student identification. She has or had black hair, favors ruby red lipstick, was in the company of a young stitched woman and a head. The others were waiting as Gordon and I met at the house. I tried to gauge how the others were doing, if they were closer or further apart than they'd been before Gordon had grouped them up. Helen and Lillian seemed fine. Jamie and Mary far less so. Where do we stand? Gordon asked. We talked to the faculty, Lillian said. There have been thefts of supplies. She set up a lab, and she might be reluctant to abandon it. She set up others, I said. She abandoned those. Lillian frowned. I recognized the equipment, Helen said. Vat-grown life, big and equipment necessary for working with microscopic life. Together. Gordon asked. I don't know, Helen said. Anything else? Helen shook her head. Jamie, Mary. We looked through the crowds, Jamie said. If she's hiding in plain sight, she might be hiding among larger numbers. If I can get a good look at her, I'll be able to identify her. This many pretty girls around, Mary said, someone's doing backstreet work, touching up and prettifying. That same someone might have changed Miss Frey's face or hair for her. We asked around, I think we might keep it up. They didn't stay together. You need to stay together as a pair, Gordon said, voicing my thoughts aloud. We did, some, Jamie said. We stayed close enough we could see each other, at least. And if she comes after you in the crowd? Gordon asked. That might not be how she operates, I said. But it could be, Gordon said. I nodded in agreement. And you? Mary asked. What did you manage? We've got 18 people on the ground, I said. Malcontents and criminals. We're going to put word out with a few others. Local thugs. Every town has its common elements, and one of those elements is that there are people who aren't happy, looking for an easy fix. They're covering the common exits from the city and making sure Frey can't run, if she's still here. I know Gordon likes to do things the direct way, Jamie said, but you, SY? What's the plot in your head right now? Plotting? I'm offended. Jamie didn't even blink. I sighed. The people we're sending after Frey, they're floundering, drowning, struggling to make it in life. I'm interested to see how she interacts with them. It's very possible she might recruit them. Which is good, somehow. Mary guessed. I nodded. Insert a weak link that we can then sever at the right time. And those women are weak links. Dangerous game, Gordon said. I detected a note of disapproval in his voice. It's one I'm confident playing, I said. At the very least, they'll keep her on her back foot, make her deal with the people who are asking questions and cutting off her retreat. There were a few nods. We eat, hit the washrooms, change clothes if we need to, then move out again, Gordon said. He looked at Jamie and Mary. Same teams, please. Jamie and Mary nodded. As we headed for the front door of the house, I inserted myself between Jamie and Mary. Two of my favorite people, for very different reasons. My oldest friend and my newest. How to tie them closer together. You're both methodical, I said. What you do perfectly, whether it's sticking a knife in between someone's ribs or remembering the exact text of a book you read a year ago. Think about what puts the two of you on the same page. Use that. We're both fond of you, Jamie said. Well, that's a cop-out answer, I said. We're all fond of each other, aren't we? Mary smiled at that. The inclusion. Even now, 3/4 of a year after joining us, she needed the reminder that she was a dyed-in-the-wool lamb. We're okay, Jamie said. We were figuring it out. I know, I said. I trailed off. Gordon had opened the door. He stepped back out of the way. Our belongings were in ruins. The luggage destroyed, the contents torn up and strewn around. Entire sections of the little dormitory house had been torn up and ripped out, including the kitchen sink, by the looks of it. But, worst of all, was the blood. At least 3 whelps had been torn to pieces and the contents had been used to paint the hallway. The bloody handprint on the wall was at least 2 feet across. A message was written on the wall in blood. I have your real pills. G. Frey. All things have hearts. Even the lambs. Oh gosh darn it. Helen said. She reached into a coat pocket and pulled out the bottle. Is there any way to tell? Taste. Jamie suggested. Taste it, then, Gordon said. But there's no guarantees. We can't afford to think we're safe and be wrong. She's here, she's challenging us. And if she knows we're staying here, then she's been watching our every move from the beginning, I said. Stitch in time 4.3. I'll check the place, Gordon said. I'll come with, Mary said. Thank you. It wasn't a bad idea. There was no guarantee that the assailant had already left. Watch that you don't mess up any evidence, Jamie said. We won't, Mary said. Ah, evidence. I liked where people's thoughts were going. Mary teaming up with Gordon, Jamie thinking about the next step. I could have done without Jamie suggesting Gordon or Mary would have messed up, but this was a better course of things. Sorry, little guys, Gordon said, under his breath, to our deceased comrades. You died for a good cause. Your brothers will avenge you, hopefully. It would be nice, I said, crouching down to sit on my heels, prodding at one of the dead whelps. It had a large beak and scaled body, it sported a long tail and narrow eyes. The tongue trailed out of its open mouth. I added, my hopes aren't high. She's been one step ahead for a while. I doubt the whelps are going to catch her off guard. Yeah, Jamie said. I stroked the thing's side. It was small compared to the others, I gauged it at 20 pounds, give or take, though it was hard to gauge with the sheer damage it had sustained. A runt like me. I prodded the lolling tongue into its mouth, before closing the beak. The mouth popped back open, and the tongue unfurled. I tried. Sorry, runt. Don't get too much blood on your hands, Jamie reminded me. I know. I can give you something to clean your hands, Lillian said. Then she stopped. Or I could, but her bag was the biggest out of all of ours, and the contents were strewn about. I think I can find it. Give me a second, she said. Don't, I told her. If they possibly messed with the pills, we can't rule out that they messed with the stuff they left on the floor. But it's okay, Helen said, giving Lillian a pat on the shoulder. He was careful, and he didn't get any blood on his hands. The scent marker only works if they bleed on you. Poor little fellas. The whelps know us anyway, I added. Maybe not you, so much, and maybe not Mary, but they're not about to come tearing after me. You, maybe, but you already said that. Repeating it for emphasis. She punched me in the arm, before dropping her arm to one side and looking down at the mess. We're okay, I said. I don't think we are, Lillian said, arms folded in a way that was hugging herself as much as it was defiance. Frey knows where we sleep. We can go somewhere else, Jamie said. If she followed us here. She might follow us elsewhere, I finished for Lillian. I know. There's no place we're safe, and she has the upper hand. Especially with the pills being an issue, Gordon said, returning. There is that, I said. Mary made her way back, standing beside Gordon. Between all of us, we'd formed a loose perimeter around the mess that had been left behind with the demise of the whelps. Perimeter's clear, Mary said, a touch late. Filling the silence rather than promptly reporting in. Nothing and nobody outside that I can tell. Small building, fast check, Gordon said. What are we thinking? We're dealing with a Sylvester that has a lot more general knowledge, less compunctions, and the upper hand, Jamie said. She can't pee standing up, so that's a point for me, I said. Lillian punched me in the arm again. Ow. Why? This is serious. Be serious, she admonished me. There was no stamp on the parcel, she would have had to know there would be a parcel arriving by mail with a guard, and she would have had to fabricate any fake pills in advance, Gordon said. Yeah, I said. She would have had to know we were coming, or that someone was coming, Jamie pointed out. Yeah, I said, holding my tongue as I thought, the armed male carriage wouldn't have been the most subtle thing for a paranoid ex-doctor, and she was expecting someone. Helen held up the bottle of pills, so they caught the light. Sealed, she said. Yeah, I said. Gimme. Jamie asked. If it's poison, I warned. Just gimme, Jamie said. Helen unsealed the bottle, removed the glass stopper, then reached in to get a pill. She threw it to me. I caught it and handed it to Jamie. He popped it into his mouth. Tastes exactly the same. Like chalk. All signs point to it being nothing more than head games, Gordon said. Yeah, I said, for the fourth time. The silence lingered. Nobody was saying what we were all thinking. We could say all we wanted, but our heads knew different. Frey was smart, and she was clever, which were two very different things. It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility, and when our lives were at stake. I said it, because nobody else seemed willing to, we're not really in a position to take a leap of faith here. Guessing wrong before we leap means a terminal fall. Nobody said anything to that. It was sobering. Is that it? Mary asked, indignant. We pack up, use the badges, and force our way onto the next train ride back. It's the safest option, Gordon said. Lillian, you were briefed on the particulars of the drug, weren't you? They filled me in before we left. What to expect when you showed symptoms, how to handle it. If we left tonight, assuming a 2-hour train journey to Redham, 1 or 2 brief stops, I don't think there would be any major symptoms. You'd feel like you had the flu, at worst. I could alleviate symptoms, which would delay the deterioration. Dying, I said. If you want to be blunt about it, she said. The look in her eyes when she looked at me was steely. Her tone was cold, and she spoke with a kind of authority. Our lives were in her hands, as they so often were, but right here, right now, with all of us in grave peril, well, this was Lillian's moment. She fixed the position of her bags, betraying the nervousness behind the guys. When you start throwing up, the other parts of you that are breaking down will tear and rip. Your stomach and throat will bleed, your muscles will rip, and you will be incapacitated by cramps. The blood that drains into your stomach will make you throw up more. By that point in time, every hour that passes adds a month to the time it would take you to recover. And that's with Academy help, and it assumes you are taking the pills again. Gordon looked at me. You ran away once. Mary's ears perked up at that. Didn't leave Redham. Couldn't. Planned to, but the opportunities never came up. What opportunities would that be? Gordon asked, a half smile on his face. Were you going to get classified as a war machine so they wean you off the leash, and somehow pass yourself off without getting caught by dog and catcher? Helen tittered, that's a funny mental image. Big hulking war beast, check. Big hulking war beast, check. Big hulking war beast, check. Then there's SY, standing in the stable, fake horns on his head. Check. Then the actual medication comes in, I said, in the form of a 3-gallon syringe, to be jabbed into my tiny ass. There were a few smiles at that, breaking the tension. Good. In seriousness, my vampire bat plan was sort of like that, I said. The half smile dropped off Gordon's face. What? You're serious? Sort of, I said. I needed a good back alley doctor to help me figure out the particulars, stuff to watch out for, get the tools, but if I stole the blood of something that was being weaned off and getting the drugs that eased the transition, then gave it to myself. If you gave me a week, I couldn't list all the reasons that wouldn't work, Lillian said. But, I said, I could get the drugs that way, if there wasn't any other option, right? You'd kill yourself. But I'd have the drugs, I said. Lillian frowned. Yes. Any war machine that's getting weaned off the Academy's leash drugs isn't going to put up much of a fight if I happen to slip into its enclosure. Maybe I could have found someone to reverse engineer the drug. Maybe there could be a filter. Centrifuge thing, if the drug is heavy enough. No, SY, Lillian said. I can't imagine that working. I nodded. I didn't know that you did that, Mary commented, voice soft. I'm not proud of it, I said. It's very you. I nodded. You got caught, in the end. I let myself get caught, I said. Stayed in Redham, reached my limit, and when dog and catcher came sniffing around, I didn't try to fight them. Stayed put as catcher came into the building, didn't budge as catcher came to cuff me. Why? Because, I said. I missed the others. Being with them on the Academy's terms was better than being without, on mine. Mary nodded. It was a reply she understood. The others gave me small smiles or nods of understanding. Gordon, Helen, even Lillian. Jamie was the only one who didn't. Who knew that I was telling a half-truth. Or, more correctly, I was telling half of the truth. Yes, I had gone back for the others. But I had also gone back for my appointments. I had allowed the Academy to poison my brain once again, with my body suffering as a side effect, and I'd done it because I'd missed being sharp. 2 appointments in short succession. It had been so difficult I very nearly hadn't come back from it. SY, Gordon said. Vampire bat plan. Yes, I said. Was this one of multiple plans? Yes, I said. Did you have other plans you intended to use then, which might apply today? Ways to prolong the deadline. Yeah, I said. 1. But it won't make us any friends. Share? Mary asked. Simple. We take someone else's. That depends on there being someone from Radham here, using an experiment, Gordon said. Whelps don't count. They're weaned. I know, I said. It's a long shot. But it's a long shot in favor of having another shot at her, while she's playing games with us. I want to win, Mary said. I'm with Mary on this one, Gordon said. It's a stupid trick, faking us out on the pills, but she's outpredicted us a few too many times, staying ahead of the lambs, hangman, and dog and catcher. I don't feel safe calling her on what seems to be a shitty bluff. I'm angry, I want to win and rub it in her face. I agree, Jamie said. He pushed his oversized glasses up his nose. But we do this safely. If we have to catch a train tonight to get back in time, then we have until tonight. That's only a few more hours. We need to find leads on Frey, figure out if there's a way to get a legitimate source for pills, and watch our backs at the same time. Easy peasy, I said. I'm not so sure, he said. But I'd like to give this a shot, at least. United in crisis. We were on more solid footing than we had been. It made me wonder. If the positions were reversed, me in Frey's shoes and vice versa, would I have been able to get a good reading on my adversary? Would I know that the lambs were fractured and falling apart? That attacking them directly would rally them, while running away for the nth time threatened to break them. Frey was an invisible woman. I knew her only by the maneuvers she'd made against us, the cities she chose to flee to, and the way she fled. Jamie stepped forward. He traced his finger along the edge of the bloody handprint on the wall. Gordon commented, she wants us to come after her. This is a trap. So is going home, I said. We leave, she probably won't extend another invitation to us again. Makes me think. I trailed off, uncomfortable. Think what? Gordon asked. Nothing, I said. Incomplete thought. I'll speak up the moment it's put together in my head. Gordon nodded. Going by handprint and footprint, I don't think I've seen anything that would fit the size of this guy, Jamie said. Guy. Jamie nodded. He pointed at the marks on the floor. Not at blood. The attackers weren't so messy. But at scuff marks, dust, and spots where dust was mottled. Man. He had a lot of snow on him. Kicked up, and he'd been standing in the snow. It fell off in clumps, hit the floor, dappled the texture of the dust there. Our assailant. The head, now with a body. The finger moved to the floor to one side. Hard to see now, because Mary walked on it, but I remember it as it was. Young woman. Lightweight. Tall, slender, not heavily dressed. Odd gait. Limp. The stitched woman, Lillian said. Jamie nodded. No Frey? Gordon asked. Jamie shook his head. Interesting. She sent her underlings on a mission, but what had she been doing in the meantime? Why was she staying with us? It's a starting point, Gordon said. Now, I've really got to visit the little boy's room. Then we really should get going. We're working with a clock. I liked the looks on people's faces as they transitioned from being children to being lambs in their element. Being more anxious, or less. Expressions changing, minds switching gears. Jamie elbowed me. Then he pointed at the door. I nodded. We excused ourselves and stepped outside. My eyes roved over the storybook town, looking to see if I could spy Frey spying on us. When you came back, you didn't do it purely because of us, Jamie murmured. I bumped his arm with my shoulder. It's weird when you do that. Pick up a thread of conversation that we dropped a while back. Sure, he said. You're dodging the question. Statement, not a question, Mr. Perfect Memory. Implied question, Mr. Tiny Ass. I stabbed a finger toward his face. Careful. You're still dodging. Yeah, sure, I said. That wasn't the only reason. You've hinted at it before. Do I have to say it, or will you admit it? I shrugged, same thing. You came back because you wanted to be a lamb, not a real boy. I nodded, not looking at him, but at all of the smoke pouring up from the chimneys of the oddly similar little buildings. What if Frey is the same? Jamie asked. She wants to be a lamb. She wants the excitement. She wants to have a brain that works differently than most, and she wants to test it. She's been running for so long, she's getting bored. No, I said. I don't buy it. Serial killers do it. They develop a pattern, based on who they are and how they function. They test the limits, they get away with it, but as humans, we all have a drive to be appreciated and recognized. We need stimulus. I doubt Frey is going to sit down and read a book any more than you are. She's looking to us to satisfy a desire. No, sorry, I said. I respect that you've put a lot of thought into it, but... No. It's too convenient. Her, suddenly developing a weakness, right here, when we need her to. The thing with the pills, to throw us off balance. You think it's a trap? I'd rather go up against her assuming that she didn't have any weaknesses at all, I said. I feel like anything else would be a mistake. Jamie nodded. The snow continued to fall around us. I heard Gordon coming down the stairs. Are you saying that, Jamie said, with a careful sort of deliberation, because you think Frey is that good? Or are you saying it because you want to think she's that good? You think I need that stimulus you were just talking about? I asked. Jamie shrugged. I bumped his arm with my shoulder. He returned the favor, hard enough that I lost my footing, going wide off the stairs leading up to the front door and putting my foot into a bush. I was only just managing to pull my foot free, cursing Jamie, when the others emerged. All of the lambs together and ready. A secondary source of pills disarmed Frey's ruse. It was something of a priority. We moved as a group, now, holding something of a formation. Jamie's eyes scanned the crowd. Mary had one flank, Gordon had another, and Helen had the front of the group. Post office, 3 buildings down this street, Jamie said. What's the approach? Gordon asked. We can do it quick, we can do it pretty, and we can do it careful, I said. Pick 2. I'd prefer Gordon started. That was a rhetorical question, I cut him off. You're a jackass. We do it quick, we do it careful. We don't want to waste time, and we're going to watch our backs every step of the way. We're not making friends today. We've already scattered a handful of delinquents around the town, and the only pretty way to get the pills we need is to go home. I don't think any of us want to go home, do we? There were a few grumbles and murmurs of agreement. I want to go home, Lillian said. Too bad, I said, before her mouth was closed. Helen takes point on this one. She's pretty enough to make up for what we're lacking. Oh yay. Helen said. And thank you. Mary, get the back door. Gordon, cover any bystanders, watch the front door. Jamie, I think there was a window. There was. Watch for bystanders. Keep an eye on the crowd. Frey is going to want to watch what our next moves are, so soon after the little stunt she pulled. And me? Lillian asked. If we need your help, something's gone horribly wrong, I said. I saw movement in one of the alleyways. Whelps. 3. All larger than the runt I'd said hi to. They were, as a weapon, a singular entity. They weren't joined by the brain or anything like that, but they were cloned, making them functionally identical, differing only in minor ways as their environment and exposure to food allowed. One whelp alone could divide into 2. Left alone, they would stalk their prey from a distance, eat things that didn't smell of human, including foodstuffs recently handled by humans, multiply, and then when they had built up sufficient numbers, they would attack en masse. Those beaks would cut into flesh and flens it from bone. 10 whelps could devour a man in less than a minute. They had her scent, our delinquents had the exits covered. By all rights, our quarry should have been cornered and under pressure. I fully expected her to take down the delinquents with her. Oh guys, I said, interrupting my own train of thought. What? Jamie asked. Headsman? For the head, now with body. Gordon said. It's great. He said, again. You lack taste, I told him. I picked up my own train of thought before it ran away from me. Frey most definitely had the tools to take down any of the delinquents we'd put in her way. My only hope was that there would be enough of a mess or commotion to clue us into what she was doing. Many of those delinquents had pets and creations of their own, after all. It wasn't likely to be tidy when she disposed of them. We approached the post office. Mail would have come in with the train, Jamie observed. Not all of it would have been picked up. I can't think of a better, faster way to check what we need to check. Will you give me a boost, Mary? Helen asked. Now? Where? In a few seconds, silly, Helen said. Inside. Mary said. Play along, I encouraged her. Gordon was taking long strides forward to beat us to the door. Ever the gentleman, he held it for the ladies as they stepped inside first. The building was empty. Fortuitous. Ah, hello again, the postman said. Little lady. Hello. Helen greeted him. She gestured at Mary, who connected the dots just in time for Helen. She offered 2 hands, fingers interlaced. Helen stepped up onto the hands, then onto the counter of the post office. Excuse me, the postman said, looking alarmed. Helen simply strode forward, hooked an arm around his neck, swinging around behind him, and wrapped her legs around his arms, pinning them to his sides. He struggled, and he was a big fellow, almost capable of freeing himself, but her grip on his neck tightened. He backed up, slamming her against the wall and shelf behind them, but she simply redoubled her attack. Mary and I both hopped over the counter, Mary's skirt swishing around stockinged legs. Gordon was locking the door, pulling down the blind above the glass pane, while Jamie stood by the window, peering out. Mary went to the back door, locking it, while I started looking. Behind the desk was a grid of mail slots, with mail stacked within each square subsection. Mary joined me in rifling through the mail. Here, Mary said, holding up an envelope. Yeah, I said. 3 envelopes addressed to one person, each sent from Radham Academy. I continued looking. Helen looked through the packages under the desk. Her search was shorter than ours. Lillian was only just reaching the postman, checking he was only passed out and not actually dead. We weren't complete monsters. No packages from Radham, Helen said, standing straight. Another 2 envelopes here, I said, holding them up. Helen snatched them, freeing my hand for more looking. 1 more, Mary said. And? I saw her move over to look at more slots. I already checked that column of slots, I said. Then I'm done. And, I checked the last 2 boxes, flipping through envelopes. So am I. That makes 4 people who are in Kensford, with ties to Radham. Anyone want to take bets on them having something? No, Gordon said. Don't want to take that bet. But it's a chance. Jamie held out his hand as we rounded the corner. We handed over the envelopes. Gordon opened the door, and we let ourselves out. Quick, careful. I saw Jamie's slight frown as he watched over the crowd. He hadn't seen anything yet, or he would have spoken up. Frey was watching. Now she knew we weren't running. Not yet, anyway. No, the man at the door said. Because we were told there was a brilliant researcher from Radham here, Helen said, practically effervescent in attitude. We were so hoping to see his work. That would not be me, the man said. Would you know who it was? We're so short on time. It's not me, I don't know who it would be, and you're annoying, he said. The door slammed. Helen turned around very slowly, almost dazed. She hissed. I gave her a very careful pat on the shoulder, from maximum arm's length. You're not annoying, Helen. She made a small, non-committal sound. That's 3 down. 1 to go, Gordon said. If this falls through, we need a new idea, or we need to plan to catch the next train out of here. Mary spat by the side of the road. I was pretty sure I saw a bystander further down the street look horrified at the action. Yeah, I said. Jamie, Gordon said. Which way to the next place? Jamie had his back to us. His attention was to the far side of the street. Jamie, Gordon said. Which way? SHH, I said, raising a hand. There was a long pause. Jamie didn't move. I felt a pang of worry. Jamie, I said, my voice soft. What are you seeing? She's changed clothes 3 times, he said. The hair changed once. The face stays the same. Frey? Mary asked. He shook his head. The stitched, I guessed. He nodded, pointing a finger. She disappeared a second ago, heading east. I was trying to see her through the crowd. Blue dress, black jacket, and shawl. I was already moving. Mary was a step behind me, and Gordon a step behind her. We ran, and I didn't slow a fraction as I hurled myself at the thicker part of the crowd. I turned my body sideways, I ducked low, I pushed. She had a head start, but she was lame. I was spry, and I was small. The chaos of the crowd was my medium. Gordon and Mary were just behind me. Gordon was bigger but stronger. Mary was between us, but she had a natural grace. I pulled ahead of the two, all the same. A part of me wondered if I wanted it more, and pushed myself harder because of it. Considering how badly Mary wanted it, that said a lot. SY. Gordon called out. Don't get too far ahead. We watch each other's backs. I didn't have the breath to spare to respond. This might be our one chance, ever. I saw the crowd, I watched their movements, faced the choice of an alleyway or main street. A curious, confused glance from a bystander suggested that something in the alleyway had caught his attention. I took the cue. I thought of the whelps and how they had died. I knew I could be running headlong into a trap. But I also knew, much in the same way I knew Jamie had been wrong about Frey's motivations, that it wasn't something Frey seemed inclined to do. She'd challenged us, baited us. Simply ambushing me in an alley with the headsman it was too crude. SY. Gordon called out. He was just at the mouth of the alley. I faced a fork in the path. I listened, and I heard only Gordon's pounding footsteps on snow-slick cobblestone. Snow. I looked at the ground. There were a number of tracks in the snow, but one set was messier than others. I wasn't sure, so I pointed, told Gordon to go right. I went down the left path. Down the next branch of the alley, toward rushing water. My footsteps slowed. I stopped, panting. The area was the sort of place that would be a garden in the spring. There were stone boxes where plants would sprout, and a railing that looked down over a brook, bordered on both sides by stone walls. A small, quaint stone bridge was a short distance to our left. The stitched was there. Steam rose off her, and she was huffing for breath too. Not that she would get tired in the same way. Planned. To get this far ahead, she would have had to run the second Jamie saw her. She'd been told to show her face. By Frey, who was leaning over the railing, arms folded. She turned her head to look at me, then spoke to the stitched. Wendy. Yes, ma'am. Wendy replied. Go meet Warren. Take the other path. Make noise, the others should hear you. Warren will protect you if they catch up to you too. I don't expect a problem. Yes ma'am, Wendy said, nodding. She drew in a deep breath, then sprinted off. No limp. Miss Frey looked at me, and it was a calculating look. She was analyzing me as I connected the dots. She turned her back to me, and she beckoned. I'm glad it's you, she told me. Come talk, Sylvester. Stitch in time 4.4. I approached Miss Genevieve Frey. Being as short as I was, I had to hop up onto a snow-dusted flower box to look over the railing. It would have been ignoble to be staring through the bars while she looked over them, for one thing, and by stepping up, I was more on her level. That felt important, somehow. It was the style for well-to-do people, man and woman alike, to wear long coats. Miss Frey wore a short black coat, reaching only down to her belt. It was a style that was reserved more for people who were more active and those who worked with their hands. That wasn't to say she looked poor. Her hair was nice, though some of it was caught beneath a crimson scarf, as if the scarf had been put on as an afterthought. She wore a black skirt short enough to reveal her knees, which were covered in patterned red stockings, and she was absent-mindedly scuffing at the snow with the toe of one of her heeled black boots that didn't look particularly good for running in. She gave me a sidelong glance, suggesting she'd known I was studying her, or she'd expected me to be. Her lips turned up in a slight smile. What are the terms? I asked. For, she asked. This conversation. We should negotiate how we're doing this. We can't have a simple conversation, she asked. I don't think so, I said. Why not, she asked, and she sounded disappointed. I'd expected her to be more guarded, hiding her emotions, but she wasn't. Because you keep responding with questions, keeping me on my back foot, I said. She smiled again. I waited, letting her resume the conversation. How she did would tell me a great deal. If she took her time, that was more time for the others to address the other problem and find me. They would be worried when I didn't turn up, which wasn't good, but it was helpful. Below us, the water rippled. At the very edges, where it wasn't rushing as much, the water had frozen into a thin layer. The back of a serpentine creature rose up, moved a short distance, and then sunk, making some of the more fragile ice at the sides break away. It's sluggish, Ms. Frey commented. Wasting time? Idle chatter? I wasn't about to complain, up to a point. Winter. Scales suggest cold blood. It probably wants to be hibernating, I suggested. I don't think that's it, Sylvester, she said. She didn't finish the statement. I wondered if she was baiting me to ask, to take control of the conversation. Hale did that a lot, I knew. I opted to remain silent. Win-win. I wasn't going to get so hungry for details on her that I let my guard down. Better to compose myself, think everything through, and catch my breath after all the running. She raised her hands to her face and blew on them, rubbing, before leaning on the railing with her elbows, hands clasped. I prefer this to having the hangman or the whelps after me. Is that so? It gets lonely, having the company of a Voltaic maid and Warren. I gave him his tongue back, but he doesn't like talking. My face remained stoic, but my mind was shouting at her. What in the world are you doing? Handing me details? Expressing a vulnerability? I would never do such a thing in your shoes. You contrived to bait me here to talk because you were lonely, of all things. I didn't know it would be you. I was expecting Gordon, I think. Or a group of you. What were you going to do if it was a group of us? Same thing I'm doing now. Try to have a conversation, she said. Conversation. It kept coming back to that. Did she have a plan of attack? A monster of a statement she could drop on me or us and use to disarm us. This is a lot of trouble to go to have a conversation, I noted. Yes. But fugitives go to a lot of trouble doing anything. You should know that much. I raised my eyebrows. She turned her head away from the creek and the Kensford streets on the other side of the water to see my reaction. You've read my file. I was striving to be a professor, but you'd know that much. Toward the end, when they had whittled the number down to 4 candidates, they handed us some files. Academy weapons, for Radham and for the neighboring towns. Neighboring towns. There are strategically located villages and towns near Radham, each have their own weapon and a caretaker or team. You didn't know that. I shook my head. You've been to the Academy's dungeons. I prefer to call that area the bowels. She smiled. Yes. The towns on the periphery are the same, but an opposite concept. One weapon, Academy doctors to manage it and keep things in working order, forever advancing or replacing it. If something goes wrong, well, there's a lot of open space and not too many people to get caught up in the resulting mess. The Academy handed us files, on those towns, on the Academy's resources, on you. We were told to familiarize ourselves with them, and we were later surprised with questions. Not to test our knowledge, but to test our abilities as potential professors. What would you do differently, that sort of thing? She nodded. That sort of thing. Very dangerous questions, when one is dealing with the sort of people that become professors. A test of our ability to be politicians as well as scholars. How well did we use the time they gave us to prepare? I know one man twice my age got removed from consideration because he only studied the material he was given. I was asked to look at your files, I spent a lot of time dwelling on them. On you. I thought over her statements for a little while, the minor revelation, the fact that she kept revealing things about herself without giving anything in return. Was there a trap gathering around me as we spoke? Did she have underlings or resources? Creations? The little alcove was silent and mostly still. There was a path to the left, running along the side of the little river, with railing beside it, but it was straight, and I could see someone approaching from a mile away. The other path, to the right, was where I'd come from. It connected at an angle, making it hard to see down without walking over. The building behind us was a small restaurant or coffee shop, which probably used this space as an outdoor patio for guests in warmer weather. If I squinted and peered through the window, I could make out an older woman wiping down something like a counter or table, holding silverware in one hand. Suspicious, but I had a hard time seeing her as a threat. It was easier and more subtle to simply hide someone on either side of the window or door. I wondered if she was waiting for something to take hold and incapacitate me, but I couldn't imagine how I might be dosed. It was just cold enough that there wouldn't be any moisture in the air to hold vapors. I hadn't ingested anything, and I hadn't touched anything and then touched my face. It's nice to put a face to the name, she said. I feel the same way, I told her, carefully. What did you think, the first time you heard about me? What do you mean? Answering a question with a question, she asked, smiling. I think you said something about that. I had, and the accusation was APT. I wasn't about to admit that my first thought had been about a possible connection. That whoever she was bound to be closer to me than any long-lost sibling that turned up. I thought it would be fun, I said. Not a lie, but not the answer to her question. When they first picked you, the idea was to use the formula from the Wyvern files until they found a hard limit. Yeah, I said. You knew, she said, more to herself, as if it answered a question. I'd already been subjecting myself to more than the prescribed amount before I read your file. I bartered for them, then started making my own. Seeing that you'd survived gave me permission to increase the dosages. I nodded. The difference between us is that you've been dosed regularly since you were 6. I've been taking the doses for 7 years, and have been matching or exceeding your doses for 4 of those years. After reading your file, I thought about you regularly, especially during and after my injections. What were you thinking? Poor kid. In a way. I was envious, isn't that strange? You got to take the doses from an earlier point, you got to decide how you shaped yourself, more than anyone else. Decide what to focus on, mold your being, decide what things you wanted to be good at and be excellent at those things. Sure, I said. I was picking on every word, looking for manipulation. Was this the trap, the attack? Don't get me wrong, I hated the doses. The headaches, the nosebleeds, the way my entire body seemed to want to shut down. But I had a choice. I thought about what it was like for you, quite a bit. Whether they dragged you there, kicking and screaming. But then I asked myself, if you really hated it, would you have gone back willingly, after running away? She had me pegged. It bothered me. It wasn't that she'd gotten straight to the heart of a matter that only Jamie had managed to analyze me on, but that this was so lopsided. The progression of the conversation wasn't what I'd expected. She revealed too much. There was no back and forth, no innuendo, no traps that I'd been able to spot. She was clearly capable, if she could connect the dots this accurately, bait me here like this and keep me from going for the throat. At the age of 6, we believe, children start to break away from their parents. Before 6, we're a sum total of our environments and our biology. After 6, we start to step away from that. I wondered a great deal about whether being dosed would play into that, and which direction it would go. It's very exciting to meet you, after so much speculation. I'm going to be thinking about this meeting for a long time. She was gushing a little. An act? Or genuine? She was showing so many vulnerabilities, it was like she was baring her throat, jugular right at my fingertips. What do you think? I asked. Now that you've met me. I'm dearly wishing I could have become a professor, she said. I would have loved to meet you for tea and cookies, and have had long conversations. I think that would have been nice. She reached out, and I reacted, twisting away, hand touching the inside of my jacket to find the knife Mary had given me. In a moment, I was a step back, the point of the knife an inch from her hand and wrist. I was only going to stroke your hair, she said. No thank you, I replied, thinking of poisons and worse. Of course. I'm sorry. A blue-ringed tentacle reached out from within her jacket sleeve, touched the flat of the blade, and pushed it down. Please. I let my arm slowly drop as she pushed, the blade still in my hand. My eye noted her right hand, concealed between her stomach and the railing, with needles extended from the space between her fingers and nails. When the knife was down, she relaxed, facing the railing again. Her right hand went up to fix her hair, and the needles weren't there anymore. She didn't take her eye off me, though she faced the water. She stared at me through the corner of her eye until I sheathed the knife, then relaxed. You were expecting to talk to Gordon, or the group, I said. What were you expecting to talk about? Not quite asking what she wanted to talk to me about, but it might provide hints. With Gordon, I would ask him what he remembered of his time before he was a lamb, and how he remembered it. I would ask him what he plans to be, as someone who could be so very good at anything and everything. I would ask him if he was living his life to the fullest, without actually asking him that. Do you know, Sylvester? Why I'd ask him that? He's going to die, I said. I'm genuinely surprised they told you, or that he shared that information with you. I didn't imagine someone who would accept pity. They didn't tell me. He wouldn't. I kept my face still to avoid betraying the thoughts. I wanted her to see right through me as I opened my mouth to reply. It's reality. Everyone dies. Is this your plan of attack, Miss Frey? You confront us with facts we already knew and dealt with on our own. She shook her head. I don't have a plan of attack, Sylvester. My eyes narrowed. Every conversation is an attack, in a way. Everyone wants something, even if it's to be understood or paid attention to. To do that, we attack the other person, predict them, identify where they're coming from, where they stand, and where they want to go. Done well, it's a dance. Those are the best conversations. Are we dancing? She asked. I frowned. Sylvester. No, I said. Oh. I thought we were having a good conversation. No, I said, again. I tried to articulate it. No, and I can't tell if it's because you're terrible at this or if it's because you're that much better than me. At this. The standoff, dialogue with an enemy. You brought me here for a reason, you had something you wanted to achieve, but you're not fighting for it. You're making small talk. I see. Do you? We've each been taking the Wyvern formula, roughly for the same durations. We each decided on the strengths we wanted to highlight. You highlighted yours to fill a need in your group. The gap that Ashton was meant to fill. The name caught me off guard. She seemed to notice. I read all the files, Sylvester. The Lambs were supposed to have a counterpoint to Helen, your Galatea. They would work as a team, each one with different social strengths, both actors beyond compare, a work by a bot and a work by a team, derived from his first version of the Galatea. Gordon is likable by virtue of his attractiveness and keen social sense. Helen is likable because her personality was built to be such. Ashton would have been likable for entirely different reasons. You're filling the gap. You've become adroit with the interpersonal. You had to. And you took the Wyvern formula, but you didn't have to. I don't believe that. You had to navigate the bureaucracy, you were just talking about the political side of being a professor. You passed the test and answered the questions about what they were doing wrong without making enemies. No, I don't believe it at all. Belief, you said it twice, believe. And nothing. You sound upset. You're patronizing me. That's a peeve of mine. I'm not patronizing you, Sylvester. I did good work, I built up my skills working with experiments it would otherwise take whole teams to see to the end. I did build up skills for the challenges outside of the lab, but negotiation and manipulation weren't priorities. Strategy and long-term planning were. I removed my enemies one by one, and ensured the weakest possible candidate was my opponent in the final selection. And you failed. She smiled a little. It's some consolation that they ended up with a poor professor. You're lying to my face, Genevieve Frey, I said. You've killed. You're one to talk, she retorted. Her eyes were sparkling with emotion. Excitement. You're angry, you've been more brutal than necessary. Again, the Lambs are no better or worse. You're working with an agenda. You have a plan. You could have gone to a lot of different places, but you came here, when you could have run to a place where the Academy didn't have as strong of a grip. What if I wanted the challenge? Our brains were made pliable with the Wyvern formula, but pliability still means they need external stimuli to change. Couldn't it be that I would have stagnated in a place where there wasn't a concrete threat? Maybe, I said. You're not showing me your true face. The face that you wore when you put weaponized needles under your fingernails, or ordered whelps killed and a threat written in blood on the wall. She smiled. I think this is the side of you that acts smart, planning, smiling and acting nice, handling all of the day-to-day tasks. But unless the head you stole away with ended up being very nasty, I think there's a bloodthirsty part of Genevieve Frey you're only barely holding back, a dangerous, barbaric side. She sighed. Her breath formed a cloud in the air. I'm not going to show you that side of me just yet, Sylvester. I'm glad. I doubt I'd survive it, I said. My heart was pounding all of a sudden. Excitement and fear. But can we at least stop pretending it doesn't exist? It's insulting. All right, she conceded. You made 3 mistakes in your assessment, though. Very telling. Is that so? First of all, you said that this part of me is smart, the planner, methodical. Yes. I'm flattered, and I'd agree. But in saying it like you did, you suggested the other side me isn't smart. You're a planner, you're careful because you're weak, and you're biased because of it. You don't respect instinct or ugliness. Instinct and ugliness. She smiled. I wasn't able to evade you this long because I used my head, Sylvester. You used instinct. No. Ugliness. A savage brute of a man who swings his weapon recklessly and unpredictably can be a worse enemy for a trained fighter than another trained combatant, she said. Okay, I said. I'll take the bait. What was the second mistake? Implying that the first side of me, this side, isn't dangerous. Is this where you reveal that by simply being here, I've fallen into a trap? No, Sylvester. We're here to have a conversation, she said. You're not denying there's a trap. You're safe, Sylvester. That won't stay the case, I think we will find ourselves at each other's throats eventually, but there is no greater plot at work, closing in on you as we speak. Assuming I believe you, I thought. I studied her, trying to peer past the expression to see the more brutal side that lurked beneath the surface. Third, she said, and it was a statement unto itself. This isn't a duality. I'm not one of the Balfour Academy soldiers, drinking a potion to become virile, ugly, and monstrously strong. There isn't a lever inside me that determines which of me you're talking to at once. A knife can cut or stab. The label doesn't change. It's still a knife. And you're still Genevieve, I said. Yes. So. This is a declaration of war, I said. I saw her react, and quickly added, and it's a conversation. She smiled. You could take it that way. You wanted to satiate your curiosity before you started acting against us in earnest. That isn't untrue, though my curiosity is hardly sated. And if you're doing that, then the gambit with the pills is nonsense. I know the train schedule, I know how the pills work, I made them, she said. I knew I had time to get some answers. She reached into an inside pocket, then held up a bottle. It was very, very similar to the one Helen had had. Filled with purple pills, again, subtly different. I couldn't tell at a glance whether they were different in a way that made them more similar to the pills I was used to or less. My memory wasn't that strong, and it didn't help that the bottle was fogging up in the cold, so soon after being warmed and dampened by the heat radiating off of her body. I wondered if you were slave to them, she said. If the regular injections from an early age froze you at a point where you couldn't or wouldn't rebel, and if you remained nothing more than the sum total of your environment and physical makeup. Not to belittle you, of course. You could be that and still be marvelously complex, given your experiences thus far. Do you think I'm a slave, Genevieve? I asked. I think you have other reasons. So, right now, I'm going to tell you that I can provide the pills that would free you from Radham. I can help you extend your lifespans. Give me that challenge, and I will throw myself at it, wholeheartedly. I've been dosing myself with the Wyvern formula, and it's no trouble to double up the stock and provide you with a share if you want it. I can spare Jamie from his appointments, and keep the rest in working order. I'm not inclined to break people like Briggs is. Ah, this is what you were getting to? I asked. I'm a little disappointed. Don't be. I already know you are going to say no. I'm hoping you tell me why. Because that's a death sentence, as sure as any the Academy bestowed on us. We could handle anything they send at us, I think you know that. I know that. Then why? I can give you more years. But you wouldn't give us hope. Every day, the Academy learns things. Journals and articles are shared from all over the world, from places the Crown operates. Every month, at the very least, there's a breakthrough, something that raises eyebrows. You think a breakthrough will save you? I believe in what Hale is trying to do, I said. She nodded slowly. He wants to discover a better brain. That brain will help uncover something even better, and so on down the line. I believe in what humanity can accomplish, and I believe that there is an answer. And in saying that, you give me yours, she said. She sighed again, then rubbed her hands, blowing on them. It breaks down to hope, I suppose, I said. For someone who analyzes others so well, you don't do very well with yourself, Sylvester. I suppose that's a matter of self-preservation. What do you think it is, then? You said the word yourself. Over and over. I frowned a little. My memory isn't my strongest trait. I know, she said. It was in the file. We stood like that. I watched as the thing in the water did a lazy somersault. It stayed belly up for a few seconds too long, enough for me to wonder if it had died, starting to float belly up. I think it goes without saying, but if you ever decide to turn against the Academy, all you have to do is say the word, she said. But you won't. I remained silent. You asked me if I thought you were a slave, she said. Your answer was a good one. Yeah, I said. I'm going to put you to sleep now, she said. I know fighting isn't your strongest trait, again, it was in the files. Can we do this neatly, without too much mess? I tensed, freezing. My hand was open, and the position of the knife flickered into my mind. I reached for it, stepping back into the side, to get behind her, buying time to act. The tentacles reached out, catching my arm before I could get the best grip on the knife. I twisted, trying a move I'd seen Gordon do. I passed the knife to my other hand, nicking a finger on the blade as I caught the handle too high, then punched the knife at her midsection. She stopped the blade with her other palm, and it went through. I saw pain on her face. She shoved her hand further toward me, impaling her hand more, and then coiled her fingers inward, a needle springing out to pierce the hand that held the knife. One foot on my chest, kicking me back and away. The tentacles were slow to let go, and I stumbled, collapsing against the railing. I didn't remember passing out, but when I woke up, I was propped up beneath the eaves of the little restaurant. I had a short black coat draped over me, and the cut on my finger was neatly bandaged. Stitch in time 4.5. I tried to rise, and found my body's movements sluggish. I slumped down, my head against the wall, chin against my collarbone, arms in front of me, Genevieve's coat draped over me, cap pulled down, scarf and collar protecting much of my face. I stared at the mended cut on my finger. I couldn't move or call out, so I didn't try. I put my hand under the coat and pressed my hands between my thighs for warmth. The tranquilizer's effects were still heavy in my body. Few drugs were potent and localized to one area, and any drug had to be potent to get past my wyvern-given resistances. She had put me out for long enough for her to move me, patch me up, maybe see to herself, and then make her exit. Now I was feeling the side effects. Fatigue lingered, and where it sat heavy in my stomach, I felt a growing need to heave out my stomach's contents. Considerate as she'd been, she hadn't left me anything for the unsettled stomach. Nothing left to do but wait and contemplate. Contemplation over the discussion with Genevieve soon left a bad taste in my mouth that had nothing to do with my nausea. Like the nausea, though, it was a vague feeling I couldn't put my finger on. The moment I did, and I suspected that it was a moment I wouldn't have much control over, I knew I'd feel a lot worse. She'd dictated where and how the conversation happened. She'd told me remarkably little, and I knew that was entirely on purpose. She had also achieved her goal, which was to get to know me, and perhaps to declare war. The more I thought about it, the more vague and nebulous the cohesive whole seemed. What she'd said and what she'd demonstrated in our interactions were at odds. It wasn't that she'd lied, but the presented Genevieve Frey was false. False in a very specific way. Why are you here, engaging with us? You're not bored, not exactly, and you wouldn't be so passive if you were, you'd want to test that brain of yours against us. You're not pinned down, I refused to believe that it would be so easy. I felt a prick of pain and moved my hands to see. A tiny bead of blood was squeezing out of the corner of the glued seam. I'd been clenching my hand hard enough to push it out. Time passed, my thoughts meandered, and I periodically tested my strength, finding it greater with time, even as I got colder. I reached a point where I was fairly certain I could stand, but decided to stay sitting, so I wouldn't get ill. I did hitch myself backward so I was sitting up more against the wall, instead of having my head bent forward. No reason to be more uncomfortable. I was in that state, waiting for my stomach to settle down more than I was waiting for my strength to return, when Gordon appeared from the same direction I'd come. "SY," he said. He was halfway to me by the time I'd maneuvered my hand from beneath the coat and raised it in a small wave. He looked agitated, and dropped to my side, caught between multiple actions. "I'm okay," I said. "Get the others." He nodded, twisted around, raising 2 fingers to his lips, and let out a shrill whistle. "What happened?" he asked. "Trap." "No," I said. "I met Frey. And we talked, and then she drugged me, and then she left. We've been looking for you for 15 minutes, and we spent a bit running from Frey's goon. The headsman." "I refuse to call him that," Gordon said. "You don't get to name this one. Jerk. Moron. You should have signaled us when you found her." "Should've, could've," I said, sounding about as dejected as I felt. "You talked to her, though?" I nodded. "Get anything?" The eagerness in his eyes and voice was painful. "Yeah," I said. "Better if you wait for the others before sharing," he told me. I nodded. "But you can tell me what happened with you guys." I could, but there isn't much to it. They feigned that they were defending a building, the goon cornered us, used a mix of something to fill the area with smoke, then came at us, full barrel, heaving furniture and crashing through doors. He could see us just a bit better than we could see him, but that bastard was massive, he didn't need to see, he just barreled in, fists swinging. Mary and me, we needed to see to be effective. It put us on a back foot. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, funny how that works, isn't it? Felt like I was watching out for all the traps and tricks, everything I needed to do to keep Frey from getting the initiative, but when I look back on it, I don't feel like I ever had it." Gordon gave me a curious look. When he didn't say or do anything, I raised an eyebrow as a way of questioning him. "You okay?" he asked. "Oh, I'm fantastic, as you can tell," I said. "You're being sarcastic, so you can't be that bad off," he told me. "Explain that part in more depth when you dish to all of us." I nodded, though I really didn't feel like elaborating on that count. "Whatever. Your thing. Keep going." We tried to wait it out, waited for you. Helen and Mary climbed around to go after him and the stitched girl from above or behind, whichever. The bastard said something about lighting a match, warning us to get away, because the smoke would catch fire. We backed off, he struck the match. We weren't even close to the building, and the woof of flame knocked us all on our asses. He went running off while we were still getting our bearings. "Jamie says he thinks the guy had the stitched in a box." "Frey's plan, you think?" I asked. "Don't know enough to say," Gordon told me. He clenched his fist, gesturing inarticulately for a second before releasing it. "I feel like we could have done better, but I can't say anything to any of them because I know I could have done better." "Teamwork?" I asked. "I don't know," he said. "I hate even saying it. But if you've got something." "I've got something," I said. "Then it was worth it," he said. I could see the tension go out of his neck and shoulders. His voice dropped as he murmured to himself, "That's good." "Yeah," I said. "Can you stand?" he asked. "Be gentle," I told him. "Slow. Unless you want me to heave all over the both of us. Whatever she gave me is sitting bad." "Yeah," he said. "Of course." He was strong enough and I was small enough that he could pick me up, one arm under each armpit, and he could do it slowly, giving me time to get my feet under me, my hand on the wall behind me to steady myself. When I was standing, one hand on his shoulder for support, he turned and gave another long, sharp whistle. "In case they couldn't figure out the direction," he said. "Yeah," I replied. Lillian appeared and rushed to my side. Mary was with her. "I told you it was the right direction," Mary was saying, as they drew into earshot. "All right," Lillian said. "I wasn't positive you were wrong, geez." "Geez," Mary said, teasing. "Don't talk to me if you are going to be grumpy," Lillian said. "I'm being grumpy?" "You're being grumpy," Mary accused. They reached us. Lillian looked at us, clearly flustered, she looked between us. "SY? You look drugged," Gordon interjected. "Awful. Drugged. By Frey," I said. I saw alarm on Lillian's face in the same moment I saw hope on Mary's. Mary clasped her hands in front of her, almost in unconscious prayer. "I need to look you over, everything, anything could be wrong, if she dosed you with something." "Did she say anything? Did you find out?" "Girls," Gordon said. "We should find a place to get size clothes off. I should do a full checkup. Do you feel nauseous?" "Lillian," Gordon said, stern. "Yes," I said. "See? Anything could be wrong, and there's one big what if that's very likely, very dangerous, and needs immediate attention. If she can recreate the pills, which we aren't sure she can't. Let Lillian do what she needs and then talk. Sylvester, if you keep me in suspense on this, I will draw a knife and give you a second belly button. Does your stomach feel firm?" Lillian jumped in. Gordon clapped a hand over Lillian's mouth. He reached for Mary's, but she slapped his hand aside, backing up a half step. He settled for pointing at her, stern. I don't want a second belly button, I said, in a small voice, mostly to lighten the mood. Don't you start, he told me. Lillian used both hands to pull Gordon's hand down and away. You've each been impregnated with modified glucose chains. It's why you need the pills. If she found a way to unravel them, which she could, if she has pills, he could be breaking down right now, bleeding on the inside. I'm pregnant. I asked. Gordon slapped me across the head. He turned, batted Lillian across the head, with considerably less force, then did the same to Mary, who furrowed her brow and bent her head to let it happen. Probably for the sake of fairness and to be a part of things. Then he turned and swatted me again. Hey! He held up his hand in warning. You did me twice, for no reason at all. He smacked me again. I opened my mouth to protest further, and he drew his hand back. I folded my arms. Sylvester was tranquilized, Gordon said. Don't rush to conclusions. If he's nauseous, we can't ignore that, Lillian said. You can get SY naked and check him out as soon as we get someplace warm, and we can do that as soon as the others catch up. They're coming right now. Until then, take his word for it when he says he's feeling okay, Gordon said, his finger pointed at Lillian. I never said naked, she said. The finger wagged in her direction. She pressed her lips together. Gordon was right, though. Jamie and Helen were halfway down the long, straight alley, opposite the end the others had come down. Jamie looked like he'd been running a moment ago. Gordon moved his finger to point to Mary. SY can tell us what happened on the way, and while Lillian's looking over him. I've held back my curiosity this long, you can do the same. Mary made a humph sound, sticking her hands in her pockets. He pointed at me. Be quiet. I know you're riling them up. Then I shouldn't mention the blood dripping out my pee hole, or the fact that Frey is. He smacked me, way harder than was necessary. One of my eyes teared up. He was joking about the blood, right? Lillian asked, cutting Mary off before Mary could say anything. Gordon gave me a look. Yes, I said. Joking, joking. Helen and Jamie joined us. What's this about getting Sylvester naked, warm, and checking him out? Jamie asked. I heard you from a distance, but I'm pretty sure that's what you said. Is there anything you need to tell us, Gordon? Haha, Gordon said, unamused. And Frey? Jamie asked. You said her name. Size health takes priority, Gordon said. We need to get indoors. I turned around, reached, and knocked on the window. It took some time, but the woman who'd been cleaning tables inside appeared at the window, and she gave us a look. I made a pleading gesture, hands pressed together, and she gave me a very unimpressed look. She looked at Gordon, who was holding up a wallet, and relented. The door that opened to the patio opened, and she let us inside. Are you open? I asked her. No. But you can order something. We want to check my friend out for frostbite, can we get 6 of whatever you have that's warm to drink? And a bite to eat? Cake or pie? I have slices of cake and I have slices of pie, prices are on the board over the counter, she said. Carrot, vanilla, and chocolate cake, meat pie, wild berry pie, apple pie, stone nut pie. Cake, I said. Chocolate, please. I thought you were feeling sick. Lillian asked, hands going to her hips. It's chocolate cake, I said. She nodded, accepting that as fact. I'll have a stone nut pie, Gordon said. Thank you. Wild berry pie, please, Mary said. I would like a vanilla cake, please, Helen said. Carrot cake, please, Lillian said, hands dropping from her hips. The woman's arms folded as she looked at Jamie. Chocolate cake, he asked, cringing a little. I just cleaned up, it's late, and I'm not going to serve each of you something different, the woman said. Decide on one thing. 2 at most. It took us 10 seconds of quick haggling to hash it out. Gordon spoke up, 4 slices of chocolate cake, and 2 slices of apple pie. The woman nodded, leaving to get our order. Lillian wasted no time in beginning to pull my clothes off. I would have made a joke, but I wanted to maintain my one belly button status. Frey was waiting for me. Or for any one of us. I was the one who stumbled on her. The rest of it was a distraction, to keep the rest of the group away so we wouldn't mob her or whatever. She invited me over for a chat. I obliged. We talked, she tranquilized me, Gordon found me a little while after I woke up. What did you talk about? Mary asked. She was sitting on a chair, perched like she was going to leap over and create my new belly button if I wasn't quick to answer. Too much killer instinct, suppressed for too many weeks. My memory isn't that good, I started. I was forced to pause, raising my arms to help Lillian pull off my sweater and shirt. Mary didn't leap on me, but a knife had appeared in one hand in the moment the sweater obscured my vision, the rest of her not having moved a hair, like a magician producing a card. She toyed with it. It wasn't like she would really stab me, but her point was clear. She was dead serious when it came to this. But we talked about the fact that she knew who we were. She studied us, the academy made her, and she has a sense of what we are and how we function. We talked about the Wyvern formula, about the effects, the side effects, and how we each developed while using it. She says she didn't develop skills as a manipulator or a people reader, but I'm not sure that's true. She did develop skills as a strategist, to make her way in the upper echelons of the academy, but I think we already knew that. The others were hanging on every word. Lillian prodded my neck and chin. I resumed speaking the moment I was free to. Frey mentioned Ashton, to give you a sense of how well she knows us. She likes us, she's interested in us, and I think. I'm revising my opinion of where we stand on the pill situation. You don't think she swapped out the pills? It was a ruse, Jamie said. I don't think she swapped out the pills, I said. How sure are you? Gordon asked. 80%, I thought. But if we fail here, if we go back to the academy while it's under new leadership, return to doing the interviews in the bowels and other dreary activities, a black mark of failure on our records. I'd already come to the conclusion while lying on the patio, waiting for the tranquilizer's effects to subside. We couldn't afford to go back. We couldn't leave it at this and run. It would destroy us as surely as our bodies breaking down on us. It was just be more drawn out, less noble. 95%, I said. Gordon hissed in a breath through his teeth, long and slow, then exhaled. You're not sure, Jamie said. You think there's a 5% chance you're wrong. I'm not. If any of you have instincts telling you we should go home, I trailed off, almost hoping someone else would make the call and take the responsibility out of my hands. Not entirely hoping, but almost. The thought of getting this wrong on either front made the sick feeling come back. Nobody spoke up. The burden was on my shoulders. There was a variety of looks in their eyes, but there remained a moment where I could look at each of them and interpret their expressions as knowing, acknowledging exactly what I'd done and why I'd done it. 80% wasn't enough of a certainty to make us stay. We would have had to go, and we would have all known it was the wrong choice. The lie was better, and maybe there was a mutual agreement that the lie existed. Maybe I was imagining it, deceiving myself in believing the unspoken agreement existed. She made an offer. To take us in, use her knowledge and skill to keep us in working order, as long as possible. Give me my Wyvern formula, let Jamie stop his appointments, and so on down the line. She would provide the pills we needed to survive away from the academy. There were other promises. You said no? Gordon asked. I said no, yeah, I told him. He nodded. She made it out to be about freedom from the shackles of the academy, but that's not how it works, is it? No, Mary said. She paused as the woman from the little restaurant arrived with a tray of tea, cake, and plates. Mary kept talking, though the woman was in earshot. I realized it early on. There isn't really any escape. I went from Mr. Percy to you guys, and it's better, but I'm not free. I'll pour the tea, miss, Helen said. Thank you so much. Lillian handed me back my shirt. I pulled it on in a second flat, then began untangling my sleeves from my sweater as Lillian found her seat. Don't make a mess, I don't want to spend any time cleaning up after you, the woman warned. Gordon handed her a fold of bills. She stood there, counting, before walking to the counter, apparently satisfied. The cake, pie, and tea was doled out. I had little doubt everyone was weighing the heavy issues at hand even as we prepared for our little feast. The conversation resumed in low voices. I love Professor Ibot, Helen said, with less inflection than I'd heard from her in a long while. I don't like him. I wouldn't be happy if I never saw him again, but I wouldn't be sad either. I do what he says and I'm good. I'm a work of art and I do what he tells me to, so I act like one too. If we walked away from the academy and I had someone else telling me what to be, it wouldn't be any different. Except we'd be in more danger, Jamie said. The academy would come after us. Was that what you said? Lillian asked. That you wouldn't go because it would be the same. That would have offended her, I think, I replied. That doesn't usually stop you, Gordon said. You offend us. Why not her? In the time between when I woke up and when you found me, I did a lot of thinking, I said. Couldn't do much else. I realized that I hadn't been cutthroat enough. That she played me. She read me, she figured out what I wanted, and she came at me soft. Gentle, friendly, vague, without threatening me at all. She went out of her way to avoid challenging me, because she probably knew that I'd rise to the challenge, and I'd take that a step further to come after her. I spent the entire time floundering and not realizing why, I said. The table was quiet. The lambs sipped tea, stared, or ate their pie and cake. I'll admit it right here, I said. I lost, back there. I learned things about her, but she went out of her way to tell me only what she was willing to let me know. Mary's gaze was the hardest to meet. She took failure so personally, and I knew she'd been pinning hopes on me getting something out of our collective encounter with Frey and her people, so her loss against the headsman would mean something. You said you found something out, Gordon said. Was it only what Frey wanted you to know? Or did you figure out something else? I think I figured out something else, I said. I asked her why she was here, challenging us. Why didn't she leave? She never gave me a straight answer. She presented only one side of herself, and she kept the violent, confrontational part of herself hidden. She controlled how we encountered her, but there was no guarantee we wouldn't be a little bit faster, that she wouldn't be up against all of us at once. That means she had an out. Something she could have said or done that would have let her escape, if we came after her hard. I saw Helen steal a bit of Jamie's cake, while Jamie's attention was focused on me. As thievery went, it was blatant, cutting the cake with the fork, then spearing a chunk the size of her fist. What are you thinking, S.Y.? Gordon asked. I'm thinking we should contact the academy. If the pattern holds, they're sending reinforcements here, to investigate and give chase, for when we go back for our appointments. Maybe the hangman, again, maybe dog and catcher. Except all of this, it's a massive distraction from what she's really doing. What? Jamie asked. What is she supposed to be doing? I don't know exactly what. But she has a plan in the works. She's not averse to killing, but she left us alive. Let's assume it's not idle curiosity. That she's not some dime novel villain. There's a master plot at work, and we play a part. Think, what logically follows from this? What does she do by showing herself to me, then disappearing, maybe even staying here? I don't know, Gordon said. I can't guess how your mind works, or how hers does, for that matter. She's giving us hope. Hope that she can be found and caught. The Academy sends resources to assist, all the focus is on this place, this town. And? Mary asked. And we're not looking where she's been. Frey isn't running, or she is, but the running is a distraction, bait to lure us forward. What we do is we tell them to send the people back, investigate all the past locations. What are they looking for? A weapon. A catalyst. Something catastrophic. She's hiding her fangs, but those fangs are there. What we need to do is find her fast, and we need to find out what it is she's doing. She's brimming with fury against the Academy, and everyone is going to pay for it. I can draw up a quick sketch of her monster and the stitched girl, Jamie said. It's a starting point. Good, I said. We also hit up any shops that sell coats or jackets. She left hers with me, I said, but I doubt someone who travels as much as she does has more than one. She'll be buying one, I think. Most importantly, she's going to be baiting us, dropping hints to keep the Academy focused on her. You're sure? Gordon asked. I nodded. Let's not waste any time then, Gordon said. Helen made a small whining sound, mouth full of cake. We finish our tea and cake first, he said, with authority. Helen emphatically nodded the affirmative. After cake, we move. Our best bet is being aggressive when she expects us to be struggling or on the retreat. We catch her off guard. There were nods all around. We helped Helen finish her cake, to her protest, cleaned up, and were out the door in 2 minutes, some of us still chewing. Gordon handed Jamie the coat to look over while we walked. Gordon and I walked faster than the others. Normally I might have waited up for the others, but he had a look on his face, stern, focused. He saw me studying him, and he relented. I would have taken the offer, he said. Ah, I said. Yeah. Sorry. He shook his head, then threw an arm around my shoulders. Let's go get ER. Stitch in time 4.6. The train whistle howled, echoing across snowy Kensford, and with it went our escape. We'd made our call, and now we'd live with it. It bothered me, more than I cared to admit. If I was wrong, then we were going to get catastrophically ill, and we could very well die. We were a squad, here. Each of us had a discrete role. Gordon and Mary were handling the front end of things, leading the group by a margin, scouting, peeking through windows of stores. My role was to watch Jamie. He had his book open in his arms, pen in hand, and was sketching. Every time a bystander, obstacle, or someone's monstrous pet got in our way, I led him out of the way, while his eyes stayed on the page. Lillian, I said. Yes. By all accounts, the stitched girl was falling to pieces when Frey got her and left the jail. She wasn't falling to pieces when she went to go distract you guys. Yes. She fixed it, or improved it. How hard is that to do? It's easier to make one from scratch. In terms of cost, unless there's a shortage of bodies, most people make a new stitched instead of fixing up an old one, I think. I pulled Jamie out of the way of a gaunt stitch that looked like it incorporated some grafted features. Sections of its chest and arms had been stretched over containers of bile yellow liquid, with tubes running out of the containers and into flesh. Poison, probably. It hissed. Jamie continued drawing, oblivious. But how hard is it to do, Lil? I asked. Don't call me Lil. Answer the question, then, dummy. Butthead. It's hard. Well, gee, thanks, I told her. That clarifies things a bunch. I don't know what you want or why you're asking, she said. Making a stitched is easy, I've made a stitched, last year, for an exam. But if you want to repair it, you have to diagnose and fix whatever's broken, probably have to replace or undo any damage to major chunks and pieces, rip out the wires and chemical tanks, put in new ones, Does that require tools? Obviously. Obviously, I said, giving her an eye roll. Would she need access to a lab to do it? Or could she do it using just the tools she's packing in her bags? Keep in mind that she's very good. She'd need a lab, Lillian said. She would. What about maintaining the thing? Lillian gave me a so-so gesture. Can't say. I asked. I pulled Jamie out of the way of a lamp post. You can cover your basic hygiene needs with a sponge and a sink, but it's not fun, it gets old, and it takes time, Lillian said. Doing it on a bad week? You'd have to be pretty disciplined or have no other choice to take it in stride and not want to change it. I like that analogy, Jamie said, eyes still on his sketch. Thank you, Jamie, she said. Part 2 of that same question, then, I said. You saw her guy? The head. Yes. From a distance, and I was mostly running, but yes. How doable is that without a proper lab? Not at all, Lillian said. I'd be surprised, impressed, and scared if she was able to do that while running from us. She only ever stays in one place for a few days, if that long, and she'd need a lot of days to do that stuff. Stolen work. Jamie said, still sketching. I steered him with my hand on his left elbow. It would be reported stolen, I said. That, or there's a missing or dead scholar out there. Which we would have heard about, Lillian said. I hope. All signs point to the fact that she has a lab. Probably a nice one, with resources. Oh, goody, Lillian said. Let's see, there are 20,000 people enrolled here, some are rooming at Dame Cicely's itself, but most are in dormitory houses, 1 to 4 people to a house, and each house has a small, private lab. So, oh, maybe 5,000 places to check. Gold star for being on the ball, Jamie said. Nice work, Lillian. Thank you, Jamie, she said, looking as pleased as I'd seen her. It's nice of you to say so. I corrected his course when it looked like he might veer out into the street in the path of a horse or carriage. You're doing that on purpose, I muttered. Being nice to Lillian? You should give it a try. Walking into stuff, I said. The smile on his face suggested I was on target. I let go of his elbow. He looked up for the first time, getting his bearings, then resumed sketching. She has a lab, one she could pick up and leave from without a fuss, I mused aloud. How many single-occupant dormitory houses? About Lillian started. 1,000, Jamie said. That sounds right, Lillian said. I nodded. 165 for each of us, if we split it up. Not doable, but it was something to think about, putting the puzzle together and figuring out how she operated. Which raises questions of how she got access. I doubt she enrolled. Smart as she is, she has to risk getting noticed and caught every time she goes to get materials or tools from Dame Cicely's academy. The work she's doing is too good for a fugitive. Jamie looked up and over at me, paying attention now. I've been on the run, and the resource cost in terms of needing to find a place to sleep, watching your back, get food, acquire and spend money, it eats up whole chunks of your day. But here we have someone putting in hours, even days into high-quality projects. She's been taking the Wyvern formula, Lillian said. She has to take the time to make the Wyvern formula, and she needs to take the time to recuperate after taking it. That only furthers my point, I said, getting more emphatic, more intense. What's your line of thought here? Jamie asked. Only that, I said, deflating, all the emphasis and intensity flowing away. I was left with a feeling of frustration. It's all going a little too seamlessly for her. Gordon and Mary had stopped and were waiting for us. Helen, trailing behind, watching our backs, caught up. Coat shop, Gordon said. Ooh, pretty coats, Helen said. One of the two I remembered, Jamie said. And, I said, pointing at the store across the street, hat shop. The rest of the group gave me funny looks. Wait 1 minute, I said. I checked for incoming horses and carts and then stopped, patting my pockets. Gordon was extending the group's wallet in my direction. I grabbed it, but he didn't let go. If you're spending the group's money on a hat, he warned me, leaving the threat implied. No, I promised. He let go of the wallet, and I ran across the street. I stepped into the store. The older woman at the counter took one look at me and said, no. It was so much like what I'd come to expect from Hale and the Lambs that it caught me off guard. No. A little boy like you? You have no business here. You can't buy what I'm selling, you're grubby, and even if you have a slip, I'm not entrusting my product to you to take back to whoever sent you. Grubby? I'd like a hat box, please, I said. I am not about to. I'll pay, I said. I saw the hesitation. Money made the world turn. Blood and sweat drove the world's engines, but money bought blood and sweat. $6, I said. For an empty hat box. If you're up to any mischief with this, hurting my reputation. Not at all, ma'am. She made a face, like conceding and doing anything more than sending me out the door was horribly unpleasant and vaguely offensive. I returned to the others, a nice little hat box with a ribbon in my hands. I'm guessing that only a few of us can come and see what you're actually trying to pull. Gordon asked. I thought of the sour woman in the hat shop, then shook my head. We couldn't waste time. Better to use force of numbers. Follow my lead, I said. We use the herd. We moved into the coat store as a mob. The people at the counter were 2 men, possibly related, but not too closely, one with a thick mustache and a vest over his button-up shirt, the other clean-shaven, wearing a suit jacket that was closed up to the collarbone. The store had a hardwood floor, one that had been grown, from the odd way it interconnected and flowed, with coats and suits on racks and dummies. There were umbrellas and parasols mounted on one wall, and shoes on another. A stitch stood by the dressing room, a coat draped over one arm. A shop for top-quality goods. I approached the counter, hugging the box. The others followed, close behind. I liked that they read my body language, sensing the best way to follow suit, without my having to tell them. We'd been missing that, lately. Each of us had been a touch preoccupied with ourselves. I caught this box as it fell off a carriage, I said. I think the driver forgot to put it inside before leaving. We wanted to give it back to the woman. Mr. Mustache said, I don't know that we could help you with that. The box is from the shop across the street, and the woman there said the woman who bought it definitely came from your shop, and they had a new coat, but she hadn't worn one coming in. I think the one she bought was a long one. Most of my coats are long, Mr. Mustache said, sounding vaguely offended. I nodded, vigorous, agreeing. And she would change things up. After having a short coat, she'd make a subtle change. She had a stitched with her, and there was a big fellow, but he might have stayed outside. We ask all of the experiments to stay outside. As for your young lady, no, I'm afraid that doesn't ring any bells. High quality work, Lillian piped up. The stitched. She's very thin, very pretty, you wouldn't even know she was one if you weren't careful, but you'd know if she talked, probably. I don't know, he said. Jamie held up his book. The sketches were strange, very scratchy, somehow not good art, but still a scarily accurate representation of the stitched girl and, I presumed, an accurate representation of the headsman. I saw no recognition on either of the men's faces. We're looking for needles in a goddamn haystack, I thought. The other woman had a bandaged hand. I tried. Nothing. Why does it matter that much? Mr. Mustache asked. I tried to look a little ashamed. Gordon reached over and took the hat box. He wanted reward money. I convinced him it was the right thing to do. Reward money would be nice, I said, quiet. It's a nice looking hat. It probably cost a lot. I felt like we'd struck the right chord. The men at the counter had been boys once. Between Gordon and I, we'd struck the right balance, between my innocent greed and Gordon's genuine desire to do the right thing. Now, if I was gauging them right, we had them actually wanting us to succeed. Today? Mustacheless asked. Yes sir. Within the last hour. Probably the last half hour, I'd bet, Gordon said. That got a shake of the head. You're sure? Gordon asked. I've been at the counter for this entire afternoon. I'm sure, Mustacheless said. Mr. Mustache nodded. I saw the other lambs react, shoulders dropping, disappointment clear in their body language. We'd try the other shop, and then we'd be limited in where we could go next, if that didn't work out. My instincts, however, told me that the other shop would be a dead end. It was too close to where the others had encountered the headsman. She would have had to double back, and she would have had to do it while avoiding the others. It didn't fit. So many things here didn't damn well fit. Why? I asked, abrupt. No sir or anything of the sort. Why? The man asked. Why are you sure? I don't remember seeing that girl, or anyone resembling her, Mr. Mustache said. But we didn't describe the girl we're looking for, with the injured hand. The young women don't shop alone, he said. The ones who do stand out. What if someone came in, and looked like they were part of another group? Helen asked. Isn't that possible? If that's the case, I don't know what I could tell you, Mustacheless said. Frustrated at every turn. Except. Change one paradigm, and all the little details that hadn't added up started to make sense. How did she get the dormitory? How did she acquire the resources to do her work without getting caught? How did she blend so effortlessly into the surroundings? She's new in town, I said. He frowned. You know this how? She's new in town, I said, more excited, ignoring him. Did you see anyone, a new face, dark hair, spending time with someone that you've seen around? I see a lot of young ladies, day to day, he told me. I got the impression that the line of questions was starting to test his patience. This was dissonance at work. He knew that things didn't add up, and if I only stopped to give him a chance, he could start asking questions I couldn't answer. I'm sure, I said, not giving him that chance. But your clientele is exclusive. People who can pay. The stranger showed up, maybe with a borrowed coat, maybe without a coat at all, and the familiar face footed the bill. There might have been an age difference, but they probably looked close. You noticed, because it was different and it was new. The look in his eyes wasn't nothing. In fact, both men seemed to register something. You were doing something else, but you came to talk, I said, to Mr. Mustache. Because you knew her, and she introduced you to her new friend. Tutor, Mr. Mustache said, absently. His expression clarified into a curious stare. You sound like you know an awful lot more than someone who caught a box off the top of a carriage. Yes, I said. Tell us, what's her name, and where can we find her? We're trying to find and stop a very bad person, Gordon said. The young lady you know, she could be in grave danger. A hostage, to an enemy of the crown. Mustacheless said, and it was like his brain had momentarily broken, caught in a loop that left the sound drawling out of his mouth. Perhaps, Mr. Mustache said, in what approximated a diplomatic tone, I should contact the authorities. It seems like the safest way forward. No time, I said. I'd rather be sure, he said. No time, I said, again, feeling frustrated. A step closer, and now we were hitting a wall. Benoit, perhaps you could run next door to use their phone? Exasperated, I gave the signal, the go-ahead to the others. Let them have it. Helen and Mary were quickest, and best situated to get closer. As the two girls rounded the corner, Mr. Mustache reached under the desk, and produced a short blade. Mary slapped it aside with her hand, but rather than shred her flesh, produced a metal-on-metal sound. The blade moved over the counter, she slapped it down, hard, so it struck the wooden countertop, and sent it flying to the ground. She touched a blade to Mr. Mustache's stomach. The man's partner, Benoit, froze, as he saw the blade draw close to Mr. Mustache. Helen drew close, ordered, kneel, and he did, with only a moment's pause. She stepped behind him and wrapped her fingers around his neck. Gordon rounded the counter as well, to draw closer to them. I checked on Lillian, and found that she was at the door, locking it. Jamie watched the window, hugging his book. I dug in my pockets and found the badge that Briggs had given me. I slapped it down on the counter. We act in service to the crown. You haven't heard of us, but... The Radham children. I blinked a few times. There are stories, he said. Ones that made the rounds anew when the post office was attacked. Our reputation is preceding us. Not a great thing for a secret project. Then you have some idea of how we operate. Some idea. It's not supposed to be public knowledge. No. You can give us what we want, stay quiet about everything that happened here, and the crown may choose to reward you. Or you can stay silent, and face the repercussions. If we could contact the authorities. No. Time. He shook his head. If you're dangerous enough to threaten us, I couldn't send you after a proper young lady, knowing you might do the same to her. A gentleman. A gentleman without the man part, Mary murmured, moving the knife to lower regions, is only gentle. Helen giggled. This young lady would go right for the most sensitive part of you, Gordon said. This is where she and I differ. She's merciless. She goes right for the jugular. She's a killer. Me? I'm very good when it comes to breaking people. I've learned from some of the worst of Radham. People who learn to fight the way people who have nothing to lose fight. I've learned from people who live every day knowing that dog and catcher or another monster could come after them because they do shady things, things that involve hurting other people, sometimes for hours out of every day. He picked up the little blade. I won't mince words. That's his style, not mine, he said, indicating me, twirling the blade in his hands. I know how to torture people. I don't want to, none of us do, but if you're going to be so stupid as to get in our way when we're trying to save a young woman's life, well, the pieces will fall where they may. Reassess those priorities, I said. My friends there, they might seem a little scary. But this is a scary meant for someone who threatens a well-to-do citizen of the crown, and very possibly threatens Kinsford as a whole. The whole reason we're doing this, right now, is because you are twisting everything out of shape, taking the path of most resistance. The moment you give way, relax, tell us what you are supposed to tell us, then everything goes back to the way it's supposed to be. We work against enemies of the crown, you go back to doing business, the young lady ends up safe, and you can feel like you did something right. No answer was immediately forthcoming. A gentleman, I thought. This was the obstacle that was in our way? Gordon started toward Mr. Mustache. Mustacheless opened his mouth, Lady Claire. Gordon turned around. He put the weapon on the counter. Lady Claire. She stays at the academy. She has special accommodations, her family is related to the headmaster. Her father and uncles are military, working heavily alongside the academies. She was so despondent, she was going to fail out, she couldn't meet the requirements to keep her seat. When the tutor appeared just yesterday, a pretty young someone from the country, Lady Claire looked so relieved. She couldn't stop babbling. Thank you, Gordon said. She lives at Dame Cicely's academy. The man nodded, looking fairly well crushed. The tutor, she's really a threat to the girl. Yes, I said, suspecting I was lying. She's killed. I looked at Jamie, who was making notes, all the information that the two men from the coat store had shared. If you talk, telling more tales about the Radham children, you can expect another visit from us, Mary said. The man paused, then nodded. Mary backed away, knife held up. She collected the blade from the counter, then tossed it into the corner by the door, still backing up as she joined us. Helen was far more casual, letting go and practically skipping to us. We left, moving unanimously toward the academy. We put a fair bit of distance between ourselves and the store, disappearing amid the crowd, before we broke the silence. You weren't really going to torture them, were you? Lillian asked. No, Gordon said. I wasn't sure if he was lying. Because that's not right, Lillian said. I know, Gordon said. But the stakes are high, and time might be short. If we can't get her before we're forced to go back to Radham, or if she slips away, then we might not get another chance to stop whatever it is she has planned. I spoke up, she made a point of telling me about weapons buried beneath the small towns. She's been visiting small towns. She might have collected something, I said. Or she's set things to go off, experiments get loose, turns the academy's weapons against itself. It would fit her style. Put a drop of alcohol on a scorpion's back, and it stings itself to death, Mary said. I raised an eyebrow. When your enemy is so geared toward violence, it doesn't take much to make them destroy themselves, she explained. Given how you all are acting, Lillian said, you're hungry for this catch, and it scares me a little. That line about the scorpion could apply to you all too. Us all, I said. Not you all. You're one of us. If something happens to the lambs, you're included in it. She frowned. The Radham children, Jamie mused. That's a problem too, Gordon said. Didn't expect that. The scene with Mauer, the scholars who saw us dealing with Sub Rosa, someone talked. Rumors got out, Jamie said. Hale talked to me about this, before. He and Briggs have a plan. In case we stop being so secret. Really? Mary asked. Is it a good plan? It's a Briggs plan, I said. Let's focus on the here and now. Genevieve Frey has a patron. She's lied or conned her way to getting pay, lab space, resources, protection and company, and the patron might not know. She's keeping the company of someone she can use as a hostage. It was a good catch, SY, Gordon said. I nodded. I just wished I'd connected to it earlier. Dame Cicely's was a nice building, pale, and the branches that grew out of it were more discreet. The windows were ornate, not made of branches but thick wrought iron molded to look like wood, glass stretched between. A sprawling garden near the front had young women walking through it, talking in groups, with their monsters in their company, walking a few paces behind. I was a little surprised that the gardens were so popular, when they were covered in snow, but I supposed it spoke to the need to get away. Much like the delinquents with their campfire off to the side of the woods. Jamie put out a hand, stopping Gordon. With Gordon, the rest of us stopped in our tracks. He pointed. 3 female figures, entering a side door. You sure? Gordon asked. 90%. We have the drop on her, this time around, I said. I looked at each of the others. I could see the hunger and the raw, unique sorts of danger that each posed, with Lillian as the exception. We do this right, and we do it as a group. It may be our last chance to get her. Stitch in time 4.7. Wish we were older, I muttered, hands in my coat pockets, shoulders hunched forward, hood pulled down low. Kind of hard to disappear in the crowd when there's like 50 kids in a town of 15,000. Yup, Gordon said. He was perched on the window ledge, taking his tools out, 2 small, thin rods. He put the 2 of them together into the lock at the outside of the window. Wrought iron branches and glass. A quick check on Gordon's part had verified that the room was empty. I've counted at least 60, Jamie said. 60 kids. Your count is way off. Oh lords, shut up, Jamie, I said, groaning. Jamie stuck out his tongue at me. I reached out to grab it, only for it to disappear back into his mouth. I settled for lightly swatting at his cheek instead. Where did you learn to do that? Mary asked Gordon. Some rough types in Radham, professional thieves. How hard is it? I dunno, Gordon said. I have a good sense of touch and fine dexterity, so I found it pretty easy. SY tried his hand at it too, but he doesn't keep up the practice. Mary looked at me, looking vaguely offended at the idea. I shrugged. How come? She asked. I forget it. I learn it, and it's fast to pick up. Then I don't have an excuse to do it for a while, or something comes up, like an appointment, and I feel like I'm starting from scratch. SY can forget how to ride a bike, Jamie said. With that, I saw a bit of sympathy from Mary, rather than that vague accusation of before. I shrugged, hands back in my pockets. And we're in, Gordon said, taking the attention off me. He hopped down, and collected his stuff, before sliding the lock-picking kit between his pants and his underwear, hiding the clip behind his belt. I still have a few practice locks and some picks in my room back at Lambsbridge, I said. Remind me, I'll lend them to you, I told Mary. She gave me a winning smile at that. Gordon finished setting up, looking up at the windowsill a few feet up off the ground. I wish we were taller, now that I'm thinking about it, I commented. Be nice to. Gordon then lunged up to the window ledge with no effort at all. He caught it, then swung himself over in the next second. Be able to get up there without a boost, I finished. He had needed help before, but I supposed one of his hands had been full with the lockpicks. I moved beneath the window, knitting my fingers together to provide a step for the others. No, Lillian said. We've gone over this. If you're down here while we go up, you're going to look up our skirts. PSHH, I said. I'll go up first, then. And then you look down the front of my blouse when I'm climbing over, Lillian said, accusatory. Your blouse? Nah. Ah, the look on her face told me I'd struck home. Indignation, the opiate of bastardly sorts the world over. That was what she got for being annoying. Besides, it's winter, there aren't any necklines, I said, changing the topic before she found the words to yell at me. Interesting that you'd take note of that so readily, Jamie said, dry. It's obvi. Guys, Gordon said, cutting me off. He was looking down on us from up above, chest resting on the windowsill. Pay attention? And maybe be a little quieter. Boost. I asked Jamie. He gave me a hand. I kipped up high enough that I could grab Gordon's arm, and he hauled me up the rest of the way. It made me think. The difference in our sizes, the difference in our strength. He was capable of hauling me up off the ground and leaving me dangling. At 13, he looked closer to 15 or 16. He had a physique, rather than a child's body that just happened to have fat on it, or minimal fat, as mine did. While he caught Lillian's bag and deposited it on the floor, I found myself measuring the difference in our heights. He was almost 10 inches taller than me, if I had to guess. In the spring, it had been closer to 3 or 4. It wasn't that he was growing that fast. Well, he was growing with a surprising speed, but that wasn't the whole of it. My height hadn't really changed, nor had my build. I offered a hand in helping Lillian up, realized I was getting in the way more than I was helping, and backed off a little. Together with her, I surveyed the surroundings. We were in a dormitory bedroom, but it was nice. The furniture looked like antiques, or something expensive that would be antique someday. 4-poster bed, a writing desk with leather-backed books on a shelf above it, a bookcase with more texts on it, and a wall-mounted blackboard with notations and formulas on one half, and a to-do list on the other. Gordon helped Helen up. She was more graceful than Lillian had been, planting a foot on the windowsill, holding onto Gordon's hand, then stepping down and dropping to a crouch-cum-curtsy on landing. She gave me a winning smile as she straightened up. "You're ridiculous," I said, my voice low. "I'm in a good mood," she said. "Because we're on the prowl." "You don't have moods," I said. "I have biological imperatives, thank you very much," she said, prim, hands clasped behind her back, "and one of those imperatives is to stalk and kill." "We're stalking. It's nice." "I'm more inclined to blame the chocolate cake from earlier," I told her. "Humph. That's one of my other biological imperatives." Lillian nodded as if this was the most sensible thing in the world. "Are you actually developing a sense of humor?" I asked, a little stunned. She winked at me, then spun around. "Gordon, do you think we'll be exiting this way? Can I hide my coat?" "Better to keep it," he said. "We'll look more like we belong if we don't have outdoor stuff on," I said. Gordon made a noncommittal grumbling noise. He helped Jamie up, plucking the book from Jamie's hands, handing it to me, then helping Jamie through. I provided the book once Jamie's boots were firmly on the hardwood floor. Mary came up next. No boost. A short running start, from the sounds of it, stepping onto the wall, and grabbing Gordon's hand. As she hopped down, I found myself comparing our heights. She was a few inches taller than me, but unlike Gordon, she hadn't quite shaken off the gawkishness of being young. She had little traces of femininity here and there, promises of what was to come, but she also had natural flourish and style, instilled in her by Mothmont and Percy both. She was a lady, when she was of a mind to be. Helen was the inverse, in some ways, a little shorter than Mary, but already taking shape as a young woman. It was little surprise, but she was the fastest of the girls to develop hips and chest, and she was gradually altering her blonde ringlets to match, inching ever closer to a woman's hairstyle over a young girl's, a journey that would take just the right amount of time to complete. Helen could be a lady, she could be a precocious child, and switched between the two at a whim. As I knew her, though, there was a wildness to her, as if a genie had bottled up a predator in the guise of a child, and all of the growls and restless pacing was translated into sweet smiles and flourishes, and in stillness, waiting like the spider or the praying mantis, she conveyed nothing more or less than the young woman at ease. Jamie, like me, still embraced the awkwardness of youth in frame and face, but he had height. He'd quietly embraced his own style, with the long blonde hair and the glasses, the book forever in his arms, drawing up subtle walls between him and the world, while his eyes peered past, taking everything in. And then Lillian. Still young, shortest of the girls now, still awkward in youth and figure. A step behind, in so many ways, but I respected how she'd come to find and earn her place among us. She chose clothes carefully, and remained conscious and defensive of her girlishness in a way that Helen and Mary would never have to. I wasn't sure what I was doing, studying them, but it was some hybrid approach to measuring myself against them and defining the tools we had available to use against Frey. This was dangerous territory. All it took was one person to raise an alarm of sorts, asking questions about why such young children were in a school for young ladies already exiting or out of their adolescent years, and Frey might be able to react against us. "Any thoughts on the coats?" I asked. "Been thinking about it," Gordon said. "I say coats off. If we're traipsing around with this stuff on, they might be more likely to ask questions. We need to look like we belong. Even if we stick out like sore thumbs," I said. "Even if," he said. Mary nodded in agreement. She was already removing her coat. Lillian, Gordon, Helen, and I were a step behind. Halfway through pulling my stuff off, tightly folding the forest green scarf into a bundle I could put in a pocket, I saw that Jamie was standing by the bookcase, a book open in front of him. "Jamie?" I asked. "1 second." I finished pulling all my stuff off, and handed it over to Gordon, who stuffed it under the bed. I walked over to Jamie, and glanced over his elbow to see the book he was looking over. Rows on rows of portraits, with names beneath. He gave each page only a moment's glance. "Left arm," I told him. Without taking his eyes off the book, he held out his left arm. I pulled his jacket free of the arm. "Right arm." I pulled the coat free, then handed it to Gordon. Like the rest, the coat disappeared beneath the bed. Mary had already closed the window, and was busy with her sweater up around her ribs, tucking her shirt into her skirt in such a way that it wouldn't hamper her access to the knife handles that only slightly stuck up from her beltline. "Key things," I said. "Cover? Anyone asks, we're prospective students. Girls only school," Mary said. "Jamie, Gordon, and I will cross-dress," I said. I saw the annoyed looks, and I cracked a grin. "The school is going co-ed." "Nobody's going to believe that," Lillian said. "The woman-only nature of the school is important. Blame it on money and nobility," I said. "Some prat lord decided he wanted to go to the school with all the girls, set the wheels in motion. Only the higher UPS and some important people know. Anyone asks, we don't say, but we imply we're important enough to know." There were a few nods. "Best to avoid being in a position where we have to justify anything," Jamie said. "Well yeah, obviously," I agreed. Gordon nodded. "Okay. That's the story. When you're inventing yourselves, stick to points and names established during previous infiltration jobs. If possible, let Jamie come up with the details. He's best at that." "Can do," Jamie said. I raised a finger. "We need to find out what Frey is doing, disarm and disrupt her. That means finding the lab, the room where she's staying, or something." There were a few nods. Finally, Lady Claire. We need to find her. Through her, we have access to Frey, information, whatever else. Depending on what's going on, we might be able to get clues, or figure out a path of attack. School hours are over, Lillian said. It's late afternoon, and if Dame Cicely's is anything like Radham Academy, the girls are going to return to their rooms to change clothes for dinner sometime soon, if they aren't already. They'll go to the dining hall to eat, if they don't go into town, and then there'll be a few hours of social activity and studying before people start settling in for the night. Good, Gordon said. Lillian smiled at the praise. Frey is Lady Claire's tutor, I said. Claire is a poor student, and Frey is her savior. That means Claire is devoted, indebted, probably disconnected from her peers. I'm thinking they're going to eat out, or eat in their rooms. We find out where they're working, try to mark her location, divide our attention between investigating whatever it is she's doing and keeping track of her. See if we can't. The doorknob rattled, and I was immediately silent. All 6 sets of eyes were now on the door. A key scratched at the lock, then raked its way into the keyhole. Just like that, Jamie, Helen, Lillian and I stepped back to the side of the bed, using it to conceal ourselves. Gordon and Mary advanced, exchanging a brief set of hand signals. Gordon pointed, formed a fist, jerking it toward his shoulder. You. Pull. That second sign worked as get, take, or hold, depending. Mary's response was a yes. Fist formed, pumped slightly in the air. Gordon twisted, looking at Lillian. A point, then another gesture, a hand waved over his face. You. Sleep. The second sign could mean tired, drunk, it didn't really matter. Lillian made an alarmed sound, reaching for her bag, pulling it around in front of her so she could rummage within. I had a glimpse of the contents, metal plates keeping things rigid and protecting bottles and syringes. Gordon was already turning and grabbing the chair from beside the desk, approaching as the door swung open. A young woman, 18 or so, stepped into the room. A little heavy, with a hairstyle that didn't suit her round face, but not without her appeal. A definite cute girl next door type. She looked at Gordon with shock, as Mary stepped in from the corner behind the door and gave her a hard shove. The girl stumbled forward, and Gordon swung the top of the chair into her solar plexus. Have they been practicing, or is this their natural dynamic? I wondered. Lillian was still searching her bag as the woman crumpled to all fours on the floor, trying and failing to breathe. Things weren't so simple as all that. The girls of Dame Cicely's were never alone. Each and every one had a pet, their status symbol, suggesting the kind of work they focused on, and the skills they were able to bring to bear. The room's occupant was no different. It shouldered its way past the door that Mary had tried to close between it and its master. It looked like a human with all the skin pulled off in a singular piece, bug-eyed without its eyelids, teeth too white against a backdrop of crimson. The torso had been stretched, making it tall enough its head almost scraped the door frame. The arms had been removed and replaced with a row of insect limbs that extended from hip to shoulders, each of the limbs tipped with a wicked-looking claw, thorn-like growths running down the length of each. It noted its fallen mistress and made an alarmed noise. The sound didn't resemble anything human or insectal, guttural and wet, like someone in the end stages of pneumonia might make if they had to scream something to save their loved ones from an approaching killer. It staggered forward, the slow, awkward gait of the body not matching the fluid, precise movement of the clawed arms, each arm drawing back, then stabbing. Mary dropped low to the ground, started to retreat toward Gordon, but proved it to be a feint, dodging back behind the thing, shutting the door, sealing us in with it. Gordon shoved the 4 legs of the chair at it, and 2 of the claws punched through the seat, no doubt at least 1.5 inches of solid wood. He wrenched his body, moving the chair to one side, and managed to block one more claw that had been trying to reach past the chair to stab at his side. Lillian found what she was looking for, triumphantly holding up a bottle and needle. She withdrew a dose, then rose, approaching from around the bed, hesitating a little at the sight of Gordon fighting the graft monster. Here. Mary called out. But Lillian started. Doses for her. Here. Mary said, more insistent. Her first shouted statement had drawn a glance from the creature. Not having success against Gordon, seeing Mary with nary a chair to protect herself, it started to reorient, moving its arms in preparation to stab. I saw Lillian look, pausing, not sure what to do, eyes on the space over the experiment's shoulder that she needed to lob the needle through, knowing an errant throw could hit a wall or the ceiling, or that a moving arm could swat the thing aside. I snatched the needle from her hand, then moved forward, ducking low to cast it along the hardwood floor. Gordon, in a last-ditch effort to save Mary from being impaled on a half-dozen points, twisted the chair. 1 or 2 arms were still caught in it, or caught between rungs and the seat of the chair, and the creature reacted, turning its attention back toward him. Mary had the needle, and brought it up into the creature's abdomen, pressing the syringe. One free hand, then the other, went up to catch at 3 of the thing's elbows, holding them at bay, to reduce its range of movement. It took only a few seconds for the dose to work. It collapsed, landing across its creator's body, helping to pin her down. The girl on the floor coughed, as if the cough could bring air into her lungs. She couldn't quite look at Gordon, who practically straddled her, or at Mary, who was behind, so she looked at us, alarmed and confused. I looked away, my attention on the bag, pulling a free syringe from the spot where Lillian had taken the first, then grabbing the tranquilizer. I pushed both into Lillian's hands, distracting her from the young lady we'd just assaulted. It's okay, Helen said. With Lillian now measuring a dose, me busy with the bag and Lillian, urging our medic forward, Helen was the only one left with our captive's attention. You're in no danger. We just need you to sleep for the rest of the night. You'll wake up on the floor, safe and sound. The young woman opened her mouth to talk, and only wound up coughing again. Do you have friends that would come looking for you? Gordon asked. If you're missing at dinner? Or after? The girl frowned, then after a pause, she nodded. Don't lie, I said. She looked up at me, concerned, heaving in wheezy breaths. I'd only been guessing, but her reaction to me calling her on it was telling. That's a no, I told Gordon. He nodded. We have an escape route if we need it. Place to hide out. Mary partially opened the door. 116. Remember that, Gordon said, to the rest of us. Lillian approached our captive with a needle in hand. I saw the girl tense up. Typhimine, Lillian said. 33.4 milligrams, for a person that weighs 11 stone. Our captive took that in, then relaxed. On your side, Lillian said, bending down, pushing at the girl's shoulder. The girl obeyed, twisting her upper body until she was lying on her side. When Lillian reached out with the needle, a hand went up. Gordon grabbed it, holding it down, and Lillian stuck the young woman in the stomach. In moments, she was asleep. Lillian grabbed a pillow from the bed and put it under the woman's head, then another, propped behind her back. Gordon looked impatient by the time she was done. Lillian gave him a nod, as if to confirm that she was done. Think what you want, Gordon, that would have been far harder without Lillian, I thought. I handed her bag. Mary peeked out into the hall, then gave us the go-ahead. The hall was largely empty. We moved as a group. Helen, Gordon, Mary, and I were quick to slip into our roles. We walked comfortably, casually. Stealth was good, staying out of sight and being quiet, but the next best thing was to look like we belonged. Moving with purpose, briskly enough that it looked like we knew what we were doing. If we looked lost, then others would want to give us direction, or question what we were doing. Turn right, Jamie said. How the heck do you know where we're going? Gordon asked. Photos in the yearbook, outline of the school, what we saw from outside. It feels like common sense, Jamie said, quiet. That's kind of scary, Lillian said. I know you could pull out anything you'd seen, but connecting the pieces, now. You have your thing, you practice it. I have my thing, Jamie said. Not that I'm positive, mind you. Better than nothing, Gordon said. Then, not for the first time, he said, wish I had that brain of yours. Yeah, Jamie said, quiet. Maybe. Mary couldn't have made the connection. Even Lillian probably wouldn't have remembered, it was so long ago I wasn't even sure Lillian had been with us. No, the very first time they'd had the exchange had been one of our earliest meetings. When the Lambs had just made the move from being 3 to being 4, Jamie joining our ranks, we had been learning what each of us were capable of. I wish I had your brain. I wish I had your body. If I remembered the interplay of dialogue between Jamie and Gordon, then Jamie had to, right? Odd, that he hadn't brought it up or used the line. He was acting odd in a few ways, as a matter of fact. Jamie looked tense, and a side effect of that tension was that he was too stiff, not quite the casual air we needed. I knew that this particular situation made him the fish out of water. Improvising wasn't his strong suit, because improvising required fast reactions and adaptation. But shouldn't that have made him more willing to lean on us, stick to the tried and true, the interplay, the jokes, the reminder that we were a team? I poked him in the side. He flinched, doubling over a little, then shot me a look. I rolled my shoulders, then stretched, fingers together, arms over my head with palms up. Ahoy, Jamie said. He seemed to force himself to relax. It solved the immediate problem, but it didn't solve the rest of it. I wasn't sure what was up with him. Double doors at the opposite end of the hallway banged open, a small herd of young ladies in fashionable clothing coming through. Their hair was nicely done up, and the clothes were nice, high quality, though not loud or attention-getting. They were fitting the atmosphere of the school, unconsciously adapting. More girls visiting their rooms before dinner, Lillian said. Before long we're going to be surrounded. Being surrounded is bad. It's less chance for us to see Frey before she sees us, I said. Yeah, Gordon agreed. Let's get out of sight. Through the doors, hard right, then stairs, down, Jamie said. There was a heavy set of double doors just like the one the collection of Dame Cicely's students had come through. Gordon and I each pushed one of the doors open. We rounded the corner. There were more rooms to either side, but the hallway was short, and at the end of it were 2 sets of stairs, one leading down, the other leading up. What's downstairs? I asked. Labs. They're almost always downstairs, Jamie said. I don't know what the layout is, but I doubt they're going to be too busy if people are going from class to their rooms for dinner. No guarantees, I said. If Frey saw us and bolted. Footsteps on the stairs marked someone or multiple someones coming down the stairs. We were too far away to make a run for downstairs, too far forward to try and slip through the doors. Immediately, as we'd done with the young woman in her dorm room, we looked for our exits. 6 of us, and 4 of us had the wherewithal to check nearby dorm rooms, hoping some were unlocked. No luck on all 4 counts. Stupid school with its scheming, paranoid students. The girls came down the stairs, and I found myself saying a mantra in my head, as if I could will it to be true. Don't be Frey. Don't be Frey. Don't be Frey. Especially don't be Frey's killer monster man. The young women were in the company of their pet monsters and stitched, chattering with one another. None were Frey. Nor the monster. But there was one more experiment than there were human girls. The stitched girl from Frey's entourage carried a tray of kettle, plates of tidbits and cups. She saw us and stopped so suddenly that it startled the girls in her company, porcelain rattling on the tray, tea slopping over the side, threatening to spill. It was a still tableau. It's you, she said, staring at us. Stitch in time 4.8. This was, like the rattle of the doorknob, the kind of situation that demanded a coordinated response. When the doorknob had rattled, it had been Mary and Gordon who'd stepped forward. This was a different sort of rattle. Helen, Gordon, and I were on point. Well, Gordon was always on point, there weren't many active, immediate situations where he was bad. Much like how there weren't many situations where Jamie and Lillian were really supposed to step up and take charge. Hi. Helen said, cheery. Frey's stitched alone wasn't the biggest problem. Her stitched being in the company of other women and monsters made for something more complicated. What are you doing here? Frey's stitched asked, looking confused and mildly alarmed. Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, I thought. A cleverer person could be invited to dance, words playing off of words and the bystanders forever kept in the dark. The stitched wasn't so nuanced, and she'd chosen the single hardest question to answer directly. We're taking a look at the school. Helen said, matching the stitched girl in tone. It's so pretty. She wasn't lying, but even ignoring that part, it sounded so genuine I almost believed her. The problem was that it left things open, it gave the stitched girl a moment to think. Careful, I said, abruptly. The tray, don't drop it. She startled a little, looking down at the tray. I don't ever drop trays. I'm careful, she said, voice firm. She hadn't been close to dropping it, but she'd had to check. Gordon seemed to sense what I was doing. How is Genevieve doing? Oh. The stitched said. A furrow appeared between her eyebrows. She's happy, and she's working. She's with Claire right now. We were going to go see Lady Claire, one of the girls said. Yes, I said, then I took a risk. We were too. You know Miss Frey, one of the girls in the group cut in. Hadn't expected that. It was rude, sudden, and it didn't fit into the flow of the conversation. We do, Helen said. Again, she was leaving things open-ended, letting the other person decide the next part of the conversation. I had to have a talk with her about it. A casualty of Helen being largely reactive in nature. How? Another girl asked. Was her tone accusatory? I wanted to defer to the other lambs and let them control the flow of the conversation while I took a second to think, but I worried we were one mistake away from trouble. Something about the collective tone and body language. She recommended the school to us, I said, off the top of my head. It tied things back to the backstory we'd already discussed. To you, was the arch reply. To a boy? We weren't supposed to say, Sid, Gordon admonished me. I flinched, but I did catch a glimpse of the confusion on the girls' faces. This was a cutthroat school, one where it was every student for themselves. Why then, did they look at each other for confirmation or feedback? A tight-knit group, centered around Frey? Or were they a tight-knit group, rallying against Frey? Either way, I had a plan of attack now. Do you think she's going to be angry at us? Gordon paused, not sure how to respond. My mistake. I'm miffed at you, the stitched girl called out. Giving her an opening to say something was another mistake. You know her best, Helen said, covering and diverting focus. It wasn't much, but it was something. I nodded. I guess. She'll be mad, but she won't show it. She's better than that. What are you talking about? One of the girls asked. I can't say, I said. I was sure to say it too quickly, pausing awkwardly, feigning discomfort in the moment of silence that followed. Miss Genevieve is nice, Wendy said. You're not making sense. If these girls liked Frey, we needed to counteract that impression. If they disliked her, then I needed to play that up. That's not a word I've heard people use to describe her, I said. With that, two of the girls broke away from the group, their monsters following. The stitched girl said, looking at them, bewildered. It's okay, Wendy, one of the girls that had stayed behind said, interrupting her. Shift the bias of the conversation. Recognizing that Stitch tended to be slower to react or adjust in the same way Jamie was, I could override her, build up a story, and turn these girls into a weapon we could use against Frey. It's very much not okay. That one threw a knife at my head. Wendy said, pointing at Mary. Be safe. They're dangerous. That brought everything to a screeching halt. She was a little faster on the uptake than most, then. Had to stop making assumptions when Frey was involved, even tangentially. Wendy, I said. We're not dangerous. You're mistaken. We've talked about this, Lillian said, piping up. You have residual memories. What you're remembering isn't Martha, but someone very similar to Martha, from before. Clever Lillian. Every Stitch spent some time being trained and checked for residual memories and tics before they were cleared for their duties. Lillian was helping to build something of a narrative, and she was helping to direct the conversation. In the right direction, no less. No, she said, stubborn. We haven't talked about it and that isn't one of my memories. Miss Genevieve had me running all over to try and watch you and she said to be careful and then she threw a knife at my head and he pushed some bricks over so they almost fell on me, and I wanted to slap a hand to my face. That sort of thing doesn't happen in reality, Wendy, Helen said, with the best gentle tone. It does and it did. I mused, we need to move the conversation to the right destination, even if we have this anchor holding us back and threatening to sink us. Attack her stance, erode the other's faith in her words, using the fact that she was a stitched. Evade and distract, maybe? Or approach things from an oblique angle. I decided to play along. I hated doing it, but I played the kid. We didn't do that. I said. We came here because she asked us to and she says we're going to be able to go to school here later if everything works out, and... What? One of the girls cut me off. She's... I wasn't supposed to say that, I said, for the second time. By this time, their curiosity had to be killing them. The girls who'd started to approach finished crossing the floor to reach us. One of them dropped down to sit on her heels, reaching out to place a hand on my shoulder. She smiled, it's okay. You can tell us. I turned to look at Gordon, as if for reassurance. He shrugged, which was perfect. She made friends with Lady Claire because Lady Claire knows someone who runs the academy, I said. She says, if everything works out, then this won't be a girls' school next year. There'll be men coming here, which means I can come. You want your precious seats? How would you like more competition? That doesn't make sense, the girl in front of me said. She was a pretty blonde with features that I was pretty sure had been adjusted with some academy science. It's true, I said. I could have used money to drive the point home, but money held more weight with people who weren't used to wealth. She said that Lady Claire's dad. Uncle, Jamie said, under his breath. Uncle, he's noble, and he's been offered a position, but the man offering the position has a daughter he doesn't want to be studying any of this and she's supposed to get a scholarship and... Okay, the girl cut off my ramble, which was very intentionally rambly. Hit them with too many things they would want to ask questions about, all at once, leave them reeling. Even if they pick apart the argument, the message underlying it all still penetrates. Politics. I was willing to bet they'd appreciate politics more than money. It was a lie they could believe. I don't know about any of that, Wendy said. I could have thrown out something in response to that, but I decided to let it sit. Helen decided to pick it up, it's okay, honey. Damn it. No it's not. You tried to strangle Warren. She keeps saying that stuff, one of the girls said. Is she burning out? I'm quite fine, thank you, Wendy said, stamping a little in frustration. The cups and saucers on the tray rattled. Maybe we should ask Miss Frey. Ugh. That would be a disaster. Maybe, said the girl, who was crouched in front of me. I always wondered where she came from. It would be nice to know who I'm talking to, when I go down to see her. There were 100 things I could have said, webs I could have spun, but with this proximity to the girl, I knew it would be too much, too fast. We needed a subtler line, something to set the hook without giving our fish reason to struggle. Besides, I was playing the kid, matching Wendy in the innocence angle. I couldn't deliver anything too cutting without drawing too much attention to me. From Helen and Gordon's silence, I suspected they sensed the same thing, and they were deferring to me. It was the wrong hand signal, but I feigned fidgeting, putting my hands behind my back, knowing the others could all see it, and I extended 2 fingers, walking them upside down. The rabbit ears in the grass, the upside down man. It was a sign that meant sneak. Paired with another sign, it could mean subtly. I pointed at my lower face. Mary started to move around to the side, slowly. I made a sudden gesture, clenching my fist, shifting my posture. She stopped, and she watched as I emphasized mouth, not neck. No, I didn't want an ambush. I wanted. I overheard my dad, once, Jamie said, hesitant. That wasn't acting, it was just Jamie being Jamie, but it worked. He said, that lady isn't someone you would ever want to marry or have as a business partner, but if you want to learn science and learn politics, there aren't many people better to learn from. Is that so? The girl in front of me asked, her voice soft. Jamie, I could kiss you right now. He could be slow, but he was the furthest thing from stupid. He understood how I thought. All he needed, sometimes, was the time to get caught up and connect the dots. When he got that, then he could be devastating. With those words, he'd poisoned the waters. So long as we maintained some semblance of cover, all future interactions between these girls and Frey would be colored by distrust and concern about being manipulated. We're supposed to learn from her, this coming spring, I said. Our parents all arranged it. She's Lady Claire's tutor, the other girl who'd approached us said. Yeah, I said. I guess we'll be her students too. Take the bait, take the bait. Here, the girl in front of me asked. In Radham, I said, firmly enough to leave no doubt. She reached out, and her monster, a man with armor-crusted skin, extended a hand for her to hold onto as she straightened up, standing. It doesn't make sense, does it? How could she be a proper tutor for Lady Claire here and a tutor for us there? Something doesn't add up, and you've already suggested you're suspicious of her. You were vaguely hostile and almost predatory when you sussed out a connection to her, which suggests you don't like her. You're willing to believe the worst. She's selling out the school, making it co-ed, she's selling you all out, all in the name of politics. To top it all off, she's manipulating Lady Claire to make it happen. This was the story we'd spun out. I'm very eager to talk to this woman now, the blonde girl who talked to me said, her back to us. She approached the stairs. Only thing that doesn't add up is this stitched girl. I add up. Wendy said, indignant. Your story doesn't. Oh. I thought you meant arithmetics. Is she running hot? The blonde asked. Another girl reached out and put a hand on Wendy's forehead. A little warm. Not enough for a burnout. I just made tea, Wendy said, very patiently. I'm holding tea. It's warm, because tea is hot. I'm telling the truth. They're dangerous. All 6 of them. Miss Genevieve told me to be very careful with them. It's okay, the girl said, withdrawing her hand from Wendy's forehead. We can go and ask Miss Frey, and I think everything will become clear. Yes, the blonde agreed. I'm looking forward to the explanation. It wasn't ideal, I'd hoped to have more time. But we had a distraction, in the form of several angry girls. We had the element of surprise. All we needed to do was corner her, then draw the net closed. If you say something about us to her, we're going to get in trouble, I said. The blonde turned her attention briefly to me. I liked the look of deep-seated concern on her face, as if I'd struck a blow to the core of her being, shaking her confidence. This was someone proud, good at what she did, and with my lies, she was no longer sure that she knew what the future had in store for her. I'll be discreet, she said. A lie, practically to my face. She didn't care. The motivation that drove her now was stopping Frey and securing her future once again. Thank you, I said, pretending to accept the lie. I moved closer to the stairs as they started to gather, ready to move on Frey as a group. I wondered if they'd be direct or subtle about it all. I couldn't tell from the body language or the murmured words they were exchanging. The blonde one looked so much angrier. She didn't stride forward. She stalked, her pet with its armored skin a step behind. Conventional wisdom was that a lie was best kept simple. Less conventional wisdom was that a lie could be trumped by a more complex one. The lambs and I were close. My eyes were on Wendy, Frey's stitched girl. She was confused, she kept trying to talk, and nobody was listening. I almost felt bad. The group turned and moved as a unit, heading downstairs to where Genevieve Frey and Lady Claire supposedly were. Like Jamie was so prone to be, the stitched girl found herself a step behind. I lurched forward, hurrying, as she moved around the railing to head downstairs. Pushing her down would be crude, but getting in her way. She stumbled a little, the cups and saucers clattering once again. Excuse me, she said. It's already getting cold. I'm in a hurry. Sorry, I said. Let me get out of your way. I faked right, then moved left. She stumbled again, then stamped a foot, clearly frustrated. At the base of the stairs, one of the girls called up, Wendy, are you coming? And Sid, was it? Yes. Wendy called back. She shot me a glare. Excuse me. I need to serve the tea, and I need to tell Miss Genevieve that you said things that weren't true. It's okay, Mary said, catching me off guard by speaking up. Sid? It's okay. I frowned, but I saw her smile. I stepped out of Wendy's way, freeing her to go down the stairs. She took one step, then jerked to a halt. Tea slopped out of the cups. The stitched girl said. She tried to turn around, then stopped again. Mary had tied her to the railing. She looked at me, very clearly frustrated and maybe a little lost at this point. Would you please take the tray? I shook my head. She tried to put it on the railing, balancing it, then gave up, taking hold of it again. Several times, she tried to move, and found herself caught firm. All she had to do was throw the tray, but, as she'd proudly told us, she didn't drop trays. She said, looking more distressed. Gordon reached out, putting a hand on her arm. It's okay. I can't move, she said, her voice small. She sounded like she had regressed in age. It's okay, he said, again. I know. Just wait. Things will be okay. You have to be patient. She tried to move again, then stopped short. She went still, shoulders drawn in. We're not going to hurt you, Gordon said. Stay here. We'll get you help, okay. She nodded. But the tea is going to get cold. I started down the stairs, several of the others with me. Only Gordon hung back, consoling the stitched girl. You have the teapot, don't you? Gordon asked. They like second cups, after the first is done. One tea bag, she said, so it isn't too strong when it's time for the second cup. Good remembering, he said. Do you drink tea? No. It's not very good for me. Sid, Gordon called out. I'd just reached the bottom of the stairs, I turned around, and so did many of the others. Gordon spoke, his voice carrying down the stairwell. The school was quiet enough we could hear it, even with his low volume. 3 cups. One for Frey, one for Claire, and one for Frey's monster, Mary said. His name is Warren, the stitched girl said. And he's not a monster. He's a gentleman and I'm supposed to help him. No, I said. He's down there with them. Nobody responded. We were already moving on. Gordon took the steps, 2 at a time, leaving the stitched girl behind. We had a problem. Frey's man was a monster the rest of the gang hadn't been able to take down in a square fight. We moved carefully, checking before any movement, not daring to move in front of a door in case Genevieve Frey or someone else spotted us. Sent everyone down here, Gordon said, under his breath. Why? Couldn't you have sent them away? It was a gamble, I said. Yes, I could have sent them elsewhere, but it wouldn't have been easy. They were already heading down there, it was the place to go for answers, and they definitely wanted some, with Wendy back there drawing a connection and raising big questions. He said. Hoped her monster would be off on an errand, trying to deal with us, or getting maintenance, or something. Sure things are better than gambles, he said, under his breath. Better to step away and find a more concrete avenue of attack. Keep it simple. It was. That was as simple as I do. I considered everything and it made the most sense. Put her on her heels, pressure her, find an opportunity to strike, when she isn't expecting us. Well, let's hope it happens, he said, and he said it in a way that made it sound like I'd failed somehow. Jerk. He'd just been talking to me about how the group needed to work together. We creeped forward, and in the midst of it, I felt Mary bump my arm with her elbow. She didn't say or do anything, but we moved forward as a pair, arms touching. Solidarity. When we drew closer to the end of the hall, we heard the voices, along with the sound of rushing water. She's conning you, Claire. Can't you understand that? She's saving me. She's a fantastic teacher, she's lying to you. Or are you saying she hasn't contrived to meet your dad? Contrived is the wrong word. It's true, Frey said. There was a moment of shocked silence. It's not like you've been led to believe. Dame Cicely's academy isn't anything I'm after, and I don't know anything about it wanting to allow men in. Don't know anything? I don't believe you. I did approach Lady Claire as a means to an end, but that was temporary. I became her friend in a genuine way. A pause. I was sure that if I looked, I could see Frey putting on a show. You became her so-called friend, and you're leaving, just like that. Ah yes. Sooner than I'd like. But that's not an entirely bad thing, Joan. I know you have a great admiration, a brief but meaningful pause, for Lady Claire. I would be delighted to invite you into one of our study sessions, so you could take over for me when I'm done. What were your ulterior motives, Genevieve? That. It's complicated. What to do? We had her cornered. She was busy defending herself. But she also had her pet in there with her. A brute of a man with keen enough instincts to stay ahead of the rest of the lambs. Mary was next to me, back pressed to the wall, much as mine was. I reached over, and I tapped the side of her leg, touching the blade that her skirt hid. I touched my throat, then jerked a thumb in the direction of the room. She made a so-so gesture. Not confident? I stepped away from the wall, pulling on her sleeve, swapping positions with her and gestured for her to wait. Better if she was closer to the door, in case something happened. I wanted access, Frey said. Something I've been lacking since I lost the Academy's favor. That's why I first approached Lady Claire. The nobility and upper class offer that access. I thought I could play the game, work my way to a secure position. But I've always had a weakness for people. I'm bad at reducing them to simple numbers or abstracts. I get too close to them. Friend or foe? I hope I'm a friend, someone said. Lady Claire, most likely. Most definitely, Frey said. Nothing suggested she was lying, prompting me to wonder, what did you want access for? Or to? I almost believe you, said the blonde. Joan, if I was guessing right. Those children you've worked with. My heart sank. I saw Mary tense, a throwing knife in hand. More people I've gotten too close to. Or they've gotten too close to me, Frey said. I think they're upset with me. They're distorting the truth. I don't know if they realize how much they're doing it. Isn't that right, Sylvester? My blood ran cold. Sylvester? Lady Claire asked. One of the children. I'd lay good money on the fact that he's out in the hallway, listening. Messy black hair, small, sharp eyes. He was called Sid by one of the others. A fake name. Says the fugitive from the crown, I called out. You used your real name. I lose track if I lie, she said. I'm no good at that. Fugitive, this from one of the young women. She sounded alarmed. I didn't like flying blind. I put a hand on Mary's shoulder, then stepped out into the doorway. The lab was stone-walled and stone-floored, lit by voltaic lights that flickered just a touch. Biologic power often did that. Fish or something else that could be fed and produce the power. The floor was thick glass, and water moved below, churning and frothing. The light reflected off the floor and the water to make it look like the entire room was underwater. I saw Frey's monster. 8 feet tall, his shoulders so broad I could have draped myself over them and still not covered the breadth. All muscle, exaggerated, with pressed clothes that had no doubt been tailored to his specific shape. Frey was there, with the girls we'd just been talking to. Your friends are there too, I assume? Frey asked. They went to go do something else, I lied. Think about it. I am thinking about it, Sylvester, but I don't think I believe you. Before, when we talked, I found myself wondering what you'd do if we all came after you, if Wendy's distraction attempt had failed, or if we'd organized differently. I don't suppose this is where I get to find out. Fugitive? Lady Claire asked, a little louder, repeating herself. Murderer and terrorist, I said. I pulled out my badge. We're tracking her down. For convenience's sake, you can imagine we're adults in the bodies of children, for the sake of sneaking around, going unnoticed, or being discreet. But you aren't, Frey said. Convenience's sake, I said. I looked at the other girls, and the monsters they'd brought with. If she sends her monster over there after us, I highly recommend using your monsters to disable or kill her. Be careful, she's got retractable syringes in her fingers and a tentacled monster hidden inside her clothing. You don't want to be too close to her. I saw Lady Claire back away a step. Everything I told you was the truth, Claire, Frey said, her head bowing a little. If you think about it, a great deal of what I told you will make more sense, in retrospect. You're really a killer, Claire said. She backed away again, startling a little as Joan put hands on her shoulders. Genevieve Frey didn't answer the question. She turned her attention to me. Sylvester. Frey. To sate that idle curiosity of yours, I'll tell you. Had everyone turned up on the patio outside the cafe, and if conversation had seemed impossible, I would have told you what it is I'm aiming to do. I said. This is where you tell me, then? Send us off to go stop your dastardly plan. No, she said, quiet, sounding almost offended. No. First of all, I have this situation well in hand. The girls backed away a little more. They were mindful of Frey's monster, with its eerie blue eyes and massive frame. Second of all, I don't intend to give anyone a chance to stop me. I started and concluded my greater plot some time ago. Anything I do now just extends its effects in gravity. All the same, I think you and the other lambs would feel compelled to run damage control. You've already done what you set out to do. I asked. I did after my first stop, but I'm taking the time to secure it, make sure it does what I mean it to. Much like I've already decided this confrontation, and all the time we take talking is securing my position. I tore my eyes off her, studying the room. I'd thought, not daring to look away, that the girls with the monsters were crouching. But they were sagging. Gas. Or some concoction, or something. She and I were resistant to it, by virtue of the wyvern formula, and she'd treated her creature, too. The rest weren't so lucky. Without the monsters to threaten her, there was nothing to stop the monster with the blue eyes. Warren, Frey said, sounding genuinely disappointed. Go. Stitch in time 4.9. I threw myself back out of the doorway, Mary moving in the opposite direction, her shoulder bumping mine. She threw a knife, then twisted around, her still wet boots skidding on the floor. She grabbed the door in my offered hand to catch herself, then ran with the rest of us, her hand in mine. We hurried down the hall, and I heard the briefest scraping sound. I half turned to see him stepping out into the hallway, a stool dangling from his hand. When he threw it, he didn't bring his arm back for more distance or wind up. It was a motion of the elbow and the wrist, a hard snap. It took me a fraction of a second to see the trajectory. I hauled on Mary's arm, to pull her away, and I wasn't strong enough. The stool hit her and splintered against the wall in the same moment. Her grip tightened on my hand, and she twisted my wrist as she stumbled into Helen, who was a step ahead of her. Mary, Helen, and I went down in a heap. I flipped over, avoiding relying on my hand as I shifted positions to more of a crouch, my attention on Warren. Mary's throwing knife glinted in the light, sticking out of his chest, a few inches deep into his chest. She had nailed her throw. Right over the heart. Could I call that irony? The whole reason the lambs even exist is that the crown got this far, and the crown only got this far because the academies started making monsters that were harder to kill than conventional weapons were able to. By the time weapons caught up, the academies were producing other weapons, plagues and parasites, causing the sort of problems for their enemies that only the academies could fix. It was that cycle and the drive to stay ahead that drove so much of the academy's psychology. Now we were, in our little skirmish here, a reversal of the dynamic the academies had imposed. Warren's eyes stared as he approached. He didn't run, but he took long strides. He was slower than us, but he didn't seem concerned with that. Gordon gave me and Helen a hand. Lillian went straight to Mary. It had been a hard hit. A solid wood piece of furniture had been dashed to pieces, and something that could have broken something important in Mary. Warren. Jamie called out. With Helen, Mary, and I still recovering, and both Gordon and Lillian helping us, it seemed like he was on point. Your father wants you to know he's sorry. The muscle-bound man slowed, then stopped. He was halfway down the hallway, hunched over. His facial features were very normal, but he held his head at an angle that cast his eyes in shadow, the flickering light outlining his massive frame. As he looked at Jamie, he raised his head, and for an instant, there was less shadow. He knows what happened to you, Jamie said. It nearly killed your mother, hearing. The man that was facing us down reacted to that, hunching over more, recoiling from the words. One fist clenched. Your father let things slide, with the farms. He almost gave up, almost sold the farm. Almost. Your neighbors stepped in. The Crowleys, the Bears. They're rotating out, their adult kids have been volunteering, spending time with your dad, looking after things. Jamie was lying through his teeth, of course. We'd stopped by, but the parents hadn't talked to us, and they hadn't been getting help, but they hadn't been in dire shape either. Not happy, for sure, but not dire. They were a tough lot, and that unfortunately extended to Warren too. Probably. Lillian said something I didn't hear, and Gordon helped haul Mary to her feet. Every single inch of Mary conveyed agony on some level, with some blood here and there, the tension of her muscles, the look on her face, the tears in her eyes. She also looked angry, and I had to chalk that up to anger at herself more than anything else. Francis Bayers was there when we stopped in to ask about you, gathering information so we could track you all down. You were friends back when you were our age, right? The question got a slow nod in response. Was Warren there mute? There was a pause, and I saw Jamie look my way. A glance, a check, and it wasn't intended to see how hurt I might have been as it was something else. My turn, then? I drew in a deep breath, and I let go of my wrist, which was throbbing. Holding hands in front, folding arms, and crossed legs were all signs of defensiveness. The signals were subtle, but even the most untrained eye would read something into it. Holding my wrist would do so twice over because I'd be subtly reminding him of pain. I know that it feels like going back is impossible. Everything is different, and you've changed, in mind, body, and personality. There's a lot there you clearly wouldn't want to take back home. But your family survived this much, and they want you back, more than you know. The door is open, Warren, Jamie said. You can go back. I felt a hand touch my back. A signal. Were Gordon and Mary good to go? You should go back. Warren turned, then stepped to one side, revealing Frey, who was a short distance behind him. She'd approached with his body blocking our view of her. We backed away a little, and Warren and the woman advanced to match the distance. Cover your mouths, Lillian whispered. In case of more gas. Frey spoke, if I had to weigh in and say what was best for you, Warren, I'd say you should go. Keep them out of my hair for 2 hours, we can consider your part of our bargain done. Get a new body, see your family, piece your life back together. She was doing it again. Denying me the footholds I needed to get a leg up on her. How was I supposed to fight her manipulations when she was agreeing with me? Warren's head bowed. The shadows covered his eyes, leaving only the blue reflections of the irises themselves. I could read it all, the body language, the hunched shoulders, the tension that seemed to settle in him. You're not going to, are you? I asked. He shook his head. Can't help someone until they want to be helped, Frey said. For now, I'll give you the support you need, Warren. Warren reached out without looking, and he slammed his hand into the door nearest him. He didn't blink as splinters flew out to decorate his custom-made outfit. He tore out a section of the door. An improvised weapon. Even if what he needs is a good target to spend his anger on, Frey said, quietly. You're a better person than that, Warren, Jamie said. Kids. Frey said. As far as I understand it, and he's a hard man to read, when he doesn't speak, but this is my read on it, he sees you as symbols of the academy, and academy science, which is where the fault lies for what happened to him. Warren nodded. And you pretend you're not good at being manipulative, I said. Pushing him to go with us, knowing that the push would make him resist, push back into your fold. Then you speak for him, you interpret things, and shape his thoughts in the process. I'm not trying to manipulate him at all, Sylvester, Frey said, still quiet. I didn't say or do anything in response to that. There wasn't much that I could do, in terms of options. I'd been planting the seed for Warren's benefit, but nothing suggested it had even gotten through to him. The truth of the matter was, I believed her. If she was manipulating him, it was by accident. I studied her, watching. She was oddly juxtaposed with the massive brute of a man, a young woman in a sweater and skirt, with high boots, relatively soft-spoken, but sharp in dress, with the crimson lipstick and hair most likely styled by Lady Claire's best. He, by contrast, was loud in his silence, his body language and the threat of another flung weapon capturing my attention, dragging it away from anything else I might look at. By the simple act of breathing, he made me watch him. The antithesis of what the lambs were. We were a group, a network, and he was utterly alone. We were brains, and he was brawn. But, when I looked into those eyes and saw them watching, when I considered that he'd effectively taken Mary out of the fight with his first maneuver, I couldn't think of him as brainless. Not like Sub Rosa. They advanced, we retreated. You portray yourself as nice, gentle. You truly care about everyone you meet, I said. I do. I grow attached too easily. The barriers got worn away by my wyvern doses, along with my long-term recall. But you're going to make him hurt us? So he can have the release he needs. I'm going to let him hurt you because I don't believe there's anything else I can say or do that's going to slow you down or make you stop chasing us, and you've clearly reached the point where you can catch up with us. Warren advanced a step. Not because he was matching the speed of our slow retreat, but because he was closing the distance. Gordon's hand on my back moved, he grabbed my arm, and he jerked me to the side. A knife flew through the space my head had been, sailing through the air, and passed within a foot of Warren's head. Miss Frey stepped away from the projectile, though it was already pretty clearly going to miss. Ah, Frey said. Warren started forward, moving faster, and we ran. Turning around, I had a view of the group. Mary was hurt, and was relying on Gordon for support. Something had stabbed through her sweater, and she was bleeding. Again, we were faster than him. Even Jamie. Would have been why Frey used the stitched girl to bait us instead of Warren, now that I thought on it. But, much as he'd done before, he made up for the lack of speed with his raw natural ability. He hurled the piece of door he'd collected. Gordon and I were watching, and the rest of the group was ready. The section of door hit the ground in the middle of our group, bounced, and clipped Gordon, who nearly dropped Mary. I put myself under her for support, my arms around her stomach, and my wrist seized up in pain as I put too much pressure on it. Gordon recovered, I pulled away, watching over my shoulder. No, correction, it wasn't that he was slower than us. It just took him time to build up steam. He was matching our speed, finding a comfortable running pace. The lights flickered, as they were wont to do, and there was a brief moment where only his eyes were visible. He could see in the dark, I suspected. Have to slow him down, I said. Mary. Can't throw. Give me your knives, I said. She shot me a look, one that should have been reserved only for the worst class of people, like baby murderers or puppy kickers. There was a crashing sound behind us as Warren collected something else to throw. Give. I said, more intently. She reached under her shirt to her stomach and drew her hand away with 3 knives. Extra knives in left hand, knife to be thrown in my right. Sucked, when I was a lefty, but I'd twisted it or sprained it, but I had to make do. I spun around and hurled the first knife, hard as I could. The whole of my attention was on the movement, remembering what I was doing. Focus, track, visualize, throw. The knife chipped off the ceiling above Warren's head. I took a second to run and catch back up with the others, while doing my best to figure out what I'd done wrong. Later point of release, then. I turned around, saw Warren holding a section of door in both hands, ready to hurl it horizontally, and shouted a warning, down. The rest of the group ducked, some stumbling, while Gordon shielded Mary with his body. I threw myself to the side as the spinning section of door flew past us, then went through the motions, throwing with a later point of release. He raised his hand to ward off his face, but the knife sailed harmlessly past him, a few feet to the left. With me stopping outright to throw and the rest of the group stumbling, he covered a lot of the distance between us. I could see everything that was liable to unfold, whether we ran or whether we stayed and fought, and nothing looked good. Should have given the knives to Jamie, Mary said, a few feet behind me, speaking under her breath. At least he might have hit something. Resent that. I said, my voice tense. Ditto. Jamie said. I passed the third knife to my good hand and took a fraction of a second to remind myself of what I'd done wrong. The movements were fresh in my muscle memory and mind both. If you miss, he's going to hurt my friends. Make it count, SY. I hurled the knife. It sailed past him at eye level, a few feet to the right. A knife slashed past Warren's face, close to the eye, and he stumbled. I looked, and saw Gordon. He'd let Mary drop to the floor of the corridor, and was taking the knives she offered as fast as she could retrieve them. Gordon's second knife flew past Warren's head. Warren raised a hand to protect his face, palm outward, and Gordon seized advantage. 2 throws, 1 knife sinking into each palm. Not that they were small targets. Someone could have taken the torsos of any 2 lambs and stuck them together and the weight and general dimensions would have matched one of those middens. 2 more knives. 1 miss. Another into the webbing between 2 fingers. They were all sinking as deep as the hilts, when they hit. Warren was advancing, Gordon took more weapons, and hurled them. 1 knife bounced off, flying through a gap between Warren's reaching hands and striking handle first, the next slashed a thumb and went flying off to clatter to the floor, and the third sank into one of Warren's palms, again. Warren didn't stop. He drew closer, and we weren't in a position to run, with Mary on the ground and Lillian leaning over her bag, with contents strewn all over the floor. He's protective of his head. It's the last part of him that's still intact. Mary had another 2 knives, but as Gordon reached for one, Lillian lunged forward, knocking Mary's hand away, pushing a bottle into place. Head. I shouted, as Gordon moved to throw. The man's hands were a wall in front of his face, and he wasn't letting anything slip through. Instead, Gordon tossed the bottle into the air, slightly forward, so it would hit the ground in front of him, snatched a knife from Mary's hand, and then lunged forward, a full-body hurl of the knife, aimed for Warren's groin. It hit with the blunt side, but it was still a hard throw. Warren, it seemed, didn't have a particular vulnerability to strikes between the legs. That said, no man alive wouldn't instinctually flinch in response to that. Gordon reached behind his back and past his shoulder, catching the bottle so it was behind him, then completed a throwing motion without ever having to stop and draw his arm back. The bottle smashed against Warren's face. The man stumbled, hands pawing at his face, and then dropped to his knees. Won't last long, Lillian said. Which was all the indicator we needed. We turned, working together to pick up and support Mary, and then we ran, leaving Warren to paw at a door, his knife-embedded palms and fingers limiting his ability to grip. I would have hit him, I said, a little bitter that my moment of glory had been stolen. We don't have a week for you to learn, SY, Gordon said. 3 more throws, I could have done it, I said. If you'd taken 3 more throws, we would have been creamed, Gordon said. I didn't have a response to that. Glancing back, I saw past Warren, to the end of the hallway, where Frey stood. She didn't chase. She didn't give any sign of being alarmed, concerned, or bothered. She simply stood there. She had told us that she'd already completed her plan. She was embellishing it, or extending its reach. Seeing this, how she'd treated this as a whole, I believed her. I believed that, barring exceptional circumstance, we wouldn't catch her like this again. She had a hostage, with Lady Claire, and she wouldn't make the same mistake twice. We'd lost. We'd reached too far, too fast, we'd been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the stitched girl, and everything else had flowed from there. We were fighting blind, because we didn't know what our enemy was doing. We needed a win, on so many levels, in so many ways. I switched mental gears, away from Frey, away from Warren. We carried on to the end of the hall, and we reached the stairs. A number of students were gathered around the distressed stitched girl, who was still tied to the railing. You, she said, with much the same inflection she'd used when she had recognized us earlier. Hi, I said, panting for breath. Escaped experiments on the loose, Gordon addressed the gathered students, panting less. Students hurt. Get clear. I saw a flash of expectation or excitement in the eyes of the young women who had gathered around Wendy. Competition removed, more seats free, and maybe a little something beyond that. Had Dame Cicely's bred some sadistic streaks into the student body? Were they that gleeful over someone getting punished, or the spectacle that might surround such? But they did scatter. In the midst of our running, I'd pulled ahead to the front of the group, my attention forward, on what came next, the plan. Now, as we reached the top of the stairwell, I slowed, and the others made noises of distress and annoyance. Wendy, I said. You, she said, in that same inflection as before. Yes, I said. Us. We're going to cut you loose in just a second, okay? Okay, she said. Then she added, the tea is cold. What are you doing, SY? Gordon asked. Talking to Wendy. Warren is Comey. Warren is the reason I'm talking to Wendy, I said. Wendy frowned at me. You told us you were supposed to help Warren, I said. Madam Howell told me to, she said. I glanced back at Jamie. He looked as surprised as I was. We hadn't actually had all the information there. That's your job? I asked. That's my job. Okay, I said. I reached out to Mary, and she gave me another look, but she handed me a knife. I cut the string that bound Wendy to the railing. Thank you, she said, very prim, and you're mean. All of you. You're terrible. Excuse me for saying so. We're very terrible, I admitted. SY, Lillian said, I hear footsteps. He's coming. I know, it's fine, I said. Me, hurt? I'm not fine, Mary said. I think something snapped. Lillian will fix you, I said. Right now, our concern is Warren. That was all it took to get Wendy's attention. Wendy, I said, patiently, speaking very clearly. I'm sorry we left you tied up here. She stared at me, concern still clear on her face. But we did it for your safety. Kind of. People ended up getting hurt. There was fighting. Mary got hurt, and Warren did too. Oh no. Yes. No. He's going to be okay. Because Miss Genevieve did such good work, didn't she? She fixed me up so nicely. Some of the big scratches, they're gone now. We were talking about how good her work on you was. And she gave Warren a body, didn't she? Wendy nodded. Sylvester, Mary said. Her use of my full name was telling. The pain in her voice said a lot, too. I could hear the running footsteps. Our pursuer wasn't far, and he was most definitely coming after us. I addressed Wendy, I have something to ask you, and I want you to think very long and hard about this, okay? Maybe not so long. Gordon suggested, putting one hand on my arm. I shrugged free. I glanced at Gordon. Jamie was standing behind him, and Jamie was keeping his mouth shut. He looked spooked, but he wasn't reminding me of stuff I already knew. I had his trust, at least. All right, Wendy said, looking like she was prepared to give the next bout of thinking her full, concerted effort. Is Warren happy? Happy. Does he smile? Does he laugh? Is this life good for him? Wendy's expression faltered. Warren was so close, now. We go, now, Gordon ordered, grabbing me. You go, I stay, I said. This is important. You being with us is important. I looked to Mary for support, but her head hung, she was having trouble breathing, and blood was soaking through her clothes, running down her skirt. She wasn't with us. Lillian was too scared. Helen was Helen. I looked to Jamie. I'm staying too, he said. That's not necessary, I thought, but I couldn't argue, because he was backing me up. Damn both of you, Gordon said. Mary, give me some knives. No. I said. No. Just, take Mary, get a bit of a head start, head for the room. Jamie, you should go too, you're not a fast runner. Leave me here. With Wendy. We'll manage. Gordon stared at me. Please, I said. He turned to go. I looked at Wendy, and I reached up, taking the tray, before putting it on the ground. She looked flustered at that, but visibly calmed down as I took her hand. What's going on? She asked, her voice small. We wait for Warren. Just a few more seconds, I said. I would have been lying if I said my mouth wasn't as dry as a bone, adrenaline thrumming through my veins. Warren caught up, reaching the bottom of the stairs. He'd pulled the weapons free of his palms, and blood had been smeared from the wounds onto his clothes. He saw Wendy and I and he stopped. Is he happy? I asked. He's unhappy because of you. Is he really? I asked. If I was gone, if you held me here and let him take me, would he be the same happy boy Mrs. Howell asked you to protect? He wasn't very happy then either, she said. At the start, maybe. I knew Warren could hear us. He didn't move, just staring. His reaction was more like I had a knife to the stitched woman's throat, holding her hostage. I wasn't dressed, then, she remarked. I shot her a look, then shook my head. Do you think he would become as happy as he was at the start, if you gave me to him? I don't think, she said, softly. I'm not very good at it. I do what I'm told. You were told to protect him. Maybe that means protecting him from himself. Complicated, she said. It was a negation, a stubborn refusal to understand. If he walks up here and hurts me, hurts my friends, I don't think he'll ever be happy again. It's crossing a line, and he may never come back. Complicated, she said, again, her voice tight. He's not the sort of man that hurts children, is he? I asked. She shook her head. He's nice. You can't let him become someone mean, right? Mrs. Howell wouldn't want that. No, she said, she wouldn't. He cares about you. I can see it, looking at him. So long as you're around, he's just a little more human. He can't cross the line and maim or kill if you're here, watching. All you have to do to protect him from that, is come with us, I said. Something tells me he won't leave you behind. He'll make Frey stay close, or she'll have to abandon him. Are you sure? She asked. Warren started, taking a step up the stairs. This is the best thing for him and for you, I said, and I actually meant it. Come. Let's run. I tugged on her arm, and she didn't move. I did it again, with no luck. On the third tug, something seemed to fall into place. She connected, or she pulled it together. We ran, and Warren chased. But at the top of the stairs, he stopped. The shout at our backs was ragged and loud. Wendy. Stitch in time 4.10. Warren didn't give chase. Wendy and I made our way to the room with the coats. The room's resident and her monster were still unconscious, but the others were already outside, standing a few feet away from the open window, a vantage point where they could see within. The snow was falling all around them, it was dark, and the little light around the place cast long shadows. There wasn't any commentary as I reached under the bed, grabbed my jacket, scarf, cap, and gloves, and pulled everything on. I glanced at Wendy, who looked like a ghost in more ways than one. Fine, pale hair, a haunted expression on her face. She wore a calf-length dress that was crisp and tidy enough it was almost a uniform, complete with a smock, and her hair was tied back. I could see subtle differences in the color and texture of it, suggesting that hair had been transplanted as Stitch's hair didn't tend to grow, or it fell out faster than it grew in, and it was telling that she'd been looked after in that regard. You need a coat, I told her. I don't, she said. I'm always hot, You need a coat, I said. You're always hot because it keeps you healthy. If you're out in the cold, your body will have to work harder to stay hot, and you might run out of energy too quickly. I walked past her, stepping past the monster on the floor to get to the wardrobe by the door. I popped it open, then rifled through the hanging garments until I found something suitable, a long coat of black, lab-grown wool. I handed it to Wendy, and watched as she put it on. Her movements were stiff, and once or twice she paused, as if she had to remember or puzzle out the next sequence of movements to put her arms in the sleeves. I stepped in to grab the jacket and help it over her shoulder. It's big, she said. It was true. 2 of her could have fit in the jacket. I grabbed a long scarf from the closet, then wound it around her waist, cinching the coat closer to her body. Come on, I said. I saw her look back, the doubt on her face, and grabbed her hand, pulling her along. It was a strange inversion of adult and child, the child leading the adult by the hand, but in reality, she was the innocent. She was the key to all of this, our last hope in figuring out how we were going to address the Frey situation. Through the window, I said. I gave her a hand in making her way down, and the others moved to the base of the window to help her down. She was a little heavier than someone her size should have been, and her movements were stiff. I'd interacted with Stitched in general to know that sometimes patience was required. She's not so different from me. We lose what we don't hold on to. Except it was poisons that had eroded my faculties, and it was death that had eroded hers. I wondered if Frey had made the same connection. Here we go, Helen said. That's it. Lower your left foot just a little bit. That's your right. There. Good job. Good work, Helen, I thought. I'd brought her here, but I wasn't necessarily the person to keep her, if that was even possible in the long run. Wendy would feel more comfortable in Helen's company than anything else. Gordon was a possibility as well, and Lillian likely had as much passing experience with the Stitched as any of us. Once Wendy was down from the window, I climbed out onto the snow-dusted windowsill and pulled the window shut. I dropped into the grass at the base of the window. The evening was cooler, which contributed to the heavier snowfall, but it still wasn't enough to cover the grass completely, nor to do more than layer the trees. With the sky getting dark, the odd and unusual trees of Kensford took on a more haunting appearance, jagged black lightning bolts with highlights of white here and there. The cottage-like dormitory houses were lighting up within, and they were small enough that each little window of orange flame or flickering voltaic power had silhouettes moving within. Young women were moving down the main streets in groups, accompanied by their monsters, but the sounds of conversation and footfalls didn't reach us. I have questions, but it's hard to ask them, given present company, Mary said. She was scuffed up, but Lillian had applied bandages and applied a shot of something. Wendy was looking around, oblivious. She seemed anxious, but not out of any concern for her personal safety. When Gordon took her hand, she wasn't surprised or spooked. She took his hand and held it firm, not even questioning it. Some Stitched were made for battle. Wendy wasn't one of those Stitched. Someone could likely have come after her with a weapon and she wouldn't have defended herself. On much the same level, an enemy might be able to give her a hug without her even thinking of resisting. There were vital parts of her psychology that were missing. But Gordon being the one holding her hand helped. He had always had an affinity for other experiments. There were maybe 4 people who could communicate with Dog, despite Dog's general inability to vocalize. Catcher was one, 2 scientists who maintained and looked after Dog were another couple, and Gordon was a 4th. There were even some whelps that he could pet without getting his hand bitten off, and the academy doctors who worked on the whelps weren't even capable of doing that. Gordon saw me looking at him and asked, "We aren't being followed?" "No," I said, simply. "No use agitating Wendy. We can't go back to the dormitory house with our stuff. If Frey has any brains at all, she'll send Warren that way." "It's possible," I said, but I wasn't convinced. "It's possible, but you don't sound confident," he said. "No," I replied. "Why? It's what you'd do in her shoes, but that's not who she is. She's indirect. She just revealed the big plan to us, she did it for a reason. We got close, and if Warren doesn't stop us, she wants us distracted, dealing with it. It was always part of her strategy. If we cornered her, she would distract us. She doesn't do the direct attack thing. She sent, you know who after us," Jamie remarked. "Twice." "Who?" Wendy asked, looking concerned. "It's okay," Helen said, giving Wendy's hand a squeeze. "Can you hold my hands between yours? They're toasty." "Oh, okay," Wendy said. She looked happy to do it, and Helen's smile brought out a smile on her face. "The first time was indirect," I told Gordon. "She was trying to divert us, and it worked. We had to deal with the medicine angle, we were distracted, led to chase her, and it gave her an opportunity to have a discussion with one of us." This time? Gordon asked. "I don't know," I said. "We caught her off guard. This time, she didn't expect us." "A cornered rat bites," Mary commented, under her breath. There were a few nods from the group at that. Mary had been bitten as hard as any of us. "I don't like rats," Wendy said. "Not unless they're the clean white ones in the labs. Those can be cute. Can't they?" Helen gushed. "Did Miss Genevieve have any? Did she have white rats to help her in the lab?" "Yes, she did. I liked them. There was one and it would crawl on my hand and I would pet it. But I had to be gentle." "Of course," Helen said. "You're so lucky, having hands as warm as yours." It was a silly, stupid compliment, but Wendy seemed to like it. The rest of us were silent, watching and listening intently. "She wasn't mean to them, was she?" Helen asked. Wendy shook her head. "She didn't give them medicine to make them sick or stick them with syringes." Wendy kept shaking her head. "But she was paying a lot of attention to the rats." "No, not a lot. But some." "Some?" Gordon asked. "Some," Wendy said, as if that was a complete idea. "When you say some, do you mean it was once in a while, or were there other things she was more focused on?" Helen asked. Wendy didn't answer, raising her hand to her mouth, as if she were going to bite her nails, then pulled it away. She looked between us, as if she was completely lost. "You don't understand, do you?" Gordon asked. Wendy shook her head. "It's okay," he said. He reached out and put his hands around hers, which still held Helen's. "Do you remember what we were saying about the white rats?" "We were talking about rats," she asked. I couldn't tell if it was a question or if it was a statement she wasn't entirely sure about. She felt emotions, and the spectrum of emotions might well have been limited or more riddled with bumps and messiness, but that part of the brain was still intact. She could think and reason and perform set tasks, but her faculties outside of the tasks she was meant to perform were hampered. When it came to logic and interpretation, well, this very conversation had evidence that a single stumble could take us back to square one. "No," I realized, looking at her. A step back from square one. She was anxious now, bothered. She didn't like being lost, and the combined efforts of Gordon and Helen weren't enough to reassure her. She was our sole source of information, but an interrogation couldn't proceed like this. We had to move slowly, carefully, and as gently as humanly possible, and we had to do it knowing that Frey was very possibly working on her next move. "Let's give her a few minutes," Gordon said. "No," I thought. Then I reminded myself that his instincts were very often good ones, when it came to dealing with experiments. "Okay," I said. "But let's do something productive in the meantime." "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking we need to slow our adversary down," I said, keeping my voice quiet and calm for the benefit of our stitched guest. "She knows we have the means of figuring out what she's doing. She dropped hints. She's ready. If there's a catalyst she needs to enter into the dynamic, or if there's a switch that has to be pulled, a person that needs to be contacted, we need to get in the way of that." Talking in abstract terms and long words wasn't helping matters. Wendy looked more confused and alarmed than before. "Bring things back, SY. Connect it to something she understands." "Our goal," I said, talking more slowly, not looking directly at Wendy, even as I recapped things for her benefit, "is to keep people safe. We want to find Genevieve, we want to find and help Warren." I put emphasis on that last part, so the others could know just why Wendy was here. "That's doable," Gordon said. I saw a smile find its way to Wendy's face. "First instinct, each of you," Gordon said. "How can we accomplish this?" "I go hunt," Mary said. "I can stay out of Warren's way. Maybe catch Frey off guard." Gordon and I exchanged glances. I could see the doubt and concern. A lack of trust. Mary was hurt, and she wasn't immune to making mistakes. I gave him a nod. We needed to do this, if only because Mary's pride couldn't take anything else. Okay, he said. If in doubt, favor scouting over trying something. She nodded. Helen. I'll stay with Wendy. We can go to the campfire, where you met the girls, Helen said. We took the time to recruit them, we should use them. Good. I'll either come with you or meet up with you shortly, we'll have a good chat with Wendy. Jamie. Infrastructure. The school. They have to have measures in place in case of trouble. Even if they aren't obvious. We just need to ask the head of Dame Cicely's, or someone else in a position to know. I know most of the faculty's names. From the book in the room, I said. Yes. I might be a little out of date, but I can get something in motion. Soldiers, security measures, quarantine. Too dangerous, Gordon said. You'd have to go through the school, and you could run into Warren. I was thinking we could knock on doors for the larger homes near the academy, Jamie said. Where the staff probably live. Gordon looked where Jamie was pointing. The houses in that general direction weren't taller, but they sprawled more, many had multiple trees on the property, and if memory served, they'd had more extensive gardens. Makes sense, he said. Lillian, go with him. You can fill in the gaps, you have the knowledge to know what the quarantine measures might involve. Lillian nodded. I'll rally some of the people who we recruited before, Gordon said. We can maneuver to limit her range of movement, now that we know where she is. If there's anything in the building that she can't leave behind, then she'll have to hang back. No, I cut Gordon off. It doesn't work like that. She said she already put it into motion. It's not something like that, and it can't be something she needs to pack up, because she's been moving too fast and too far. She met Lady Claire and she made a connection, and then she moved in. That's a lot harder to do if you're bringing a small lab with you. You're assuming she's telling the truth, Gordon said. Yeah, I said. Yeah, I am. Why? Because I don't think she thinks lying would serve any purpose, I said, simply. Gordon frowned. You're romanticizing her. I'm figuring her out, I said, a little testily. Genevieve Frey is putting up a front, one that she buys into, at least a little. That she's doing the right thing, that she's being fair, and being nice. Anyone that gets in her way is the bad guy. If and when she runs into trouble or if the plans fall through, or if push comes to shove, she gets to feel justified because she played fair, she was honest, and the bad guys were the ones who crossed the line. That idea is worth more than whatever ground she might gain by outright lying. Ahoy, Gordon said. Which doesn't reveal much of anything about the person behind that front, who might not be a good person at all, and who would feel no need to pretend, I added, as an afterthought. But the Genevieve Frey I've talked to puts a lot of stock in being straightforward. Ahoy, he said, again. We need to talk, later. Sure, I said. For now, we go with your instincts. We assume she isn't lying. I nodded. Everyone knows where they're going, then. Gordon asked. We meet at the fire where the failed students hang out. Mary, keep an eye on Jamie and Lillian. I know it'll be hard as you get further away, but do what you can to keep an eye on each other. Mary nodded. It was good. Telling Mary that in a way that let Lillian and Jamie know that the inverse was also true. Keep an eye on Mary. Let's move. Close the net, let's help Warren, best as we can, Gordon said, echoing me, though the look in his eye was telling. Frey is going to make a move, I thought. I doubted we could stop it. She was the iron fist in the velvet glove, gentleness and passivity on the surface, but force and determination lurking within. The moment we had an edge, well, most fists came in pairs, and there was no velvet where Warren was concerned. I looked at Wendy, and I could imagine Warren as the inverse of Frey. He wasn't lost or completely given over to his monstrous, brutish nature. There was something gentle at the core. Velvet was the wrong word for it, though. We broke away from the other group, entering the edges of the woods that encircled the upper half of Kensford and Dame Cicely's. This was a route that Jamie would have been better equipped to navigate. Without much light to go by and with very few landmarks, we were largely in the dark. But the campfire was a place where the fire was almost perpetually burning. These weren't students who slept. They were people without futures, or people who thought they lacked futures, and people like that didn't sleep easy. Even if death was metaphorical, a loss of all choice and greater hope, one didn't want to squander their remaining days or months sleeping. Ronnie was there, sitting by the fire, with a few monsters and 2 young women, less than had been here before. Her surgically modified face stared down into the flames. You're here, Gordon observed. I'm managing things, she said. Telling people where to go, covering important spots. We need you to manage things in another direction. We found her, Gordon said. Ronnie sat up, but the look of surprise on her face wasn't a look of pleasant surprise. She looked upset, offended. We're not going to take this chance from you, I said, quiet. You're creepy little ones, eh? Ronnie asked, in her odd accent, before settling back down. Stepping out of the shadows, talking about big things, like you know me somehow. You're easy to read. Everyone, deep down inside, they want something, they fear something, they feel hungers. The amounts and the flavors of these things vary, but you wear it on your face. We don't have time to dally, Gordon said. How fast can you get the others to Dame Cicely's? She was in the basement labs, she's leaving right this second. She's leaving. Was she ever real? Genevieve Frey was real, I said. She was real, Wendy echoed me. Ronnie's eyes narrowed. Do this, we put in a good word with people that count, I said. Not for all of you, but for you, and the ones you care the most about. I know you have some who are here just because, and you have some who are here, who truly belong, your allies. Genuinely help us, succeed or fail, and I promise you'll get what you need. Big promises, she said. She didn't sound convinced. Your call, Gordon said. Ronnie frowned, then she looked at the girls sitting next to her, first one, then the other, talking under her breath. They broke off into a run. One hopped onto the back of the creature that had been slumbering behind her, hugging its back with her hood up and her head down by its shoulder as it darted off into the brush. The other proceeded on foot, her pet lumbering behind her. Let's go sit by the fire, honey, Helen said. Warm you up. I'm already warm. We'll make it easier to be warm, Helen coaxed. We gathered on the bench, while Ronnie remained where she was, watching intently. I looked at the girl and raised a finger to my lips. She didn't give any indication that she'd seen. Genevieve was working on something, wasn't she? Gordon asked. Yes. Do you know what she was working on? Wendy shook her head. What sort of things was she doing? He asked. Things. When she was in the lab. Was there anything she focused on? Things she paid more attention to. I don't. Okay, Gordon hurried to say. Okay. That's fine. Too complicated. She'd died. Her old memories were gone, her faculties more limited. Even if the brain was rescued promptly after death, death was death. There was always some damage. Did she ever talk about viruses? Helen asked. Wendy shook her head. Bacteria? Parasites? A pause, a frown, a few seconds thought. Then, once again, a shake of the head. I thought of something Frey had mentioned, then jumped in, there are monsters in every town. Did she talk about those? About paying visits to anyone or anything in particular? The frown was deeper. I saw the fidgeting. I could have interrupted, before her thoughts worked themselves into a corner and something gave, but this one was important. We had some basis in fact. Much as I'd described to Gordon, Frey was obvious, she was direct. I want Warren, Wendy said. I know, Helen said, gentle. She gave Wendy a pat on the shoulder. I want Warren, Wendy said, monotone. Repetition. Regression. I was getting anxious now, frustrated. I understood, she wasn't the first or the fifth or the 50th stitched I'd ever talked to, but we were facing a crunch, and now she was backsliding, falling back to safer mental processes and emotions. We might not get anywhere at this rate. I know, Helen murmured, again. I know, honey. Look, Wendy, look at me. Come on, there you go, Gordon said. He was pulling his jacket off, and then he rolled up his sleeve. He extended his arm. I don't know if you can see in the firelight, but... 2 colors, Wendy said. My eyes aren't very good, especially this eye, but you're patchy. Like me, a little. I'm patchy, yeah, Gordon said. He offered a smile. You and I, we aren't so different. I'm kind of like a stitched. Not really, but kind of. She nodded, paying rapt attention. Her eyes didn't leave his arm. There were stretches that were slightly more tan than others. Most of him, it wasn't obvious, but on this part of the arm there was a length where a straight line marked the difference between 2 very different sorts of skin. No scars, no stitches, just one kind of skin blending into the next. I really care about these guys. Just like you care about Warren, okay? I know exactly how you feel. We're similar like that, too. She nodded slowly. We had someone join our group, almost a year ago now. Mary. It was pretty obvious from the start that she fit in. Not a perfect fit, but a good enough one. She was different. I don't think you're supposed to stay with us. I don't think you feel like you're supposed to stay with us. Gordon made a point of looking over at me and Helen. He was saying that to us as much as he was saying it to Wendy. I miss Warren, Wendy said, again. Yeah, Gordon said. You're going to go back to him soon, all right? We're going to make that happen. That's where you belong. Wendy nodded, more vigorously this time. But we need to help him first, Gordon said. We need your help to help him. Wendy nodded. What sort of things did Genevieve talk about, when she was working? Chemicals, Wendy said. I don't remember the names. Okay, what else? What sort of things did she talk about when Lady Claire wasn't around? No, Wendy said. Try again, Wendy. What sort of things? Lady Claire was always around. Gordon frowned. Okay. Back to the beginning. Things she talked about. She talked about chemicals. Yes. What about ratios? Sometimes. Poisons. A head shake. No. No. Lady Claire hadn't been a true rebel. She'd been surprised to find out what Frey was. Were they working on something to help people? I asked. The stitched girl snapped her head around to look at me, but didn't give a response. A big project, something that would prove that Lady Claire deserved to continue being a student. No? Yes? Sort of. It's okay, Helen coaxed. Just say what you're thinking. I'm not good at thinking. Christ, Ronnie said, under her breath, the accent slipping, I haven't seen many stitched like that one. I raised my finger to my mouth again, to remind the girl. She's well made, Helen said. The frustration was getting to be too much. I stood from my seat. Frey knew we would zero in on what she was doing, the moment Warren conveyed that we'd gotten our hands on Wendy. She'd put her plan into motion, to maximize the damage. I paced a little. Whatever it was going to be disastrous. Not a monster, not a plague, not a parasite. She said that she was going to help the academy, Wendy said. Helen, Gordon, and I looked at Wendy. Help? Gordon asked. That's what she said. It was a big job, and Lady Claire was going to get credit. But you don't know what? Gordon asked. A noise in the bushes startled us. A group of girls had arrived through the woods. Some held lanterns. The lights danced unpredictably, the shadows swaying this way and that. A dark night. The wind was picking up. Carriage just past the woods, one girl said. What do you need? Dame Cicely's, Ronnie said. Surround the school. If there are any doors you can knock on or anyone you can pull from the lunchroom, acquaintances, people you think might listen to you, do it. Spread word, I said. Let people know there's someone dangerous inside, and tell them there's reward money. Big guy and a woman with crimson lipstick, Gordon said. Search the woods beyond the school, and patrol the streets. The big guy is hard to miss, and he's lightly injured. If you see a girl with ribbons in her hair, and it doesn't look like she's hiding, do what she says, I added. Whatever they said, Ronnie said. Go, and hurry. The girls turned and hurried back through the woods. I hoped Jamie and Lillian were having more luck rallying help, or that Mary had an eye on Frey. You're doing well, Gordon reassured Wendy. You don't know what it was that Genevieve and Lady Claire were going to do? To help the academy. Wendy shook her head. It was so little. Cryptic. I thought of my earlier idea, of the monsters hidden within each small town in the periphery of the big ones. Would she help the academy by releasing one of the monsters? Hard to justify, hard to explain. Lady Claire wouldn't buy into that so easily. Something more benign, something that could fit into a lie. My head hurts, Wendy said. Her breath didn't fog up in the cold, but there was a light haze rising from her body. Come here, Helen said. Lie down. Head down here, and get just a little way away from the fire. I think you're toasty enough. Wendy nodded, lying down with her head in Helen's lap. Was that all we were going to get out of her? She still served as a hostage, in an abstract way. It was amusing. The lambs, myself included, would put a human in the line of fire if we needed a hostage or if we needed to hurt someone to get a step closer in our goals. It was somehow harder to do with someone or something like Wendy. Not impossible. Simply harder. Better to use her as a negotiation chip, and a way to tether Frey. Warren wouldn't leave without Wendy, and Frey most likely wouldn't leave without Warren. I don't know, I finally said. No, Gordon agreed. No, Helen said, softly, brushing at Wendy's hair with her fingers. Odd, that she was so gentle, but I had little doubt she'd be fastest to act if she needed to hurt Wendy to further our goals. Well, going from gentle sweetness to murder at a moment's notice was what she had been made for, in a way. We sat in silence for a little while. We should go find the others, Gordon said. Helen, you stay. I doubt Frey is going to find you here, and we need to keep her stitched away from her. He was thinking along the same lines I was. Helen nodded. He and I stood, and we started on our way through the woods, back to the others. You wanted to talk about something, I said. Me and Frey. Are you thinking straight? He asked. Do I ever? You're more capable of thinking straight than you let on, yet, he said. We pushed our way through a thicket of branches between a set of trees. I want to beat her so badly, I said. Yet, he said. A part of me wonders, though. Wonders. If you'd let her go, so you could have the challenge. If, should the situation come down to it, you'd just miss, or make a mistake. I nearly tripped over something hidden under leaves and snow. I caught myself. No, I said. You're sure? I'm sure, I said. Maybe with Mauer, I might, but not Frey. Why? What's the difference? Why are you even asking? Because I don't get you, sy, he said, tense. I try, I can put my mind to it and I can see how you think, with the angles and weirdness, but seeing you in the midst of this, your thoughts are ranging too far afield, I can't track them. We were complaining about the way the team wasn't holding together, but you've unhitched the horse from the wagon here. The horse is still hitched to the wagon, Gordon, I said. And I'm sort of pissed you're implying different. Nah, he said. Nah. I'll take your word for it, he said. That doesn't sound like you believe me. Sy, relax. The hell? How am I supposed to relax when you're questioning me and coming after me and suggesting I'd help her before I helped you guys? That's not what I'm trying to do. You're being a dick. He started, then he stopped. Hold on. I bit my tongue. We moved in near silence for a minute, pushing through frosted vegetation in the dark, the occasional leaf or twig crunching underfoot. We were close enough to see the lights. The entire academy was alight. It wasn't that late, all things told, but it was winter, we were a little ways up north, and the days were short. People would be at dinner. Jamie and Mary didn't get along, when I paired them up earlier, remember? Yeah, I said. Helen and Lillian, they're not much of a match either, you know? Lillian's a little scared to work on Helen, even, after Ibot blew up at her a few times. But they don't play off each other well, either. They handled the sub-Rosa thing pretty well. Pretty well, Gordon admitted. But what I'm getting at, is you and I. I like you, SY, I admire you, but we're pretty diametrically opposed in how we approach things. I nodded. He could pick up something and be good at it from the outset. I could focus on something and get very, very good at it, given time. He was maturing fastest, he was most physically fit. I was lagging behind to an alarming degree, and I couldn't even fare that well against Jamie in a mock fight, anymore. Jamie, of all people. That's not a bad thing, I said. Being different. No. No it isn't. We thrive in diversity. I think that's one of the Academy mottos. But that doesn't mean there aren't issues. Fair, I said. Tell me what you're thinking, SY, he said. About Frey. Because you seem to think you have a sense of her, and I'm not feeling it. You're making little mistakes, and that tells me you're not as right as you think you are. I bristled at that. You can't be 100% right with her, I said. I thought for a second, trying to find the words with which to explain. She has no aggression, she doesn't let aggression touch her. If you hit her head on, she doesn't fly back. She just diffuses the impact, makes it wasted effort. She shows something on the surface, but there's a depth there she's hiding. You've got a look on your face, Gordon said. Like you're concentrating really hard. I said, but he wasn't wrong. I had all the thoughts and puzzle pieces in my head, the mystery that was Frey and what Frey was doing. Wendy's commentary was a big factor in making the connections. Even behind the scenes, there hadn't been an iron fist within the velvet glove. I was feeling like I was on the cusp of something, just about ready to have the explanation fall off my tongue. She's transparent, I said. I keep coming back to water imagery. Water. I nodded. I thought of the sea monster within the river, that I had watched with Frey. It had been sluggish, sick. She had showed me, right from the outset. The lab in the basement of Dame Cicely's. The water had been running beneath the school, fueling its projects. She had access. Water was the source of all life. She did something to the water supply, I realized, aloud. I pushed harder through the branches, now. What? Hell, SY, this school has the daughters of some of the Crown's elite in attendance. Something subtle, whatever it is, they've all already been dosed, damn it. I said, almost running now, not caring about the branches that scraped me. And people are going to find out, because she's going to inform them, and it's going to be catastrophic. We need to find the people in charge and we need to start running damage control right away. We reached the edge of the forest. Wendy and Helen were safe in a hiding spot that Frey wasn't likely to find. Our eyes fell on a group of girls who were standing around the school, one of them was someone we'd seen at the fire. Tell the other girls. They have to find the faculty, tell them to meet us out here, it's an emergency, I told them. I passed the girl my badge. Show them this, they should understand. You want to let the woman go? It was a good question. We were playing directly into Frey's hands, creating gaps in the perimeter. Frey had known we would have to. I couldn't give the answer. Doing it would prove Gordon right. I looked to him to make the call, to decide. Had I communicated well enough about Frey for him to understand this? If you have to, he said. Prioritize warning people. Stitch in time 4.11. The faculty of Dame Cicely's Academy had a cushy setup. The furniture looked like masterwork, the chairs were all padded and upholstered in Academy-created leathers, and the walls were alternately large windows with draping curtains and fine fabric and large ostentatious pictures with ostentatious frames. Blue and silver were common themes to the room, and even the covers for the fireplace at the back and the lamps on the walls were stained glass. There were 10 members of the faculty in attendance, and several stitched servants, not unlike Wendy in quality and class. 2 young women were standing by, and one was the one who had given my badge to, with orders to collect the faculty. All of us were present, with the exception of Helen, who was with Wendy still. Mary stood on my right, Jamie on my left. Lillian and Gordon had the lead, here. Gordon was doing okay, but the rest of us were breathing hard, Mary was hurt, and the rest of us were tired from running around, trying to coordinate. Frey was gone, and Mary hadn't been up to a prolonged chase. Is this a joke? The headmaster asked. He was an older man, and he'd altered his hair so it grew in white, which was the fashion in places. When seemingly perpetual youth became too ordinary among the elderly of the elite, a calculated sort of aging had taken over. Unfortunately, the white of his hair had come in more like skunk stripes than salt and peppering. His suit jacket fit too closely at the waist and his slacks were too narrow. What drew the eye, however, was the androgynous face with the calculating stare, forever looking down on the people around him. The water supply was tainted, Gordon said. And it was done from within Dame Cicely's walls. We just sent someone to go run tests on it. The person who committed the act is going to inform the public and shift the blame. You have a disaster on your hands, this is your advance warning. Your children, the headmaster said, at the same time a bald faculty member in a heavy coat asked, you're sure? The headmaster shot the bald man a stern look. Yes, we are, Gordon said, and yes, we're sure. I appreciated that he hadn't felt the need to double-check with me. I wondered if he'd been as confident as he had because he really trusted me, or if he thought he couldn't show doubt to our audience in this situation. You saw the badge, I said, stepping around Lillian to make myself more visible. Being in the middle of the second row made me easy to overlook. I saw a badge, but I don't know what it's supposed to mean, the headmaster said. He held up the badge. Radham Academy. Your problems are becoming our problems. That doesn't matter, Gordon said. Your entire student body may have been drugged. We don't know what with. Suggesting it could be a hoax. It could be a death sentence, I said. For all of your students, and for Dame Cicely's as an institution. If you misstep here, then there's no recovering from it. Your career is over. There are too many powerful people with daughters and nieces here. If I claim an emergency at the word of children and find out it's a hoax, I lose all reputation. You were alerted about Genevieve Frey, Gordon said. The notice should have gone out to every police station and academy. Yes, the headmaster said. Are you saying you weren't aware that Genevieve Frey was tutoring your daughter? Using her as an accomplice in her plan? I wasn't aware, the headmaster lied, staring at us. That shook my confidence more than anything. The brazenness of the way he said it, almost sarcastically, mocking us. Declaring to us that he, on the most basic level, didn't care at all whether we took him at his word. His gaze was cool and controlled as he met my eyes. He had no shame, no guilt, and no doubts. He knows full well what Frey was doing. This is a waste of time, I said, to Gordon. We're better off focusing elsewhere. Where? He asked, murmuring. Finding Frey? Getting ahead of things on the ground level. If we can figure out how she's going to communicate to the citizens of Kensford, or if we assume she's going to reach out to the other cities she's been to. Phone. Gordon asked. A city as big as Radham has maybe 20, a city this size can't have more than 5. It's a good starting point, I said. What about birds? Lillian asked. No matter how fast we travel, we can't. Children, the headmaster said. We fell silent, looking at the dandy of a man. I eyed the badge he still held. You invited us here, you brought up a threat with no proof or details of what the threat specifically entails, it's strange. With all due respect, Gordon said. The entire situation. I'm due more respect than that, the headmaster said, cutting Gordon off. He strode forward, until he was close enough to Gordon that Gordon had to strain to look up. My students call me sir. Sir, Gordon said. He was cut off before he got any further. I was talking, as a matter of fact, the headmaster said. About the oddity of all of this. He's stalling. He knows Frey, he knows the plan. Why? What's he doing? When I teach my students, I try to instill them with a certain mindset. Wherever they go, whoever they deal with, they can benefit from what Dame Cicely's academy can teach them. That, much as in the rule of the species, we are in constant competition. War? Was he trying to defeat an opponent, or defend himself? And we wage this competition on all levels. For partners, for status, for reputation, for wealth. Commerce? Was there a hidden profit in this? And for more abstract things. Ideology? Was he trying to prove something? Radham may be an academy, it may serve the same crown we do, but when the crown's bookkeepers sit down and figure out who is contributing the most, well, let's just say that Radham might well see something to gain in coming here to sabotage us on a small level. Nothing too dramatic, because that could be considered treasonous, but an embarrassment? Oh, imagine that. Politics. It was politics. I'd gotten through to Lady Claire by raising the topic, and Lady Claire was this man's niece. He was angling for something, with the idea of raising Kensford up and bringing others down. The irony of his words. He knew, and he was here, sabotaging us, by making us wait, keeping us from working against the problem. He was the one aligning for political gain in the grand scheme of things. He'd worked with Frey to do it. I had a very clear mental image of this man, Frey, Warren, and Lady Claire all sitting at the table, having a conversation, about what the future held. Was Lady Claire the pawn in it all? We should go, Mary said. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, I'll try to explain at a level more appropriate to your age, the headmaster said, without a trace of irony. I'm suggesting that you're spreading lies to hurt this school. It would be a very bad idea if we simply let you leave. We'd be giving you free rein to continue spreading those lies. What if we're right? Gordon asked. What happens then? The man smiled, and he lied again, I don't think you're right. I stopped paying attention to the man, and started paying attention to the faculty around the room. 7 women and 3 men, and their collective attention was fixed on the headmaster, not on the strangers in the room who were supposedly spreading propaganda. He had them in the palm of his hand. If he told them to lie, they would lie. If he told them this conversation never happened, then it would be our say-so against his, and he had clout. A curious feeling, realizing just how busy Genevieve Frey had been. Had she known him from the outset? Had that been how she'd got her foot in the door, found the person she would tutor, with room and board? Frey had a powerful ally in the headmaster, and I had little doubt she'd established others at different points along the line. We're going, Gordon said. He turned around, and started toward the door. You're not going anywhere, the headmaster said. He snapped his fingers, and stitched manservants headed in our direction. The headmaster added a quick order. Keep the door closed. Yeah, we're not going anywhere, I said, not budging. I saw Gordon hesitate, and in that moment, the stitched closed the distance and pushed the doors closed, before standing in the way. Gordon backed away and shot me a dirty look. He still has my badge, I said, simply, pointing at the headmaster. One of these days, I'm going to leave you behind, Gordon said. Let you face the consequences your own damn self. You know they can make another. Jamie asked. They could, but that one is mine. It belongs to me, not him, I said. Of course it does, Jamie said. We could have walked out, Gordon muttered, as he turned to face the headmaster once again. No we couldn't, I murmured under my breath. They would have given chase, and you and I are the only ones who can run fast enough to get away. Gordon made an annoyed sound, but he didn't actively disagree. He was probably thinking we could have put up a fight, and that it would have been worth the risk, given what was at stake. We have a space downstairs where we can hold them, the headmaster said, at least until a guardian or a representative from Radham comes to claim them. If we... Can we drop the charade? I asked, cutting him off. It was rude, and it was intentionally rude. We were dealing with a man who had power and was used to power, he commanded the respect of everyone in Kensford and the surrounding area, probably, and he considered himself invulnerable. Cutting a man like him off would get attention, and if I was lucky, I might be able to provoke a reaction. He didn't flinch. The man raised his eyebrows. Charade. Guess not, I said. Then you keep pretending, and I'm going to stand here and talk and look like a crazy person. You're going to let us go, you're not going to kick up a fuss, and you're going to let us run damage control. Gordon, Mary, Jamie, and Lillian half turned, to watch me as I talked. The headmaster had his allies, and he had more, but I had the lambs. Is this where the threats to my life start? He asked. I'm threatening your livelihood. If you want to make this a contest between Radham and Dame Cicely's academy, then we're content playing hardball. Let me see if I've got this right. Frey tells you that she's got a plan. She's already laid the groundwork in other cities. You facilitate her activities, you connect her to Claire, under the guise of Frey manipulating your niece, clearing your niece of blame, and Frey puts her plan into motion here. He had a good poker face. It was somewhat infuriating. I wanted to hurt him, if only to break the facade. My frustration at having to let Frey go might have been coloring my perceptions. She told Lady Claire that she was going to help the academy, and the only way that makes sense is if it's the academy's plan. The academy's formula or strategy or whatever else, and it's not a thing that the common people are going to be happy with. When the people rise up, Radham suffers, but your locals, they have money, or they have parents with money. The problem gets fixed. You come up looking like roses, and many of the other academies struggle. Your competitors struggle. He shifted position slightly, a faint rise of his chin, to look down on me more. There were tells that were blatant, the folding of arms when a person felt attacked, and there were tells that stood out because a person who knew the art of body language and deception was trying so very hard to avoid giving a tell that they moved in the opposite direction. This was the latter. Your mistake is thinking we're going to blame Frey for this, I said. This time, I lied, and I was a far more committed liar than him. We've already put out word to various institutions to say that we don't want anyone to raise an alert over Frey. We're keeping things on the down low, because she almost certainly has some spies and moles in the academy, tipping her off. She's a non-entity, and it's easier to pretend she doesn't exist than it is to spread word of her. If this happens, Radham puts the blame squarely at your feet. You'd let a fugitive get away with this hypothetical mass poisoning, simply to make my life a little more inconvenient, the headmaster asked. Damn straight, I said. Mary nodded, beside me. Gordon nodded. She's already slipped away, and this frankly fits her pattern. I'd lay odds she wants you to take the hit. I don't believe you, the man said. Typical. Person in power, so used to having his way, he can't conceive of a world where things don't go the way he wants them to. I shook my head. I don't believe that a person can be in your position and not appreciate the human capacity for spite. If we tell Radham that you did this at their expense, they'll come after you. You might be small with some real clout, but Radham is big. They'll destroy your reputation, and then they'll come after your subordinates, and then they'll come after your school, your legacy. But if you want to try us, Gordon said, folding his arms, arrest us. Let's wait this out. We stood there, waiting. The man didn't flinch, he didn't show a sign of doubt. I started to wonder if he'd physically altered his face or nerves to have better control over it all, to hide his tells and more precisely manage the face he presented to the world. A full minute passed, and he didn't give the order to arrest us. I'd brought up his subordinates for a reason. I knew he was aware of their gaze, their worries. He had control over them, but he didn't necessarily have their trust. They would help him commit an atrocity, and cover up the fact that he'd worked with a terrorist to do it, but when push came to shove, they couldn't trust him to genuinely care about them. Or so I hoped. More to the point, I hoped that he was insecure about whether they trusted him. Arresting you would be a hassle, honestly, the man said. But I don't want you here any longer. I was kind enough to provide accommodations, with the idea that you would be passing through. Please, pass through. He gestured, and the stitched at the door moved away. Gordon hauled the doors open. I remained where I was. My badge, I said. "SY," Gordon said. "I swear, if you don't get moving, I'm going to run you up a flagpole and leave you hanging." "The badge, headmaster," I said. When he didn't make a sign of moving, I added, "We've established that spite isn't any small thing. Don't make unnecessary enemies. You're a very short distance from being on everyone's bad side. Frey's scapegoat, the person who let down your academy, the person who sold out his niece, and Radham's whipping boy. You have what you want, free rein to leave. Are you throwing it away to offend my pride? The badge, I said, not budging. He tossed the badge at me, so it would fall just short. I stepped forward and caught it, all the same. I liked the weight of it in my hand, and took a second to flip it closed and slip it into a pocket. We turned and left, striding through the school. Mary leaned heavily on my shoulder, which wasn't welcome, though it was understandable. You have an idea of what Frey is doing? Jamie asked. Some, I said. Do share, Gordon said. He sounded a little miffed. Like I said, it's something Kensford can bounce back from, because Kensford has money. It's something that's going to enrage people, and it's going to hit places that aren't Kensford hard. It's going to hurt, given Frey's feelings toward the Academy, and at the end of the day, it was something the Academy was planning to do anyway. What is it? Gordon asked. Control, I said, simply. It's what any power wants, in the end. Control of everything. There was no need to elaborate. We all knew about the Academy's methods of control. Where? Gordon asked. Where does she go to spread the word? The dining hall, Lillian said. Everyone's eating dinner. Everyone's talking as a group. It hadn't been my first instinct, with so many people around, but Frey was a bird of a feather here, a needle in a haystack. If it was the dining hall, then it might well be too late. Our brisk walk became a run. Jamie gave directions. When our battered Mary proved too slow, then he took over, willingly lagging behind, while Gordon, Lillian and I headed to the room. The hubbub of conversation had a tone. Quiet, subdued, and concerned. Even horrified. The girls were gathered in groups, 1 or 2 to a table, huddled, talking, their focus on pieces of paper, 1 or 2 papers to a group. This was the heart of the city. All things flowed to and from it. The substance that had been put into the water, the people, and now information. That information was as damning as anything else. Gordon approached a group, and he took one of the pieces of paper. He read some of it as he approached us, handing it over to share. It had been printed in large numbers by way of a printing press. Something Frey had seen to in a previous city, no doubt. Control. An attack on 2 fronts, both things the Academy had planned over the long term, no doubt things that had been intended to be slipped past the public's notice when the time was right, when distractions were imminent, or an excuse available. The papers described the process by which men and women who imbibed the chemical would be rendered sterile. Control over reproduction and population. The process would be reversible, but those were keys that the Academy held, to be provided on a case-by-case basis. The other form of attack was one we were too familiar with. We'd been subjected to it, once upon a time. For most of the population, the effect would be minor. Frey hadn't had the time to give them too heavy a dose, but some of the fat chains that made up the cell walls would be composed of the modified kind, found in the water. Left alone, they would collapse, and cells would die. Sensitive tissues of the brain, lungs, stomach, and mucous membranes would the first to go. Symptoms would progress through pain, full body bruising, system failure, internal bleeding, fatigue and weakness, and eventually lead to an unpleasant, undignified death. The symptoms would be staved off by continuing to drink the water, but continuing to drink the water would perpetuate the problem. I don't understand, Mary said. The Academy can't fix it. They can, I said. They won't. It's too much. People aren't going to take it lying down, Mary said. The Academy has a way to stop it, to cure the effects, don't they? They just say Frey did it, and they put out a fix, and... They won't, I said, again. You can't say that for sure, Mary said. My eyes roved over the crowd. The horror, the anger. I could already see distinctions forming. Different groups with different reactions. Some were shocked, as anyone might be, but they weren't scared. People with money, raised to believe that any problem could be fixed. Especially those of the human body. But there were others. People who didn't have as much money, those who weren't sure they were in a position to buy a solution to the problem, buy the ability to have children and a way to move freely. A way to move freely that likely involved bottles of purple pills. These members of Dame Cicely's student body were closer to the population on the ground, the farmers and craftsmen, the wagon drivers and grocers. They were angrier, more frightened, louder. She told us, I thought. Frey teased us with the pills. All along, it was her plan. There was an undercurrent of disbelief, as if this were a joke in particularly bad taste. That would change. This was a school of students. Those students would do tests, and they would verify this for themselves. The reaction after that would be terrible to behold. Things would be bad here, but Radham. Subjecting the regular population to the chemical leash, not just the experiments. Denying a small city's residents the ability to have children without the permission of the Academy and the Crown? Did she do this in Radham? I asked. Probably, Jamie said. She would have done it everywhere. That means we have to go back, Gordon said. Soon. This is too big, and there's no guarantee we'll be able to get back if we wait. The train drivers drank the water too. The ramifications were too broad. I clenched my fist. It was true. At any point in time, Frey could have simply told us, and we would have had no choice but to go back. When none of us spoke, Gordon added, gently, there's nothing more we can do here. You're right, Jamie said. Let's go. We left the dining hall much as we'd entered, at a brisk pace. There were things to take care of. We needed Helen, of course, and then there was Wendy. We stepped outdoors. A whole crowd of students was heading toward the school. They'd heard. They were coming to read those same papers. We headed in a different direction, before they could trample us. 1 out of every 4 faces was haunted, they heard, they knew how the academy operated, and they grasped the ramifications. It would sink in with the rest soon. They would contact their parents, and the rich and powerful who had sent their daughters to Dame Cicely's would take issue. The headmaster would pacify and massage his way back into good graces with promises of fixes or temporary solutions. It wouldn't be pretty, but he'd come out looking good. What was the guy's name? I asked. The headmaster. We crossed a road, and our heads collectively turned to look further down the street, where a number of people who most definitely weren't students were gathered outside a church. The shouts were audible, the anger apparent. He told you his name, Jamie said. Headmaster Edmund Foss. Don't remember that, I admitted. The shouts rose in volume. I looked, studying the crowd, but I didn't see Reverend Maurer. Churches were bastions of community, and in the midst of this growing crisis, they were becoming rallying points. Not an idea exclusive to Maurer. Christ, Gordon said. This is only just starting. There's going to be war, Mary said. War. She was right. Maurer had tapped into the public's fears and resentment, but this was something else altogether. The man would be having a field day, wherever he was. War, the people against the academy, with everything that entailed. The weapons, the monsters, the crude attempts at handling the finer, more delicate matters. How odd, now that I thought about it. With the chemicals in the water, adjusted to affect everyone, we would have free rein. The leash had been given a considerable amount of slack, and it was thanks to Frey. Gordon slowed. I spotted the reason why. Further down the street, the giant of a man with incredible blue eyes. Warren. He didn't charge, and he didn't attack. He was so close. Did he know where Helen and Wendy were? How odd, that he looked so calm, standing in the snow, as the rest of the city grew so heated and noisome. You want your stitched friend, Gordon said. Warren nodded, the blue eyes bobbing in the dark. We can negotiate, Gordon said, and his smile was a grim one. Again, Warren nodded. Stitch in time 4.12. Just an hour or so ago, Frey had been giving the order for Warren to attack us, to kill or maim. Now we were following Warren to where Frey was waiting. A little upriver from where we'd had our first discussion, near the edge of Kinsford, where it bordered the woods. There was a crowd further down the street. They were moving toward the academy with purpose, and we could hear the shouts, though I couldn't make out the words. Frey looked genuinely surprised when we turned up. More surprised than she'd been when we'd turned up near her lab. She raised one hand to move her hair away from her face, as the wind blew it forcefully in the most inconvenient direction. It took her a second. Something fell into place, and she nodded a little. You found them, Warren, and you brought them here, because of Wendy. Warren nodded. If you don't catch a train soon, you're going to be stuck here, Frey informed us. Now you're being manipulative, I said, walking up with my hands in my coat pockets. I separated from the group and found a tree with a short stone wall built around it to contain the dirt, taking a seat on the corner of the wall, one foot propped up, the other on the ground. Setting a time limit? That's number 1 in the manipulation textbook. She shook her head. What is it they say about a thief being wariest of theft? I never liked that saying. Thieves deal with thieves as a matter of course. If I'm going to steal, I'm going to steal from a thief who can't go to authorities to complain. It stands to reason that a thief is well justified in being wary. You're missing the point. I get the point. I'm a manipulator dealing with manipulators. And a manipulator is particularly vulnerable to the predations of their cannier counterparts. But okay, if you want to pretend you're not setting an artificial time limit to put pressure on us and position yourself better for getting Wendy back, I can play along. The other lambs were taking my lead, spreading out, very casually. This encounter with Frey was very different from the last one, and very different from my first encounter with her. We'd lost. She'd dropped her bombshell, and now, oddly enough, we could relax. The shouts and screams further down the street rose in volume. People had torches, which was almost laughable. It was so iconic for the angry mob, but now that I saw it, I wondered if they intended to set fires, or if they simply needed the light. How did that even happen? Did someone have a supply of torches on hand, or did one guy just pipe up and say I know how to make torches? Just give me a few minutes. You're smiling, Frey spoke to me. I raised my eyebrows, the smile disappearing. Do you have a plan, Sylvester? A way to snare me? One of you is missing. It was Gordon who replied. No plan to capture, no snare. Whatever we did, you have Warren, and he could hurt or kill several of us in retaliation for whatever we did to you. Not worth it. Frey nodded. It was common sense, really Warren wouldn't have brought us if he thought it would hurt Frey. It said something, though, that she'd asked, bringing things up to sound it out and gauge our reactions. A hint of insecurity. If I had to reason it out, I suspected we'd shocked her a little by appearing in the school and forcing her hand. Forcing her to use Warren, and forcing her to put her plan into action. Are you satisfied? Lillian asked. We'll see, Frey said, leaning back against the railing that overlooked the river. I'm more interested in the long term. You've been at this since you left the detainment center with Warren and Wendy, I said. She smiled. Have I? Gordon spoke, saying, it's done. You won, you don't have to be coy. I can't just outright tell you the particulars. I could lie, but I don't like doing that. We'll both see how far the ripples extend in the coming weeks and months. War, Mary said, quiet. There has to be. I think so, Frey agreed. The academy crossed lines. I wanted to change it from within, that didn't work, so I'm going to force a change from the outside. War is one way. Changing minds is another. There are weak points in the economic backbone, there are weaknesses in the foundations of the academy's work, that last one might be a weakness I'm not clever enough to exploit, I have to admit. And you tell us all this with the idea that we're going to go back and tell Redham Academy what you said, down to the word, Jamie said. I expect you will, Jamie, Frey said. But you're leaving out the next part. You're only getting started, I said. Your real method of attack isn't one of the ones you just described. You want us to go and we tell Hale or Briggs what you said. You mean the Duke, not Briggs, Frey said. I raised my eyebrows. Funny that you know that. It's not exactly a secret, she said. Sure, I said, smiling. You want us to go to Hale or the Duke, listing off all those different ways you could hurt the academy, and when they've busied themselves frantically working to cover all the bases, you attack us from another angle. She shook her head, or I expect you'll say that and I use one of the methods I just named. The academy is too big. Something has to give. You know full well that you each have expiration dates. SY wasn't surprised when I brought it up. The academies are an experiment of sorts too. Just as they've done with you, they're going to keep pushing until something breaks, and then they'll change things, approach anew with learned lessons fresh in their minds. I'm not saying this is a dragon that can be slain. I am saying that it can be trained. Even if we're on opposite sides, you can't disagree with me on that score. Want to try us? Mary asked. Man, Mary was in a bad mood. Odd, considering the fact that I felt fantastic. I wasn't happy, exactly, but I'd become caught up in Frey's flow. Stagnation was the worst thing, and change was something thrilling. You're smiling again, Sylvester, Genevieve Frey told me. My mental picture of you told me you'd be more upset. Can't cry over spilled milk, I said. There are better things to occupy my thoughts with. The forced sterilization and enslavement of tens or hundreds of thousands is spilled milk. Lillian asked, quiet. Close enough, I said. We went into this a step behind. You had the files on us, Frey, you knew who you were dealing with. You have moles on the inside who are feeding you information and telling you we're coming. Someone could read that as you being a sore loser, Sylvester, Frey said. We eluded you, so there must be a mole. I'm thinking you know entirely too much, and you know far too much that's up to date, like about the Duke and the fact that Mary is a lamb. She was a lamb in the spring, when I was introduced to your file. A new lamb, with no guarantee she would work out. You didn't know her full capabilities, but you weren't surprised when she turned up or demonstrated her abilities. Everything fits better if I assume you have someone in the academy, passing on details. An ex-classmate or teacher. There are a lot of possibilities, especially for a would-be professor. Have to make connections to make it up the ladder, Gordon said. And you told me you took the Wyvern formula to build up your ability to play the political game. You're telling me you didn't cover that base? Come on, I said. Frey shrugged, smiling some. You had this decided long before we arrived, I said, feeling very at ease. You had the information on us, and we didn't have the information on you. They would have showed you my file. The file that doesn't even mention that you were taking the Wyvern formula until it comes up in the year record of termination. Jamie asked. Your files on us were better than our files on you. As far as I'm concerned, I said, this was an introduction. We've said our hellos, we've gotten to know each other, just a little bit, Frey, Warren, and Wendy meeting the lambs, and we're going to meet again. I hope it's soon, Frey said. The offer for conversation and tea stands. So does the offer to leave the academy. We can work on the expiration dates, I can save Jamie. Stop, Gordon said, voice hard. Jamie flinched. I wasn't sure if it was because of Frey's words or Gordon's reaction. And I obviously have the means to free you from the chemical leash, she finished, as if she hadn't been interrupted. I feel like I have to ask again, with most of you present, in light of recent events. Now that you've won, Mary said. You're offering us a spot on the winning side. I wouldn't phrase it like that, but yes. There was a long pause. Warren shifted position uncomfortably. The shouting further down the street was coming and going, but it wasn't the same group. People were migrating en masse, either to Dame Cicely's or away from it. Odd that people could be going in such different directions and be so similar in how they were thinking. That thought in mind, I spoke up, simply to say, I've already given you my answer. No. You're a believer, Frey said. I'm a skeptic. Something like that, I said. I can't entice you by saying that my way is the harder road, she asked, smiling. It's more interesting. Hearing you say that is pretty telling, I said. I almost believe you now when you say that you're not good at manipulating people. Ah well. I'm staying with the academy, Jamie said. Frey nodded, accepting that, but she spoke, even knowing that you might never get another chance to leave. I saw Jamie tense at that. Even with his winter clothes on, mittened hands holding his book, I could see the subtle change in body language. Lillian looked anxious. She kept looking back between Jamie and Genevieve Frey. That's how it works, isn't it? She asked. Sooner or later, you can't know for sure when, they'll keep what you give them. I clenched my hands in my pockets. This was more convincing than anything she had said to me, specifically. This was Jamie. She was completely and utterly right. Jamie couldn't be saved, not exactly, but instead of having another year or two with him, I could have 6. Or 10. If any of us leave, they take someone else and replace us. Same idea, another child, Jamie said, his voice soft. Frey nodded. She smiled a little. It's so nice to finally meet you. I hadn't imagined you'd be the compassionate sort. I thought you'd be more stiff. Jamie shook his head, but he didn't say anything. Marry? Frey asked. No. No rationale, no points to debate. Frey asked. No. You disgust me, I don't like you. I don't like standing here, being in your company. I can't imagine staying with you for a while on purpose, unless it's to take you somewhere where they can put you down, Mary said. Oh my. I'm a lamb, Mary said. Frey nodded. Gordon? Lillian. Lillian was the one who answered. You have nothing to give me. I could teach you. So can they, Lillian said. Simple, firm. One-on-one, dedicated. Frey started. She stopped as she saw Lillian shaking her head. No. I saw what you did with Lady Claire, Lillian said. You have nothing to offer that I'd want to take. I don't think you even understand the ramifications of what you did. People are going to die. Lots of them, innocents. People who drank this water and left the city? Those who were just passing through. People will get hurt, Frey said. But the effects are diluted, they'll have a few days. The Academy will respond and get a stopgap measure into place. Crate loads of pills or train cars of the fluids will go out in every direction. People will die, Lillian said. You said it yourself, there are no guarantees the trains will keep running. The Academy can't fix the problem. A simple remedy for the effects of sterilization and the controlling agent would go against their very ethos. They have to take control where it's offered. To survive this, they have to minimize the casualties. I guarantee you, Lillian, the Academy will find a way to distribute a stopgap measure. One that lets them keep this system of control in place, however much it hurts them to keep hold of the reins. Lillian shook her head. I thought the debate between the two of them might have continued, but Gordon jumped in, and when he did, my heart skipped a beat. I could read his body language. I talked to SY about it earlier, he said. No, Gordon. I told him, if you made the offer to me, I'd accept. My heart leaped into my throat. No. I was not prepared to lose a lamb like this. Not so soon. As Lillian had done earlier, I looked between Frey and Gordon, suddenly alarmed. I saw the shock on Frey's face, too, fleeting, before she masked it. As Gordon was wont to do, he'd put her off balance. He had a way of hitting where it hurt. I saw the brief communication of ideas between them. Him reading her body language, her reading his. That's changed, I think, Gordon finally said. The way you did this, it's not a fight I'd want to participate in. I don't think I'd win it comes to you, I don't think. She found the words he was reaching for. You don't think you'd have faith in me? Not after this, Gordon said, very simply. I could hear the lie in the words. It goes both ways. If only one lamb joined me, I feel like it would have to be a double cross, she said. And it wouldn't if all of us joined you. Mary asked. If you were in a position to do that, it would be closer to an ambush than a double cross, Frey said. She was distracting, turning the subject away from Gordon. I could see him staring at her. The two of them had communicated so much in mere moments. He'd seen that she wasn't ready. Maybe she expected me to jump on board, or she had ideas on how to use Jamie. Or maybe she had anticipated that when one domino toppled, the rest would, and the lambs would join her wholesale. If we were all on board, then we'd stay on board to stay together. Our earlier discussion on the subject had suggested that we were a package deal, after all. I couldn't know for sure. The interplay had been between them alone. I wanted to say something, to joke, to step in between them. I found my throat tight, the words didn't come. Let's talk about Wendy, Frey said. Let's, Gordon said. I think we have a train to catch, so let's not drag this out. I saw Warren shift position. You have something in mind? Frey asked. I'm not going to turn myself in. No, Gordon said. I've been thinking about it, what we could do in the way of transactions, things you might agree to. My first thought was that you should dismiss Warren. Let the guy get some help. He can have Wendy back, it's clear they care about each other, he can heal. And I'm left without my friend. Frey asked us. I found words, though I had to clear my throat to get them through. If you refuse, you might lose him anyway. Warren folded his arms, drawing attention to him. He shook his head in a slow, dramatic fashion. Or not. The second option, and this is one I think you could agree to, while keeping it meaningful, Gordon said, you take a timeout. A timeout. 1 year, you don't pull anything else. You don't attack the academies, you don't perpetuate your plans, you don't form allies, you don't research for your next scheme. Frey frowned. That kind of adjustment was not in the cards. It's unreasonable. Does Warren think so? Mary asked. She'd been watching the big guy. I imagine she was thinking a lot about what she might be able to do if he picked a fight with us. Warren didn't budge. He was frozen. Not offering any tells was a tell in this case. He didn't see it as unreasonable. 3 months, Frey said. I don't attack anyone or unleash anything. I can gather allies and do research. I have to, frankly, it would be disingenuous to say otherwise. 6 months, Gordon said. Frey didn't look that happy with the idea. 4 months. 6, Gordon said. A good compromise is something that makes everyone unhappy, I said. Frey gave me an unimpressed look. She had plans. This throws a wrench into them. It gives the academy a chance to recover. Not much, not enough to undo what she did. Not with possible civil war on the horizon. But enough to hurt her. A stitched in exchange for time, Frey said. Something like that, Gordon said. I'd offer a handshake to seal the deal, Frey said, but I'm not positive you wouldn't break my leg if I let you get that close. I know about your retractable needles, Gordon said. SY recapped. Let's do without the handshake. She nodded. Until we meet again, then. Until we meet again, I said, before Gordon could say it. I turned to leave, with only Jamie in my field of vision, only Jamie able to see my expression. Gordon had been willing to go. It hadn't been a trick, no joke, no double cross. He was the most mature and independent of us, he was the one who felt his mortality, and apparently that outweighed his loyalty to us. If he'd replied to say something about their next meeting, I wasn't sure if I could have kept from reacting or saying something. The next time they met, if something drastic didn't change, Gordon would go with her. I twisted around, avoiding looking at Gordon, instead fixating on the woman who was still leaning against the railing, rubbing her hands to keep them warm. Go, she said. I'll be here. Send Wendy down this street. But you should leave soon. If the proverbial fires don't ignite, then I'm going to start some, and you won't want to be here. Is the headmaster going to be okay with you starting fires? Jamie asked. Genevieve offered him a coy smile. Bastard deserves what he gets, then. We left to go get Helen and take our leave from Kensford. The train came to a stop. Not Radham, a smaller town. I watched out the window as the conductor made his way down the steps to approach a man. My eye traveled to a number of stitched guards at the entrance to the train station. A surprisingly large number. Was that smoke coming from within the town? Were actual fires being started? The conductor hurried up the stairs. He addressed the crowd of people at the end of the train car, who were just collecting bags from the rack, or bidding stitched servants to do the collecting. There was a murmur of conversation, hushed and tense. Among the lambs, we exchanged glances. I averted my eyes from Gordon alone. Only half of the passengers left. We watched and waited as the others went to return to their seats, looking anxious. We were silent even as the conductor approached us, bending down low in that way adults so often did with children. His voice was low. A few problems have come up. You were getting off at Radham, I believe. We nodded as a group. The man at the station says that word has come down the wire that a few of the cities and towns along our route are in crisis. Do you know what that means? We know what that means, Jamie said. Yes, well, the conductor paused. Pine Sam, Evans-Roy, Radham, and Barracksville are rioting, on fire, experiments were unleashed, or a combination of the three. If you'd like, we'll drop you off somewhere safer, the railroad will help you make accommodations and get in touch with anyone vital. There's no need, Gordon said. We have to get off at Radham. If you're sure? The situation sounds dire. We're sure, Gordon said, in a way that brooked no argument. Take care, children, the conductor said. A moment later, he had moved on to the next grouping of seats. He recited the same list of cities, informing passengers about the situation. A full minute passed before Lillian spoke up. Am I just crazy, or? She didn't visit Pine Sam or Evans-Roy, Jamie said. Are we sure? Because. She didn't, Jamie said. Mary was turning a knife over in her hands. I double-checked that none of the train staff or other passengers were in a position to see, then left her to it. We all had little quirks when we were stressed. We already knew she made friends along the way, I said. When we returned to Redham, it took a full 15 minutes for them to let us in the front door. It hadn't been easy, with all the people pressing to get in, pushing and shoving to get us out of the way and be the ones to voice their rage and sorrow. 5 minutes of walking to get to the head office. Lonely, with almost no souls out and about. Everyone who was awake was elsewhere, working or hiding. Once we'd reached it, we were left to wait for a full 30 minutes. The ominous ticking of a clock further down the hallway helped to mark the passage of time. It was very orderly, stiff, and calm. In stark contrast, we had a view over the academy walls, looking out on the sprawl of Redham. Fires burned here and there, and bodies moved throughout the streets, black and red in contrast to a city that otherwise gleamed the silver blue of a city in winter. The sun was only beginning to rise, now. We were given glasses of water by a student, and I stared long and hard at it before drinking. I thought of Frey. I still couldn't look at Gordon, and I knew he'd noticed. He knew me and I knew him well enough that we both knew why. We could communicate on that level just like he could with Frey. In my restlessness, I'd stood and paced away from the others, walked down the hall to look out other windows and see my city on fire from a variety of angles. Gordon could have stood and approached, he could have said something, made excuses, shared his thoughts, and I might have forgiven him. So ironic, considering he'd been the one to spout words about the cohesion of the team. The rest of us were better now. We'd reaffirmed our bonds and standing against Frey. Any fractures were better. Except for Gordon. It made me feel sick, it made me angry, it made me feel helpless, and I hated feeling helpless. When Hale finally stepped out of the room, I practically wheeled on him, as if I was ready to attack. See to your appointments, he said. I'll debrief you individually, before, during, or after you've been looked to. I have other things to focus on. Helen? You'll find Ibot in the bowels. Lillian, go get some rest. I'll send someone to let you know where you're needed. With that, he closed the door in our faces. It was, coming from a man who had a way of being composed, something of a shock. We broke away, Lillian and Helen breaking away. Gordon walked alone, not with us, and he walked faster, leaving us behind. I exchanged looks with Mary and Jamie. What happened? Mary asked quiet. Did I? No, I said. No. It wasn't you, I said. We failed. I failed. If I hadn't gotten hurt, if I could have gotten the drop on them, or hunted them after. Like I told Frey, this was our introduction. We'll see her again. This time we know who and what she is. Mary nodded. You're going to be okay? With your appointment? She asked. I nodded. I felt less apprehensive about it than ever, oddly enough. Dealing with Frey had changed my perspective in some small ways. I don't want to go, she said. I raised an eyebrow. Mary didn't want to go, when she loved her appointments. They were a chance to show off, to show her coordination, skill retention, fitness. Would it be better if you were in a room near ours? Jamie asked. Mary, as a new addition, had her appointments in the tower, but she was on a different floor than we were. She nodded. Feels dumb when you say it out loud, though. Her, Jamie said, speaking in a dumb deeper voice. She reached past me to give him a playful shove, bumping me in the process. She's lonely, and she doesn't like a loss. She senses something's wrong, and she wants to be part of the group, in the midst of it. She was a lamb, through and through. When she reached past me to swat at Jamie's ponytail, or to pull the string from around the base, I put an arm around her. She stopped, a little confused. It's a hug, dum-dum, I said. Half of one, anyway. I have knives, sy, she said, you don't get to call someone dum-dum when they have knives. But she was smiling. She messed up my hair. Jamie and I watched as she took the side hallway, heading to her lab. Jamie gave her a wave. I saw how Jamie walked, the way he held his book. She didn't ask how you felt about your appointment, I noted. Nope. It's not being poisoned, though. I nodded. Do you want me to sit and wait? He didn't respond right away, but I did see a nod out of the corner of my eye. I can do that, I said. Frey got to him. Talking about the dangers. We reached Jamie's laboratory. Project Caterpillar. I took the book as he handed it to me. The doctors were already waiting, and they flocked to him as he entered the room. I remained in the doorway, watching, too far away to make out words in the jumble of voices, hugging his book to my chest. Jamie disrobed. He pulled off his sweater and the shirt beneath, then unbuttoned his belt. It wasn't that he felt so casual about his nudity here, but more that there was no choice. The scars and the ridges carried down his entire body. They were more pronounced along his spine and between his legs, to the point that there was nothing left that was even remotely recognizable. He half turned, seeing me looking, and he didn't flinch, he didn't hide. He handed one doctor his glasses, and undid his ponytail. Switches were flicked. Lights went on around the room. Large glass containers were lit up, with grey-pink blobs within. Brains, the largest as big around as I was tall. Each one was connected to the next, a chain. A caterpillar, in a way. Segmented, promising a future transformation. Just what that would be remained to be seen, but all I knew was that there wouldn't be a caterpillar anymore. Jamie made his way up a slight dais to his throne. The chair had machinery worked into it, metal blades that weren't sharp, with bundles of wires running from them, into the first glass tank. I looked away as they started plugging the individual blades into the slots and gaps in Jamie's modified, extended spine, along his arms, and beneath his hairline. I flinched as the switch was thrown, and the lights flickered. He was giving them all of the information he had gathered, storing it in the tanks. They would, fingers crossed, give it back, helping him to organize, consolidate, and structure it. One day, as Frey had said, they wouldn't be able to give it back. I turned my back on the scene, my eyes on the fires and the crowds, but I did stay with him for the remainder of the appointment. Enemy, Arc 4. The old man stared out the window as he talked. The rain was coming down hard. Cups clinked softly as tea was poured, while the rain beat a drum on the roof. The entire building creaked with the way the wind blew the branches that extended from the outside. We need soldiers, he said. We have soldiers, Cynthia replied. She was dressed in the latest fashion, with a shorter dress and a long jacket that hugged her body, corset-like bindings closing it at the front. We have 3 men for every one the academy is prepared to field. Avis shook her head. They have experiments, and regiments of stitched prepared for war. Even with the sabotage, 1 stitched is worth 10 soldiers. I'd argue that, Lewis said. He was seeing to the T. He looked like a proper hunter, with a plaid print to his jacket, the red and the black matching to his maroon slacks and fine leather boots. He was an odd pair, put next to Percy. Louis' build was barrel-chested and muscular, he was clean-shaven, and his ginger hair was wavy, though cut in a flattering way. Percy was narrow, pale in complexion, with his straight black hair slicked back from a widow's peak, his beard combed and mustache waxed, an early grey at the temples and corners of the mouth. The old man favoured a more moderate approach. Louis attracted attention because he was a manly sort, Percy because he was a scholar, likely the sort of teacher many schoolgirls had been enamored with, before the touch of grey reached his hair. The old man walked a middle ground, where he could go unnoticed in virtually any place in Radham. I'm sorry, Louis, but I agree with Avis, Percy said, picking up one cup of tea and walking over to hand it to Avis. One or two members of the group snuck looks at the old man. He could see out of the corner of his eye. Avis is right, the old man said. Tea in hand, smiling, Avis took a seat in the corner, dropping down with enough force that the birdcage next to her rocked, the occupants protesting shrilly. She put out one hand out to steady the cage, then set her tea down, one ankle folding over the other. Her dress was 10 years out of fashion, following the lines of her body down to the ankle, a vest keeping the ruffles contained to the collar and the sleeves, but her hair and horn-rimmed glasses were in vogue. You'll have to say why, Cynthia suggested. Avis can explain, the old man said. He was more than capable, but he needed to curry favor where he could, and this would be one of the last times he interacted directly with a woman. Avis was too important. She was only one step away from being in complete control of all communications within Radham Academy, and she was charged with many of the more covered ones, the ones that necessitated flying messengers. Avis liked to take her time before making a statement, which was a predilection that matched her other job well. Everyone in the room waited, some patiently, some impatiently, for the woman to speak. The old man quietly thanked Percy as tea appeared on the small table by the window. Have you ever seen a real fight, Cynthia? Avis asked, sounding more than a little arrogant. I've been in more real fights than I could count. It is, in fact, a large part of what Louis and I do here. I'll rephrase. Have you seen a battlefield? War. Cynthia shook her head. I have, Louis said. With humans. Avis pressed. I was one of those humans. You know this. From my experience on battlefields, I know that when you send men into a fight, they're scared. If you tell them they have to shoot or be shot, many will not shoot. Humans naturally trend toward wanting to survive and being part of a group. And war doesn't support either of the two. Cynthia asked. War most definitely supports both, Avis said. However, it should be stressed that fighting in a war doesn't. The difference feeds the endless restlessness between the nobility and the people. How very clever, Cynthia said, in a droll tone. In an actual war, you'll see two or more groups of people trying to poke their head up out of cover, work up the courage to aim their weapon and then pull the trigger to kill the other person. You have to twist their arms to make them go over the breach, you play on ideology, or you convince them, and I do very much mean convince them, that they have no other choice. A-Stitched has no such reservations. A-Stitched doesn't tend to stop and turn tail when his friend next to him gets gunned down. That's not necessarily a good thing, Louis said. It's easy to lose an entire regiment to the same machine gun, if the man giving orders isn't prepared. There are trade-offs. The academy needs infrastructure. While the war is ongoing, they won't have it. Avis sipped at her tea, then said, we agree there. The logistics of it all, so long as we have the roads blockaded and bombed, they can't move from A to B. Without the trains and wagons coming in from the farms on the outskirts, they can't eat or feed their experiments. But, Cynthia said, you said we need soldiers, Godwin? You're not confident. It was a question she asked while already knowing the answer. She was very much in his camp, and she was informed. He had talked to her about this before. Godwin took the question as his excuse to turn and face the occupants of the room. No, I'm not confident. Things are still preliminary, the people are on our side, but we're not moving forward, and the academy is figuring out solutions. It's what they do. The academy retook Westmoreland. The mountains of Columbia are the academy's primary mining operation in the west, Cynthia said, for the benefit of the others present. Westmoreland, Columbia is the second highest producer of weapons for the Crown States. For as long as they have it operational, they're going to be armed. Godwin nodded. It's a coup for them. They're going to start retaking ground. On the large scale with Westmoreland and on the small scale, here. They're nosing around, looking for us, specifically, and they're getting close. There were advantages to being in Radham, our close contact with Avis foremost among them. Thank you, Avis said, preening. But the risks are too great. We were able to lead things in the abstract, now we need to be more direct. We'll need to split up. Each of us in a different city. To be effective whilst we're doing that, we'll need soldiers. And the regular rank and file won't do. Louis asked. Those are men. I believe we need more capable individuals. As of right now, odd as it may sound, academy dropouts and individuals like Mr. Percy here are in higher demand than the best the academy has to offer. The academy's people currently have no other choice but to work for the academy, but the people who have the knowledge and lack the loyalty, they can be swayed to either side, and they're favoring ours. He had the rapt attention of everyone present. Louis seemed most comfortable hearing all of this, and was busy pouring himself another cup of tea. I'll reach out, speak to some people, and I'll have the money. What I need you to do right now is find the people with the necessary skills. The academy has been quietly removing quite a number of them. Mr. Percy was one close call in that respect. We'll find them and make them offers they can't refuse. If the money doesn't sway, quietly let them know we have the knowledge, and if you feel they're worth the risk, we'll go a step further and actually tell them who we are, inviting them to the inner circle. The others nodded. I'll miss this, Cynthia said. Losing the more intimate setting, having a voice without shouting. I can't imagine you shouting, Percy said. Cynthia smiled at that. For the time being, focus on staying safe, make sure you aren't being followed, particularly by dogs. Or little children, Percy said, frowning. Especially little children, Godwin agreed. Lewis. A man named Reverend Maurer is managing one of the larger and more successful revolutionary groups. I think you and he would complement each other nicely. Would you reach out? I can. And Cynthia, we've already discussed it. Already doing what I can. They're slippery, and they don't want to be found. Godwin nodded. Percy? Keep doing what you're doing. I'd like to think I'm making soldiers rather than recruiting them, Percy said. You are, indeed, Godwin said. He took a sip of his tea. The most dangerous time and place for you is when you're on your way from Radham to your new accommodations. Which are where? Avis asked. I'll let you know in private, Godwin said. He frowned. From here on out, we're operating in cells. I trust each of you. Do as you deem appropriate. You'll each be in touch with one other cell. If you find you can't reach them, then and only then should you reach out to me or Avis. Make preparations. We'll meet in the morning, I'll let you know particulars, and you'll each leave. So soon, Cynthia said. Right now, we're safe, we're free, we have control of the roads and the railroad. In 2 days, that might change, Godwin said. Cynthia frowned, but she didn't argue. The others were already standing, and the ones who weren't wearing jackets pulled some on, with many getting umbrellas. Cynthia lagged behind the rest. Thank you, by the by, for the tea, Lewis, Godwin said. I enjoyed that one. You're very welcome, Lewis said. I left you a small box of the tea bags. Good lad, Godwin said. Percy and Lewis left together, with Avis a few paces behind. The door clicked shut. Cynthia took a moment to pick up the scattered saucers and teacups, holding 2 in each hand on her way to the little sink. Something on your mind? Godwin asked. Percy. Ah. We told him that all of his creations were destroyed by the lambs. If he discovers that they recruited one of them. He's very passionate, whatever he expresses on the surface. He is. What a very inconvenient man. A very good way of putting it, she said. I'd hoped to discard him, but he has a damnable way of making himself essential. I'll watch him, she said. I just wondered if you had any thoughts. He went through the little building and extinguished lights, then pulled on his rain cloak. He joined her in exiting the building. They were joined by the pair of experiments that had been standing in the hallway. Cynthia's. The things were tall, narrower around than even the lithe Cynthia, and draped in rain cloaks that dragged on the ground. Each had large eyes and bat's ears placed on otherwise underformed and unadorned faces. Chinless, noseless, the mouths frozen in a perpetual expression of a child that had just put a ball through a stained glass window. Neither blinked as rainwater ran down from their 2 short foreheads and over the balls of the eyes, or even bounced off the orbs themselves. Radham glowed, even at night. Temporary lamps with flickering bioluminescent lights within were placed at regular intervals between the regular lights, giving the patrolling squadrons of stitched soldiers a better view of the surroundings. It was only approaching sundown, but the rain came down hard, and the gloom gave the impression of a later hour than it really was. Bridging the gap between winter and spring, it was an especially cold rain, cutting right through the rain cloak, flesh and muscle to dig into the bone. The eyes of a dozen stitched soldiers watched as the 2 of them walked down the length of the street, unblinking. The heads of the stitched moved slowly to track them, each of them moving in unison. The riots had been quelled, but the fact that Radham needed to keep a boot on the throat of this downed enemy was a win. It bred resentment, and it limited how freely Radham could move. Cynthia spoke up, when they were out of earshot of the stitched. I was thinking. Lambert Academy, in Grey Solon. Godwin casually looked around to make sure they were alone. It was probably safer than being indoors, he had to admit. The bat-eared experiments were on the alert, and the rain made for a lot of cover. A win for us, as much as Westmoreland was a win for them. A win might be understating it. Lambert Academy burned, the people that weren't burned alive were rounded up, made to kneel, and put to the knife. It was symbolic, something the other revolutions could aspire toward. Godwin grimaced. Bullets would have been kinder. Bullets are precious to some. What got you thinking about Lambert? Most burned or faced the knife, but not all. There have been rumors about a set of Lambert's experiments roaming around. I asked Avis, and she doesn't think they've been in touch with any of the other academies. What are you thinking? I'm thinking they might not be particularly attached to the other academies. They're almost human, they're functional, they can work and earn food and shelter, but I can't imagine it's easy for them. It's not what they're meant to do. What are they? Lambert's cleanup. Lambert doesn't have enough work, so it sends them out here and there. They're more about the kill than the capture. 4 individuals. What's the difficulty? If I'm wrong and I reach out, they'll come after me. You've dealt with worse, Cynthia. There was a pause. No, he asked. If they came after me, I'm not certain I could survive it. Then play it safe. You're sure? You don't sound convinced they could be swayed. She shook her head, shifting her umbrella to her other hand, I'm not. There was another group of stitched at the end of the block. They were accompanied by a creature that stood twice as tall as a man. Even from the other side of the street, Godwin could smell it. A chemical smell. Curfew, one stitched called out, sounding more like he was imitating the way it sounded than actually uttering the word. Cynthia offered a little bow and flourish in response. Curfew, the stitched hollered the word, emphasizing the wrong syllable, raising his voice to be heard as they continued walking, the stitched falling behind them now. Soon. Bell tolls. Too dumb to realize she had been acknowledging it. He felt uncomfortable and unhappy, the words ringing in his ears. I long for simpler times, he said, abstractly. You're not quite that old, Cynthia said, patting his arm. There were stitched when you were born. Not so many. I've watched it all unfold. The rate of growth has been startling. I worry sometimes that you and the others don't understand just what you're facing. The cost, if we don't get ahead of this. We value your pessimism, she said. He smiled. It's saved us once or twice. We all have reasons for doing this, she said. Greater ones and personal ones. You have your personal reasons, he said. I do, she made it a question. Not because she wasn't sure, but because she was wondering why he'd brought it up. Will that be a problem, if your search proves successful? Will you be able to understand someone with greater ones? The woman that provoked the war? We'll have to see, Cynthia said. I worry, he said. If this was her first move, what is the next one? And will we be caught up in it? I'll look for her, Godwin. He smiled. They'd reached his building, which was large but a touch ramshackle, in a less than stellar neighborhood. The important thing was that it was unassuming. Cynthia waited and watched, her pet standing there, head slowly turning left and right, ears up and out, listening to every raindrop. He opened the door, and stepped inside. Experiments stood on either side of the doorway. Cynthia's, again. Sentries, knights clad in armor that grew like a bug's exoskeleton. He didn't like it, but some things were necessary. I'll see you in the morning, he said. Cynthia smiled and waved, leaving, her pets following behind. To all appearances, a coquette. Louis was a soldier's son, the man had moved on to active military service, lying about his age to get in sooner. Cynthia was different, almost the opposite. She had had no family, no guidance, and she had raised herself on ugly streets overseas, where gutters had literally run red with blood, and where experiments had been piled so carelessly on trash heaps beneath the academies that they overflowed into the city, some still alive, others dangerous despite being dead. All she had needed was a little refining. He walked through the house, casually moving past the myriad traps that he and Cynthia had placed. He was here so rarely, the minor inconvenience hardly mattered. More sentries were stationed throughout the house, many shuffling faintly as they sensed the activity and exited their hibernation states. He walked into the washroom and stared at himself in the mirror. Cynthia knew him better than anyone else, she knew how he thought. The inverse was also true, he knew Cynthia better than anyone else. Yet he hadn't spoken up and said the truth. The war would get far worse before it got better. The academy was retaking control, but the rebellions were still underway, and the academy's efforts weren't quelling so much as they were holding things at bay. Sooner or later, things would reach a tipping point. To retake control, the academy would need to do something significant. Institutions of this scale had only so many ways they could achieve that kind of control. Fear was one, and he didn't want to think about what the academy might do to generate such a widespread fear. The only way forward would be to beat them to the punch. To do something horrific. For that, he needed the woman who had started the war. He needed those talents, and he needed to be absolutely sure that she wasn't already doing the exact same thing. Because if his group and her group both acted at the same time, he couldn't let that happen. He bent down to wash his face, scrubbing, feeling old for the first time in a long time. When he stood straight, he had company. The man's skin had been flayed away and reattached, overlapping strips, like the weave of a basket, head to toe, leaving every feature masked, but for a space for a toothless, tongueless mouth and two milky white eyes. The flesh around the edges of each strip of skin was scarred and flaky. A mummy, wrapped in his own flesh, almost a straitjacket, but not quite. Two oversized hands were already reaching out. Hangman. They found me. Godwin reached for his razor. He was jerked back before he had it, his finger running along the length of the handle. Long fingers of two hands wrapped around his neck, one after the other. As the fingers fell neatly into place, interlacing, his neck was elongated, vertebrae popping. His fingers scrabbled for purchase on the sink, his legs kicked, but it was to no avail. Another pop, a flash of pain filling his lower body, and then it all fell to pieces. The nervous impulses ran away from him, signaling motions he wasn't making, pain and sensations he shouldn't be feeling, all with a pressure that suggested his entire body had been crushed beneath a one-ton stone. In the mirror, his arms and legs dropped, limp. He huffed out a breath and didn't take another one. The hangman had dislocated his neck. He was lowered almost dismissively to the ground, as if forgotten, as the hangman dropped one hand to its side and then let go, letting him fall to the floor, his head cracking against the tile. He had a view, albeit one that had darkness swiftly flowing in from the edges, of the hangman leaving much the way it had come in. It touched the door and hauled itself up to the top of the door frame, as if it weighed no more than an equivalent amount of loose paper. It reached the ceiling, fingers bracing it against the walls on either side of the hallway, and then it was gone, whispering against the ceiling, past the sentries and defenses. Godwin's last thoughts were of Cynthia, his last sentiment a quiet horror at the idea that Cynthia might well think along the same lines he had, without the consideration to what disasters Genevieve Frey might have planned. The hall had an upper stage that overlooked the lower floor, and Cynthia stood astride it, arms on the railing, watching. Her pets flanked her. From the bottom to the top, she thought. She was with the upper class. The true upper class, she might say. These weren't nobles, but businessmen, clergy, and pillars of the community. They were people with money who had earned that money, by and large. Those who had been born to money were already beholden to the academy, hooks long set in. Men and women in fine dress. Potential allies. If they were going to retake Westmore, these were allies they would need. It meant the difference between the academy having a gun for every soldier or having to do without. One of her pets reacted, bat ears twitching as it made a small sound. She wheeled around. Nervous, since Godwin's death. 4 individuals. 3 men and a woman, standing in the shadows. She almost regretted hiring them. The mercenaries. They turned out to be on her side, but they were unpleasant, both in methodology and in personality. I thought I was alone up here, she said. The one in the lead shook his head. He had bug eyes and a custom gun slung over one shoulder. Choleric, she reminded herself. What is it? General Ames just arrived, Melancholy said. Long hair covered her eyes, and she had a too wide mouth. Of the 4, Melancholy was the only one that Cynthia wasn't sure about. The woman's favored murder weapon wasn't on display. No knife, no gun, no vials. Cynthia turned to look. Ames was a big man, in many senses. Proud, boisterous, fat, ruddy-cheeked, with blonde hair. He was perspiring. More than normal. He was with his wife and child. What about him? The girl, Melancholy said. It took a moment before Cynthia could see through the crowd. A young lady, beautiful, wearing an evening dress in miniature. A little blonde that promised to be a great beauty at some point in the future. When Melancholy spoke again, it was in Cynthia's ear. Cynthia hadn't heard the woman approach. She doesn't smell like she's his. Cynthia looked, frowning. The girl looked like any young lady should, bouncing with excitement at the fancy dress party. She was saying something, and her father was having trouble keeping up. What is she? Not human, Melancholy said. She smells like blood. Cynthia nodded slowly. She smells like other children, Melancholy said. Cynthia's eyes scanned the crowd. She didn't see any others. You know what to do, she said. Melancholy said. Cynthia smiled. She knew as she turned around that the 4 wouldn't be there. In 4 paces, she crossed the room to pick up her gun, slipping it through a hidden pocket of her dress. She wasn't excited, she wasn't proud or arrogant. She knew exactly what she was up against. She'd come here to fight. This, surrounded with people she couldn't trust, was her medium. Every time she'd faced this kind of situation in the past, everyone else had ended up bleeding or dead. Esprit de corps 5.1. I slowed in my run as I saw a man forced to kneel by a pole. His arms were already bound behind his back, his raincoat was open at the front, and there were smears of blood on his shirt. He fought, struggled, and was overpowered by the 4 men in similar outfits. Not quite uniforms, exactly, but they were close. They lashed him to the pole, cords encircling the space where a crude knotted gag covered his mouth. The cords were cinched tight enough that skin split, blood seeping out past the gag to touch his chin. Hands behind his back, ankles, and head bound to the pole, he was unable to do more than wriggle as a haggard Chinese man approached. One syringe penetrated one side of the throat, another penetrated the other. Blood drained out, other fluids flowed in. The new fluids would reduce the shock to the system when the man died. The blood would be used for other things, if they didn't return it to him to make him a stitched. The pole was one among many, all in a row by the outside wall. The ground had once been hard-packed earth, but water collecting around and beneath the people who had been bound to the poles had made the base of each pole a mud pit. The mud probably consisted of more things than dirt and water. A minute into being drained to death, the man started convulsing. The violent jerks made the cords bite deeper into the corners of his mouth. A man in a uniform similar to the dying man approached, head bent low so his hood could help protect his pipe. He took shelter under the same awning I was occupying, experimentally puffing before letting himself be at ease. His hood was down, his hair and glorious mustache both wet, small eyes nearly hidden beneath heavy eyebrows. A rifle with a bayonet hung behind his back. I'd heard people refer to the particular brand of rifles as exorcists. They were single-shot, heavy, ugly weapons, but they made big holes, they were easy to reload, they were reliable, and they were well made. The name exorcist had probably come up because they were supposed to put spirits to rest. Or was it because they were supposed to help the little guys stop the real devils of the battlefields? I watched the convulsions slow. The man seemed at least dimly aware as he raised his eyes to stare through me. The head sagged. The Chinese man noticed, craning his head to look, but kept doing what he was doing, fiddling over at a table. He gave an order to an assistant, who cleared things off the table. If he wasn't dead, the man at the pole would be dead soon. Within the hour, he would be up and walking again. Don't you have somewhere to be? The man with the pipe asked me. He gestured the bag that hung at my side. Waiting for the rain to let up, I said, adding a belated, sir. It won't. Get. I didn't get. I watched the dying man rouse, then sag a bit. What did he do? He didn't listen to a superior officer, the man with the pipe said. You're not my superior officer, I said. I don't have any. You're on a military base, I'm militia. You do what I say, he told me. Oh, I said, feigning ignorance. Being smaller and appearing younger than I was proved to be a small asset here. I could play dumb. What did he do, really? Traitor, the man with the pipe said, puffing. Tried to help the crown. Stupid bastard. Why would he do that? I asked. The crown is bad. The man puffed on his pipe. Greed, maybe, or he thought he'd be on the winning side, whatever happened. But our side is going to win, isn't it? I asked. Another puff. Not about winning. Isn't it? I don't really understand about what they did to the water, but shouldn't we stop them? Can't stop something as big as that. People wouldn't have it. We do this right, let them know there are consequences, make them change how they do things. The rain continued to pour down. The Chinese man approached the man at the pole, taking a knife to the ropes that bound him. A soldier joined him in hauling the body to the table, each of them holding one of the bags that had been plugged into the man's throat, one nearly empty, the other half filled with blood. It was a better answer to his statement than I could have come up with on my own. Don't you have a place to be? The man with the pipe sounded annoyed as he addressed me, and his tone suggested he might give me a smack if I didn't take the hint. I moved on, pulling my hood down to avoid the worst of the rain. The soldiers didn't match, but all of them had exorcists, and the clothing was of the same general style, even if little details differed. I passed one man who wore no coat or jacket, with only an undershirt on. His chest, shoulders, and face were mottled, covered in pustules, and his lower face had a glass mask fit to it, with a tube running off one side, over his shoulder and down to his belt, where he had a small tank in place. His eyes were closed, his face turned upward. I was seeing a lot like him, with increasing frequency, and I hadn't gotten any good answers as to what they were or where they came from. People simultaneously avoided them and kept mum when it came to the subject. There were benefits to being young, but there were drawbacks too. My route took me down a side path. The town was a small one, more quaint than anything, but blockades had been erected, there were as many open flames as people could sustain, lighting the surroundings, and every open space that wasn't already occupied by buildings was now home to tents, piles of crates, or collections of people. The number of people in this lazy little town had dectupled, easily. It wasn't weathering the extra presence well. Plants were dying, there was trash in the water that flowed along the gutters, and the aroma of the town was of faint human offal and less faint blood, sweat. It was all laced with the smell of the cheap, mass-produced foodstuff that probably wasn't fit for proper humans. Starchy, nutrient-packed beans or some such. I found a house with a makeshift fence erected around the front portion, the gate locked. Looking past the fence and into the window suggested a whole gaggle of kids. They ran around and played. Only a few had ventured outside, their raincoats and rain boots on. I approached a girl who stood at the corner of the fence, a flower in her hand. She was picking it to pieces. She didn't look up as I came to stand beside her, my shoulder touching hers through the fence. A few petals disappeared, drifting down into the water. It looked like the same kind of flower that was growing off of the tree above. A parasitic species, if I remembered right. Worst job yet, Lillian said. Really? I asked. Worse than the whole interviewing thing before Sub Rosa. Worse. Worse than when we had to deal with the creeping mimes. The creeping mimes were interesting, Lillian told me. They were a pain in the ass, crawling on the walls and ceiling, and the parents were screaming, and then one got the family dog, and, ugh. I liked their design, if nothing else, Lillian said. And it was my third job with you guys? It has some sentimental value. Sure, I told her. I guess I get that. She huffed out a sigh, and shot me a death glare that wasn't intended for me. It was just Lillian being an unhappy Lillian. Rescue me. They want you in there. Please. I got into an advanced stream and I still know more than the teachers, SY. That's perfect, I said, upbeat, just to annoy her. SY, she said. She reached through the bars of the railing to grip me by the front of my coat. Please. She used her grip on my coat to shake me. I let my head loll back and forth for a moment. She abruptly hauled me in her direction, and my forehead banged the bars of the railing. Ow. I'm not joking, SY. Please. I don't know what you want me to do. Start something. Set the town on fire. Spread a plague. Murder somebody important. SHHH, I said, keep your voice down. The teacher had to look in the books to remember how the second ratio worked, SY, she said, almost moaning. Please, please. Rescue me, and I'll do whatever your twisted little mind can conceive of. I will be in your debt, and you can lord it over me for as long as you know me. You're getting better at negotiating. That's tempting. But no. The job comes first. Her forehead banged the bars just above mine. She remained like that, her eyes scanning the surroundings, then surreptitiously reached into her jacket and withdrew an envelope. I checked behind her. The kids in the window are watching. They can't see the paper, but they're watching. They saw you come before. They think you're here because you like me. I scoffed. Laugh all you want, she said. You have to kiss me. What? No, I don't. If we don't sate their curiosity, it's going to run wild, they'll start talking. Teachers here talk, and they're ridiculously overprotective of the outdated books and half-complete knowledge they've put together there. Give our audience what we want, and they'll stop wondering. I can take a little bit of teasing. Ew, I said. I started to back up, but she had a grip on my jacket, still, and she was stronger than I was. Enough that it mattered. That was an unhappy realization. Yet. Ew. Suck it up. I don't think you should suck anything up while kissing. I mean, you can, but... She gave me a look, a get serious one. I gripped the bars, and then my face as far as it would go between them, giving her a peck on the lips. She tightened her grip on my collar, holding me there, turning it from a peck to something else. She let go, leaving me to stumble back. The hoots and cheers from within the building reached a volume we could hear outside. Lillian was pink in the face as she glared at me. Happy? I asked. Yes, she said, sounding anything but. She hadn't dropped the glare. Everything's in the note. How far along the students are, the quality of the teaching, the texts, my observations of other projects I've seen around town, not that they let us out of here that often. Keeping us out of the way, they say. Got it. We'll pass it on. Rescue me, she ordered. Every time you come, now, you're going to have to steal a kiss. Until this is over with. That was my first kiss, you know, I told her. She didn't budge an inch. She was trying so hard not to convey a tell that she gave me one. I can see why people like it, I said, to needle her. Shut up, she said, with venom, face going pinker. Get me out of here. I don't care how. But don't leave me here. I can't take another week. But you gave me so much fuel for teasing you, I said, grinning ear to ear. You can look forward to the next time you see me, when you con me into kissing you again, over and over. Go get caught and die, she said. Or. S.Y. I could tell the others. Oh, did you know, Lillian apparently gets lonely for the company of boys when she's bored. I did it for the sake of the job, she said, voice firm. The kids were already speculating it was something romantic, it was the easiest route. The moment your face turns that pink when I mention it in front of the others, they'll see right through. She raised her hand between us, a gesture. Incoming. I shut my mouth, brain switching gears. She flicked her eyes to the right, and I turned, as casually as possible, looking. I didn't see anyone. I turned a few times, searching for possible threats. When I turned back, Lillian was fleeing back to the improvised schoolhouse. The gesture she gave me as she stalked off was anything but a secret one. That's not allowed. I called after her. The finger remained raised as she hauled the front door open with one hand and closed it firmly behind her. I grinned. It was a short distance from the schoolhouse to the main street, and I arrived with much of the midday traffic. Carts were being checked thoroughly by squads and sniffer dogs, and the barking was incessant. My eyes roved over the carts, looking over the people. Nothing. Gordon wasn't here yet. I picked up my pace to get out of the way of a regular old horse that was pulling a cart, reached the other side of the street and inadvertently chose a path that saw rain pouring off in curtains off a tent top. I squinted as the water spattered me. I heard a whistle, and I saw Mary with Gladys Shipman, standing under a tent, with the counter and register in front of them, unpacked crates arranged around them. A heavy-set man was lifting crates down from the bed of a wagon with a stitched helper. Mary whipped an apple at my head, and I caught it. He's late, Mary said. She looked more concerned than Shipman did. That happens. Lots of rain. Wagons get stuck in mud. No mud between here and there, Mary said. I'll see about swinging back this way, I said, flashing her a smile before I took a bite out of the apple. You look like you're having a merry time, Shipman said. Lillian kissed me, I said, grinning. Well, she told me to kiss her. Mary's eyebrows went up. Her expression was interesting. More curious than anything. She's really bored, apparently, I said. Nah. We had to, the other kids were starting to get curious about her and me meeting up. Might as well, you know. Mary nodded at that, eyebrows going down. Is she okay? Other than being bored. She's worried about the teachers, I said. Watchful eye and all that. When I last saw her, she had a lot of names for them. Watchful wasn't one of those names. Bumbling, incompetent, depressing, Mary said. It would be ironic if I stopped as footsteps splashed behind me. In a low voice, I finished, if those buffoons were the undoing of us all. Not funny, Shipman said, terse. Such a sourpuss. I gotta get going, or people are going to wonder, I said. Then I reminded her, I'll swing back. The two of them nodded. My path zigzagged between buildings. Someone larger might have had trouble, given how little space there was at times, and someone less nimble might have struggled with the crates and other supplies that were piled up in the spaces, protected by the overhanging roofs, but I was perfectly suited. The moment I was out of sight of people, I pulled on the stem of the apple. It popped out like a cork, and I stuck a finger into the tight hole where the core had been removed. When I withdrew it, there was a roll of paper around my fingertip. I unrolled it. Boxes beneath 16 houses. Up from 9, yesterday. Gladys' note was very similar to what Lillian was providing, but she had eyes on the market. Her handwriting was meticulous, legible even when written at a quarter the scale I could have managed. She packed a great deal of information about her observations about the town's grasp of Academy Tech onto a single slip of paper, with a fair bit of shorthand. The backside of the paper discussed the contents of the boxes in brief. Good health on arrival, high toxicity, slightly dehydrated. One box sealed too tight, contents DOA. I made a mental note, then replaced the papers, folding Lillian's envelope in half before coiling it up and slipping it inside. I popped the cork back in place. I could hold on to the apple for a little while longer. As I exited the space between two buildings, I saw a trio of men, their skin pocked and scarred, boils here and there. Unlike the one I'd seen earlier, they didn't have masks. They looked like plague victims, but each was eerily calm, the expressions on their faces severe. Each wore the same uniforms as the men I'd seen earlier, and each carried an exorcist and a handgun. They didn't talk, and simply watched as I walked by. I hated not knowing things. The city hall. I approached the door, lifting the apple to my mouth to bite into it, like a pig on the dinner table, before raising my hands over my head. The guard at the door bent down low, patting me down. He took the satchel bag from me, then opened it. I didn't miss the slight puff of air from within. He went through every piece of paper within, one after another, meticulous. Wordless, he returned the bag to me, and I hurried inside, raising a hand to the apple to leverage it and tear off another big bite. The entrance was a big hallway, and where it might normally have made for a nice view and perhaps a place for the mayor to give a speech, it was now crowded, a makeshift war room. Tables with maps, soldiers, mobile fences erected around boxes of weapons, and 3 different experiments were all present, each one leashed out of the way. I moved throughout the room, grabbing envelopes from the satchel and delivering them to the right people. Every single one of them paid very close attention to the wax seals. I already knew the reasons. The wax responded to oxygen. I was given sealed satchels, and from the moment the bag was opened, which was supposed to be at the front door, microbes on or in the wax started reacting to the air, altering in color. One soldier, a captain, used a knife to remove the seal. I noticed how he put it off to one side on his desk. He'd watch the color change over time, just to make sure it wasn't a false one. It would be a big win if I could snatch that up, supplying it to the Academy's people so they could figure it out and produce something equivalent, but I didn't dare take the risk. I had a cushy gig. You, boy, one man said. I stopped in my tracks. You're done. You don't come back tomorrow, you hear? I blinked. What? New person in charge. Says no children. But, I said. There were a lot of clever things I could have said, biting retorts, making excuses, asking questions. But in terms of being a bewildered kid, staying silent was the best option. You'll get paid, don't worry, he said. I nodded, but I wasn't happy and I let the emotion show on my face. I headed up the short set of stairs to the mayor's office. A double set of doors, ornate. Academy provided wood. Amusing, given the general lean of this place. This town was one holdout in the rebellion against the crown. When the doors were shut, I knocked, a set pattern. Jamie emerged from another room, a book in hand. It wasn't his notebook. I just got told I couldn't come back, I said. I know, Jamie said. I heard when the order first came in. New person in town, and a lot of the leaders are listening to her. She handed out something or other, and told them to find strays, dose them, and release them again. Countermeasure against whelps. Jamie nodded. She might know about us, then, I said. The way things are going, this might be our last undercover job, Jamie said. The lambs are a known element. I frowned. Sucks, but there's no getting around it, he said. Hale brought up an idea of how to use it, still preliminary. Propaganda. I already have notes, they'll give me a writer to ensure it's readable, though I always was good with a pen and paper. We release a more palatable version of the lamb's previous files, win over the public. I scowled. No. I shook my head. I sort of like the idea. But maybe that's because I don't get many chances to show off, compared to the rest of you, Jamie said. He put his book down. I angled my head to get a look at the cover. Local herbs. By the mayor's uncle. Do you really need information on the mayor? He's a non-entity. Ames is in charge. I'm picking up everything I can. All I can do here is manage Ames and read. Lonely? I asked. More than a little, he admitted, half sitting on the desk, one leg down, toe just barely touching the floor. I hopped up next to him, roughly the same position, and my legs didn't reach the ground. He leaned over to bump my shoulder with his, and I did the same to him. I thought about telling him about my earlier meeting with Lillian, then decided against it. I wasn't exactly sure why. 14 boxes, under the houses, I said. 14. Jamie asked, giving me a curious look. Something like that, I said. I removed the cork from the apple and dug out the notes. I smoothed them out on my knee, my foot braced against the front of the heavy wooden desk. 16, Jamie said, yeah, that fits. I was wondering if Mary got hurt or if she almost got caught. I said. I wouldn't have the nerves to do that, he said. Every night? One mistake getting you caught. Do you know if we're close? Lillian is getting a little stir-crazy. We're close, he said. But you don't have a reason to be running around, and if they're being wary of kids, then the others are going to come under some scrutiny at some point. I nodded slowly. While you're at it, tell the others that the new leader of this particular branch of the rebellion hired people. Mercenaries. I frowned. Show me. Jamie hopped down from the desk. I followed. He led me through and around, to a separate room. There were stacks of books by an armchair. He found his notebook, opened it, flipped to the right page, and then handed it to me. Second hand, he said. I grilled Ames as best as I could, even used some of the retention techniques I was taught, but it was still damn good. Not that Jamie could really grasp that. He was a perfectionist in many of the same ways Mary was. She arrived, and immediately started laying down the law, I said. Yes. No kids was, the fifth or sixth thing she mentioned. She's expecting trouble. Rightly so. We beat her here, though. And the mercenaries were on the tail end of that, I said, before she moved on to a new topic, restructuring things. It could be attached to that idea. Bring in mercenaries, change who's in charge. Why would she want to do that, unless she wanted to make enemies? It'd be unconscious, I said. Mercenaries are a countermeasure as much as the no kids rule and the poison she's leaving for the whelps. Hey, Jamie said. I'm in a bad position until I can find a job, I said. You don't figure Ames can find a role for me? Jamie shook his head. He's on thin ice already. He lost an important battle before coming here. Got ahead of the news of his failure, got established, but now the new leader is here and it's catching up with him. Are you okay, then? Is Helen? I asked. We'd managed to convince General Ames to give Jamie shelter and a spot to eavesdrop from, with full access to everything that passed Ames' desk, but it looked like that setup was starting to wear thin. I'm okay. She's not kicking him out, and he still has a command. A trump card we can only use once, before they remove him from service. And she's set up elsewhere. She doesn't want to interfere with the military types. I thought about that. Where is she? The theater. There's an event going on right this moment. A luncheon. Everyone's invited, and it lets her meet and greet. Helen's there. With Ames. You're going, aren't you? You're spying on her. Of course. I'm coming with, Jamie said. If I read one more book, I don't think I'll be able to read for a year after this job is done. I offered him a mock gasp. He jabbed me in the stomach. Worst case scenario, you're too slow, we get caught, we fuck everything up, and we start a war, I said. Not so bad. Not so bad, he asked, pulling on a raincoat. If I give Lillian an excuse to leave her position, I get to lord it over her forever. She said so. He said, smiling. Window? It's not exactly common knowledge I'm here. Window, I agreed. The banter and jokes continued as we made our exit. Esprit de Corps 5.2. Even on the best of days, Jamie was something of an odd bird. The glasses, the book he carted around with him, and the longer, dirty blonde hair, currently tied back into a sailor's ponytail, they added up to a strange picture. He had a way of looking uncomfortable in any clothes he wore, as if they were someone else's and he was just borrowing them. He tended to be quieter than the others, with Helen accepted in most situations. He was probably the worst of us when it came to a fight, myself excepted, and the slowest of us to react when it came to a non-fight crisis. With all those things put together, he should have and could have been a shadow of a person, the low man on the totem pole, the gawky, awkward one, the bookworm. But he walked and spoke with confidence. His book was inside a waterproof backpack, slung over one shoulder, and he spoke without looking at me, eyes roving over the surroundings. I'd spent 5 hours in this town for every hour Jamie had, but he was the one who knew his way around. He led the way to the theater, and we took the main roads. Can't wait until it gets warmer, I commented. It won't, Jamie said. You know that for sure. Pretty sure. I read the Farmer's Almanac. Of course you did. He pointed at the mountains that overlooked the town, one mountain on each side, with more beyond. The town had been planted in the valley between the two. Cold air sweeps down the sides of the mountains. Constant wind, which is probably why we're getting the constant rain from the direction of Westmore. Where the academy is making its usual rain clouds. Jamie nodded. Well, bully for us, then, I said. Bully for us, Jamie said, smiling a little. The smile faded, until they figure out we're getting rained on and lace the clouds with something. I startled a little at that. You're joking. Jamie smiled again. Yeah. If they could have, they would have. The rain is too diluted, this far away, and after what Frey did, everyone is being careful about the water supply. I hit him in the arm. Jerk. Are your punches getting weaker? He teased me. I hit him in the arm again, this time with more force. Guess not, he said. Whitney was an important location on a few fronts. The location was the first one, and one so obvious that it was known to anyone who had looked at a map of the area. It sat in a mountain pass, and it remained the closest location to Westmore that the Academy didn't have control over. Even for the Academy, it wasn't cost-effective to push through an area with limited mobility, ground too hard to dig trenches in. The Academy had been divided on how important the little town of Whitney was. Hale had been among the contingent that had believed Whitney held value, and had volunteered us. The actual information gathering had proven dull, for some more than others, but it had been enjoyable if only for the fact that we were in constant danger, every action potentially outing us and setting the entire town against us. It marked, perhaps, the first job where we'd been let off our leashes and told to do as we saw fit. Gordon had asked for Shipman, and he'd gotten her. Mary, Gordon, and Shipman had discussed the need for a discreet weapon they might be able to use to cripple the town of Whitney, and regular shipments had been arranged for just that. It was a shocking amount of leeway, but the fact that the academy was barely paying attention to us was tempered by the fact that, well, they were barely paying attention to us. If things turned sour, we were more or less on our own. I noted the presence of more of the scarred, pocked men. A group of 5. They all wore the informal military clothing we were seeing everywhere, and they all carried exorcists. Them, I said, alerting Jamie before the men could disappear. The men with the boils. What do you know? I asked. Jamie shook his head. I was going to ask you. I saw one with worms under his skin. I could see them moving by the way the bumps and ridges appeared and disappeared. One of those we just saw had them. I asked Lillian the other day, she promised she'd tell me if something came up, I said. She didn't bring it up this time, and I forgot to ask. Mary, Gordon, and Shipman don't seem to know either. I'm as in the dark as you are, Jamie said. Being in the dark sucks, I replied. I lowered my voice, especially when we're pulling something, and an unknown factor could throw everything out of sync. Jamie nodded, but he didn't have anything to offer me. We were at a disadvantage in that sense, and until we found out what we needed to find out, that would remain the case. The pair of us reached the market, and I saw that Gordon was sitting on the end of the wagon, sitting far enough back that only his knees and calves were getting wet. The man who was working with Mary and Shipman was doing the heavy lifting, when it was really supposed to be Gordon's job. I caught his eye, waving briefly. He raised a hand in a half-hearted wave. It was out of character for him, and it had nothing to do with the small rift that had formed after our last encounter with Frey. He'd been okay since, not quite acting normal, but at least he'd been putting on a brave face. He said something to Shipman, noticed I was still looking, and craned his head to look at Jamie and I. I offered him a one-shoulder shrug, hand raised. He waved his hand a little, fingers horizontal to the ground. It was a gesture that meant fine, neutral, or no problem. The sort of gesture reserved for when there was a sudden noise and we realized it was just a rat or something. Frankly, his body language couldn't have been less convincing. Come on, Jamie murmured. There were only so many gestures we could make before people started wondering. I gave them a wave goodbye, and we left them behind. What was that about? I asked. Which? Gordon being down and out. Wasn't his usual. No idea, then. Jamie shook his head. Little droplets of water flew off the bill of his hood. That reminds me. I've been meaning to ask, you do a lot of book reading, but how's your reading of people going? People. You remember just about everything. If I say something, can't you compare it to everything I've said before and figure out what tone I'm using and why? You're assuming I know why you were using the tone back then. Context? You could figure it out. I could. I can. I'm doing that anyway, all the time, Jamie said. Sometimes I get there. There's a lot of things to look through and figure out before I can say for sure, and by the time that happens, things are usually done with or they're moving forward, and then I'm left playing catch up, and there's no time to bring it up. Yeah, I said. Maybe after I get better at all of this, he said. Maybe, I said. Don't ever feel weird if you want to say something after the conversation's moved on, okay? At least with me? I like figuring people out. Okay, he said. Good, I said. Great, he said. Fantastic, I added. Ace, he said, smiling a little. Bully. Marvelous. Superb, I said, not missing a beat. I was already queuing up some more words. He paused, clearly trying to think of one. I poked him in the side, interrupting his line of thinking. When he didn't react, I poked him harder. If I don't get a chance to think, then I'm obviously going to lose, he said. If you do get a chance to think, then I'm going to lose, I retorted. God, we're like, the worst two people to play word games with. Mrs. Earls met someone, Jamie said, all of a sudden. First person in a while, since her husband. I blinked. The woman who ran Lamb's Bridge. A mother figure, but not a mother. She changed the words she uses, how she dresses, and I think she's worried. She wants a relationship and she doesn't want it tied in with us. She's acted relieved when we go, I said. Jamie nodded, showing more animation than his usual. So I'm not overthinking it. I didn't quite mean bringing stuff up from that far back, I said. It's been half a year since we spent 2 straight nights in the orphanage. Not that I'm complaining about you sharing and exploring. I just brought it up because the little things added up, and I started wondering if she was a double agent, but the pieces didn't fit, but I wasn't sure they didn't fit. He made it a question. No, I agreed. The pieces don't fit. Jamie nodded. He didn't seem relieved, which was odd. I found myself debating whether he was being very analytical, asking about things he already had the answer to, or if he was more anxious than he was letting on. Are you asking just to confirm, or was that bugging you? I asked. Might as well. Confirming, Jamie said. I threw my arm around him. He reached an arm around me and mussed up my hair, pulling me off balance. You smell like Lillian, he said. Do I? Just a bit. You and that nose of yours, I said. You could learn to use yours, too. Most underutilized sense. All it takes is a little attention. Sure, Jamie, I said. I'll teach you, if you teach me about people. I smiled. I notice you dodged the question. Yep. You're a brat, he said. And this is the theater, coming up. The person running the event is the same person that said no children. This isn't as simple as walking in. Is the event catered? Of course. Then we go in through the back door and the kitchen, I said. Let's bank on her not having told the kitchen staff what she told the others. Jamie said, suddenly sounding like he had doubts. Play along, I said. All you have to do is act like you belong. I'm regretting coming along. I have trouble looking like I belong when I'm being Jamie. Nat, I said, as we circled around toward the back of the building. You fit in with the rest of us. I wonder, he said. Do you? What do you wonder? What happens later, where we fit in, how we adapt, the calls we end up making. Vague. It's a vague sort of wondering, he said. Are you thinking you wanted to go with Frey? No, he said, without a moment's pause. No. I nodded. He wasn't volunteering, and I didn't pry, just like he hadn't pried when he'd realized I'd been evasive about the topic of Lillian. The reason we could even talk to each other like this was that we had a good sense of each other. We didn't have to be on guard, we could experiment and share. I liked that. I saw a man standing outside the back door, a little wrinkled, long hair slicked back with damp, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, a cigarette in hand. White shirt, black pants. He looked like staff. What color shirt do you have on? I asked. Hey. Under your jacket. White. With buttons. Yeah. Follow my lead. Eyes forward, chin up. You're proud to be doing this job. Jamie nodded. We approached the man at the back door, and I pulled off my raincoat as soon as I was under the eaves and out of the rain. I draped it over a box to one side. The apple had been devoured and abandoned, the messages left in the inside breast pocket. I withdrew them and held them so shipman's note was the one on top. A little less rumpled, it conveyed a better image. Jamie was already removing his raincoat, the backpack sitting on the crate by mine. Is the door locked? I asked. Who's asking? We're supposed to drop off a message and a package, I said, holding up the papers. I pulled them away from his reaching fingers as he moved to investigate my claim. We were told to use the back door, because we'd get seen if we went through the front. The man frowned. He gave us a once-over. 2 boys in white button-up shirts and black pants, albeit with boots on. I'd been wearing the outfit because I'd been acting out my role as a messenger and young mail deliverer. Jamie had been wearing it because it was his style. We didn't look like urchins, and that was the important part. We were boys with a job to be done. Doors unlocked, he said, before reaching over and opening it partway. He didn't seem willing to expend enough effort to move from where he stood, so it was only opened a half-foot. I grabbed it and hauled it open. We entered into a kitchen, the air thick with the smell of smoke and cheeses. Several stoves were going, and it looked like virtually all of the food was being made available in quantities no larger than my fist. Some of it looked expensive, including things that looked like seahorses crossed with snails, all soft-pronged bits in questionably defined shapes, all tinged in brilliant sunset reds, where they weren't white and vaguely translucent. Because frog legs, snails and fish eggs got to be too mundane, they had to invent obscure new things to eat. I chose a route through the kitchen that would keep us out of the way of the more important members of the kitchen, the guy that seemed to be quietly giving instructions to everyone present, the chefs, and a man handing bottles to a well-dressed young lady, possibly a sommelier. The chef's assistants and the waiters who were venturing into the kitchen didn't say a word, though the young, black men and women gave us curious looks. When people lacked agency or authority, it could be hard for them to call out others on the same. They were cogs in a very organic machine, they had a role, and right now that role was taking up all their focus. Stopping and drawing attention to themselves wasn't in the cards. I liked places like this. Places where humans had a system and became eminently predictable. The box didn't need to be disturbed. I pointed at a little window which allowed the kitchen a partial view of the room beyond. It was well above our heads, running over a countertop. I stepped up onto a stool, then took a seat on the counter, the window to my right. That seemed to get attention. I watched people glancing at me as they went about their business, all rush, hustle, and bustle. Jamie climbed up to sit beside me, and I scooted over to give him a better view. Through the window, we could see the luncheon, though it looked more like a party. There were tables for sitting down at, but there was a band and a singer, and most people were mingling. Something felt off. I glanced over the room to try and figure out what it might be. You, a chef spoke to us. He had a towel around his shoulders, and was dabbing at his forehead with one corner. What are you doing? We were told to come in here and wait, I said. I tapped Jamie's bag. Parcel for delivery, has to pass from our hands to theirs. If we're in your way, please let us know so we can move. The man that had been barking orders was talking to someone, but he was glancing up at us and the chef we were talking to. Why does it have to be here? I don't know, I said. I'm just doing what I was told, sir. He seemed to consider. He didn't have much excuse to kick us out. There's always a hierarchy. It's a very simple game when you get down to it. Chefs were a trickier bunch than some, I knew. Even Mrs. Earls wasn't to be messed with when she was cooking. Chefs were artists in temperament and they worked long enough hours that they lacked any patience. If something was going to go wrong, it could very well be this. Don't get underfoot, he conceded. I wouldn't dare, I said. This is your kitchen. He made a face. Subtly, he indicated the man that was giving orders. His kitchen. Then why were you the one who came to talk to us? I asked. He's busy. Or, I said, you're the one that really runs things here. I know how this sort of thing works, sir. He does too. Without you and the other chefs, there would be nothing. Without him, there'd be another manager. You think so, hey? The chef asked. I nodded somberly. Don't cause trouble, he said, before getting back to work. As the manager looked over in our direction, the chef waved dismissively, a gesture not unlike Gordon's. Not a problem. Ignore, I thought, filling in the blanks. Jamie and I turned to watch through the window. The glass was thick and it wasn't smooth, which made for a warped picture. I found a position where I could see through without too much difficulty. Jamie set his chin on my shoulder, his eyes on another such patch. Not like you, Jamie said. Not like me. To be nice. Fluff up someone's ego. I know you could have done that differently. You have done things differently. I remember. His chin drove into my shoulder a little each time he opened his mouth to make a sound. You remember me talking about the bug box? Sure, he said, his chin jabbing my shoulder again. I moved it to force him to reposition. This is a bug box. Except there's no shaking needed. They're already at each other's throats. I guarantee you there's more drama in here than in any classroom at Dame Cicely's. People are easiest to manipulate when it's us versus them, and in here, it's him versus the manager. Which is, the second most important reason I did that. Second. Am I supposed to guess the first? No. I'm waiting for the dramatic moment when I get to show the first. We are in a theater, after all. Drama is important. Jamie nodded, his chin rubbing my shoulder. I moved it again. Something's really interesting about this scene, I said. On a few levels. Awful lot of rich-looking people, for one. Whitney used to be a place where the wealthy had their second or third vacation homes. Not for summertime, but for winters. When they needed to get away from the city, they'd come here, do some hunting or ice fishing. Or hole up in a cabin with a fire, enjoy a little distance from the rest of the world. Escaping the mess and smells of the city, only to kill something and experience the smell of blood, guts, and their own sweat, I said. That sounds self-defeating. It's easy to be self-defeating when you have that kind of wealth and power, Jamie said. Some of the houses have permanent residents now, but some are still vacation homes. Either way, it's a place a lot of people know how to get to. I nodded. Men in suits and women in dresses, with waiters in simple white shirts and black slacks moving between them, holding trays. The singer on the stage was a black woman with a blue silk wrap around her head and a sleek silk full-length dress. She was good, from what I could make out of her singing. It came in fits and starts, as staff entered and left through the door. I spy Helen, Jamie murmured. And our general Ames. I looked, and Jamie pointed a finger, helping me to look in the right direction. Helen was playing her part, the dutiful daughter. Ames looked uncomfortable. A man caught between a rock and a hard place. It was good to know he was still behaving. A large part of what we'd been working on to this point was ensuring our grip on him wasn't going to falter. Good for her, I said. Out of all of us, she's probably eating the best. And she doesn't even enjoy food in the same way we do, Jamie commented. There's something really sad about that. I agreed. We watched for another few moments. Approaching footsteps made me turn my head. The chef I'd talked to earlier was approaching yet again. Wordless, he set down a plate, stacked with appetizers and tiny cakes. Wow. Thank you, sir. I said, trying to sound surprised. He didn't respond, only turning to leave. I picked up one of the seahorse slug things and viciously bit its head off. It tasted like undercooked bacon, but a longer-lasting aftertaste that made the initial texture worth it. You're allowed to gloat, Jamie whispered to me. This was the first priority, wasn't it? I have no idea what you're talking about, I whispered back, smiling. Brat, he said. Then, distracted, he turned to the window. Oh. I recognize that face. Which? Jamie indicated a man. Even though most of the guests had removed their long coats, this one wore his. He had long hair and glasses, but the hair was black, and the man was old enough to have white and black stubble on his cheeks. He walked with his hands clasped in front of him, milling aimlessly until a woman in a deep blue dress approached, catching him in conversation. Cynthia, Jamie said. The man's name is Cynthia. The woman in the dress is Cynthia. She's taking charge of the rebellion here, and she's the one throwing this little lunch party, Jamie said. Who's the man? Luis Peralta. Ex-new Spaniard, removed from Radham Academy 3 years ago, he studied the science of pain. How we experience it, how to remove it, how to inflict it. Sounds like a lovely chap, I commented. The loveliest. When he walks down the road, children and small woodland creatures flock around him. Anyone else? I asked. I can't help but notice that there's a distinct lack of stitched here. That's true. Most are probably off fighting. Or there's a certain kind of status to being able to hire actual people, instead of using dead ones, I said. Or they're playing up to a certain audience. If you're demonizing the academy, using the academy's tools in the background looks bad. True, Jamie said. Question is, I said. There are monsters in the audience. Past Helen, the 2 tall women at the far end there, on either side of the man. Oh. He's Mr. Pock. Think about, but he likes to make sets, he's only about half as arrogant, and only a third as good. I nodded. There's Edwin Grawl. He was innovating new ways of doing stitched when something political behind the scenes at one of the academies got him upset. He left in a huff, found a patron, and continued his work. The academy put out a warrant for unlicensed use of the academy's knowledge. He went into hiding. There are a lot of these guys, I said. Now that Jamie was pointing them out, I was getting a better sense of things. It wasn't always easy to identify the academy educated. Sometimes it was, sometimes they had the wild hair or the coats or tools on hand, but more than half of them blended in with the crowd. John Durant. He got removed from the academy when he helped make a super weapon, but failed to leash it right. People got killed. There are very few people I can think of who are as volatile as he is. Angry, works on projects bigger than he can handle. He could be as dangerous to their side as he might be to ours. A lot of people that left the academy, one way or another, I said. Not all academy trained, but close enough to have something to offer. That's essentially it, Jamie murmured. She's gathering her forces. The way Cynthia was doing it was interesting, too. I saw how she took the arm of Dr. Peralta and led the man to a group of the high society types. What was the plan there? Building connections. Convincing the people with the money and the resources that this was a battle that could be won? There, Jamie said. Man with the red tie. I looked and saw a man, blonde-haired, with the jaw prominent enough that it looked like it had been surgically modified. Nobility, Jamie said. Here? I asked. A two-legged cat might have had as much sense to walk into a wolf's den. He's illegitimate. Of everyone here that might hate the crown and the people that fall under its umbrella, he probably hates the crown the most. Tall order, I said. I grabbed a tiny cake. Tall order, Jamie agreed. He grabbed a little bacon and pastry affair, then offered it to me. On a whim, we touched cake to pastry as if we were toasting a drink. He popped his treat into his mouth. I started, then stopped. Someone had come in the back door. A woman, with thick black hair falling across her eyes, parted so that only her nose and a wide mouth were visible. She wore a military uniform, just as the scarred people and the countless soldiers in Whitney did. A woman in uniform wasn't the most unusual thing in the world. But a woman that entered a room and sniffed, rather than looking around? Entering through the back door? With our raincoats clenched in one hand? Her head turned in our direction. Go, I said, hopping down from the counter, hauling Jamie down with me. He only just managed to collect his backpack before I hauled him along. There weren't many escape routes. There was a door to one side, which might have led to the kitchen manager's office, but I wasn't willing to gamble that the manager's office would have a door or a window to the outside. The woman moved toward us, with long, brisk strides, and 100% conviction. When a waiter got in her way, she grabbed him with two hands and shoved him forcefully into the nearest counter. She barely slowed an iota in the process. There were two surefire exits from the room. There was one that she'd just used to enter the kitchen, and there was one that led from the kitchen to the floor of the theater. Weighing our options, this one strange individual against a room filled with people who had been warned about our existence, I chose the room. With Jamie lagging behind me, I pushed past the free-swinging set of door to enter the party. Esprit de Corps 5.3. We weren't walking through a kitchen, wearing clothing that resembled that of the staff, not anymore. The pair of us stood out like sore thumbs, our hair a little damp from being under our hoods in the humid outdoors. We wore dirty boots, not shiny black shoes. Jamie carried a backpack. We attracted attention, tramping through people twice our size, who were all wearing their finest. Women had their hair done up, nice dresses on, and the men wore suits with long jackets. There were very few children in attendance, making us stand out all the more. I peered through the crowd, noting the location of everyone important. The kitchen door was in the southeast corner, the stage with the singer to the southwest, and 150 feet of banquet hall stretched the distance to the north end, where the front door was. Covered tables dotted the space off to the sides, standing on carpet, while the center remained clear, hardwood, ostensibly for dancing during different events. The ceiling arched above, and a kind of extended balcony ran down either side, with fancy iron-wrought railings, with a number of figures gathered and looking down on the affair from above. Some stood and talked on the stairs that led up from either side of the front door. The rebellion here had brought in a lot of ex-academy types, and those individuals had each attracted crowds, many staying toward the edges of the hall. The middle had more clusters, but it also had more elbow room and empty space. No matter how we moved through the empty spaces, we would either stand out like sore thumbs, walking in a straight line, or we would look evasive, zigzagging to break line of sight. The tables offered a little bit of cover, blocking others' view of us, and the densely packed people would be something of a benefit in the same way. That said, there was a bit of a caveat to that. There was nothing stopping someone from grabbing one of us. I was counting on a given person leaving us alone because others had left us alone. The mentality of the herd of sheep. It made the initial batch of people more important, as we approached. That in mind, I led the way toward people who looked more actively engaged on conversation. So much planning for the simple act of walking into a crowd. Then again, there was the corollary that we were walking into a crowd of people that would imprison us if they knew we were working for the crown, and probably shoot us on the spot if they knew what we really were. It was sobering. Jamie and I passed just behind a cluster of the group of chattering ladies, into the thick of the crowd. I brought my chin down, ducking down as if begging excuse, and walked at a consistent speed. The pair of us passed behind the core members of the gaggle of chattering women without drawing notice. I was put in mind of one of the covers of Jamie's books. The heroine of the haunted forest, every tree hostile but dormant. This was that forest. The trees dwarfed us, they outnumbered us to an extent that I couldn't guess it, and if they turned on us, I couldn't even guess at what they'd do to us. Countless sets of eyes watched us, judging, prying, thinking about doing something. But it took a special kind of courage to break away from the herd and do something like that. I was watching people, studying them, trying to figure out who might have that courage. It wasn't always obvious. A well-dressed man in unique colors, my instinct was that he could be left alone. He tried too hard to impress, by body language alone. An older man, one that looked too frail to kill a fly if he swatted it, I knew he was dangerous by the wide berth others gave him, and the way they reacted when he moved his hands, gesturing. I'd known professors who moved like he did, swatting students that weren't attentive enough, not caring what others thought about them. Once I was pretty sure the coast was clear, I allowed myself a glance back toward the kitchen. The sniffing woman hadn't followed us past the kitchen door. I noted that the hostess of the party, Cynthia, stood near the stage, the center of attention for her own small cluster. Jamie, just behind me, looked deeply concerned, one of his hands gripping mine, the other holding the strap of his bag. I saw his eyes flick in one direction. Casually, head turning back to face forward, I looked out of the corner of my eye. The extended balcony on the far left of the room had groups of people talking, just like everywhere else in the banquet hall, but a lone figure stood alone. Bald, he had a scarf covering the lower half of his face, a heavy cast to his forehead, almost Neanderthal, and the hands that gripped the railing had long fingers. Knives glinted on the strap that ran diagonally across his chest. He was watching us, his head moving to follow as we made forward progress. I thought I'd lose track of him as I moved too far ahead to track him in my peripheral vision, but he turned, and he started walking in the same direction we were, along the length of the balcony, making progress toward the front door. Two of them. Good eye, Jamie. I had to wonder where the woman from the kitchen was. She wasn't following us, which was curious. It raised questions. Why not stir up the crowd, call something out and have people mob us or grab us? The first possibility was that her hands were tied. Maybe she couldn't speak. Maybe she could, but wasn't willing to cause trouble with this event being more important than it looked. The second possibility was that she hadn't come after us because she didn't need to come after us. We were already caught. 3/4 of the way. The last quarter of the hallway stretched before us. The man with the scarf started moving faster, one long finger tracing the top of the railing. He was a little more eager than the woman had been, and the speed he was moving suggested he'd make it down the stairs and beat us to the front door. I looked, and I didn't see windows. There were side doors, likely leading to the theaters, but they weren't accessible side doors. The crowds of people around the various scientists and experimenters made it look pretty dire. I picked up the pace a little, my hand tugging on Jamie's. All at once, the man that was above us stopped, turning, gripping the railing with long fingers. I allowed myself to look, momentarily making eye contact. A moment later, Jamie's hand hauled back on mine. My stride was broken, and eyes that had been glancing our way now stared. Jamie had been grabbed. I supposed it had always been a when we got grabbed, not if. He looked shocked, and he didn't know what to do. The man that had him was a military sort, with massive mutton chops, badges on his lapel and an odd amount of jewelry on the hand he'd used to grab Jamie. A very ostentatious wedding band, and a ring that probably signified something military-related. Membership of an important group. What are you doing in here? He asked, his voice deep. More heads turned. The attention we were getting was so oppressive I almost couldn't breathe. Jamie looked stricken. Cynthia was looking, but I wasn't sure she could see us, specifically. The man at the railing remained where he was, watching, fingers rising and falling like a line of something or others was squirming between them and the railing. He'd probably seen the man turn and come after us. I couldn't let the fear show in my face. Fear would doom us. I smiled, knowing that my fake smile was being studied by merchants and politicians, people who had made livings off of using or identifying fakery. Love, I said, not looking at the jewelry on his fingers, while remaining acutely aware of it. The man harumphed. Love. Brotherly love. This guy and me, we're the fastest friends you ever saw, sir. There's a girl he likes, I told him, no matter what, he needed to tell her. T told you, Simon, why you really didn't have to do that, Jamie said, voice shaking a bit. He was drawing on his nervousness, using it. Simon. It was my first fake name. Nostalgic. Even my nickname, SY, it was taken more from Simon than Sylvester. I told myself it was a good omen, and didn't allow myself to consider that it might be the last fake name I ever used. We never thought we'd see her again. Then we saw her coming here, he's dressed nice, we thought well, I thought and I told him, he's gotta say. Before he loses the chance. The man didn't show any sign of relenting. His face was like stone. Stone with massive mutton chops, but stone all the same. I was still counting on the sheep mentality. That if we stopped this man, convinced him, the rest would let us be. Even managing that would be hard. It depended on Cynthia not coming to see what the commotion was about, and the man at the railing above us staying where he was. A lot of dependings, there. Foremost among them was mutton chops here. The rings. The way he so proudly displayed the badges. I was counting on him being a romantic at heart. Girl, he asked. He sounded skeptical. She was over there, I said, pointing into the crowd. Like magic, the observers parted, stepping away from the path of my fingertip. The only ones who didn't were Mr. Ames and our dear Helen. Ames looked like he was going to suffer heart failure. He had already been sweating bullets, and now a full third of the room was now focusing its attention on him and Helen. He couldn't have looked more stricken if someone shoved an icicle up his rear end. I shifted my grip on Jamie, circling around him, so I stood between him and Mutton Chops. One hand on each of Jamie's shoulders, I pushed. The Mutton Chops, the flash, the display. Not just a romantic. Mutton Chops believed in the show. This was for his sake, something gaudy, obvious, impossible to ignore. I believed, wholeheartedly, that he couldn't maintain his hold on Jamie without becoming the bad guy, without standing in the way of a boy and his love. Jamie wasn't even to blame. It was my fault, I was the one who had dragged him along. The hand dropped away. I pushed Jamie along, and he made a faint show of resisting. We drew closer to the front door. 15% of the way left. 10. 5. We reached Helen and Ames. The last few paces to the door were an impossible journey, now. I crossed my left set of fingers, tapping them on Jamie's shoulder, to get Helen's attention, then shifted my grip. It was a gesture that meant risk. Shifting my grip to the left, to indicate the general direction of the man with the scarf. He'd moved when I wasn't looking, and stood on the stairs. Damn it. I couldn't even see Cynthia, but the singer at the far corner of the banquet hall was watching us even as she sang. If Cynthia made it this far, we were doomed. Too many factors to consider. Everything in my perception condensed to this particular moment and scene. I was hyper-aware, my every sense pitched to an almost painful degree. We were walking a tightrope. I don't know what to say, Jamie said, to Helen. Helen's hand moved to her hair. A gesture was hidden in the action. A question mark without a question to precede it. She was as lost as Jamie. Her voice and attitude didn't betray it, either way. I've seen you around, she said, smiling in a way that probably every man here was familiar with, thinking back on their first loves. You're usually writing something in a big book, aren't you? Jamie nodded, swallowing hard. I'm so sorry, I thought. Very sorry, Jamie, putting you on the spot. It was Ames that spoke, and I felt a moment's terror as the heavy-set man opened his big fat cannot act worth a damn mouth. What do you think you're doing? The terror wasn't substantiated. It came from a very real, very spooked place. He was as terrified as any of us. It was real. His inability to act was a saving grace, almost. The people that knew him would know he was speaking from a genuine place. I really like your daughter, sir, Jamie said. You? No, Ames boomed. You're making a spectacle of her, and you're making a spectacle of me. I will not stand for this. I stared, watching in fascination. Was this man actually saving us? He looked genuinely angry. Just like his fear, it came from a real place. We'd brought the shit to his doorstep, we'd brought it to people's attention, and he wasn't happy about any of it. I'm sorry, Jamie said, sounding terrified. I'll leave right away. I'm sorry, sir. You most certainly will, Ames said. He paused, dramatic. Then, in a less ominous tone, he said, if you wish to see the girl, you can call on her at her home. We live next to the city hall. Playing to the crowd. He was willing to be the bad guy that Mutton Chops hadn't, but not entirely. He had probably won some people over with that little display. Jamie nodded, a little too quickly. This time, it was Jamie who tugged me in the direction of the front door. I was more than happy to oblige, very aware of the man with the scarf and the knives who was now walking at a casual pace down the stairs. We were 2 steps from the exit when a hand slapped the heavy wood. I didn't recognize the man, but he wore one of the unconventional uniforms, with a mustache so thin it looked like it was drawn on with a scratch of a quill. The slap on the wood made a dull booming noise, and it drew more attention. I noted that several of the special guests looked annoyed at the focus that was being drawn away from them. We're leaving, I said. We don't want any trouble. I'd like to stop you right there, the man said, his voice soft. I'm sorry, but I know I wasn't the only one here that was instructed to assume that anything a young child says is an outright lie, until proven otherwise. Oh no. No, no, no. It went a step beyond paranoia and general knowledge of us. The damn woman had known we were here. She had warned people. I looked, and I saw people in the crowd looking a little abashed that they hadn't been the ones to say the very same thing. Others that had been given the same instruction. I also saw Cynthia approaching, weaving her way through the crowd, gently excusing herself to get past others. She was roughly the same distance from the door that we'd been when Jamie had been grabbed. 30 or 40 feet from the door, albeit with a dense thicket of people between here and there. The man with the scarf hadn't budged. Why? He and the woman in the kitchen. No, there were more important things to focus on. I couldn't fuck up here like I did in so many of the actual fights. Lying about what? I asked. The story. Your reason for being here, the man with the thin mustache said. To get here in the first place, you had to come from one of the theaters, or you came from the kitchen. Is it unfair of us to worry that the academy might be low enough to use young children to deliver poison to an entire banquet? Oh. Well, had to give the man points for imagination. Even I was at a loss for words there. I pulled my hand away from Jamie, the hand between me and the exterior wall gesturing before clenching into a fist. The only person who could see it and translate the gesture's meaning was Helen. Help. I couldn't know how she managed it without opening her mouth, but our dear, glorious Helen directed Ames our way. You're accusing this girl of poisoning food? Ames asked, voice rising. That is not what I'm saying, the man at the door said. You're accusing me of being a traitor? Ames asked, even louder. I am so very glad nobody said yes to that question, I thought. No, the man said, patiently. I'm saying we don't know for sure where these boys are from, or if the story about the romance. It's true. I said, cutting him off. Ames was acting the outraged parent, but he apparently didn't know how important it was to keep our opponent from getting his balance, or keeping the man from getting a full sentence out. Playing dirty was absolutely vital here. He likes her, he does. You're raising nonsense about poison here, laying accusations, scaring good people, Ames said, getting more into it. I worried he didn't know where he was going, or that he'd run out of steam and abruptly stop, leaving us flailing. I'm following orders, the man said. Cynthia was getting closer. If she verified those orders. He's got a picture, I said. Without waiting for Jamie to do it, I pulled the rain flap of his backpack away, reached inside, and hauled out the book. He took it from me the moment I had it, and turned pages. Why would he have a picture if he's lying? Jamie held the book up, a half-done sketch of Helen displayed. It was a little dark and scratchy, heavy on the ink. Not quite the picture a boy in love might draw, by my estimation, but it was a picture of Helen, and it was pretty damn accurate. There were murmurs from the crowd that could see the book. That's enough, Ames said. He approached us, it's clear you like her. Yes sir, Jamie said. Cynthia was close enough to be in earshot, now. She was looking at the man with the scarf and the knives, but he wasn't moving. That somehow spooked me more than if he'd suddenly lunged for us. Ames put a hand on Jamie's shoulder. Come. Let's talk, away from all this. I don't like the spectacle. You can come to our place for tea and cake, if the girl agrees. I'd like that, Helen said, just behind me. His other hand touched the door handle, a few feet below where the man with the thin mustache had slammed his own hand against the wood. The man wasn't budging, even with Ames up close and personal, the book is proof. Damnation, someone actually competent, who listened to orders. Ames hauled the door open, ignoring the hand. His strength contested the man's, and Ames won. The man looked over in Cynthia's direction, and I did too. She'd stopped moving. She watched. Ames passed through the door with Jamie. Helen caught up, and joined me in leaving. I felt ill at ease, well aware that I didn't have the full picture. The front of the theater was covered. The rain poured beyond, flowing between the stones of the slightly domed street and into the gutters. The door closed behind us. We headed in the direction of the small adjunct building. Two black men on either side of the double doors opened the way. We stepped into the coat room. Ames and Helen found coats and pulled them on. Jamie found a smaller cloak and donned it. I searched and didn't find anything small enough for me. The sniffing woman had my coat. Jamie found an umbrella and handed it to me. What was that? Ames murmured, once we were out and walking in the rain, out of earshot. You know that whole blackmail thing we had going on? I asked, twisting around to check behind us. I believe I know what you're talking about, Ames said, with a heavy lathering of sarcasm and a little bit of loathing. You're done, I said. It's over. All that you have left to do is keep quiet, and nobody finds out about the less decorous parts of your military background. A lifetime ago, he'd gone to a black market doctor and found a way to avoid attending a major battle in service to the academy, a wounded leg and a bad infection. He'd survived when many of his colleagues hadn't, had then been able to boast a rare level of experience, when so many who had fought in the battles he had died. Now he was here, and he'd sided with the rebellion. In trying to meet and buy off some of the ex-students of the academy, we'd found out about that bit of leverage, and played it out into our whole scheme here. One of the higher UPS in the local rebellion became our pawn, a means of Jamie getting access to important paperwork in a hiding spot, while Helen could be the daughter returned home after a long time away. You've ruined me, he said. People will put the pieces together. People would have found out eventually, I said. The doctor who injured your leg knew exactly what he was doing when he named you. The moment he was caught, or the moment he was brought into the rebellion, he was ready to name you for his personal gain. He shook his head, but he didn't have anything to say. If we're done, does that mean there's no tea? Helen asked. With a slightly different inflection, she added, and no cake. No tea, no cake, I said. Mr. Ames. General Ames, Ames corrected. I'd goaded him about the fact that his title wasn't truly earned, but I had to admit he'd done a lot to help us just now. General Ames, I amended my statement. Our business relationship with you is done. I'm done with her, then, he asked, indicating Helen. Was I so bad, she asked. You disturb me, he said, with a measure of disgust. Helen pouted. Go home, figure out what to do next, I told Ames. I advise leaving. Just to be safe. Put some distance between yourself and the rest of this. Maybe play up how embarrassed you were with your treatment in there. He shook his head, jowls wobbling. All at once, he turned, breaking away from us, as if he couldn't bear to be in our company any longer. Jamie, Helen, and I walked through the rain. We passed several people. The rain was thick enough it was hard to identify details. I might have imagined vaguely monstrous details about anyone we passed, except many of them were monsters, or stitched, or something or others. Was the sniffing woman out here? Or did the rain keep her from tracking us like she had with the coats and following us into the kitchen? Well, I didn't expect any of that, Helen said. I thought I'd be busy for a little while yet. We're going to be busy, I said, just doing something different than we were. I continued to examine each of the people out on the street. Were any watching us? Getting cake can be on the list, Jamie said. I'm sure SY didn't mean to tease. Helen reached out to give Jamie a pat on the cheek. I always mean to tease, I said. Except then. No, I didn't mean to there. You're the best boys, Helen said. What about the other boy? And our girls? That, I said, remains a very good question. Why, she asked. Cynthia back there, she wanted us. She was coming after us, she had the ability to give the order, and I think she probably would have been listened to. Now, there's a dim possibility that she changed her mind, bought the story. But you don't think so, Jamie said. She changed her mind for another reason. The man with the scarf on the stairs, he gave her some signal, or he communicated something, and she deferred to him. I'm guessing they don't believe 3 birds in the hand are worth however many are in the bush. They're using us, Jamie said. We're being watched, right this second, I murmured. Guarantee it. They want us to lead them to the others before they make a move. Let's get Helen her cake. Yay. And figure out our next move. Because we're stuck. We can't communicate with or meet up with the others without putting them and ourselves in danger. We have a tail to shake, and the moment Mr. Scarf finishes discussing a strategy with Mrs. Cynthia, we're going to have an entire city's worth of hostile forces collapsing in on us. And Mary, Lillian, and Gordon might too, except they won't have any warning at all, Jamie said. Let's do what we can about that, I said. Esprit de Corps 5.4. 2 big issues, I said. More than 2, Helen observed. 2 big ones, I reaffirmed. We need to get out of this with our skin intact, and we need to help the others. Only reason they haven't come after us is they probably aren't sure they can find the others once we're dead. They could torture us, Jamie said, under his breath. Sure, I said. Yeah, that's probably in the cards, if they don't get the results they want by waiting. Great, Jamie said. They're not going to come after us here, I said. If they're patient enough to let things get this far, they're patient enough to let us have a bite to eat. We bide our time, we make them wait, we see if they make a mistake. We're giving them time to get in position, Jamie said. Sure, I said. That's fine. Fine. I gave him my best winning smile. It's fine. Really. They're not going to close in on the others that fast. We wait. All right, he said. I'm going to assume you have a plan. He said, cutting me off, don't correct me. Let me have this. I smiled, shutting my mouth. We reached the building, and we were mute as we waited in a long line. We ended up settling in at the corner, where the path to a restroom and a length of counter at one end of the kitchen gave us some more privacy than we might otherwise have, putting us another pace or 2 from the nearest tables. I took a seat by the window, so I had a glimpse of the street outside. Jamie did the same, sitting across from me, while Helen took the aisle seat, next to Jamie. Jamie and I looked out on the rain-stricken city, and the 2 of us saw the world in very different ways. It was handy, when we were on the lookout together. I liked that, really. With our group being as diverse as it was, there were people who were more different from certain others. Gordon and I were one example. Could we work well together? Sure. But even while I'd trust Gordon to hold my still beating heart in his hand and treat it with the care it deserved, I knew that we were very different in how we saw the world and how we approached a situation. We were polar opposites in terms of our abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. Put Mary and Gordon on the same task, and they matched each other's stride well. Gordon and Helen, same thing. Jamie and I should have been opposites. We should have run counter to one another. I was the chaos that stood in contrast to his order, the haste to his slow and steady pace. He was gentler than I was. We worked together better than any of the other opposing elements among the lambs. That seemed important to me. As if somehow it would hold things together in a pinch. The waitress came by, we made our order, and promptly delivered it. I left Jamie to continue studying the outside, and turned my attention to the interior. The tea house was a sad little affair. It was the sort of location where the youth might congregate in better times, boys and girls could meet for first dates, children could gather and cluster into booths, and the elderly might sit for hours at a time, enjoying the good weather if there was any to be had. A glass display window protected and showed off an assortment of sandwiches and baked goods, and kettles were perpetually boiling behind the counter. But there were no youths besides us, there were no elderly. Whitney was a small town with a large town population in it, now, and that population consisted of soldiers and rebels, with a lot of angry people. The staff of the tea house was having trouble keeping up, and the food behind the display window was dwindling, with new food being placed within on a regular basis, only to be dismantled by the next collection of guests. It was less of an elegant, artistic construction than a wall being torn down a hair faster than it could be rebuilt. If the staff worked hard enough, they would manage to keep going until the day was done, then collapse from exhaustion before doing what they could to get ready for the next day. If they failed, then they would have to deal with wave after wave of disgruntled customers, men with a lot of repressed fear and anger due to the ongoing war. The constant rain meant mud was constantly being tracked in, and the floor was only partially swept before something demanded the attention of the staff. The result was that dirt and debris collected in corners and at the edges of the floor, where the mops and brooms couldn't quite reach. The staff wasn't used to this kind of environment, and it was clearly getting to them. They were used to a relaxed atmosphere, one where they could chat with their more innocent customers, not a crowd of unsmiling men who gathered at the door, shuffling their feet and murmuring among each other until a table vacated or the line reached the counter. "Miss," Helen said. "Miss." Helen succeeded in getting the attention of the waitress. "I'm sorry to bother you," Helen said. "It's all right," the woman said, offering Helen a tired smile that suggested it wasn't. Helen's demeanor was bright as she talked, pointing at her cake with her spoon. "I just wanted to say this is really very good. Would you pass my compliments on to whoever made it?" The woman seemed to shed 5 years of age as she relaxed muscles in her face, neck, and shoulders. I really wondered if she might cry. She nodded, a little too quickly, and then said, "I will." "Thank you," Helen said, almost sing-song, to the waitress's back. "I broke my cookie in half before washing it down with a bit of tea. I don't know how I get the reputation as the most evil member of the bunch." Jamie asked. "Just saying," I said. "What Helen said was nice," Jamie said, jabbing me in the arm with his spoon. I shook my head, very slowly. Nope. Nope. I'm a student of the way humans work, and I think what Helen just did was worse than anything I've done in the last while." Helen hummed happily, rocking left and right a bit as her legs kicked idly under the table. Jamie gave me a look. "Could be what they need to keep going," Jamie murmured. "But it's not. They're finding their own ways to keep going. When you lift someone up, you have to let go of them. They might not have the strength to land on their feet when they get dropped," I said. "I don't think these people have that strength." "That's a very dark view," Jamie said. "It would have been better to leave them alone than to remind them of what they don't have," I said. "That's an even darker view," Jamie said. "I don't want to live in a world where everyone acts that way." That stung, more than I cared to admit. Not everyone, not always. But sometimes? Sometimes can't say something nice and be kind. "I don't see why this is a point of contention," I said. "What's your perfect world, Simon?" Jamie asked, using the fake name he'd stuck me with. I wondered if he'd chosen it for a reason. Harkening back to the old days. If the big problems were fixed and everything was working the way it should. "That has nothing to do with it," I said. "But? What's your perfect world?" I sighed. "A world where everyone is surrounded by people who are striving to be their best, because we only grow as people when we're around people who are equal to or better than us in intelligence, skill, and industry. It's in stupidity and stagnation that we fail as a species." "But ethically? Morally?" he prodded. I just gave my answer. "In a perfect world, we're all different, ethically and morally. We argue, we challenge each other, and everyone is working to make their ideas better and more. A lot of hostility, arguments, competition. Nothing good awaiting us as a species if we lose that," I said. I broke off a small bit of my oversized cookie and popped it into my mouth. I chewed and swallowed. "Stagnation. I can't help but notice you haven't mentioned anything about the positive human relationships," Jamie said. "Only the confrontational ones. Humans are a social species. Push us, pressure us, challenge us, and the weak elements will break apart, the stronger elements will band together," I said. "Wallace's law, applied to a group," Jamie said. "Don't get me wrong," I said. "I'm not proposing something where we're all supposed to act like animals, or that we should model ourselves after them. I'm saying humans are humans, and being human means struggling. In the course of those struggles, we form the strongest bonds. Could be us in a life and death struggle with a pair of people who want to stalk and kill us, or two people working in a tea shop in a town that's gotten embroiled in a civil war." "Seems like your worldview is a little bit, Jamie said, "conveniently you." "Of course it is," I said. "I'm 11. Ish." Jamie rolled his eyes. "What's your worldview?" I asked. "Don't let my answer bias you." "I wouldn't," he said, staring out the window. "But world peace would be nice." "World peace would destroy humanity," I said. "Do I need to get into how?" "Because." "You don't need to get into how," Jamie said. "I get it. I really do. I agree with you on a lot of things, believe it or not. That we need the challenge, that we have to surround ourselves with people that is as bright and talented as we are, if not better. I like the differences in people, ethically or otherwise I wouldn't be able to stand you if I didn't." I kicked him lightly in the shin under the table. He kicked me, harder. I pinned his foot down with mine, and he relented rather than fighting to get it free, content with a 1-for-1. He spoke, adding, "But if it came down to it, I'd rather have peace than war. Both would do us a lot of harm, but I'd rather the sleepy, apathetic sort of ruin to the violent sort. Especially if it means we can be gentle and kind and not worry about the damage you somehow do by acting nice." I sighed. "I know," Jamie said. "We're different people like that. You're a boring person. The most boring." He stuck his tongue out at me. "Stick out your tongue all you want, you're still boring." He ignored me, turning to Helen. "What about you, Helen?" "Worldview. I was hoping that being nice would get me another bit of dessert," she said, looking in the general direction of the waitstaff. "If you timed it differently, you might have," I said. "But there isn't much behind the display. Stuff is in the oven. They're short, so it's hard to justify. By the time the stuff comes out of the oven, they'll be too busy, the comment will be mostly forgotten." "Dang it," Helen said. "Have to say, that's not a worldview," Jamie muttered. "It is so," Helen said, sounding offended. Ethics, morals. Everyone acts in certain ways because it gets us things. Some things are more basic than others. People want to eat, they want shelter, they want to be around other people. Jamie and I nodded. Helen was the most alien of us, and it was interesting to hear where she came from. We act a certain way because it gets us those things. If we can't act nice, then nobody wants to give us those basics, like food. You keep coming back to that, Jamie murmured. Food. Jamie and Helen were at odds, in a way, now that I thought about it. We build up this image and it's all based around getting what we want. Everyone does it, they play along, and in a roundabout, complicated way, selfishness breeds connectedness, she said. I nodded. Jamie leaned over. And your perfect world? Helen smiled. Perfect is complicated. Hard to explain. Give it a shot, I prodded her. It's, beautiful is the best word to describe it, she said. Jamie and I nodded. Everything that isn't necessary to getting what we want is gone, she said, eyes closing, as if she was vividly imagining. There's an abundance of it all, thanks to science. Food is everywhere and it overflows and there's nothing to worry about because we have and we want and we take. We're, and by we I mean people, we're everywhere and we spill over into one another and we're all knit together, physically and mentally. It's an exquisite landscape of things that don't ever run out to see and touches and tastes and smells and mating and eating and mindless fighting and eating mating and fighting eating and fighting. Okay, I said, interrupting. I paused, then when I couldn't think of what to say. Okay. Helen reached down to her plate, used a fingertip to wipe up a bit of frosting, and popped it into her mouth, sucking it off. Okay, I said, still at a bit of a loss for words. That's a mental image that's going to be with me forever, Jamie said, dropping his head down until his face was in his hands. I don't see where ethics come into that world, I said, more to see Jamie's reaction than out of curiosity. No, Jamie said. Don't. The closer you get to perfection, the further you get from ethics, Helen said, as if it was common sense. Can we drop this? Jamie asked. Sounds like something a bot would say, I commented. Jamie cut in, before Helen could answer, putting a hand over her mouth. Can we drop the topic? Please? I'm sorry I brought it up. Let's talk about the threats on our lives? The others. I nodded. We can do that. Mustn't break our Jamie, right Hel? She nodded, and Jamie dropped his hand. Helen smiled, leaned over, and gave Jamie a kiss on the cheek. Jamie didn't react, except to glare at me, as if I was somehow to blame. All right, I said, leaning back. Changing the subject for Jamie's sake. Won't help. I can't forget it, as long as I live. With emphasis on the I, not live, the thought struck me. Damn it, was my next thought. Now I'm in a bad mood. Two of them. They clearly operate as a unit. One to flush us out, another to keep us moving. I'm betting the one in the kitchen left and circled around so she could track us. It's a very dog and catcher vibe. Hard to do in the rain, Jamie said. She was sniffing. The rain would make tracking us by smell harder. But not impossible, depending, I said. I'm going to assume it at least means she can't track our trail all the way back to the others, because they wouldn't be leaving us alive if she could. Makes sense, Jamie said. We're not well equipped to fight, and I don't like the knives the man had, I said. If we get in a bad situation, we run, we try to bait them into a situation where we can turn the tables, or we run. You said that twice, Helen pointed out. I meant it twice. Very important, I said. If they know who we are, they know who Helen is. The woman didn't have a gun, and the man seems to prefer knives. That suggests they prefer close quarters. They had a very feral vibe, Jamie said. He had a heavy forehead, brutish, she had the mouth, the sniffing, and the hair. Yes. Good, I like that line of thinking, I said. If I can get my hands on one of them, I can probably win, Helen said. I'd prefer no knives, because some people are double-jointed, but I can probably win. Then we have a strategy, I said. We're going to leave, and we cut through the spaces between buildings. I've done it a bit, I know the best shortcuts, we break away from them, bait them in, trap them if we can, sick Helen on them. Woof, Helen said. Trouble is if they move as a pair, or one comes to relieve the other. You'll have to work fast, Hel. She pouted a little. We need to find a means of communicating with the others. Objects can hold trace smells, allowing the sniffing woman to find us. That means our best bet is to use people. People? Helen asked. Messengers. Ones that won't have to go to them, specifically, and who can't be effective witnesses. That's vague, Jamie said. That's my job. But I need elbow room to do it. That means putting a bit of space between us and them before I act. Which is also good for our lifespans, Jamie murmured. I nodded. As for you, Jamie. What can I do? Information. Anything you can figure out. If we're going to actively turn this around, instead of just dodging them, then we need to figure them out. We should figure out the people with the scars and boils on their bodies, and we need to know who Cynthia is. You're our best bet at figuring this out, connecting the dots. Jamie leaned forward, arms folded on the table, and scooted his chair up. On that subject, you've reminded me, I think they've got a trump card. In what sense? My focus up until now has been on the strategy, the war overall, troops, who they're sending, and where. Ames was a good source of information, but they started giving different people different details, Jamie said. Trying to catch us out by narrowing down the field. I caught on to it when details didn't add up. They're not scared enough, SY. Westmore is a half day away, fully occupied by the academy, and the people in charge here aren't spooked about it. If you want to count stuff we should figure out soon, I'd put that on the list. Is it possible the scarred people are the trump card? Don't know, Jamie said. It didn't look like it mattered, with Mary and Gordon placing the bugs, we were going to resolve the situation before anything happened. Now that we're in a tighter spot. Yeah, I said. I looked out the window. Are we going, then? Helen asked, weirdly insistent. It doesn't look like they're showing up. I was hoping they'd turn up and try to pressure us, force a move. Yeah, we're going. What would the plan be, if it came to that? Jamie asked. Helen asks the waitress for help, we appeal to genuine human nature, duck out through the back, I said. With this many people in here, we could lose them, because they can't track us effectively with this crowd. Buy ourselves a small head start. If we could find the other one while we did it and keep an eye on them, we could see how they communicated. They're dynamic, and so on. Jamie nodded. Helen was already standing, and she reached for my plate, stacking it with hers and Jamie's before gathering the silverware. She gathered the teacups as well. While Jamie got his backpack and slung it over one shoulder, she took the plates to the counter, placing them in the bucket that was over the sink. She seemed too enthusiastic, bouncing in place, which was cause for me to watch her, even as Jamie and I headed for the door. I saw her lean forward, talking to the server at the ovens. The woman smiled, grabbed a cookie, and put it into a bag, before handing it to Helen. She'd waited until the ovens were done before asking if we were going. I looked at Jamie and rolled my eyes. We'd slowed as we approached the cluster of men at the door. Most had rifles, some had exorcists, many had pistols as secondary weapons, or belts with canisters dangling from them. Countermeasures against stitched and other experiments, I imagined. I would have liked to grab the canisters, in hopes of getting something incendiary or something that might irritate the sniffing woman's nose, but I wasn't sure what the labels were supposed to mean, and I wasn't sure how to unhook them. Uncertainty was the spice of life, so to say, but people didn't tend to use phrasings like that when referring to that which prolonged life expectancy. Helen caught up at a skip and a run, throwing her arms out to catch us around the shoulders. I was smaller, and I took the brunt of it. My eye fell on one man in front of me. Boots were common, but boots with a sidearm clipped to the one side. I let myself fall onto my hands and knees, driving one shoulder into the man's calf. Sorry. I said. Sorry, sorry, sorry. I gave him my best scared to death look, as he winced, backing away. I clambered to my feet, accepting Helen's assistance. As we exited the tea shop, I raised my umbrella. There was a figure on the roof of a tool shop, hood up, face barely visible. By his frame, he was the man with the scarf. I pretended I didn't see him and gestured to the others, indicating a hard right turn. Make it as hard for them to follow as we can. I walked between Helen and Jamie, my eyes peeled. When I was sure we weren't being observed, I pulled the pistol from under my shirt and handed it to Jamie, slipping it into a large raincoat pocket. He didn't react, but he had to have felt the weight. Better that he had a weapon than me, if it came down to it. It wasn't that I was a bad shot, but my tendency to overthink and self-sabotage in the process carried over to guns too. I could hit 11 out of 12 bottles from the big tree behind the orphanage, using one of Gordon's practice guns, but Jamie had a better record than I did when it came to actually shooting anyone. Reaction times could be better, but there were worse things. Helen had a slim chance if it came down to a hand-to-hand fight. Jamie could use a gun. It meant I didn't have to worry so much about them. One on the right is pursuing, Jamie said. Noted, I responded. How far away is she? He, Jamie said. The man from the upper floor in the banquet hall. He. There was one on the roof, opposite the front door of the tea house, I said. Male. We're up against 3. Unless someone felt like spending some time on the roof, Helen said, brightly. She brings up a good point. It seems obvious, Jamie said. Was he deliberately showing himself? Was he? I frowned. It could have been part of their plan. Hang out in a spot where he wouldn't be seen unless we were actively looking for people in unusual places. If we changed course. Damn it. I'd expected to. But they were hurting us. Closing the net. We can't let them hurt us, I murmured. If we react to them, then we're tipping them off. If we don't react to them, then we're playing into their hands, Jamie said. Yeah, well, they're probably specialists when it comes to this, I said. We need to change things up, adapt our plan. How? Jamie asked. That's a good question. Give ourselves a head start, pass a message to the others without getting caught, escape, reunite with the others. In an ideal world, we'd be able to gather information on this new enemy, and still put Mary and Gordon's plan into action. Shipman's weapon. Disable Whitney and whatever trump card they had. I felt Jamie's hand on my arm tighten. I wasn't as fast to see what he saw, but it was a question of my being an inch or two shorter than him. A man on the far side of the street, approaching. He held his head at a strange angle, like his neck was broken, and earlobes on already large ear dangled, a weight pinned to the bottom. He had unkempt black hair, an unkempt beard, and strangely spaced out features on his face, as if someone had grabbed the back of his head and pulled everything back out of the way, eyes to either side, mouth down, nose flattened and broadened. He wore a soldier's uniform, and he was weighed down with canisters. A length of chain was wound his right wrist and hand, and something that looked like a lantern dangled from the end of that chain, nearly touching the ground by his right foot, with spikes radiating from it. Plumes of something were puffing out from the end, as it swung in time with each step of his left foot. My arm at my side, I reached over, tapping the gun in Jamie's pocket. The three of us walked, eyes forward, pretending not to have noticed. As carts and carriages passed up and down the street, a group of people blocked our view of the man for a few long seconds. When they moved out of the way, he was gone. I felt Jamie's grip tighten, but he wasn't indicating anything in particular. Just worry. Helen reached for her bag and broke the cookie in half. She broke one half into 2 quarters, and held them out for Jamie and I. Jamie took his bit of cookie, letting go of my arm. I saw the man walking in the midst of a group of woodcutters, his hair and beard almost camouflaged among theirs, only his features standing out, and only barely then. Helen pushed the cookie at my mouth. I opened up and accepted it. The damn cookie was good, but I'd have to talk to her about things, after. Good cookie, Helen said, as the man came to be about 5 paces away. 4. 3. I really like. She didn't stop talking so much as segue. Switching modes, fast enough it caught me off guard, let alone our assailant. She ducked low, lunging at the man in the same instant he shoved the 2 men in front of him out of the way. He had the smoking lantern thing in one hand, clutched with spikes radiating out between fingertips, and was already swinging for Helen's face except she wasn't there anymore. Jamie didn't miss a beat. He fired. It was loud. People screamed, and they scattered. The lumberjacks around us backed away, ducking. They realized we knew. They communicate without words, just as well as we do. Helen grabbed his arm, keeping it back and out of the way as he dropped to one knee. Jamie fired again, placing each shot into the center of the man's body mass, carefully enough to avoid hitting Helen and I. Jamie was slow, he lagged behind the rest of the world as he processed and studied everything. But with forewarning well, he was keeping up. A canister hanging off the man's body took a bullet from Jamie's gun and went spinning off. Thick black-gray smoke expanded out in the middle of the street. I turned my attention to the others. Figuring out where the knife man and the one on the rooftop might have gone. I spotted the knife man with the scarf, approaching at a run. Go, I said. Nearest alley, go, go. Achieved what we needed to achieve, I thought. Slowing them down, passing on word to the others. When they heard that children had been involved in a gunfight, they'd know something was wrong. It wasn't elegant, but it was us. Damn all the other parts of the plan. It was worth nothing at all if the lambs didn't make it out okay. The moment that thought was through my head, something struck me in the side, with surprising force. It felt big, like I'd been kicked by an oversized horse. My hand slipped from Jamie's arm, and I felt Helen grab me, failing to stop me from falling belly first to the street. "SY." Jamie called out. "No, no." The 2 of them grabbed me, trying to help me stand. I didn't grasp why it was so hard, until I felt the pain in my side. A burning point of light, deep inside, a small pain. Helen made a noise, and shoved Jamie to the ground before ducking low. Something struck the wall with a surprising crack. I stared at the smoke in the middle of the street, at the pouring rain that had to have obscured the view. So far away I hadn't even heard the shot. The man on the roof. He shot me. "SY," Jamie said. "Ow. Oh man, it was really starting to hurt." I found my feet with their help, I stumbled, and nearly fell again. The 2 of them had me, almost dragging me. 2 of our slowest runners, and me with a bullet in my midsection. The knife wielder was close. We had the alley, and we hopefully had cover. But we were surrounded, with one of them missing, no doubt waiting in the wings. They had no reason not to call the local soldiers in and draw the net closed. "If you don't move faster, gunshot or no, I'm never speaking to you again," Jamie said. I couldn't have Jamie refusing to speak to me. No way, no how. I did my best. Esprit de Corps 5.5. I watched Helen and Gordon chatter, joining in now and again with a comment. The topic was our etiquette and presentation class. It still put me off, having known Helen for a few months, how she could switch from eerie deadpan to animated and normal, demonstrating the very subjects that Gordon was bringing up. The 2 of us gave her tips, and she demonstrated each of them with an uncanny accuracy, shaping and refining her body language, tone, and overall presentation. They were as different as night and day, at the fundamental level, human and inhuman, but they had still found a connection. I realized we had a 4th member present. The new kid. Quiet. "Have you had the class yet?" I asked him, to make conversation. He shook his head, then raised a hand to push the glasses up his nose. "They make us do it, so we can fit into more situations, and so we don't embarrass Mr. Hale, I think," I said. "Seems like Helen and Gordon took it to heart," the boy said. "Yeah," I said. "They know their stuff. You don't?" "I'm still trying to figure everyone out. I think I understand them, Gordon more than Helen, but she's an experiment," I finished. He nodded, looking guilty for even saying it. "To answer your question, I think they're trying to decide if I should keep going or if I'm a lost cause." "Oh," he said. I cracked a smile. "I'm more interested in the professors than anything. They find really interesting people, for so far, and I've made it a challenge for myself to see how fast I can get under their skin. I'm starting to get the picture, he said. I smiled wider. I still feel so lost, he said. And I'm not catching up. I sleep 16 hours a day, I have more appointments than anyone, I have less time in class, less time with the rest of you, it's not helping. They say it's going to get better, but... He trailed off. Whatever happens, we'll help, I said. We'll understand. Honest. He probably wasn't aware how much doubt came across on his face. There was something he wasn't telling me. I'll start, I said, smiling. I've completely forgotten your name. I've told you 4 times. Yeah, I said. What is it, again? Jamie. Jamie, I said. I closed my eyes and tried to commit it to memory. They tell me this will get better too, as they fix the dosages. And it is. But right now it sucks. I know what it's like to feel like you are falling behind. Speaking of, he said, I think I'm dozing off. I can barely keep my eyes awake. Those 2 talking is putting me under. Then sleep, I said. I don't mind. I'm afraid to sleep, sometimes, he said, his voice soft, still watching them. The sudden onset of fatigue was obvious. Why? Sometimes, I fall asleep, and when I wake up, they've got me hooked up, and there's nothing I can do before they throw the switch. I remembered the chair, the cloth-covered tanks. I'd snooped. I'd met Ashton and Yvette, in a way. I'd seen the aftermath, the labs where their remains were interred. Yvette dead before she even awoke, Ashton an effective abortion, left in a tank that now smelled of formaldehyde. On bad days I'd slept on the floor in their rooms, or stayed up all night with them, talking to them, knowing they couldn't ever respond. That thought on my mind, I spoke without thinking, whatever happens, as long as I can help it, and I can help a lot of things, I will not let them do that again. At the very least, I'll wake you up before they take you. He smiled for the first time. A real smile, anyway. You sound so serious. I reached out and took his hand, squeezing it hard enough that it made my own hand hurt. When that wasn't enough, I grabbed it with my other hand, squeezing his between the 2 of mine. I'm promising. I owe you for 1 good nap, then, he told me. You don't owe me anything. That's not how we do this. I stand corrected. And that's a promise that applies to every nap, every time you sleep. He frowned a little, eyes opening more as he studied me. We're going to go live somewhere else starting this summer. Until then, I know how to get out of my room. I know where your room is. It's not that important. You'll get in trouble. It is important, I said. I've promised, and I can't break my first ever promise to you. Not when we're all going to be together for the rest of our lives. He nodded slowly. I thought for a second that he was nodding off. Who were you, before, he asked me. Before all this? Don't remember. I can't imagine that. Isn't it scary, not knowing? I found my file, I read it. I know they didn't expect me to look for it, so I don't think it was a trick, I said. I wasn't anybody special. That's hard to believe. I shot him a look. That line is so lame. Oh, I don't even have words. Stop. So lame. He gave me a light push. Unforgivably lame. He pushed me harder. I nearly fell from the edge of the table I was sitting on. I settled down, still laughing, dragging my fingers down one side of my face. Gordon and Helen were staring now, but I hadn't distracted them sufficiently to break the stride of their conversation. What can I do for you? He asked me. Never say. Forget what I said. Really? What can I do? Nothing, I said. It's okay if you can't do what you said. I'll understand. I'll do it. I promised. Then I want to know what I can do to help you. I'm going to find a way to help you, Sylvester. I shrugged, shaking my head. Nothing bothers you? Nowhere you need help? When I first met Gordon, he said you have a hard time after your appointments. Oh, did he? Yeah, I guess. Why? It hurts, I said. It hurts so much it makes me feel like there's nothing else. After, I feel like less of a person. More like I'm a piece of metal, thrust into the fire, over and over. And they're hammering you into shape. No, I confessed. Mostly, I get to hold the hammer. There's that, at least. He was nodding off, now. Slumping forward. I could see the ridged scar running up from the collar of his shirt to the nape of his neck. His head had been shaved for the last surgery. It was still so short that I could see his scalp. Wish I could help, somehow, he murmured. I gave his shoulder a push, and he roused enough to shift position, leaning back against the wall, the ends of each leg dangling off the edge of the table. Nothing you can do to help, I said. I didn't speak my thoughts aloud. Except maybe talk. Beats talking to Ashton or Yvette, at least. He was already out. He'd fought it and lost. Now it was more like talking to Ashton. I murmured to myself, it's up to me. I've got to get used to it somehow, make friends with the pain. I nearly fell as the other 2 urged me through the door. Jamie let go of me to close the door, very softly, and Helen wasn't strong enough to hold me up. She did what she could to ease my collapse to the floor. Pain. I'd thought I'd achieved a serious tolerance to it over the years, but the very real imagery suggested a lapse. I'd nearly passed out, drifting into memories. Was this what it meant to see my life flashing before my eyes? It was as good a starting point as anything else. I didn't have many memories of things that came before. Some games with Helen and Gordon, some antics after I broke out of my room, time with Yvette and Ashton. Less meaningful things. You with us, SY? Jamie asked. Yup, I said, putting all my effort into sounding casual as I let my head sink back to the floor. I was in a kitchen, I realized. Checkered drapes at the window. The small pinpoint of pain had spread and expanded until it felt like my stomach was 3 times the size, filled with agony. It wasn't swollen, though. It was a regular, too skinny tummy with a hole in it and a lot of blood leaking around it, into my shirt and the top of my pants. I had blood that had dripped around the side of my body and into my butt crack. This kind of agony was something I was used to, though it limited how I could move and pull my thoughts together. Blood in my butt crack somehow drove the point home better than my life flashing before my eyes. It was a signal that things were horribly, horribly wrong. People should never ever have blood in their butt crack. Their clothes, Helen said. I know, Jamie replied. He stared down at me. I'm going to find a way to help you, SY. I nodded. I winced as I inhaled and swallowed at the same time, and that somehow made the wrong thing move, touching on the area where I'd been shot. We should go. We should, Jamie said, but we need to stop the bleeding, at the very least. Need Lillian, but she's too far away, I said. I blinked with more force than was needed, because I didn't want to have my eyes close and stay closed. A very deep, male voice cut in, who's Lillian, and what the hell are you doing? I saw Jamie go limp, his head bowing. Defeat? Helen, of course, was Helen. I looked over in the direction she was staring, and I saw a man in the doorway of the kitchen, a wife and child behind him, staring. I looked back to Helen, and tears were falling down her cheeks. Crying on command. I met Jamie's eyes, then spoke, the Academy's attacking. I watched the expression on the man and woman's faces. The white eyes of the child, who was young enough to be of indeterminate gender. The man was young. He'd probably had the child in or just after his teens. He was like an older Gordon, if Gordon had a weak chin. His expression changed as he wrestled with fear and trying to summon his courage. He only needed a push. Help me, I said. My ability to almost take the pain in stride made it more difficult to find the piteous tone I needed. He rushed to my side, twisted around, and told his wife, the kit. It's under the sink. The woman took the little kid with her as she left. Hopefully to get the kit. They attacked in the street, Jamie said. You heard the gunshots. The man nodded. We were looking out the window at the other side of the house. I spoke, wincing as I did, they looked like the resistance members. Black coats, black shirts, those rifles. Exorcists, Jamie said. I saw one standing there. His face changed, eyes and nose and mouth and ears going all wonky, I said. Then he saw that I'd seen him, he shouted something, a signal, and then he shot me, before he started shooting at the crowd. Tension lines stood out in the man's face and neck. He didn't move his eyes from the bloody hands that were pressing down on my wound. It damn well hurt, but I could push through the pain, I could find the presence of mind to lie. Might as well foster paranoia and propaganda while I'm lying here bleeding. They look normal. Yes, Helen said, still crying. It scared me. The man didn't budge. I could imagine he was processing, trying to grasp the situation, and what the course of action should be. His wife came down, with a large kit and no child trailing behind. I don't know what to do, the man said. I do, Jamie said. He did? I watched as Jamie opened the kit. I could see the label on the lid. It was the sign of some academy or another, ironically enough. A full kit for medics. Many had been sold to the public after the last war. By the time another war rolled around, this one, as it happened, there would be better kits, with better tools and components. He moved with a quiet assuredness as he picked through the various things. I watched him, periodically blinking with more force than was necessary, breathing shallow breaths to keep my stomach from hurting. He gathered special pliers and a long syringe with 2 handles, powders, and metal clamps. He met my eyes, and there was an awful lot communicated in that look. Among them was an unspoken agreement. Had I let slip that he was trying to figure out Latin, after our little trip down to the dungeons with Sub Rosa, Jamie would have gotten in serious trouble. This was something else entirely. Never done this before, he murmured. You said the man of the house started. My dad is a doctor, Jamie lied. Then he told the truth, saying, I've watched and learned. If you're not sure. I'm sure, Jamie lied, again. He lied for a third time as he said, I was talked through procedures worse than this. You've seen, you remember, you piece it together, I thought. The powder smells different, Jamie said. Could be old, the man said. Jamie made a face, then tossed the powder. He rifled through the kit until he found a liquid, instead. He set a match on my chest. I said. Sorry, he said. Going to have to do it like it's done on the battlefield. You've never seen a battlefield, you but. I've heard, he said. He didn't respond to the insult. I realized how scared he was. The problem with this piecemeal knowledge. He knew the moves he needed to make, but he didn't have a foundation. One day, all going according to plan, he could have that foundation. He couldn't trust a medicine that smelled different. But that he could even figure out the right tools, that he was this far along, and he'd kept it a secret? The Academy couldn't know. We were forbidden. The man moved his hands. Jamie took the scalpel to my injury, opening it up enough for the pliers to go in. He looked so terrified I couldn't bear to look at him. My head dropped to the floor, and I reached out to pat his knee, grunting and gasping now and then as the pliers moved. A small sound escaped my throat as I held my breath. Isn't there something you can give him? The man asked. No, I said, a moment before Jamie said, no. But... there. I jumped in, and the volume and suddenness with which I'd spoken made the pain explode through my abdomen. I groaned, long and loud, clenching my fist and squeezing Jamie's knee hard, making little sounds with every pant. Easy, Helen said. She gave my forehead a pat, and pushed hair out of my eyes. It was sweaty, and stayed out of the way. Talk to me, Jamie said. I'm not good enough to find it on my own. The man spoke up, you can't possibly. Close, I said. No, other direction. I feel it. He found it, he got a grip on it, locked the pliers grip, and he pulled the modified pliers free, a bullet the size of a grape held in the prongs. I wasn't privy to the particulars of the clean-up job, but he dumped the contents of the bottle in, daubed it around with a swab to get the parts the match couldn't reach, then seared the bleedy bits with the match. Now I'm hungry, I murmured, as I smelled the seared flesh. But we just ate, Helen said. We had treats. I was joking. She gave me a disapproving look. The tears had dried up, and she was smiling a little. All an act, of course. He glued me together and closed me up, using the clamps to hold things in place until the glue could set. I'm not sure how much blood you've already lost, Jamie said. There's no aqua nucifero, and I wouldn't trust it if there was. I nodded. Don't move too quickly, he said. You're going to be weak. Like that's anything new, I said. He put the tools aside, leaving a bit of a mess. The man looked a little concerned, as if things didn't add up, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Helen gave me a hand in getting to my feet. The man and Jamie moved to the kitchen sink to wash their hands. I still had blood in my butt crack. I probably looked like a wreck. There haven't been more gunshots, the man observed. There was one with a knife, I said. One with claws, and one with some weapon on a chain. A sensor, Jamie said, looking over at me. I gestured for him to ease up a bit. I saw him nod. Riding a high. He did what he wasn't supposed to do, he even succeeded and saved me, hopefully. Whatever special kind of person Jamie might have been, he was still a person. He got a rush of adrenaline from a success like that. It didn't show that much, though. Jamie was quiet and reserved at the best of times. He cleaned himself up, leaving his sleeves still rolled up, and grabbed his bag. I should go, the man said. He turned to his wife. If we're under attack, I need to do something. But... they attacked a child, he said. If we'd been out instead of here with Edmund. She nodded, spooked. I let the drama play out while I gently prodded my stomach. I pulled clothing back into place, wincing at the pain, took a cloth from beside the sink and began to wipe at my shirt where it was all bloody. Jamie handed me my jacket, then helped me pull it on. I was well and truly ready to take something for the pain now that Jamie didn't need help to find his way to the bullet. The man went to a cabinet, and came back with a gun. He took a moment to put it together, checking for various components, most definitely not a person with more than a few hours of practice, and then gave his wife a kiss. Be healthy, he told me, thank you for the warning about the attacks. Will you look after my wife? Of course, Jamie said. Good man, the soldier said. Sir. I cut in, before he could head out, gun in hand. He paused, and I told him, warn others. He nodded, then headed out the door. I pointed, and the others nodded. As the wife stepped over to the door to lock it, peering out the window to watch her husband, we headed out the front door. There was nowhere to go but forward and out. The residential road had people gathered in clusters, talking, and we used them for cover, watching. Stop, Helen said, but it was less the order and more than fact that she grabbed us and hauled us back that stopped us. Breaking our forward momentum. I jerked, and my stomach clenched inadvertently. I bit back a gasp of pain. The crack marked a bullet striking something hard. I didn't see where. Go. I called out, go, go. We hurried as much as we were able, with me hurting and sucking at everything. An alley offered cover from the gunshots. They had a gunman that could see well enough through the rain to target us. He was sharp enough to notice us just moments after we'd emerged from the house. Jamie, I said. Where is he? Don't know. You know where he was? First shot? The one that hit me. Some idea. And the shot just now. Less that I know where he was, more. I can eliminate possibilities. Eliminate, I said. We hurried down the alleyway. There were people there, more clusters. I studied each group, watching for potential trouble. The others had to have heard about the gunshot. They'd look after Lillian, if Lillian was even in danger. She was well camouflaged. Short of them killing every child in the town of Whitney, which wasn't impossible. Fuck, I said. Are you okay? Jamie asked. Not that, I said. I knew my voice sounded more tense than it usually did. We're stuck. We've been stuck before. We need to get out, rendezvous with the others. We can't do that without stepping into an open area. If we stay put, the other two might track us down. The rain was coming down harder now. I wasn't quite able to hope that it was making life harder on our enemies. If we think about the things that make them stand out, I murmured, nose, eyes, the guy with the scarf might just be fingers, touch, and the guy Jamie shot is probably ears. Was, Helen said. Past tense. I'm not willing to bet anything, I said. There might be a fifth, taste, and I'm going to assume the one Jamie shot is alive until we see him dismantled on some academy autopsy table. 5, Jamie said. There are more than 5 senses, Helen said. Balance, sense of one's own physical state. It's possible, I said. But these buttheads aren't even supposed to have 3 pieces of work this good, let alone 4 or 5. Experienced soldiers, each with custom modifications. Academy work, Jamie said. Traitors, Helen said. I nodded slowly. That changes things. I don't feel so good about Helen going after one. I can do it, Helen said. Probably. And you're going to have to, I said. But I don't feel good about it. She nodded. She was holding herself in a way that I was pretty sure was Helen for anticipation. Her expression was still normal, smiling, but her body was ready for the attack. Let's head in Lillian's general direction, I said. In case the others can't cover her. And because it's the direction they're liable to be going in. We assess the situation, then we go in. If we spot one, we bait. The two nodded. We moved. Through winding alleys, awareness of our surroundings pitched to a painful degree. I wasn't at my best, and I was focusing my thoughts and my own unaltered senses on every gap, readying myself for an attack at any moment, knowing it was futile even if I was fast enough to react. We paused at a pile of debris, while Jamie turned his attention to figuring out a plan that worked, then went down a side alley. The street was packed with soldiers. Another side alley was mostly empty, wagons that were usually there now cleared away. No cover to hide behind. As we returned to the 4-way intersection, the woman appeared. Helen indicated, and the 3 of us crawled into a space beneath a house, belly deep in mud. I used one hand to hold Jamie's raincoat down over the injury so it wouldn't get too dirty. We were as good as caught. She had the ability to smell. I signaled. We collectively abandoned our attempt at staying silent, and crawled for the other side of the space. The floor above us scraped our shoulder blades as the ground rose to meet it. Jamie squirmed out of his backpack. Children, the woman spoke, from just in front of us. She'd circled around. She could do it again, as fast as we could crawl. You killed Flem, she called out to us. My brother. Jamie reacted to the name. He'd connected 2 dots. He didn't seem to have a ready answer. I have his belt, the woman said. The cans of gas. Esprit de corps 5.6. The only sound was the rain coming down, and the periodic sucking noise of mud as Helen, Jamie, or I shifted position. You have the canisters Mr. Flem had on his belt, Jamie said. Not my preferred weapon, the woman said. But it's somehow poetic that Flem might get a last laugh. Not that he is the laughing type. Was. She made a noise like she was spitting. Also poetic, all things considered. I swallowed, then spoke. My side was still hurting like nothing else, even after being patched up, and my voice faltered at the start, the strength to get the air past my lips not there when I reached for it. What's your name? Not telling, she said. Goodbye. Wait. I said, raising my voice. My stomach rewarded me by cramping up in new sorts of pain, clutching like a fist around all the hurt. She didn't use the canister. To my left, Helen crawled forward, not with her arms and legs, but fingers and feet, pushing and pulling herself by painstaking half inches, periodically reaching up to grab onto the roof and use that to slide herself forward. The lack of speed was balanced by the fact that she was nearly silent. I was right next to her and even I couldn't hear her raincoat scrape against small stones and mud. She'd been wearing a nice dress for the event. Now it was ruined. What a shame. We used to be on the same side, didn't we? I asked. I'm not the laughing type either, little boy, especially not with Flem dead, the woman said. You're wasting my time if you're making jokes. You were Academy, I said, not because I knew, but because I had no choice but to follow the same track. I couldn't change the subject without her deciding I was stalling and deciding to off us. Or whatever that canister did. Yes. But that's different from what you said before, she said. I noticed how she was walking. She was lingering more at the places where posts held the house up off the ground, which kept her out of sight and protected her ankles from any further gunshots. Not stupid. We're related, I said. We're family. We're experiments, we're con. She cut me off. We're alone, little boy. Everyone is. The act of being born is a separation, so is dying. For experiments more than anything else. At least they get to have doctors use sterile scissors to snip their connection to their mother, after they're squeezed out into the world, covered in blood and landing in shit. Us, we're made, or we're born like they are and then we're reborn on a table or in a vat. That's an experience we share, it creates a gulf between us. You can pretend to have some greater connection to the world, but that's a child's fantasy. We're as different from them as a cat is from a dog, at least. Compare a cat to a dog and a dog to a lizard and you're not going to find a connection between the cat and the lizard. They're a social species, but we're all species of 1, or of 2, or of 4. Helen, our lizard, crawled forward. She was crawling across from me, now, her body in front of my face. A year and 9 days ago, our species of 4 added 1 more to our ranks. In the next couple of years, we're going to have a sixth. 12 days, Jamie murmured. A year and 12 days. Shut up, I whispered. Louder, I said, listen, I think we're similar in how we approach the world. The difference is, the focus on the team, even if my idea of what the team is happens to be different. One of my colleagues, you've crossed paths with him, he keeps a tiny black notebook filled with tick marks, you know. He counts the number of times people try to wear the same line on him. A different line or phrase or word for every page. Drat. I'm betting he has whole pages dedicated to please, or God, no, I remarked. She was silent. Was I on target? I tried. Her being silent and taking time before she offed us was fantastic, but talking and hurrying things along was better than 3 seconds of silence followed by her deciding to kill us. No, she said. Not quite. You made me think of phlegm. Double damn and dang blast it. The thought crossed my mind, but I held the emotion at bay. My focus was on her and on our conversation. Alone, she said. If you're alone, it's by your own choice, your own way of looking at things. I'm more alone than I was since you killed my partner, she said. There was a pause. I'm done entertaining you. Helen was a few feet away. She wasn't picking up speed, even with that announcement. Still the slithering crawl through the mud. She had to be getting it in her mouth, her nose, even with her lips closed, but she was calm, glacially slow, and eerily focused. We had one option. It was one I hated to use. You can't afford to take the time to do that, I said. I heard something snap or crack from the woman's direction. My hopes that she'd been attacked were dashed when she shifted her footing. She was getting something from the belt. In less than an hour, you're going to need all of the cans you can get, I told her. All of the bullets too. I'm sorry, Gordon, Mary, I thought. That's so. The reason we went to go pick up our girl here was because we're done. The traps are placed, boxes under half the houses in Whitney. Soon, really soon, the things occupying the box are going to wake up. The city falls, and if you're here, if your buddies are here, then you get to watch them die, maybe, and then you die alone. Assuming you are telling the truth, what's in the boxes? She asked. I think they started with spiders, I said. Jamie added, but, like you said, they're as comparable to spiders as cats are to dogs. There was a pause. Look under the house on the other side of the alley, I said. Chances are pretty good. Between the rain, the distance, and the lack of lighting, I couldn't see under the house across the little alley. The chances weren't good at all. My heart pounded. Helen crept further. She was about a foot from being able to lunge for the woman's ankles. A crocodile in the mud, with styled hair, at least to a point. It was thick with muck after a certain length. The angle of the woman's legs changed. She was looking. She said. Non-committal. Leaving me in the dark. Those cans, whatever they are, they're bound to be helpful. If you don't want to grab your buddies and get out of Dodge. No, not at all, she said. I've decided I can spare one of these. She shifted her stance, and I tensed. Helen reached, lunging. The woman was quick, and Helen was forced to change her target. One of Helen's hands reached out for the woman's, a metal can already smoking in her pale grip. When the kin went airborne, the wrist Helen was reaching for now disappearing, Helen shifted her weight, reaching up and out with her other hand. She slapped the kin down, and Jamie lunged, bringing his backpack down on top of the thing. The smoke was still rising. The mud bubbled, and when the bubbles popped, a yellow-green smoke rose. Out, I said, out. Right into her waiting clutches. I wasn't wholly right, but I wasn't wrong either. She was waiting, but she wasn't clutching. She'd covered a lot of ground without her feet being visible as I crawled. Agile. She'd walked or leaped off of the side of the building, or stepped on the tops of the posts. Now she faced us, the belt held in both hands. She was ready to step around the corner at a moment's notice. Still wary of the gun that had downed phlegm. She raised the belt to her mouth, and she bared her teeth. Muscles stood out in strange places as she bit clean through the thick leather of the belt. She brought her hands together, and flung one end of it at us. 3 or 4 canisters were hooked to it, and all were smoking. She'd grabbed the keys with one hand and pulled them out as she threw with the other. I didn't want to know how good Flem had been with this crap, if his sister here was this quick on the draw. The belt flew through the air, plumes following it, and it was Helen who stepped forward to catch it. Our Helen tried to throw it back and failed. It took a few seconds, as Helen tried to fling the belt and failed to remove it. I could see it in how her hair moved, the sheen that appeared on her raincoat, scintillating points of light, rainbow-hued, like some chemicals made in water, but the droplets were small and clustered together. Whatever it was, it had made the belt and canisters sticky, and was doing the same thing to Helen's skin, her hair, and her raincoat. The woman with the belt stared at us, watching as Helen flailed, almost invisible in the midst of the multicolored smoke. Each little canister was something different. Helen made a frustrated sound, stumbling and falling to one knee in the mud. The woman turned and left, disappearing around the corner. Helen. I took a step forward. Jamie's hand blocked me. We have to, I started, my tone much more like a child's than I normally liked. Tell me what to do, he said. He was already striding forward. You're too slow like that. Her coat, I said. Pull it over her head. Jamie was muddy, and he'd given me his raincoat. He was wearing the white shirt, but it was soaked through. I could see the scars, and I could see his narrow chest expand as he drew in a breath, prior to entering the cloud. Use the coat to grab the belt, I said. I couldn't see him anymore, and I couldn't see her. Jamie would use the coat, he would pull it away. Then what? It would be stuck to him, or stuck to Helen. I turned, looking. The street was empty, people had fled the initial gunshots. Then come to me. I called, still searching. As fast as you can. The umbrella. Jamie had left it behind, while crawling through the mud. Something else. A thin bit of wood framed the bottom of the nearest building, so it didn't just end, but had some decorative flair, even if it was a strip of painted wood 1.5 inches across. I braced myself, knowing how much this would suck. Kicking the little strip of wood was painful enough that I nearly forgot what I was doing. My focus was dashed, I very nearly threw up, and only managed to stop with the realization that throwing up would make my stomach hurt more. It was a primal realization, one that reached all the way to my reptile brain, that little bundle of instincts and impulses. Through that mechanism, I managed to keep myself from heaving my meager breakfast and bit of apple onto the muddy span between the two buildings. I found myself staring at the wood, still affixed to the wall. Maybe looser than it had been. I thought of Ashton. I thought of Yvette. My promise to Jamie, to guard him while he slept, which I'd kept up since I'd met him, and I thought of that horrible calm that had overcome me when I'd been in Sub Rosa's clutches. Calm, away from the noise, away from the expectations and the people and the demands. It was, much as the sniffing woman had said, a very alone sort of calm. I made myself kick again. The agony in my middle was worse, but somehow I found it easier to deal with. Pain punctuated my existence. I threw myself into danger. I got hurt for the others. I had pain inflicted on my body and mind on a road schedule, with check marks on paper and doctors' signatures. Pain was only pain. Pain meant I was alive. Another kick. This time something came free. Jamie was stumbling toward me. Apparently blind, his skin raw and bleeding, clothes crumpled and stiff, he had the bundle of raincoat, which was still billowing with gas. I grabbed the strip of wood and heaved. I landed on my ass, but with a spear of wood in my hand. Seeing Jamie suffering lit a fire in me, and I found it in me to swing the end of my spear at Jamie and catch the bundle of raincoat and canisters. It didn't take much doing to knock Jamie to the ground, pushing with the spear as I found my feet. He almost willingly went, as if the strength was gone from him. Stand, I said, still sounding far too young. No confidence, no bravado. Jamie. He struggled, and I gave my all to simply pinning the bundle down, my face and head turned away so my hood might delay the moment when that growing cloud of smoke reached my face. He found his feet, but couldn't let go of the bundle. He tugged, pulled, but didn't have the strength or the range of movement to break the bond. Break free, I said. I've got it pinned down, just please, Jamie. Again, he tried. Again, he failed. It was Helen who came down the alleyway, stumbling at a running pace, more or less blind by definition herself. She had her arms out to either side, bridging much of the alleyway. She caught Jamie in the crook of one arm, embraced him, tackling him, and tore him away from the bundle. The skin of his hands was left behind, I suspected. The two of them landed dangerously close to the opening of the alley. I thought of the gunman, perched on a building. I heaved my bundle on a stick, only to have my stomach nearly give out. I switched my grip and swung instead of bringing it up. It wasn't too heavy, only unwieldy, and I managed to toss it out into the street, off to one side. The gas continued to billow. I could only hope it would break the man's line of sight. Jamie and Helen were mostly blind, though Jamie a little less than Helen, thanks to his glasses, and both of them were blistered and bleeding, though Helen had gotten the better end of the deal, despite far more exposure. Her skin wasn't really skin, I supposed. I watched them, saw them lying there, then looked at the cloud of smoke. My stomach was bleeding, I could feel it at my shirt front. I'd need more medical care. Still, I went under the building. I checked that the first canister wasn't producing any more gas, then collected Jamie's bag. His book. It was important. As I crawled forward, pausing before I tried to find the strength to stand, I looked under the house opposite. Mary's box wasn't there. There was something that might have been a toolbox or a tackle box at the far corner. It had been enough to convince her. She was on her way to warn the others, to make alternate plans. Gordon and Mary were going to be upset. Come on, you two, I said. My voice felt too light and feathery, mingled worry and relief. We can't afford to laze around. Jamie pulled his lips open, and the skin bled where the lips had bonded together, the airborne resin or whatever had collected there, as well as on his eyes and in his hair. You're a jackass. I'm a jackass with a gunshot wound. I'm allowed to be flippant, I said. But seriously, we can't waste time. He nodded. I handed him his bag, which he felt around until he had the shape of it. After he clung it to his chest, I grabbed the straps and hauled. I'd already reopened my wound, I couldn't make it worse, right? Helen found her feet on her own, one hand on the side of the building. With only the hope that the gas would block the gunman's view of us, or that he was busy relocating to another perch, I led the others into the street. Helen could hear the gunshots, the sound apparently traveling faster than the bullets did, but I wasn't so lucky. Haggard, hurting, and lost, we made our way to Lillian's. She had an influence on you, Jamie said. I thought about joking, remarking on the sniffing woman. But Jamie wasn't talking about the sniffing woman. Jamie was talking about the ploy I'd used to try and buy us time. Doesn't everyone? I asked. He made a sound that might have been a laugh, but came out more as a heavier breath. He coughed. You didn't breathe that shit in, did you? No, he said. No, Helen said. I know you didn't, I told her. I saw her give me a smile, and it was odd to see her actually face the right direction as she did it. Good ears. One day, Helen said, you're going to make a girl very miserable. Well, we all knew that already, I said. Not sure why you're bringing that up now. Not you, she said. You too. I looked at Jamie, a part of me expecting to exchange a shared glance, except he was blind. It sucked a little, driving the situation home. Don't give a girl any hope if you can't put her before Jamie, Helen said. As you are right now, I don't think you can. You're bleeding in 50 different ways, you're blind, and you're judging me. I asked. Always, Jamie said. He laughed a little, then coughed again, harder. Always judging you. I didn't like that cough. Without Jamie's eyes, I was left to do all of the looking out on my own, while making sure I was leading them properly, Jamie holding on to the raincoat at one elbow, and Helen holding on to my other forearm. Another chance encounter with any of Flem's buddies might not go so well. It's a good thing I don't like girls then, I mused, trying to take my mind off of the open wound in my side, the danger, and the others. You do, Jamie said. Yes, Helen said. Right. You know me better than I know myself. We do. Yes. I'm going to leave you guys behind if you keep that up. Besides, there aren't any girls out there for me. Gordon can do the thing with Shipman, but... There's Mary, Jamie said, quiet. Lillian too. Lillian isn't one of us. Well, she is, but she isn't. She what? Helen asked. Doesn't seem fair, or real. Real's not the word, but expecting a girl to like me, when I'm not guaranteed to live that long. There was no response. Jamie and Helen were silent. The rain was washing away the thin trickles of blood where the skin had been eaten away or had blistered and the resin had pulled on the blisters to open them, and diluting the mud, so it slid off in handfuls. Their clothing was being stained, where the mud hadn't already caked it and turned it a dark brown black. I turned around, and moved my elbow accidentally, leading Helen to think I was turning. She stumbled a bit. I couldn't see any buildings through the downpour, now, which I hoped was cause to believe that the gunman couldn't see us, over the top of the cloud of smoke. You're too nice a guy, S.Y., Jamie said, finally. It was dark, wet, and cold, the rain was an outright storm, now, and the clusters of people were hard to make out. Each one we approached had the potential to be a threat. We were far enough away from where the gunshots had been that people weren't actively hiding or fleeing, but close enough that they were concerned, huddling, trying to puzzle out the situation. Heads turned. People started to approach. It was more harm than good, potentially. If people crowded around us, the man with the scarf could slip in close, use one of those knives. Stay away, I said, as they got closer. Don't touch them. Don't touch me. Then I said the magic word. Disease. The word repeated itself through the crowd. The way opened before us. We've been told where to go, I said. I kept talking only because we couldn't afford questions. Rebellion members turned on each other, or their academy plants, or there's a parasite, I don't know. But Whitney is under attack. Spread the word. Phobos and Deimos. Fear and panic. Nebulous ideas, nothing certain. But a point that was driven home with a few key words, and the imagery of small children, hurt, bleeding, and impossible to help. Lillian wasn't so impossibly far away, but we were moving so slowly. As it turned out, we didn't need to get that far. Gordon, Mary, Lillian, and Shipman all appeared, a distance down the street. They picked up speed, approaching. The looks on their faces. It was a fluttery, uncertain expression, much as my voice had been earlier. We've been discovered, I said. They know, they sent assassins, 3 or 4 left. We can't stay. We're not done, Shipman said. We're done, I said, my voice low. Are you okay? Lillian asked, cutting in. Not very, gunshot, I said. They're bad too. They need help. 3 gases, from one of the assassins. Glue, don't touch them, something flesh-eating, definitely don't touch them, and a 3rd. Might be poison. Jamie's coughing. Because blood keeps dripping down the back of my throat from my nose, Jamie said. They need help, Lillian agreed. Coach, Gordon said. There was one. He stopped, craning his head. Come on. We moved as fast as we were able, but at least I was able to let the others look after Jamie and Helen, while I stumbled along on my lonesome. Gordon was talking to a coach driver. As we approached, the man opened the side door. As a group, we climbed inside. Hospital it is, the man said, before closing the door. The latch clicked. How do we activate your project? I asked. We're not, Shipman said. It's too early. You were supposed to be nearly done. We are, the sourpuss told me. But for this to work, we need to reach a certain critical point. We gauged how fast their response time would be, their resources here, the scientists in the area. If we start it too early, they'll be able to counteract it before it becomes a real issue. It's too early. The other side of it, Gordon said, his voice level, is that we were supposed to signal the academy, so they could time the activation with an attack. Something clean and simple, while they can't put up a fight. Minimum deaths, Shipman said. Minimum deaths. She cared about that sort of thing? Surprising. I hadn't expected that to be one of her priorities. Jamie murmured. He pulled his lips apart slowly, but there was still tearing and bleeding. Lillian was rummaging in her bag, trying to find things. What is it? Mary asked. We're approaching turn toward hospital. Size right. We can't stay. Which way is the turn? Mary asked, turning to try and look through the front window, which is barely the size of an envelope. Hill, turn right. We want to leave. Turn left. Mary nodded. She stepped to the side of the coach, opened the door, and swung outside, still holding the handle. The door slammed, Mary clinging to the outside. 3 seconds passed. A larger body dropped off the opposite side of the coach. Ouch, Lillian said. I hope. The carriage bumped as it rolled over the larger body. He's okay, she said, in a smaller voice. The coach abruptly picked up speed, the horses trotting briskly. Mary turned us to the left. We can still sneak in, leave boxes, Shipman said. Activate it after. We don't have to be in the city. It would help, but we'll make do. They know, I said. I know they know because I damn well told them. There's no other choice. They'll dismantle it. I saw her expression change. Gordon reached over to put a hand on her knee. Then he opened the same door Mary had. He raised a thin whistle to his mouth, and he blew. A long, high, sweet sound. 10, 20, 30 seconds. There was an art to it, almost. Such a convenient activation method. The whistle was picked up elsewhere, mostly behind us, now that we were on the outskirts, heading out. Each box of creatures was capable of mimicking the tone, passing it on, so it swept over the city, a single, sharp tone. I saw the first of the spiders, the size of my fist, but black and bulbous, the center body almost tumorous. I knew it had to be light if Mary had carried whole boxes of them, or it had absorbed ambient moisture, perhaps. It didn't matter. From under one house, one box, just looking at the nearest wall of the building, I could see dozens of the things. As the rain poured down, the spiders rose up, searching for windows and doors to crawl through. You owe me, by the by, I told Lillian. I got you out, in a roundabout way. This doesn't count, she said. Does so, I said. Does so, Jamie added. I think I'm going to treat Helen first, Lillian commented. Fine. I owe you one. Technically, the deal was. I owe you one, SY. I nodded, turning my attention to look out the window. The little envelope-sized slot slid open. I could hear Mary speak. Where to? Where to? I glanced at Gordon. Different as we were, even with the rift between us, the unanswered questions I had, and his anger over the way his project had ended, I knew we were on the same page. Westmore, Gordon said. It's time for them to attack. I nodded at that. We wouldn't be working behind the scenes, this time. This was going to become something else entirely. An environment the Lambs had never faced. A battlefield. Esprit de Corps 5.7. The rain got worse as we got further up the road. It all flowed down toward Whitney, though a cliffside took most of it, which seemed like a pretty good idea from a strategic standpoint. Marching uphill against an entrenched position was one thing, if Whitney wanted to march on Westmore, but an uphill march against an entrenched position, against flowing water ranging from ankle-deep to knee-deep? I was willing to bet it was an accident, but it was a happy one for the Academy's side. Sandbags had been piled up on the mountain road, giving clusters of stitched soldiers places to stand and wait. Some were piled in front, to protect against gunfire, while others were piled behind, to divert the flow of water and keep the stitched soldiers drier. Each cluster had one person with it. I imagined the shifts were short, only an hour or 3 at most, but it had to be miserable. Sitting, waiting, watching. As the only truly intelligent set of eyes, that individual had all of the pressure placed on them, their only company the 5 or 6 dead men who stood around them. Those same dead men would smell faintly of the less pleasant human odors, except baked in. The sense of ozone, burned hair, and decay could and would join those. The moisture in the air helped to carry smells to the nostrils. I wondered if the watch was a punishment detail. Poor bastards. One figure at the nearest set of sandbags blew a horn, raising an arm to order us to stop. The coach slowed, then stopped. 200 feet separated us. 3 figures came down the road, and one of them was stepping very carefully on the wet, sloped path. It was easier to tread where the sandbags broke the water's flow, the road was wide, and I doubted there was that much danger. Maybe if someone tripped over their own 2 feet, or if the spring's chill and the damp surroundings had left their toes numb. If and when someone did fall, though, they were likely to keep sliding. There would only be the rocky outcroppings on one side and the steeper drop off the side of the path to the other to interrupt the slide. Neither was fun. The other 2 figures weren't careful at all. They walked with very natural gaits, not so much with confidence as a lack of concern. It made it easy to tell the stitched from the living. Lillian and Shipman had looked after us, more Lillian than Shipman by a considerable measure, but Jamie and Helen were still in unfortunate shape. Jamie's cough had quieted, and the 2 of them were powdered, to slow the flow of blood. Mary was driving the coach, and the rest of us were within. Gordon and Shipman exited through the one door to step out and get a better view, while Lillian stood in the doorway, standing in such a way that she could look up over the top. I stuck my head out the window on the other side, watching as best as I could. I liked being able to lean rather than stand. My stomach still hurt, Lillian's attentions notwithstanding. "Ho!" Gordon called out. "What are you doing?" the sole living soldier called out from a distance. He was wearing an academy uniform. His hooded jacket was red, an academy's shield sat on the breast, one I didn't recognize, and was backed by the universal crown, which formed a halo of sorts around the top of the shield. The gap between the crest and the top of the halo had the man's rank. A dog's head and the Roman numerals for 3. Spec 3. That was barely above the G ranks. I'd seen enough military types here and there to put together the details. Just as another day of hard training in the rain out in the fields was looming, a bigwig would step up and say there was an opportunity for promotion. They would have to miss training, there would be a long stint in classrooms, some lessons, but there would be hot tea provided. A few people on their last legs would jump at the chance. A promotion to specialist? Getting some training that might help them get their foot in the door when their stint with the Academy's forces was done? It sounded good. The G2s with older brothers and friends among the higher UPS would know better. Sure, the class was fine, there was hot tea, and it was pretty painless. Borderline interesting, even. The problem was that it led to this. Being the dog who knew the essentials of how stitched worked and how to fix them, looking after them. Spending time in their company and their company alone. When they weren't the human arm and brain of a particular unit of stitched, they were doing drudge work, being among the man who dragged the dead back to camp, or who did the jobs too menial for the proper academy students to do. Most who fell into the trap walked away as changed men. Changed men being the nice way of saying they ended up as assholes who resented everything and everyone they interacted with, or they were paranoid of further traps. I watched him draw nearer, and his face was visible, a surly glare, a glowing cigarette propped between his lips, not the first nor the 10th of his watch, I was betting. "What are you doing?" he asked. "We work for the academy," Gordon said. "We're reporting in." "I've got a badge, issued by Radham." "Stay right where you are," the man said. I pulled my head into the coach, looked through the window to see Gordon stepping back, the hand with the badge dropping to his side. "Children?" the man asked. "Yes, sir," Gordon said. "We're spies. We've got information regarding movements, numbers, people of interest, and events in Whitney." The man murmured. He didn't give a clear response, hemming, hawing, and making noises, as if contemplating. "Some of it is time-sensitive," Gordon said. His tone was so good, too. Perfect pitch and intonation, authoritative and confident, without sounding arrogant. If he'd used that same tone with one of those teachers who was just itching to find something to lecture a student about, they would have made a face and moved on to the next student. But the words were the wrong ones. Gordon was good at what he did. People tended to like him. He bent the world to his will. He was the opposite of me. I always fought an uphill battle to get people's trust. I had to study them and tailor my approaches to their motivations and weaknesses. I knew that this man we were talking to was making the most out of the very limited power and amusement he could get, here. Gordon had showed the man a kind of weakness. "We have a need, thus it's in your power to make us twist in the wind," I thought. "I suppose you want me to let you into Westmore?" the man asked. "Yes, sir," Gordon said. "It's suspicious. People don't travel down this road, and a coach of children, no less. Makes me think of the Trojan horse. What possible danger could we pose?" Mary asked, without the slightest trace of irony. I let my forehead bang against the frame of the window. "What was that?" the man asked. "My comrade. Another spy. We have 3 wounded inside the coach." "What wounds?" "2 partially blinded, with burns. 1 gunshot wound. I've heard stories. A group mingling with refugees, knowingly spreading a plague. People carrying parasites into enemy camps, sometimes inside their bodies. It's easier to hide symptoms when you're bearing injuries." "I understand that," Gordon said. "If you let us talk to your superior." I banged my head against the door of the coach yet again. "Make him feel impotent, why don't you?" "Ahem. I'll be able to put those doubts to rest," Gordon finished. "Or infect a superior officer," the Spec 3 said. "We're more than happy to submit to quarantine procedures." I banged my head for a 3rd time. "Shut up, SY. Gordon called out, then resumed, "If you'd just let us talk to someone in charge. We'll keep a safe distance." The man made a sound, then said, "I don't think. Sir. I'll be blunt. Brigadier Ernest Tyler is expecting to hear from us. I've corresponded with him. I know your fellow soldiers have been doing more prep, things are changing around, there's an energy in the air, and fear is a part of it. The G2s know it deep down, even if the people at the top haven't said anything. The Brigadier is preparing to mount an attack, he's just waiting for the signal. This is the signal." "That's not," the man started, then he changed his mind. "There's no guarantee. Weaker footing." Gordon verbally bludgeoned his way through. "We were forced to act early. He's going to be forced to move before he's entirely ready. He won't be happy, not with us, not with the situation, and if you happen to be interfering with us and interfering with his situation, that unhappiness is going to land directly at your feet." He let the words hang in the air. "Sir," Gordon belatedly added, with that perfect measure of confidence that was so hard to call him on or slap down. I closed my eyes, forehead resting against the frame of the window, listening. "You go." I'll watch this group. She'll need to come too, Gordon said. No doubt indicating Shipman. She knows the more technical details. We'll need everyone to debrief, but we can give the brigadier the immediate particulars. Go, the man said, not sounding happy. Yes, sir, Gordon said. This time he said it with a jaunty tone. Rubbing it in. He wasn't above his moments of childishness. I grinned. I stuck my head out through the window, saw Gordon and Shipman marching the rest of the way up to the front gate of Westmore. I pulled the window down from overhead, with flecks of water splashing inside as the latch clicked. Lillian climbed inside too, the door slamming shut. The coach rocked. A wait on one side, then the other. That would be the Spec 3, taking a seat on the driver's bench. Not to take us anywhere, but just to sit. A moment later, my door opened, startling me. Mary climbed inside. She was wearing fairly simple clothes, but she had a habit of dressing up a little. A thin belt with a buckle to draw the waist in, lace-trimmed ribbons in her hair, only one ribbon today, and lace at the bottom of her dress skirt. I knew she did her own sewing, to supplement what she was given. As a covered agent, having tells was not a good thing. As a girl, the touches defined her. She wore a coat, but it didn't protect the lower half of her dress. The fabric clung to her knees and thighs, and only a second layer of fabric hid the outlines of the knives at her upper thigh. At the knee, the parts where the fabric was white and wet were see-through. We'd been traveling for a stretch, and I suspected she'd had her hood down for some of it, because her hair was wet, and so were her shoulders. I could see the straps of her underclothing and the tan of her flesh at the shoulders and arms. Raindrops still beaded her throat, parts of her face and the parts of her leg that weren't covered by boot or dress. Her knees were white, compared to the rest of her. A lot of time in the market, more indirect sunlight peering through the clouds now and then than any direct sunlight, but it added up. She was oddly prone to tan, either way. She grabbed one portion of her dress, pulling it out to the side and inadvertently showing off more of her legs as she wrung the fabric dry, water spilling out onto the floor of the coach. I looked up, and she was staring at me. She let go of the wrung-out cloth, and it fell roughly into place, still bearing the wrinkles of being twisted in a way that higher-quality cloth might not. Mary, Lillian said, her voice cutting into the stillness. Mary turned, dropping onto the bench with a bit of a flounce. Her damp dress did its best to flounce with her, and more or less failed, falling limp around her knees. The coach driver? Lillian asked. I told him to turn to leave the city. He didn't want to. He was nice. He was a member of the uprising, I said. He gave injured children a ride to the hospital, at no cost to himself, Lillian said, sounding genuinely upset at my interjection. She turned back to Mary. Did he? We rode over his knee and ankle, Mary said. He's alive. Lillian exhaled in audible relief. You wimp, Mary said. Lillian smiled, but she didn't argue. She'd been holding that little nugget of worry in for the entire ride to Westmore. He'll wish he wasn't when Shipman's spiders get to him, I commented. Lillian stared at me in horror. What? Were you pretending that this was all nice and sweet? I grinned. There's something seriously wrong with you, Lillian said. You're a jerk, Jamie mumbled. I shook my head. Mary was sitting opposite me, still soaking wet, and there was a definite twinkle in her eye as she met mine. Sorry, I told her. About the plan. She shrugged. Nothing we could do. I filled the others in, but you were driving the coach and I wasn't up to climbing out to join you, I said. 4 or 5 assassins came after us. We got one. There are still 3 or 4 to take into account. She nodded. Enhanced smell, enhanced eyesight, enhanced touch, I'm not sure how that works, and enhanced hearing. There might be taste, or another sense. Seeing those teeth, Jamie murmured, his eyes closed, might be wrapping up smell and taste into one sense. Mary smiled. I want to meet them. You don't, Jamie said. I definitely do. You might get a chance. It depends on whether Gordon sells us up the river and agrees to something like that stupid quarantine measure that came up just now. He didn't really expect the spec dog to take him up on that, Mary said. I know, I said, but if that man was a little smarter and if he realized what Gordon was doing, then he might just agree, to put Gordon in a tight spot. Mary said. She began to wring out her hair. Some of the water ran down her arms, and droplets landed on her stomach and on spots which were still dry. The droplets sank into the thin cloth and spread out in widening circles. But he was right. I think he had the right sense of things. I sighed. Yeah. Probably. Mary turned, abrupt. Lillian. Do you have a comb? With my belongings, in the back compartment. Nothing in that massive bag of yours. Lillian shook her head. Jamie. Mary asked. I use my fingers, most of the time. You're such a boy. Jamie didn't react, motionless. I suspected any movement hurt, with his condition. Try Helen, I said, leaning forward to look past Jamie, one hand on my side. Helen was draped over the bench, her head resting at an awkward angle at Jamie's thigh. Her blonde hair was still gritty past a certain length, from crawling in the mud. She's sleeping, Lillian observed. It's okay, Mary said. Someone else might have thought she meant the comb wasn't important, but Mary had come to be a part of the team, she'd shared more rooms with Helen than any of us. She's fine, I clarified. I moved over, half draping myself over Jamie to touch Helen. I poked her in the forehead, hard. No moan, no restless shift. Her eyes flicked open, already focused on me. Comb, I said. She rolled a bit to one side, reaching into a pocket, then raised a hand, holding a very elegant-looking comb. She handed it to Lillian as Lillian reached forward, then dropped her arm, eyes flicking shut. Asleep again, just like that. Lillian scooted over, and Mary half turned so her back was to Lillian. A very automatic process, without any offers or asking. As if it was just assumed that Lillian would do Mary's hair. A month or two back, I'd been at a store and I'd picked up a little rose-colored book, no thicker than my finger, titled Stories for Girls. I'd paged through it out of sheer curiosity. Not because I had any interest in girls in any special way, but because I'd been wanting some insight into how girls thought and how they were different. I'd been disappointed somehow, and my inability to put my finger on why had annoyed me more than anything. It wasn't even a big or important sort of disappointment. The fact that I'd remembered that moment while watching Lillian taking care of Mary in the here and now made me feel like I was a little closer to figuring it out, except I hadn't, and it just made the annoyance well up all over again. I could recall Jamie and Helen nettling me about girls and things, and I could imagine how they'd very wrongly interpret my line of thinking and felt even more annoyed. I shifted position and punched Jamie in the arm. Ow. Damn it, SY. What was that even for? He asked. I don't know, I said. He grumbled, but he didn't have much fight in him. Mary and Lillian were watching me out of the corners of their eye. Sorry, I finally said. Why should be, he mumbled. There wasn't much conversation. Jamie and Helen weren't up to much except resting. Mary had her eyes closed, head rocking in time with the strokes of the comb, head periodically jerking when Lillian found a snarl, though she didn't seem to mind. I watched them. Lillian asked about the pain, I answered. Mary made some general comments about the runs she'd done to deposit the boxes of spiders, and that sort of died off as she dropped into an almost meditative state, her hair being brushed. Oi! Gordon's voice was faint, and muffled by the walls of the coach. And he's back, Jamie observed. We collectively roused, Helen sitting up, Lillian and Mary shifting position. I opened the door to step outside, flipping my hood up. We're in, Gordon called out, still too far away to be heard with a normal volume. He closed the rest of the distance, then reached up to hand the Spec 3 a note. The others finished climbing out as the man read it over. Gordon, Shipman whispered, tugging on Gordon's sleeve. SHH, the Spec 3 made the shushing sound. Do you see? She asked. See what? Gordon asked. SHH, the Spec 3 shushed them again. Oh. Gordon said, louder. Oh. I had to step around to Gordon's side to see. As I did, the man on the bench of the coach looked up, staring down at us. He'd refreshed his cigarette since I'd last had a look at him. He followed our line of sight, down to his pants leg, which was torn, with a trace amount of blood collecting at the base of his boot. His leg jerked, and in that motion, he realized what had really happened. The flesh of his legs had been joined, a ragged strip cut away, attached to the other leg. What? What's the what? He jerked more frantically, cigarette falling to the base of the bench. Don't tear it, Shipman said, don't careful. As the man struggled, one of the spiders from Whitney moved off to one side, away from the flailing legs. Once two legs, they were now functionally one. The Spec 3 saw the thing and twisted, pulling out his gun. Don't. Gordon said, you'll spook the horses. Even the raising of his voice and the frantic movements of the man on the bench were making them agitated. Shipman circled around the horses, while Mary climbed up beside the man. Before Mary could deal with the spider, he brought both feet up, then slammed them down, partially crushing the thing. Shipman didn't seem to mind. She reached out and grabbed it, fingers between individual legs, and flicked it in Gordon's general direction with a movement of the wrist. She put her hands on the man's shoulders, and Mary put a hand on one knee, and he stopped struggling. It's okay. One of the spiders must have gotten onto the coach, she said. What the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't even feel. Specialized anesthetic and very standard coagulants, she said. It dulls your sense of touch, makes you feel like the limb is asleep, it cuts out partial sections with the incisors and stitches them to adjoining parts with its own silk and its forelimbs. Even if it had a few days with you, it probably wouldn't kill you. It's just for the psychological effect. The fuck? I think he's psychologically affected, I thought to myself. I bit my tongue rather than offering the comment out loud. You'll be fine, she said. It's a very easy fix. They just need to cut the spider's sutures and put the skin back where it belongs. There won't even be scars. The fuck, the man said, staring down at his bound ankles. Just his ankles, it seemed, now that I was looking closer. Do you think we can get the coach around the sandbag emplacement? Gordon asked. I was eyeballing it, but... We can scooch by, Mary said. We'll have to, since our guest here isn't mobile. Gordon nodded. You want to, or should I? Mary smiled, putting a hand to one horse's neck. It flinched, then relaxed as she gave it a few rubs. I can. The rest of us climbed back in, or partially climbed in. I stayed at the outside, one hand on a bar just beside the door, my foot on the step below. I saw through the window as Sourpuss Shipman showed more energy and excitement in 2 seconds than I'd seen out of her in the entire time I'd known her, bouncing in the spot and putting an arm around Gordon. It works, she was saying, going by the movements of her lips. My hood flew back as the coach lurched forward, and I didn't fix it. Things rocked left and right as the coach scraped the cliff wall to the right and the sandbags to the left. The Stitch that hadn't accompanied the Spectre were still standing watch, and their heads turned, dull eyes watching us. Not nearly so well made as Frey's Wendy had been. They were intended to do only one thing: follow orders. The man who was supposed to give the orders wasn't with them. I hoped that Westmore wasn't attacked in the time it took a replacement to walk down and join them. Westmore was a city that had been built in wartime. Obvious enough. Walls, gate, defensive emplacements, and buildings that had been made solid, helped by an excess of material from nearby mines in the mountains and hills. Every building had a gutter around it, redirecting the water. Here and there, collections of debris and leaves blocked the way, or enough water had backed up to lift a collection free, and a grouping of brown-black detritus was scurrying along at the base of a building like some decaying, leafy version of a rodent. It was a contrast to Whitney. Where Whitney had been a sprawl, too many people crammed into one space, Westmore was organized. Even at rest, people were in squads. Working, they were in formation. Everyone matched, with only slight variations in facial features, stature, and hair color. The Stitched were corralled, in strict rows and columns, their belongings at their feet, guns at their sides, butts on the ground, hands on the barrels. In Stitched alone, Westmore had twice as many soldiers as its little sister at the base of the mountains had in regular rank and file. It easily matched Whitney's number in human troops, and Whitney's soldiers weren't, for the most part, even experienced in fighting, as this group looked to be. The ensuing conflict would be the enemy's first. Every set of eyes, the Stitched included, watched us as we rolled down the main street, past neat stacks and wagon loads of supplies. On the other side of our vehicle, Gordon was doing the same thing I was. He gave Mary a verbal direction, guiding her to our destination. We passed a barn, and I saw inside. There was something unnatural within, 4 eyes reflecting light, a deep scar running down its face, horns bigger than I was scraping the floor of the stable. A war beast. Some academy student's final project for their 4th year of study, probably. His reputation would hinge on how well it did. There were others. Like everything else, the creatures were neatly organized, kept in their own discreet places. Weapons from some of the academy's brightest. What are you thinking? Mary asked me. She sat above me, looking down over her shoulder at me. I could see the brigadier waiting for us at the end of the street, standing under a set of eaves. An older man, with a beard and no mustache, wearing a uniform without a hood, a stylized helmet on his head. Unlike my feeling from earlier, I could put my finger on this one. Something about the man, and all the little details put together. That prey instinct that had come up in my first interactions with Mary, an awareness that came from countless clues the subconscious registered that the consciousness didn't. Why does it feel like, if things go on as planned, we're going to lose this battle? Excuse me, the Spectre who was on the bench asked, indignant. I don't know, Mary answered my question. But it does feel that way, doesn't it? Esprit de Corps 5.8. The Stitched gave each of us a pat down. I bit my cheek rather than protest at the pain as clumsy hands prodded my side. It wasn't worth it, the Stitched wouldn't care, and I didn't want to seem weak, when we already had 2 members down. The older man, now with his helmet doffed, was studying us. Jamie and Helen were looking less than stellar, even with their injuries looked after. I could put on a brave face. It would be easier, Mary started. She made a face as the Stitched pulled a knife out from her belt line. If you'd let me remove the knives myself. Or I can tell you where they all are. The Stitched didn't react or respond, and the brigadier didn't give the order. We waited in silence while it found 8 more knives, each belted around Mary's upper thighs. It gave her a quick pat down, then stood straight. If I may, Mary said. She reached up and pulled a long, thin knife out from the thickest part of her hair. More a needle than a blade. She raised one foot up, bracing calf against knee, and pulled another knife free of the heel of her shoe with a bit of a jerk. Rather than a handle, it had a T-shaped configuration, more a knife that was punched with and thrust. A matching knife came out of the other shoe. She deposited 2 more, another punching knife from behind her belt buckle, and one with fluid in a reservoir in the handle from behind her back. Finally, she provided the garrote wire that had been curled around her body, hidden on the other side of her belt. Absolutely, utterly unnecessary. She could have kept the items on her person and lost nothing for it, but I suspected she wanted to make a point. We'll have to teach them to do better, the brigadier observed. Yes sir, Mary said. The brigadier was old, a caricature of a man with a puffed-out chest, bedecked in a uniform jacket, with tight leggings beneath, making it seem like his upper body was meant for a different lower body than the one he had. He had kind eyes, as he appraised us. I instantly disliked him. He looked at the man who still sat on the bench of the coach, his ankles bound. The man looked deeply uncomfortable and embarrassed. See that specialist Timothy gets care. Patrick, see that you're Stitched, search the vehicle for more spiders. Lambs, you can come inside, he said. We'll talk. We passed through the doors, joined by the Stitched guards. Formation seemed to have been ingrained into them. As we moved 2 by 2, the Stitched did as well, 2 between Jamie and I and Mary and Lillian, and 2 at the rear. Past the doors was a coat room, and we quickly removed our things. Adult-sized shoes were on the floor. The brigadier paused, taking in the shoes, examining us and our feet, then said, if you wouldn't mind carrying on the rest of the way in socks and stockings. Dutifully, we peeled off our raincoats and boots. I stepped onto the wooden floor beyond the coat room, lifted up one foot, and saw a muddy print. The grime and the wet had soaked into my boots. My socks were just as dirty as the solace of my boots, if not dirtier. I peeled off my wet socks and progressed barefoot, which was only slightly better. The brigadier had chosen a lodge as his base of operations. It was one of the largest buildings, one of the sturdiest, and I suspected that had little to nothing to do with his choice. The exterior was stone and mortar, up to a point that was just over the top of my head, with logs extending up the rest of the way. The roof had a tree growing across it, augmented building, and swept up at an angle, the lowest point just over the front door, the highest point of the roof at the far end, where a chimney speared up from a stone fireplace cum stove. It looked like a bedroom and bathroom were to either side of the coat room, tucked in at the front. The remainder was an open living space, with tables surrounded by nice chairs and a couch. A desk was positioned near the fireplace, and the only piece of furniture that didn't match the decor had been placed opposite the desk, a heavy table. A stitched boy was feeding the fire. No older than I was. Probably the brigadier's personal servant. He looked like he'd been around for a while, stitched with actual stitches. The brigadier was a man who liked his comforts. A candle burned above the desk, and a glass held ice but no drink. If I smelled him, I could smell a trace of drink, but not the sour tang of an alcoholic. As the boy and his style of dress suggested, he was a man who took care of things. Hard to read, when it came to this situation. He was so wrapped up in himself that I couldn't get a good sense of who he was as a strategist. Maybe that was a hint unto itself. We walked all the way to the end of the room, passing the area that served as a sitting room or a tea room, where books and maps were laid out. The wood of the floor got progressively warmer as we approached the fireplace. By the time we reached the end, it was hot enough to be on the cusp of uncomfortable. I glanced over the table opposite the desk, and saw far more maps, as well as various letters. Pens were scattered here and there. He took a seat at the desk. If the injured feel the need to sit, you could take one of the chairs behind you and turn it around. Jamie did. He dropped his backpack on the floor by the chair. Helen remained where she was. I did, too. Whitney is under attack, then, the brigadier said. Yes sir, Gordon said. We moved too soon. We hoped they would be active late at night, when the majority of people were deep asleep, and we hoped there would be more. Enough that their first few attempts to eradicate the spiders would fail. But you were nearly ready. You said as much in a recent missive. Not that close. Account for the fact that they'll respond faster in the daytime, it won't be enough. I'd say we have less than a day before the window of opportunity closes, Gordon said. I think you're underestimating what that kind of psychological warfare will accomplish, the brigadier said. We're well versed in that kind of warfare, we've dealt with experts in it for as long as we've been working together, Gordon said. Which obviously isn't that long, the brigadier said. Not to belittle what you do, of course. Of course, Gordon said. Only those who knew Gordon would be aware of the subtle change of tone, or the hints that he was working just a little too hard to keep his words carefully crafted. They'll break, the brigadier said. It'll put them on their heels. People will leave Whitney, too afraid of a repeat performance. Sir, I said. It's more complicated than that. Of course it is, he said, in a laughing tone. There are always nuances and complications. This is war. Brigadier Ernest Tyler lifted his glass, drinking the water from the melted ice, then opened a drawer to retrieve a bottle of what might have been scotch. He tipped it into the glass. He saw us watching, and he smiled. The ice is a travesty, I know, but I allow it because it goes so well with the heat of the fire. I'd offer you drinks, to thank you for your hard work, but... He gestured, a kind of up-down motion. But we're too short. I asked, feigning confusion. Jamie elbowed me from the left, and Mary kicked my leg. It hurt more than if she'd been wearing her shoes. Somehow. It's fine, sir, Helen said. Two of us can't even drink, and I can't even enjoy it in the same ways, myself. Strange group, the man said. He was barely drinking what he'd poured for himself. One sip. A gesture of power? Habit? I watched and waited for him to take another sip. The moment he did, I opened my mouth, knowing he couldn't cut me off without sputtering. Sir, I said, in all seriousness, what I was saying before, about complications. They're more prepared than you may be giving them credit for. He swallowed, stayed like that, glass in hand, then set it down. How so? 3 or 4 assassins, skilled, each augmented. One of them was an uncanny shot with a rifle from about a kilometer away. He raised his eyebrows and nodded. They're confident. They know the resources you have to bear, they have countermeasures in place. They have resources, some ace up their sleeve that we weren't able to uncover before we had to flee the assassins. They think they're going to win this. Then they're idiots, the brigadier said. We outnumber them threefold. Virtually every soldier they have has a gun they've nicknamed the Exorcist. Designed to put down stitched and augmented creatures. Not a concern. I've led armies in battle. I've even managed situations like this. A fortified position, and insurgent groups with numbers on their side. Those numbers swiftly dwindle at the first hint of defeat. You've delivered that, and I'll see that you get medals for it. Mary reached out and took my hand. I squeezed it. The look she gave me out of the corner of her eye was one of worry. The hand holding was for reassurance, not for some desire to celebrate the recognition and the victory. Yet, that feeling we'd had was getting worse. There were scientists. Ex-academy. This isn't rabble, sir, I said. They have knowledge they can bring to bear. Experiments of their own. Who? Louis Peralta, Jamie said. He specialized in pain. Leopold Pock, produced modified, vat-grown humans, of a different type than the assassins we encountered. Edwin Grawl, John Durant, Christina Wilder, Ian Roy, Wesley Vass. I get the picture, the brigadier said. How many total? 11. The man nodded, rubbing his beard. At a certain point, it becomes academic. Assuming the guns are twice as effective as the norm, the experiment's all academy class, they still have to reach us before they can take action. Reach us, sir? Gordon asked. They're mounting an attack against an entrenched position. We have a number of tools at our disposal, and we can frustrate their efforts. Trust me when I say this, war is a psychological game. Once they realize the cost of attacking, on top of your clever work with the spiders, their numbers will dwindle. Without the support of the group, their hired scholars will drop away as well. There will be nobody to hold the guns you've mentioned. You don't intend to attack, Mary said, the disappointment and disbelief clear in her voice. You want to stay, fight from a defensive standpoint. Exactly so, the man said, smiling. Why? She asked. She didn't even try to hide the accusatory tone. I squeezed her hand, a warning. How refreshing, the old man said. I'm not usually made to explain myself. I'm sorry, sir. He waved a hand. I always firmly believed that every person in a position of power should have to explain their rationale. Your name, if you don't mind. Mary. Who are we fighting against, Mary? Insurgents. Yes. Rebels, revolutionaries, insurgents. But who makes up the bulk of their number? Mary took a second, then connected the dots. The Crown's people. Assume we fought every fight by wiping out the enemy. What would happen after? The Academy would suffer, the Crown would suffer. There would be long-lasting repercussions. Resentment, hatred. If we can minimize the losses on both sides, and still break their stride, if we do it with care, then we could very well leave them feeling thankful that we were as merciful as we were. Yes, sir, Mary said. I wondered if the higher UPS at Radham were laughing. Hale had made a gambit, sending us here. He'd believed we could be useful. Had someone with experience with the Crown's military allowed him to do just that, knowing just what we'd have to deal with? There wasn't a lamb present, I knew, who wasn't filled to the brim with frustration. We'd gathered information, we'd positioned ourselves, we'd set up a trap that would lay them low enough that an army could sweep over them without much contest, and here we were. I looked either way, down the line of lambs. Lillian, at the far left end, was staring down at the floor. Her neck was rigid enough I wondered if she'd start trembling. The others weren't much better. So very little gained. He wasn't paying attention to the information. Lillian and Shipman's notes on how far along they were in terms of knowing about the Academy were effectively being ignored, as was Jamie's information on the local threats, and my details on the assassins. The spiders were a good ploy. I'm glad I extended you the trust and signed off on it. Tell me, what's next for you? If you want it, I'd be happy to extend you some freedom. Freedom, sir? Gordon asked. I imagine the Academy keeps you busy. If you'd like, I can tell them I have need of you, and keep you for a few days. It's a little drab here, mines and lodges, a lot of damnable rain, but you could rest and recuperate. Gordon glanced at the rest of us, then said, speaking for all of us, sir, the offer is appreciated. Excellent. But I think we'd prefer to be useful, if you don't mind my saying so. Those of us who aren't injured. The man nodded. Any particular duties you have in mind? Something pertaining to the upcoming situation, sir? Nothing to be had but turns at the watch, and trust me when I say you don't want that task. It's a punishment detail. Yes sir, Gordon said. Let me get back to you on that tomorrow, then, the man asked. It's getting later in the day. Recuperate, take a well-earned rest. You'll be staying in the miners' camp. Nicer place to stay than you'd think. Some officers and specialists there, but you'll have enough space that you shouldn't want for privacy. He was the first person I'd met who could take the lambs in stride at first meeting, recognizing what we were and how we operated. Gordon's letters might have helped with that. He was also gentle, and not above treating us with kindness. That he'd actually considered offering us drinks said a lot. There was no deception at all in what he was saying. He believed it all, deep down. That veteranship of experience had layered and ingrained it all into him. A very rare species, no doubt a grandfather, and a veteran of the Academy's wars, his experiences mingling into someone who actually almost understood us. I could count the number of people who fit that label with 3 fingers. Hale was the first. This man was the third. Yet, in my frustration, there was nothing I wanted to do than jam my thumbs into the orbs of his eyes and hear him scream. Because he was too kind in expression as he looked down on us, because I was sure I saw a glimmer of pity that came from a place of actual understanding. It was a surprisingly violent line of thought, even for me. We'd been dismissed. The others were already turning to go. I hadn't turned, and I still held Mary's hand, so she hadn't gone either. Sir, I said. Yes. Do you mind mentioning your name, while we're talking? Sylvester. He nodded. I took that as my cue to continue. If you're really grateful about what we've done. I am, Sylvester. Then I'd like to maintain a responsibility, in the meantime. I'd need a bit of help. I want to do some patrol rounds around Westmore, personally. It's bigger than it looks, you know. It worms between hills and mountains. I know, sir. What help do you need? We're each carrying silver badges. They have the Radham emblem on them, I said. I fished mine out of my pocket. Would you pass on word to your soldiers, that we can go where we need to and make minor requests? He considered. If it were to fall into an enemy's hands. There aren't any children among them, as far as we know, I said. He rubbed his beard, musing. Why, then? We have the patrols covered. Because they hired assassins. As we mentioned earlier, there are 3 or 4, I said. I paused for effect. I wished this would sink in, convince him that this was a different sort of battle, that the enemy was smarter. I doubt they hired assassins to keep them in Whitney. If you deem it necessary, then I'll spread the word down the chain of command. You're free to go where you need to, and to make minor orders. I nodded. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sylvester. I had the vivid mental image of the eye piercing and screaming again. Mary let go of my hand to head to the coat room, leaving me behind. I turned and crossed the length of the Brigadier's lodge to join the others, who were flanked on either side by the Stitched who had come into the door, now standing on either side of the coat room. I ignored the discarded socks, depositing them into the raincoat pocket, and simply slipped my feet into my boots. There were tiny rocks in there with the silty mud, but it was far from the most irritating thing to happen today. Among the lambs, there was an odd kind of rush to get out the door and get away. We covered a lot of ground before we were far enough away from the Brigadier's men to talk. Why? Mary asked, sounding genuinely lost. Because the Academy doesn't lose wars, I said. That doesn't make any sense, Mary told me. It makes all the sense in the world, Gordon said. He's never lost a war. He could lose this battle, sure. He could lose the next 5. But if the dust settles and he's alive, which he probably will be, then what can the Academy say? The failure is theirs, not his. Mary made a fist, then moved like she was going to punch a wall. She stopped just short. A moment later, Lillian slammed the side of her fist into the wall, a few feet from Mary's. She waggled it, wincing in pain, looking like she'd regretted the gesture. You really hated that school, hey? I observed. I thought hitting things was supposed to help relieve anger, Lillian said. Ow. It doesn't, I said. Lillian made a face. I need to teach you how to throw a punch, Mary observed. Don't make me feel worse, Lillian muttered. It was getting dark, the rain was coming down hard. It's about risk and reward, I said. Going back to our earlier topic, not hitting things. Attacking Whitney is a risk. His career, life, and control of the situation come into jeopardy. The words weren't helping with the general aura of frustration that seemed to linger. Only Helen and Shipman seemed able to handle it. Shipman had a few years of maturity and probably some experience in seeing her hard work thrown away. Helen might not even experience frustration in the same way we did. We could have stood there in the rain for hours, kicking at the mud with our toes and grumbling. It was Gordon who got us moving. We might be arguing about nothing at all, if the man is right. He's not, I pointed out. He's missing just how angry and dedicated our opposition is. They won't break as easily as he thinks. S.Y., Gordon said, sounding exasperated. Gordon, I replied, mimicking his tone. I'm not arguing with you. I'm inclined to agree. But there's nothing we can do about it. Let's go see where we're staying, he said. Get our wounded looked after. Yourself included, S.Y. I wasn't going to say anything, I lied. You were, he said. He paused. The patrols. No ulterior motives, I said. I just didn't want to get cooped up. No. Wasn't going to ask about that. Was just going to ask, do you mind if any of us come with you? You want to patrol, I said. Yeah. And from the looks of it, Helen and Mary do too. Mary smiled. We'll make a thing of it. Go in pairs, maybe. We've been split up for too long, doing our individual things, be nice to talk. A shout. The crack of a dozen rifles firing. Another shout, ordering a reload. A violent explosion, screams. It was so dark we couldn't see, except when the explosions lit things up. The dead of night. Gordon and I were on the wall overlooking the sloped, waterlogged road that led down through the mountains to Whitney. We peered over the top, watching the scene unfold. From atop the wall, an entire regiment's worth of rifles fired. Bullets weren't weightless. They dropped as they traveled. Having the high ground counted for something, I imagined. Not that I was much of a fighter, or an expert on guns. I watched as a series of explosions ripped out. Something was coming up the path. Stitched, but big, not all human. It probably had a short lifespan. But it wasn't intended to live out an extended life of servitude. It was about shock, awe, and giving our side a reason to doubt, if only for a minute. It was holding a modified cannon in its arms. It nearly fell as the cannon fired. The collision shook the wall. I could hear stones from the wall falling to the road below. Gordon and I had been mid-patrol when the alert was sounded. Now we watched. Westmore's Stitched were firing in barrages. I watched them, saw another flash of light as an explosion occurred further down the road, the scene highlighted in oranges and reds. Another explosion. The group of Stitched was one fewer. It took me a second to spot why. Head down. I shouted in Gordon's ear. Louder than was necessary, maybe. The explosions and gunfire was making my ears ring. He ducked down with me, a quizzical look on his face. The rifleman with the eyes, the same one who shot me. He's picking off the commanders of the stitched squads. Tell someone. I looked at the scene. Just when I spotted a person who looked like he was in charge, he turned, walking the other direction, gesturing. A group of specialists in a nearby building opened a cage. The thing that came out was a dog without a head. The stump was an open void, and tendrils spilled out and peeled back over the dog's body, streaming behind it as it ran. Sharp whistles directed it, 2 for left, 1 for right, volume guiding it. It went over the top of the wall, pouncing. I heard gunshots, listened, trying to identify the rifleman's. Knowing the dog would be taking the man's focus, I dared a look over the top. There was a crowd at the end of the road, approaching with makeshift shields up to cover them. They'd reached the collection of sandbags furthest down the road, the same one that the poor sod that had gotten his legs stitched together had come from. It became cover for them. I imagined someone was supposed to keep that from happening, but the people who were supposed to make the call were getting picked off. The tendril dog was limping forward, momentum broken. Stitched were dying in droves. They were supposed to take a half-dozen bullets before going down. They were taking 1 or 2 at most. The exorcist rifles were doing their job. Gordon pulled on my shoulder, and I ducked down. He gestured, and I gestured back. We descended the stairs at our side of the wall, back to the ground level. A gun was briefly trained on us, before we were recognized. We had to cross the length of the street before the sounds on the far side of the wall grew muffled enough that we could talk. I spoke, looking at the forces massed on our side of the wall. They need to sound a retreat. No retreat, Gordon said. They won't. They can't. It's only a half-dozen men out there who die, and a lot of stitched. If they open the gate, there's no guarantee they'll be able to close it. I shook my head. They won't get through, Gordon said. Not tonight. Probably not tonight. This was them saying they're here. They're angry, they haven't given up. Someone in charge probably stirred them up. People who weren't committed to the fight picked up guns, even. Maybe, Gordon said. SY. I want to ask everyone, but since you saw, I'll ask you first. We were getting further away from the site of the battle, the volume was dying down, and the horrible ringing in my ears seemed to be getting louder in comparison. Ask what? I told him. Do you think he'll change his mind? No, I said, without missing a beat. He'll adapt his strategy, he'll make an excuse. That they expended resources. They'll be weaker on subsequent attempts, Gordon said. Something like that. You were thinking the same thing? That he'd say no. Gordon nodded. I had a funny feeling about the way he was acting, which was strange. Gordon wasn't a guy I usually devoted a lot of brain power to figuring out, and now I'd done it twice in recent memory. Thrice if I counted Frey. Okay, I was lying. 1,600,002 times, if I counted Frey. But the strange mood in the market, how he'd been oddly out of sorts and avoiding the heavy lifting when I'd seen him earlier in the day, and how this. Why does the group need to make a collective call about what the brigadier is doing? I asked. It would have to be important, for you to ask for something like that. Except I already knew the answer. The look in Gordon's eyes, faint as it was with only the street lamp to go by, was telling enough. He knew I'd figured it out. Right, I said. It might be hard to convince some of the others. You think? Treason is typically pretty hard to sell, I told him. Esprit de Corps 5.9. Mary was finishing her trip around the perimeter when we caught up with her. The sounds of shells and gunfire in the background were joined by a singular, high screech. No SI, Mary started to say, before the sharp crack of an explosion stopped her. She winced. No sign of the assassins. One was on the battlefield, Gordon said. Size gunman. Why is he mine? I don't want him. I protested. Mary's eyes had lit up with anticipation at Gordon's statement, however. The others have to be close. We'll do what we can, Gordon said. He frowned. We need to talk. And not about them. They're an issue, Mary said, insistent. And here is the point that marks the difference between Gordon and Mary, I mused. Gordon was flexible, he was well-rounded enough to adapt. Mary's focus had been honed to a point. She was wired to go after an enemy. Her parents, as it were, but even so. Dangerous enemy, I agreed. I can attest. Yes, she said. A rolling rumble, like thunder, marked the collapse of a part of the mountainside, cliff, or road. My heart was racing, just hearing it all. But all the talking in the world won't uncover more about them, I said. We'll keep an eye out, work under the assumption they're here, but there's something more complicated we need to discuss. The assassins are only a small part of the big picture. They nearly killed you, she said. You want to ignore that. The gunfire in the background was incessant. It didn't help that, as we walked beneath eaves as a trio, I would occasionally get a fat sucker of a raindrop dropping down with considerable force. Just enough of a tap that a small part of me thought I'd been shot again. No, Mary, I told her. I sighed a little. What do you want to do? What are you thinking would be best, for the Lamb's plan of action? We go after them. Lay a trap, take them out. Lay a trap how? I asked. I was on the attack now, in a manner of speaking. They could come after us or any of the superior officers. It's pretty clear they have enhanced awareness on a lot of fronts. That's a hard trap to lay. You're good at thinking outside the box, she said. This is doable. Maybe doable. Probably. But doable doesn't mean we should do it. But. And thinking outside the box is only doable if there is a box and if I know what the box is and how it works, I said. There a box I don't know. You're making less sense as you go along, Gordon said. I'm injured, I pointed out. Which would be a great excuse if you got shot in the brain, Mary told me, with a very unimpressed tone. Even as we talked, she was scanning the surroundings, watching the darker parts of the street. She was itching to go up against this new enemy. Size right. It doesn't make sense, Gordon said. Mary shifted position, impatient, annoyed. If we let this slide, Mary said, halting as the noise in the background reached a crescendo, if I just don't want this mission to be stillborn like this. I want a win, That, I seized on the opportunity, is exactly what we hoped to talk about. Gordon nodded. Mary was paying attention now, even if her eyes didn't show it. She was still looking out for trouble. But her hands weren't clenched and scrunchy. The little lines that tended to appear between her eyebrows and on the bridge of her nose when she was upset weren't as pronounced. Even as we stepped out of the way of the streetlight and into darkness, her silhouette had changed in how poised it was. She'd been coiled like a spring, ready to pounce or react, and now she wasn't. Not as much, anyway. You're being sly, she said, wary but interested. Gordon too. This is more Gordon than me, I said. I said it because it was true. It was Gordon's plan. But also because Mary was more likely to listen to Gordon than to me. She was closer to me, I felt, but she was more likely to listen to Gordon. Gordon cleared his throat. Mary fixed her attention on him. The pair slowed to a stop, and I realized Gordon had a hand on Mary's shoulder. He wanted her full attention. I walked a bit forward, the two of them behind me. Taking over Mary's watch, so to speak. Looking out for trouble. Behind me, Gordon asked, do you agree with the Brigadier? No, Mary said. SY told me you didn't have high expectations about how this would turn out, even before we talked to the man. I don't feel the killer instinct, she said. We talked about this after leaving the meeting, but I was thinking about it. They hate us. Their side is angry, they have a cause. This side, I don't know how much they really want to fight. I'm asking, Gordon said. Because if it came down to it, and the Brigadier exited the picture, but we found ourselves in a position to win this battle. Mary made a sudden movement, and I turned to get a better look. A hand to her mouth. Connecting the dots. The sound of explosions drowned out the start of Gordon's statement. Men came running down the street, a crew of stitched following them. I glanced over them as they passed under the light, looking for the unique facial features of the assassins. Would you be? Gordon asked. Not very, Mary said. There were two ways that could be taken, without context. I wished I'd heard how Gordon had framed it. But I saw Gordon's shoulders relax. His hand dropped from where he'd been resting it on her shoulder, and the two of them walked to catch up with me a bit. Gordon looked pleased. It depends, though, Mary said. On execution. Doesn't it always? Gordon asked. Let's sound out the others before we start discussing particulars. Sure, Mary said. For the record, I said. I'm not entirely on board with this. I see where Gordon's coming from, I get it, but I have concerns. Gordon nodded. Gordon's the reckless one for once. Mary observed. You should have seen him when he was younger, I said. He was as bad as I was. Gordon chuckled. I wanted to learn the good stuff so very badly, and they wouldn't teach it to me. SY Tony'd on and the two of us would take off. Every day. They'd find new ways to lock us in or station new guards, SY, and I would compete to see who could get out and free the other one. I was very aware that our conversation and banter had taken on a lighter tone. It was a contrast to the ongoing fight that we could do so little about. The seriousness of what it was that Gordon wanted to do here. What Gordon's thinking, if he's thinking what I'm thinking he's thinking, I said, is. If you say thinking one more time I'm slapping you across the back of the head, Gordon warned me. Is going to put us in a risky position. We do this right, the Academy will let it slide. But if we pull the traitor move and we fail, we'll have to off the Brigadier and blame the assassins. Mary nodded somberly. I couldn't see in the dark, but I was suspicious that if I could, she'd be showing me a mischievous grin while maintaining a poker face on the other side, for Gordon's benefit. Okay, Gordon said. I know SY is joking. The sentence was cut off as a building detonated. Flame and flying bits of whatever erupted from a rooftop, halfway between us and the wall where the fighting had been happening. Bells were rung, people mobilized. Civilians this time, some in nightclothes. Putting out the fire. Wow, Mary said. If they keep that up. They won't, Gordon said. So far, the Academy's been seeing how well they can hold back the enemy with the minimum possible resources. But they won't let that go unanswered. There were calls and orders. Permissions given. Unleashing the monsters. I thought, as specialists stepped to the fore, joined by the scientists who were looking after the individual projects. Men pulled on chains, hauling experiments out of the enclosures where they had been contained. 3 were large, with the massive horns, thick hide, and shaggy fur. Nothing fancy, probably no special qualities. It kind of amazed me when I dwelt on it. Someone had played God, they had made an entirely new life, and they had done it for a grade, halfway through their academy education. Exercising the fundamentals. Give Lillian 2 more years and she might just put something like that together. Except she'd do it different. I would be deeply disappointed in her if she didn't learn something meaningful from all of our adventures. The gates swung open, and the creatures charged through. Each one was probably pretty darn close to being bulletproof. We picked up our pace as we moved further away from the site of the explosion. Can't think straight, this close to it all, I told myself. If this goes badly, it's going to cost us, I said. They've got Ashton Ledu or Yvette II in the works. I don't want them getting second thoughts about moving forward with that. They're not going to cancel a project they've already invested into, Gordon said. In wartime? I asked. War is the best excuse ever. Not just for scrapping projects or changing things up. Right, he said. Don't get me wrong. That guy pisses me off more than any enemy we've gone up against. I'd love to pull this one off, play it off like we haven't in a while, but... I have questions, Gordon. For me, specifically. Yet. Mary, look, since we're almost there, you maybe want to handle rounding up the others? With some officers and people in the building, it's a bad place to hold this conversation. I need to ask Gordon something. I hated to ask. I knew that Mary didn't like being left out. Her isolation had been the tool I'd used to get her away from Percy. We continued walking, and I felt a little nervous, between Mary's silence and Gordon's reaction to my earlier concerns. How long do you need, for your chat? Mary asked. Not long, I said. You don't have to dawdle. But don't rush to get everyone out the door either. All right, she said. I reached out and took her hand, giving it a squeeze. She smiled at me. We reached the house where we were staying, and Mary stepped inside. I gestured, and Gordon and I stepped away from the door, to the corner of the house. We stood under the eaves, streams of water coming down in front of us, like the vertical iron bars of a cell. Our backs were to the wall, and we watched the surroundings. Men were marching in the opposite direction from the gate that was under siege. The city of Westmore was laid out between mountains. It zigzagged more than it sprawled, and the various exits from the city were all mountain roads and paths, blocked off by sturdy gates much like the one at the front. It somehow made me think of Westmore as being weaker than it was strong. That the Academy had taken it by force only weeks ago suggested that it wasn't impregnable. Weakness. Gordon, I said. First thing I gotta ask. It's bugging me, and Mary probably knows the answer, but I gotta hear it from you. Ah, he said. He heaved out a sigh. I know it's a touchy subject, but, this morning. You were sitting on the wagon instead of helping out. You can tell me, straight up, if you were hurt in a very normal, conventional way, or lie to me and tell me you were, and I'll leave it be. But... I'm not going to lie to you, SY, he said. I felt my heart plummet. What happened, exactly? Phantom pains, he told me. Couldn't coordinate my fingers right. He lifted his hand. He touched his thumb to forefinger, middle finger, ring finger, then pinky, then did it back and forth, faster and faster. I swallowed. It's better now, he said. It was minor, when it happened. But it was a wake-up call. That things can go wrong. That maybe this is the very first step. I start breaking down, things start going wrong. Little things, and only for a short while each time, but the times get longer and the issues get bigger, and eventually, I dunno. I'm lying in a bed and nothing works or works together, and it all hurts, and the Academy decides it's too much trouble to keep the Griffin project alive. He was speaking in an artificially low voice. One that he tried on now and again as his voice steadily and smoothly changed. Burying emotion, doing what he could to control the words and keep them steady. Except at the very end, he was having to try more. He'd made it a question. I had the answers. He knew that. I could tell you what I know, I said. The projected outcomes. Timelines. But I think you'd resent me for telling you, after, when the sun was up and things were a little brighter. Because it would cast a shadow over every good day from here on out. You'd take what I told you and convince yourself it was worse than it was, or something. Damn it, SY, he said. His voice was rough, a little choked. He wasn't looking at me. Does Mary know? Yet. I had to explain. Gladys, too. I nodded. The others. Lillian. Not Jamie. Not Helen. He wouldn't have had an opportunity with Jamie and Helen. I didn't say anything, just thinking. The sound of battle was dying. It wasn't just that we were far away. The bomb blast on the one rooftop and the subsequent release of the war beasts had ended things. They'd forced the Academy to play their hand. The rebellion had spooked the Academy forces of Westmore, and they'd proved they'd spooked us. Psychologically, it was what I'd want to do, if I was leading the enemy. Not that I'd mount a frontal attack. They put me together with the best pieces they could get. Augmented, altered, fixed, matched to what I needed. I'm a chimera. A hodgepodge puzzle of about 26 people and some things that weren't ever people, Gordon said. Everything wired perfectly, with treatments to keep it all in alignment. Yet. I've had trouble with coordination before. Early on. But the phantom pain. I had my hand, but my brain was trying to tell me I had a second, and it was caught in this ice-cold vice, squeezing, squeezing, squeezing. It wasn't the pain that got me, or that I couldn't get my hand to do what I wanted it to. It was. I was worried about what it meant. The second hand. Yeah, he said. His voice had that rough edge to it still. He was having a hard time keeping it steady, but he was managing it. Why? They didn't just work with muscle and bone and the frame of my body. They took a few brains, took them apart, with a few choice pieces in mind, and they jigsawed it all together. You're wondering what happens if your brain starts doing what your hand was. I know phantom pain and the connections don't work that way. But phantom pains like I felt, they're a disconnect between the brain and the body in the first place. He stopped mid-sentence. I gave him time to find the words to speak, or the ability to create the words without letting something emotional slip through. The gunfire had stopped altogether. There was distant shouting, but that probably had more to do with the fallout from the one shell that had hit the roof. I heaved out a sigh. You don't have anything to worry about just yet, I said. He raised his voice. I told you not. I know, I said, cutting him off. I know. But you gotta hear it. And I have to say it. I can't have that tearing at you like that. He nodded. Okay, I said. Right. That took longer than I thought it would. You know you can talk to me about it, right? But you won't tell me, if I ask. If you really ask, I'll tell. If you need to know, or if it looks like there won't be any good days, I'll tell. He nodded. I could hear the others inside the house, coming down the stairs. Shit, I said. Okay, look. Gotta ask. This plan of yours, being entirely honest, how on board with it would you be if we were doing this 6 months ago? What do you mean? Frey. You were going to go with her. The tension in the air was awful. I honestly felt like he was going to reach out and grab me. He didn't say a word. Are you wanting to do this because a part of you thinks that if it goes horribly wrong, maybe we'll all have to pick up and go to Frey? Silence. Or because of the phantom pain? The feeling that you might be breaking down. Why, he said. I gotta ask. We gotta go into this with our eyes open. No fooling. Knowing that you might cut corners or shift priorities because you feel like you have an out in Frey. You want to know what the box looks like, Gordon said. Yeah. Yes, he said. Not going to lie because I know you'll see right through it. Yes. There's a bit of a feeling of having an out. We don't need the pills anymore. The chemical is everywhere. All right, I said. Does he started to say. The front door opened, and Gordon pursed his lips. He gave me a look, as if I'd timed things specifically to end the conversation there and leave him hanging. Jamie, Helen, Lillian, and Mary all stepped out, wearing raincoats, Jamie with his book bag. Jamie's coat was a bit too big, swallowing him up. Where's Gladys? Gordon asked. Sound asleep, Mary said. Thought about it, but... She's not a lamb, I said. Mary nodded. Gordon bristled at that, but he didn't argue. I suspected it had something to do with the fact that he had no idea where I stood, since his confession. Lillian gave me a look, almost inquiring. But she was enough of a lamb to be included here. We moved as a group, in the opposite direction from the gate. What's this about? Lillian asked. You're making me nervous. Mutiny, I said. Gordon gave me a sharp look. I was too busy watching the others to figure out where things stood. Fear in Lillian's eyes, as she looked at each of us, trying to figure out what was going on, or what we were thinking. Jamie looked concerned, and rightly so. Helen gave no sign, of course. The first foray didn't go well. Jamie asked. Nope, I said. The people of the small township of Whitney are angry on a number of levels. They're devastated, scared, and armed. The spider thing backfired, without the follow-up attack. They found their courage, they're attacking, trying desperately to hurt us before we can do something like that again. If they knew how much work it took, Mary muttered. Gordon was watching me carefully. I'd never told him which direction I was leaning with this plan. They're not going to let up, I said. It's our feeling, given where things stand, that this isn't going to end well for the Academy. We're the only people who've seen both sides of things. We don't have enough anger to drive us to go for the jugular. Brigadier Tyler is a good indication of that. He wants a safe win. And you want mutiny? Lillian asked. You were as mad as any of us, after that meeting, Gordon said. But mutiny. Si's choice of words, not mine, he said. How would you put it? Jamie asked, quiet. His first time speaking up since stepping outside. Gordon explained, we disable Tyler. Either we do it and we take over, acting in Tyler's place, to give the orders and manage this end of the war ourselves, and we plan to do well enough that he has to keep quiet and take the credit, or we disable him in a way that won't raise suspicion, someone else takes charge, and we lean heavily on the new leader to get the results we need. I feel like if we do this, we're going to want to do it fast, I said. They're not going to let up. They'll regroup, the people in charge will fan the flames, and they'll make another attempt. Before dawn. I have thoughts on that, Gordon said, but let's not get distracted. I nodded. You three are pretty committed to this. Jamie asked. No, I said. I have reservations. Jamie nodded. I thought I detected relief. Reservations is putting it lightly, Lillian said. Are you nuts? A little, I said. This is dangerous, she said. We talked about that part, I said. It's not just the sort of thing that screws us up and makes it so they don't trust us anymore. It's the sort of thing that ends the Lamb project. We could make a case, Gordon said. You think they'd let you? I've sat in on meetings where they talked about the Lamb's project. They asked for my opinions. How often you were each getting hurt, what your growth looked like, development, promising elements, challenges. I know they were testing me as much as they were evaluating you. You're worried this will damage your rep? I asked. That you won't get invited to sit in on meetings? You'll lose all of the trust and favors you've bought by helping get this far. Wow, Lillian said. That's unfair. But it's true, isn't it? You've earned a kind of status, respect, and an ability to dialogue with higher UPS that a lot of people 4 or 5 years ahead of you in the academy haven't been able to obtain. Lillian's eyes narrowed. Hey, I don't begrudge you that. I only want to know where your protests are really coming from. What do you mean? She asked. Are you saying no as an academy student, or as a lamb? I asked. Playing dirty. Sorry Lil. The two aren't, it can be both. They can be not both, I said. I'm sorry, SY, Lillian said. I'm mad, I don't like this, but I can't do this in good conscience. The risks aren't worth it. Jamie nodded. He was already healing from the wounds to his face, but he still looked a little haggard, and despite Lillian's ministrations, there were still parts of him which had the drops of resin clinging to him. She'd cleaned his hair, at least, but the light occasionally caught bits of the glue-like stuff. You too? Gordon asked. I'm with Lillian. It feels reckless. And Helen? Gordon asked. I'd like to find another way to be helpful, Helen said. She was healing faster than Jamie, but she also had bits of the resin on her that caught the light. Like tiny raindrops frozen in time. If we tried to take over the brigadier's position, I think I'd be the least helpful. I don't want to be useless. Gordon was frowning. Question, I said. If we found out a plan that was guaranteed to work, would any of you three change your minds? I might, Jamie said. I trust you guys more than I trust myself when it comes to some things. I only caught it because of the way he'd stuttered, but he was cold enough he was shivering. His teeth were chattering. The smoke had taken a lot out of him. Medicine could do a lot, but the body did have to carry its own weight. Sometimes nutrients needed to be supplied, the body needed time to take in the medicines and use the resources the medics or the doctors had so kindly provided. Jamie was frail, and it looked like he was fighting to stay standing. I approached him, coming to stand next to him by the wall, so the side of my body pressed against the side of his. I'll break the tie, then, I said. I'm defecting to their side. It's too hard to do, too risky. Okay, Gordon said. He raised his chin a little. When he looked at me, it felt a little like he was looking a little bit through me. At a certain point, Gordon had stopped being quite the rebel and had started to fall in line with the Academy's expectations. He'd done marvelously. Now he was returning to the kind of person he'd once been. A little bit reckless. When we're babies, we shit ourselves, we struggle to walk, we struggle to communicate. When we're old, we shit ourselves, we struggle to walk, we struggle to communicate. As things began, so did they end. Did Gordon recognize that? Was he touching base with his roots, as he got his first warning that he was moving toward his conclusion? I almost changed my mind right there. I might have defected a second time, trying to convince the others. I wanted to give him this. Go inside, I said. Get some rest. Gordon, you do a walk around the city? Maybe with Mary, if she's up to it. I'll meet you when you're back. Then you and I will do a walk around, then Mary and I. Can I? Lillian asked. I mean, I want to help, I don't want to be useless or for there to be hard feelings, because I think that it's crazy to try and do something to the Brigadier. It's okay, Lillian, Gordon murmured. Go with one of the pairs, I said. But maybe let Gordon and Mary go alone, first. I don't need to vent or rant, Gordon said. Okay, I said. Then Lillian can go if she wants. Jamie and Helen hang back, recuperate. Jamie and Helen nodded. What are you doing, then? Gordon asked me. I smiled. Seriously. Going for a walk, I said, walking backward, away from the group. That's suspicious, Gordon said. Yeah, well, that's me in a nutshell, I said, still smiling. Am I going to be happy when I find out what you were up to? Gordon asked. Are we? You won't be unhappy, I told him, still walking backward, still giving them my fake smile. There was no response, there were no accusations. I turned, walking into the rain, and I could hear Mary mutter something. Clearly unhappy. We'd gotten her hopes up. The closer I got to the gate, the more intense the smell of the smoke was. The building had taken a nasty hit, possibly a storehouse, and the fire had burned well enough that I suspected the bomb blast or explosion had been intended to spread fires. Interesting on its own. Fire was a typical countermeasure to stitched. The more they depended on that primal, alligator part of the brain, the less they liked it. Newer stitched were capable of ignoring fire, defaulting to a frozen state or marching headlong into it with no heed for personal harm, which was only a marginal improvement over the fits of rage or panic that it had caused in prior generations. Our enemy had a surprising number of tools that were very effective against us. The war beasts had likely forced a retreat, suggesting they didn't have a countermeasure to that, but something told me that the person in charge of the attack had ordered a retreat the moment the bomb had hit the roof. They'd bloodied us, they knew we had to retaliate, so they minimized the damage that retaliation could have caused. The war beasts were loping back toward their pens now, making their way into the gate. I approached the man at the gate, saw him frown. Keep out of the way, he told me. I raised the badge, and I saw his expression change. Eyebrows up. Lines of what I almost read as disgust on either side of his mouth. Indignation. There are 4 assassins on the periphery of Whitney, I said. Each one modified. Anytime you open the gates, you need to commit people to searching wagons, checking faces. Even if it slows things down. If they can slip past the walls, the leadership of Westmore is going to be dead within hours. Uh-huh, he said. Double guards on each of the gates, too, I said. Doesn't matter if they're hurt. Just so long as their eyes work. He gave me a curious stare. I turned and left. He wasn't the reason I'd gone back. I retraced my steps, going back, and crossed the street. In the zigzag of the city, the building was placed at one of the sharp turns, positioned in such a way that it had more space around it. Elbow room. The Brigadier's lodge. As I approached the door, 2 stitched stiffened, hands on their bayonets. I held up my badge again. Let me in. They didn't budge. Had he passed on word to the soldiers, but not the stitched? Tell Brigadier Tyler there's a little boy here to see him, I said. Please. The stitched took an interminably long time before turning and passing through the door. Almost a minute passed before the door opened again. The stitched took time getting back into position at his post, lips slightly parted, eyes unfocused, before he addressed me again. Go in. I stepped inside. I took my time removing my raincoat, which made my stomach ache, and bending over to remove my boots, which made it ache more. My coat and boots were half the size of the ones that were already present. Tyler was in the room with several of his superior officers. They were gathered around the table at the far end, opposite his desk, the fireplace off to one side, oil lamps and candles burning throughout. Many of the officers had cigarettes or pipes. The high ceiling kept the room from being too smoky, and because the light didn't quite reach the peak, the darkness had a nebulousness to it. Shifting, moving, almost alive. Something of import, the Brigadier asked me. No. Not of import. No emergency. But we do need to talk. 1 minute, then, he said, before returning to business. He was crisp in the orders he gave to his men. Who was stationed where, and which weapons to keep at the ready. I walked around to his desk, finger tracing the heavily lacquered wood. Papers, letters, bottles of ink and quill pens, actual metal pens, and stacks of mail. Opened and unopened. He had a nice little letter opener, with a dog engraved into the top of it. My finger touched the handle of the drawers. I knew from earlier that he had a bottle of something in the one. Had we collectively agreed to commit treason, then this would have been the moment I discreetly opened the drawer and dropped something Lillian provided into the bottle. Instead, I kept circling the desk. There. Half tucked beneath a stack of papers were envelopes, many with curls of paper peeling off of them. Opened, empty, the contents neatly placed elsewhere. Probably intended for the fire. I took one of his nice pens, one with actual gold inlaid into it and making up the metal parts, the nib accepted. I began penning out short statements on the blank side of each envelope. I lined them up, turning them over. The Brigadier was true to his word. About a minute and a half after he'd told me to wait, he sent his men away. They pulled their boots and coats on, and the cold outdoor air blew into the lodge as they pulled the door open and stepped outside. Excuse me, the Brigadier said. I stepped out of the way, and allowed him to reach his chair, where he promptly set himself down. Can I ask what the plan is? We have weapons. We'll have at least 2 war beasts on guard at any time. If there's a problem, we open the gates and set them on the enemy. Artillery emplacements will be moved here and there, mostly to the forward gate. It took a lot of damage. I nodded. You've redecorated my desk, he said, noting the envelopes I'd laid out. Am I supposed to keep it this way? I want to play a game, I said. I leaned against the corner of the desk. A game, he asked. I could see the struggle of his thoughts on his face as he very briefly considered going off on me for making light of the situation. But he composed himself. How do we play? It's a proposal more than anything, I said. I tapped the envelope nearest to me, my prediction for the enemy's next move. He said. And the other 3. More predictions. The game is simple. If I'm right, and I turn over an envelope, then you give us more power. More say, more ability to decide how our side fights this war. If I'm wrong, then we get less power. We do what you say, we don't get in your way. He nodded slowly. What if I said that this isn't worth it to me? I could say I stand to gain very little. You can, I said. It's your right, sir. He made a sound. You were already right about how tenacious they were. They didn't feel like a broken enemy. He stood from his seat, looking down at the envelopes. Starting with the leftmost one, closest to me, he turned each one of them over. That's not how you play my game, I thought. I suspected I was getting a sense of what Mary had felt when we'd told her we weren't focusing on the assassins. 1. They attack before dawn. They leave within the next 2 hours, time of attack depends on how long the path to the nearest available side gate is. That side gate gets attacked, similar to how the first one was. They either bring out the big guns, they attack 2 fronts at once, or they utilize a bomb at the gate. I nodded. 2. Just before dawn, we get hit for the 3rd time tonight. Chaos in our ranks. The attack in the previous envelope was a distraction to get one of the assassins into the camp. Superior officers die. Yes, I said. 3. The assassin, if not caught, manages a signal to the others. Now that the Westmore forces are looking out for him or her, the assassin only moves in concert with scheduled attacks. I nodded. The second part of that message is, if the assassin is caught, ahem, because the lambs are awesome, then the schedule we find on the paper the assassin is carrying is incorrect. They attack by another schedule or means. Repeating steps 1 and 2, to get assassins in place. It is very possible they enter and slash or attack using the mine system or any sewer. I don't know Westmore enough to know the particulars there. We don't have a sewer system they could abuse like that, the brigadier said. Waste runs off into one of the mine systems, where it drops into a steady current underground. Impressive, I said. The academy has its strengths. They're more likely to use a mine shaft. We have enough of them. But they won't do this to get their assassins in the first time. I don't imagine so, I said. It would risk tipping their hand. You know this how? You studied them that carefully. I shook my head. All of that, it's what I would do. He turned to the fourth envelope. He tapped his finger on it. Something told me I'd insulted him. The academy forces of Westmore that are led by Brigadier Tyler Lewis, he recited, giving me a level stare. I didn't budge, only meeting his eyes. You were right on the first one, he said. That gives you 1 win. If you want something, and it doesn't cost me anything, I'll grant it. I nodded. We'll take measures to react to this attack on the second gate you're predicting. That does cost me something, it's less men and resources on the forward gate. But I'll give you the benefit of a doubt. Thank you, he said. First thing I want that doesn't cost you anything, I want to call the rest of the lambs here. Esprit de Corps 5.10. Gordon, Shipman, and Mary came in from the rain. The rest of us were already present and waiting. No activity, Gordon said, raising his voice to be heard from the other end of the room. Double guards are stationed, and ambushes are laying in wait outside the gates. Only stitched for the ambush? I asked. Only stitched. Both sides of the path. I nodded. There hadn't been an attack yet. Gordon and Mary had left to do another circuit around Westmore, checking for anything suspicious, and now they were back, having picked up Shipman from the residence at the tail end of their route. The rest of us had gathered, but we were in a position where we were tired and lacked many concrete things to do, but not quite able to relax. Jamie was at the table with the maps and some books spread in front of him, filling his head with any knowledge that might be relevant. Lillian was with Jamie, and the two of them were talking in low voices, as Jamie explained something or other. They were both very good at the library whisper, and had a way of looking like they were sharing a secret when they did so. It had something to do with the energy they had when they talked, Jamie finishing sentences, helping Lillian's verbal stride rather than harming it, yet not getting so excited that they forgot how others might be bothered. I walked around to look over their shoulders. A list of the various projects ongoing in Whitney. Jamie was supplying additional details, some major, some minor. Even noting the people that some of the scientists had been talking to at the gathering we'd passed through. Lillian looked up at me and smiled as I walked around the table. I walked past my empty cup of tea and the plate with a shortbread cookie on it, both provided by the Brigadier's stitched. I collected the one piece of shortbread I hadn't eaten. Helen was at the opposite end, curled up in a chair that had been grown rather than carved, shaped as the branches grew. For a large man, it would be snug, but Helen was curled up rather comfortably, feet under her, a heavy blanket surrounding everything but her head, which was already healing a lot of the damage that had been done earlier. A few red patches with the skin loose at the edges, darker circles under the eyes, but she was mostly all right. I jabbed the shortbread at her face, and she opened her mouth in time to intercept it, clamping down with her teeth. She ate it without pulling her arms free from the bundle of blanket. Walking past Helen, I intercepted Gordon, Shipman, and Mary. Brigadier is out ordering some minor changes to organization, Mary said. I think he's doing it to have something to do more than out of real strategic reasons. It can be both, Gordon observed. By giving the orders and changing the organization, he gets to refresh himself on who is where. And he changes things up, which makes things harder on spies, I said. Spies and infiltrators thrive on consistency. Being unpredictable here helps. This was your idea, Gordon said, realizing it out loud. Yeah, I said. He was suspicious, but I convinced him that he would only be waiting around here, and we could send anyone important his way. You're pleased with yourself, Gordon said. A win for everyone involved, I said, smiling. Except the losing side. Or a loss for everyone and a win for them, if our guess is wrong. If they don't attack tonight, we lose some clout with the Brigadier, Gordon said. They will, I said. And you had no ulterior motives in getting rid of the Brigadier, Mary asked, one eyebrow arched. He'll be back, I said. That doesn't answer the question, she said. I made a face. We need to plant our feet here. This can't be a prolonged engagement. They're too angry, and that's a fire that burns hot and fast. Once they get past the wall, it's going to be over. Not guaranteed to be a win for them, but it's going to be over. That has what to do with the Brigadier, exactly. I figure there'll only be 2 or 3 big clashes before this swings one way or the other, the upcoming ambush accepted. If we lose the Brigadier's trust, we can't be certain we'll get it back before things are over. So I figure we set down roots, work ourselves into the greater scheme of things. A little signal or change of plans that makes this lodge more our base of operations than his, if you will. He leaves, we stay. That's an awful lot of thinking and work for a pretty minor advantage, Gordon observed. Thank you, I said. Wasn't a compliment, he told me, jabbing me with his elbow on his way to the table. I turned and kicked at his rear end with a sock-clad foot. You'll thank me later, I said. Or, you could thank me now. Because you got what you wanted. Thank you SY, he said, in a sing-song voice. Helen accepted. We gathered at the end of the table near Lillian and Jamie. I waved a hand a few times to get the attention of the brigadier's fire-tending Stitched and then asked for tea. He wasn't as clever or animated as Wendy was. When the fire dropped to a certain temperature, he put a log on, and poked it or used the bellows. When there weren't any logs, he went out and collected some from the stockpile. He could make tea and presumably handle a small handful of other errands. He likely couldn't dress himself. His outfit was simple and probably wasn't changed more than once a blue moon. The world was so backwards in some ways. We hadn't progressed a slow and steady path from the normal to the horrific. We'd jumped headlong into the horrific, with Stitched like these preceding ones like Wendy, and an advanced project like Gordon, who was in many ways a Stitched who had never died. We have a few big questions that are hanging over our heads, Jamie said. The next attack is the big one. Where, when, how, and which one? Which assassin, I clarified. Yes. Which brings us to what and how, if the assassin gets past us, Jamie said. I always liked seeing Jamie when he got going. It usually took a while, some prep time with information at his fingertips, but the rarity of these moments made them all the more fun. There isn't much we can do to answer those questions before the attack happens, Gordon said. No, Jamie said. No, there isn't. But we can think about what we do if and when things get that far, I said. Sure, Gordon said. But we can't do that until we raise the other questions, which tie in or complicate things, I said. Handing the ball back to you, Jamie. They have a trump card, Jamie said. They were confident about their ability to take Westmore. It might have something to do with the plague men. The men with the boils and scars, I said. Jamie nodded. But we don't know much about them. They were physically and mentally affected, I said. Off-kilter from the rest of the soldiers, isolated, excluded. When they appeared in groups, they were with Stitched or they were with others of their own kind. Usually. The others nodded. They'd each seen the men around, to varying degrees depending on how much they roamed the city, and what I was saying didn't seem to conflict with their own observations. I noted the presence of about 100 in total, Jamie said. That many? I asked, surprised. There might be more, Jamie said. There might be less. I'm wondering if any experienced swelling, which would alter their faces, maybe lead to me counting some of them twice. It would be easier to say if I got out more, but I wasn't really wanting to explain why I was always coming and going from AIM's headquarters. 100, Gordon said. We have no idea of what they do or why they're there. Were they voluntary or forced? Might explain the mental issues, how some of them were almost catatonic when they weren't actively doing something. Alterations made to keep them compliant. I suggested. Creepy, Lillian said. But I'm wondering if it's something else, I said. I thought for a second, trying to find the words. What is it? Gordon prompted me, impatient. I can't put a finger on it. But they had a kind of respect from others. Someone walks down the street, other people get out of their way. But someone commands your attention, like a pretty girl might. I gestured in Mary and Lillian's direction, not ignoring Shipman, but not really indicating her either. Mary smiled, and Lillian looked shocked and a little confused. Which was why I'd done it. Ahem, Helen said the word rather than make the sound, sitting at the other end of the table. You're ugly right now, with the marks all over your face. You don't get to play that card, I told her. Ah, Helen said, at the same time Lillian gave me an indignant, "SY." She doesn't mind, I said. I don't mind, Helen said, blithely. Size good in my books. He gave me one of his cookies. See. Lillian glared at me, looking very uncomfortable, yet she couldn't formulate an argument as to why or to make her point. Are you done interrupting me, girls? I asked, mostly to needle Lillian. She opened her mouth to protest, but the front door opened. The brigadier, with a retainer of Stitched guards. I cleared my throat. Just like a pretty girl draws attention, being noticed and then holding some sway by some invisible rules, I feel like maybe the plague men had that sway. But it was respect. No hard facts, like I said. I'm not Jamie. But that's my interpretation. Going by what you said before, you think this was voluntary. I think it might have been, I said. Might be a project that was supposed to end up different than it did. But I think those are men that know how to use guns. They had bearing. A part of me wonders if they aren't veteran soldiers. I put the image in my mind's eye together with what you're saying, and I can see how you'd make that connection, Gordon said. The Stitched boy brought tea over. He began pouring it into mugs. I was still standing, so I walked over to Helen and collected her cup, bringing it down to the other end of the table. The brigadier joined us, stopping by his desk to collect an empty cup from there for his own tea. He didn't place it with the other cups, but held onto it, waiting for us to be served before he was. We can't make assumptions, I said. We can't assume that one thing is going to work or that another will lead to certain victory. They have a trump card, and they have the plague man soldiers. When they attack the side gate, we can't assume we stopped the assassin from getting in. The brigadier's deeper voice cut in, quiet and confident. The problem with that approach, and I'm speaking from experience here, is that you can't do that without taxing yourself. Covering every possibility, all of the angles, every eventuality, it exhausts you, opens you to mistakes. That's true, Gordon said. To an extent, I said. But there are two things to keep in mind here. I'm very interested in hearing this, the brigadier said. The first thing is that this is likely to be a short engagement, not wanting to assume, but going with common sense. I don't disagree, the brigadier said. The second thing is that we, as a group, are 6 individuals with experience not just in working together, but in thinking together. There are 7 of you, the older man pointed out. Gordon, with Shipman right beside him, was giving me a hard look. Those 2 are 2 peas in a pod, I said, in a very cavalier way. Semantics. We think well as a unit. 14 eyes and 7 brains on the situation. The man nodded. If you prove that, I'll be glad to rely on you for that. How are the soldiers? Gordon asked. Morale-wise. How is anyone, after a fight like that? The brigadier asked. 30 of ours were injured, 7 killed. The injuries can be fixed, the deaths. The dead can be made into stitched, Lillian said. Or were they using those special guns? The exorcists you described, the brigadier said. Big exit wounds. Looking at it, I'd guess we'd get 6 stitched out of them. Take 1 man apart for replacement parts. But we're not going to do that. It's a strength of the academy, being able to recycle its soldiers, Mary said. In terms of the raw numbers it can bring to bear, yes. But if a man fights and realizes the stitched fighting next to him is a face he recognizes, he starts to have doubts, the brigadier said. You've promised him that if he falls, he'll end up the same. That's a doubt that works its way deep. Fear of that fate could push someone to fight harder, Mary said. Sir. The man waved his hand. Let's dispense of those formalities while we're in private. I'd rather focus on giving my enemies something to fear. No need to bring it inside these walls. Which is why we're in this situation in the first place, I thought. The brigadier held his tea, poised as if to drink it, but he talked instead. The 6 soldiers we'd gain aren't worth the hundreds of soldiers we'd lose, from a loyalty perspective. Not that they'd leave, not like this, but their hearts wouldn't be in it, they would stop being wholly ours, and they'd end up turning a share of their time, thoughts, and energy to self-preservation. He punctuated the thought by finally drinking that tea. I wanted to like him more now that he was debating with us and challenging us, but I could remember the look in his eye from earlier, and the softness of his approach. I respected Jerks more. I wasn't sure if this guy would have what it took to cover my back if and when it really counted. I looked over to what Jamie had in front of him. It looked handwritten, with black letters. The brigadier's notes? I reached out and moved the paper to a better angle so I could read it, saucer with tea in my other hand. Oh, Jamie said. The notes from previous skirmishes. Warning shots, sightings, scoutings. It wasn't all peace before you arrived, the brigadier said. Jamie nodded. They didn't want to provoke a fight, but they weren't hiding either. They have new leadership, I observed. That woman. Cynthia, Jamie said. Not sure if she'll be deferring to the rebellion's military leaders when it comes to strategy, or if she'll be doing it when it comes to the particulars of leadership, or if she'll be doing neither or both. After we observe their movements, do you think you'd be able to tell who's behind them? I asked. That's abstract, Jamie said. I work better with concrete things. I can try, but I'd rather give you guys the knowledge you need and let you make the calls. I nodded. I made a mental note to ask Jamie. When things got hectic, he could often get lost in the shuffle, wanting to say something but not getting a chance. I'm also trying to keep track of this. If we can gauge the weapons, units, or devices our opposition is using, we can try to figure out what each of the rogue scientists they brought in has been busy working on, Jamie said. I've been trying to draw a connection between one of the scientists and the plague men, and Lillian was helping, extrapolating. I was thinking of Leopold Pock, but if you're right about them being veterans, that would eliminate the possibility. Explain, the brigadier asked. Augmented soldiers we observed in Whitney. SY thinks they're soldiers that voluntarily underwent some augmentation. A lot of soldiers, choosing an augmentation that makes them hideous, and does something to their minds. Likely a permanent change, or as permanent as anything we do to our bodies is. We're trying to figure them out. Why they'd do it, who did it, specifically. Pock is tentatively ruled out. Doesn't fit the working theory. No idea about their capabilities, the brigadier asked. No, Gordon said. A lot of soldiers, I said. 100, at least. What makes that many men want to change themselves that much? Enough that a small child might cry to look at them. The brigadier made a sound. Expert opinion is welcome, I said. What does every soldier want? To go home, the brigadier said. Safe and whole. In their eyes, we attacked them at home, I said. They're no longer whole, either. In fact, they're less whole after the procedure. The man nodded. Next best thing to going home, I said. To not have to be afraid anymore, the brigadier said. He said it so readily, as if he didn't even have to think about it. He simply knew. They were heavy words, and we were quiet as the words sat with us. Lillian, I said. Shipman too, I guess. Shipman looked irritated at that. Gordon too. Any ideas on what? Gunshots sounded in the distance. A few shots at once, then a veritable torrent. From the right direction, no less. I was the first one to the front door. I hopped into my rain boots rather than pull them on, catching the door for balance as my stomach protested where I'd been shot. Lillian said something to rebuke me, but I was already pushing the door open, hurrying outside with my raincoat in hand but not yet worn. My stomach continued to throb now and again, and I forced myself to slow down. The others caught up with me, the brigadier among them. Even Helen and Jamie. It was the gate I'd predicted. It was human nature to default to the simple, and to take shortcuts. Sending people further down the network of roads was risky. It was more opportunities for our side to spot them, or for them to get stranded if things came down to it. This one was a gimme. Just as the brigadier had sought to break our enemy's will, they were putting pressure on us now. The attack was meant to keep us on our toes, to wear down on morale, and getting an assassin inside the doors would give them a chance to drive the wedge in. The brigadier broke away from our group to talk to some senior officers. We headed to the stairs that led up the one side of the wall. I had to hold up my badge to get through the little doorway and gate that blocked off the stairs. Reaching the top, I could see flashes of red and yellow as guns fired. The road stretched along a pass, the floor of it loose, but too rocky to be proper mud. Crushed stone, provided from elsewhere. Steep rocky walls rose on either side. The enemy had come up one side of the road, it looked like, taking shelter in the shadows beneath the rock wall on one side of the road. They'd discovered, too late, that Stitched were lying in wait, kneeling in those same shadows. The Stitched had reacted, firing, and a matching group on the other side of the pass did the same. Someone from the rebellion had managed to start a fire before dying. A makeshift bomb, perhaps. 4 or 5 Stitched had fallen. Minor in the grand scheme of it all. 30 or 40, Jamie said, his voice soft. Dead. I don't know how you can even tell, I told him. It was the middle of the night, and the heavy rain clouds weren't letting any moon show. The smell of blood, feces, smoke, and gunpowder were thick in the air. I could imagine the rock walls on either side of the path were a funnel, bringing the smells in a very concentrated way. I can see them well enough to count them, Jamie said. We gave the instructions that led to the deaths. The decision to Gordon started. I raised a hand, gesturing. He stopped. Gordon would have argued, and shoved his way of thinking at Jamie, and Jamie would have agreed. It probably would have sunken in. Jamie would have internalized it, and it wouldn't be a bad thing. But I wanted to talk to Jamie about this, not to Gordon. We did give the instructions, I said. Me, mostly, but we all played a part, yet. It feels impersonal, Jamie said. It is. It was. It feels worse for being impersonal. You've killed before, I pointed out. Personal kills, you look them in the eye. Even phlegm. It feels worse for being impersonal, Jamie said. How? Gordon asked, all at once. Why? Jamie shrugged. He didn't have an answer. Whatever the reason, I said, it's allowed to feel however it feels. Thanks, he said. Never a problem. The silence was broken up by handlers on the wall top shouting down to the Stitched below. We hadn't lost any actual lives down there, and Stitched were more expendable, tougher. Easier troops to field. Didn't see anyone climb the wall, Mary said. But if they did it at the start. Still fixated on the assassins. Not a bad thing. We'll assume someone got in and take measures, I said. Mary nodded. I kind of want to see the vat-grown humans that Poke made, Helen said. I wonder if they can have babies. Jamie, do you know? Lillian. Lillian made a squeaking sound as her name was mentioned. Do you? Helen pressed. Why do you want to know? Jamie asked, very cautiously, then before Helen could answer, he quickly added, and do I want to know why you want to know? I'm just curious, Helen said. Do you want babies? Jamie asked. No. Why? What does that have to do with anything? Helen asked. Which all added up to the lambs being very confused. I wondered if Ibot had instructed Helen to practice psychological warfare. Her talk at the tea house, and now this? If he'd given the order, she'd picked up on it remarkably fast. The Stitched turned on little lamps they had with them, and more were tossed down. Each lamp had mirrored metal around the majority of it, so a beam would be cast out in a cone. The light that was cast was a yellow-orange, and danced as the wind blew. As the lamps lit up and the Stitched spread out, we were given a view of the battlefield in all its garishness. The road was too rocky with too many gaps, and the rain had pounded down the blood that hadn't slipped into the gaps. The bodies were just lying there, and without the right amounts of blood, they looked artificial, even posed. A little girl's dolls, dropped and left in whatever position they fell. I studied the cliff face, looking to see if maybe one of the assassins was utilizing it to climb. Nothing. How were you planning to get in? I wondered. Jamie reached out, grabbing my upper arm. He pointed. There. At the rear of the group. A figure with features spaced too far apart, strange earlobes, and a girthy belly. Phlegm lived? No. I didn't buy it. The reactions of the woman with the teeth. Guess we won't find out, Gordon said. The rain continued to pour down. I continued to try and think of all of the different vectors for attack. I turned and headed down the stairs, approaching the brigadier. You were right, he said. Oh. That. Last thing on my mind. One assassin fell, it looks like. But the man is supposed to be dead. The dead can come back, the man said. Rain was streaming off his helmet, and collecting in his woolly chin strap of a beard. Guess so, I said. Just sent my men out to get reports from each of the other gates. If this was a distraction, something might have happened elsewhere. I nodded. We did have security measures at the other gates. The Academy forces of Westmore weren't going to be sleeping tonight. We'll see if your next prediction is right, he said. Someone gave a shout, and the gate opened. The other lambs were gathered together in clusters, or meandering down the stairs. Jamie and Helen were a little slower to move. The stitched that had been stationed outside filed in, carrying the dead. We'll have some replacement stitched that won't be hurting morale any, the brigadier said. Might even come out ahead. Might even, I said. Can I have a bayonet? He raised his eyebrows. I've been right twice. I get to ask for more favors, don't I? Things that might be a little questionable or inconvenient. I suppose, the brigadier said. He gestured for a soldier to come closer, then took the man's weapon. Hold on, I said. Don't give it to me yet. It took another minute before the stitched had made it inside the walls. The gate creaked as it swung closed. Bars were lowered into place. I reached out, and the bayonet slapped into my hand. As I approached the line of stitched in bodies, Mary fell into step beside me. I extended the bayonet to her, and she tossed it into the air in front of me. Gordon, appearing on my other side, caught it. By the time I looked back at Mary, she had knives in her hands. The bodies, I said, clearly, my gaze on the corpses that were being dragged. I raised my hands to my hood, pushing it back and running my fingers through my hair. My tone was weary as I said, check the dead bodies. Gordon said. Gordon lowered the bayonet blade, aiming for the first corpse. At the last second, before stabbing, he raised it, stabbing the stitched. Mary moved fluidly, throwing her knives, hitting the second and third stitched in the line. They reacted as anyone might. Alarmed, hurt, they reached for their weapons. Stand down, the brigadier hollered. That's an order. The specialists on the wall and beside the line repeated the order, though they looked confused. Gordon was already moving, aiming for the fourth stitched in the line. Mary threw knives at the fifth and sixth. The sixth stitched moved fluidly, knives in its own hands, as it struck the throwing knife out of the air. Faster and more graceful than any stitched was. Mary threw more knives, sprinting forward. The stitched hit them out of the air once more. It approached, picking up speed as it made a beeline for Gordon. It didn't seem to care that he was armed, or that he was raising the gun to aim. It wasn't Gordon that shot. Others on the sideline opened fire. As much as the man could knock a thrown knife out of the air, he couldn't do much against bullets. He jerked, stumbled, and tripped over a corpse that lay on the ground behind him. The rain continued to pour, the sound of the gunshots ringing in my ears. No assumptions, I thought. Now the dance really began. With this ploy failing, our enemy would be forced to get creative. I'd get to see what kind of tacticians we were up against, and we'd have to match them in kind. Esprit de Corps 5.11. The two bodies were each held by 4 of the Academy's soldiers. With a shout and a very practiced motion, the bodies were heaved up and onto freshly wiped granite slabs. One was Flem. The other was dressed as a stitched, complete with our uniform. The doctors and scholars of Westmore were already collecting around, many wearing their coats and aprons, masks covering the lower halves of their face, goggles over their eyes. Black, elbow-length gloves were pulled over freshly washed hands. The room was open air, a shelter for wagons, very possibly a dryer point for coal to be offloaded, but canvas cloths had been tied down and sealed it off, with sandbags up to the 4-foot mark, providing some insulation and walls. The floor was packed soil, and was caked with old blood, shit, and other detritus. Kits off to the side had all of the material needed for stitched, while toolbox-like constructions were in one corner, providing other tools for more conventional medical care. Out of the way, a man told me, as he wheeled a cart over to the foot of the table. He had more than enough room. He was just bullying me, indicating that I was not supposed to be here, in a way that meant he didn't have to say it outright. I hopped up onto a stack of sandbags in the corner. I offered Mary a hand in climbing up next to me. Totally unnecessary, but I had to be gentlemanly. Gordon, Lillian, and Shipman stood at the other side of the enclosure, pulling back into the corner a bit, where they were clear of the normal footpaths. No children in the room, one of the scholars said, getting in Mary's way. Black coat, black apron, black gloves, a pin at his collar marking his rank, field surgeon. He was surrounded by greys and whites, some with pins, some without. Ahem, Lillian said. She took a quarter-second too long to say something, reaching for the badge in her pocket. Out, the man said, raising his voice, more at the fact that I hadn't budged. Gordon and Mary were taking my cue. I pointed at Lillian. Lillian spoke up, I'd like to. John, Troy, see that the children go, the surgeon said, turning his back. It was what I would have done. Deflecting and dismissing her, forcing her to appeal to more people, people who were in service to authority, a hard chain to break. Lillian looked at me for help. I stayed quiet, watching. Sure enough, 2 of the doctors who hadn't yet washed up approached, ready to usher us out. Sir, Shipman said, her voice stronger than Lillian's had been. She grabbed Lillian's wrist, pulling Lillian's hand from the pocket. Lillian was holding the badge. We'd like to stay. Pursuant to the brigadier's orders. The surgeon turned to look back at the badge. He made a face, then raised his chin. Sir. We turned, and we could see that the brigadier was standing in the street with a few other men. They can watch. Have them bring me the write-up when you're done, Brigadier Tyler said. Then he was gone, looking after other business. The surgeon's face was hidden by the mask and goggles, but I entertained myself by imagining that it looked like he was sucking on a lemon while he had his balls in a vice. Probably wasn't the case, but it was funny to imagine. Mary and Shipman hurried to get to a vantage point where they wouldn't be in the way. A tough job, considering how packed the space already was. Troy, would you take the notes? The surgeon asked. Troy, still wearing the apron and coat, but not scrubbed in, picked up a pen and paper. John hurried to get to the sink and wash up. I presumed it was a constant competition to get recognition from the surgeon. Another doctor took scissors to the clothing of the men, cutting away what they couldn't open on their own. The men were soon left naked on the table. Flem had a broad stomach, the sort where a strong man also ate too much. The muscle was there, underlying it, but it was insulated enough that the lines weren't readily apparent. Thick neck, strangely spaced facial features, and odd earlobes, with messy hair. He was covered in deep, recognizable scars. Subject appears to be stitched, standard Y-cut. The work looks as if it was done only hours ago. Trepanning method of lobotomy, holes still present, with skin flaps covering. This was a fast job. We killed him earlier today, I commented. They needed a decoy. If I want commentary, I will ask for it, the surgeon said. I raised my hands in the gesture for surrender. The word phlegmatic is tattooed along the first subject's collarbone, the surgeon said, prodding the flesh. Bone structure stands out as differing from the norm. Fused collarbone, ribcage has flat affect across the front and back, with broader sternum and fused spaces between ribs. Vat grown. Older scars suggest the changes are the result of grafts and prior work. Layered, different types of scars. The previous work was done over a long period of time. John, White, see to the staples. Two others at the slab got pincer tools and began removing the staples. The surgeon bent down, examining Flem's face. Changes are of a type expected from 19-odd attempts to modify the living code, rewriting the fabric of a grown individual. The grafts, to speculate, were part of efforts to repair the damage done with the system-wide changes. Subject had limited vision, with occlusion of the ocular cavity, sinus cavities, mouth and large tongue end. He pried Flem's mouth open. Throat. Intentional, Lillian said. Beg pardon, the surgeon asked. I'd bet you dollars to pennies it's intentional, and it can be controlled. He used weaponized gases, I think, before he died. The blockages would have been a casualty of the changes to his facial structure, and they were modified to serve a purpose. If true, that will be verified at a later point, the surgeon said. No more commentary from the gallery, please. I've seen work by students who were trained by Phlegmatic's creator, very similar. Efficient lungs, improved circulatory system, every orifice can be closed, Lillian said. He'd be made to hold his breath underwater for 20 minutes. Or in a cloud of noxious gas for 20 minutes. Was she like this around her classmates? I wondered how many of them wanted to throttle her. Thank you for that observation, the surgeon said. I'm sure we'll see for ourselves when the time comes. You should pay attention to the ears and eyes, Lillian said. Most of the work would have been there. The eyes would need protection, which means there's some interesting work. The surgeon cleared his throat. There's some interesting work done there, with eyes made immune to most airborne issues, or the eyes were sealed and he used another sense. Probably the ears. I was willing to bet that if the brigadier hadn't given the okay, the surgeon would have grabbed Lillian and literally thrown her out of the enclosure himself, even knowing he'd have to scrub down all over again. What an insightful set of observations, the surgeon said, sarcastically. Do you have anything more to say, or may I continue with the investigation? Oh, I'm done for now, Lillian said, smiling, as if she had no idea he was upset. I'll say more as things come up. I'll thank you not to, the surgeon said, somewhat under his breath. Before we were interrupted, I was moving on to the ears. Which was probably true, I imagined. It had to rankle. I noted that Shipman was murmuring something to Lillian, who was smiling. Ear canal and normal ear structures are present, with little modification. The area surrounding, however, suggests a latticework of tympanic membranes, of varying size, the surgeon said. Barring another situation of heavy occlusion, he would have possessed exceptional hearing ability, both in terms of sensitivity and range. Moving on. The surgeon moved away from the head. On to the torso. The body is probably booby-trapped, I commented, idly. The surgeon reacted like he was going to lash out and say or do something, but then the words sank in. He remained frozen where he was, scalpel hovering over Flem's chest. I shrugged, very casually explaining, he was already dead. They made him into a stitch to bait us into thinking we'd caught one of their assassins. He's resistant to many gases and poisons. Ooh. Of course. Lillian said. He'd have bladders in his body, for holding reserve, or for buoyancy control, if he's aquatic at all. Which is probably. Any one of the bladders could be pumped full and sealed. Would be. The surgeon stared down at the body, scalpel still in hand. Just so you know, Lillian said, smiling wider than before. She met my eyes. Sorry to interrupt, I told the surgeon and Lillian both. Lillian, I realized, was having a great deal of fun. She and I didn't get to play off each other like this, ever. The earlier attitude had been intentional, needling the man. Not that she was necessarily wrong about the booby trap. Perhaps, the surgeon said, very carefully, you children would want to leave, to be safe. Not at all, I said. There's nothing to worry about, so long as you are careful, Lillian said. Shipman cleared her throat. I think I'll step out. Gordon reached out for her hand. I wasn't sure if it was to hold her back or to offer reassurance of some sort, but the gesture was ignored. Shipman stalked out, flipping her hood up as she exited into the downpour. He didn't look at any of us as his hand fell back into his lap. The surgeon went back to work. The staples were removed, and the man took a scalpel to the existing incisions, which had been glued shut. A very careful cut, with several slices, each one cutting only a fraction deeper. The skin parted, and a rank odor filled the enclosure. People were alarmed, stepping back, hands to their masks. But it was only the stench of death. This would be why the enclosure wasn't properly indoors. It was a more ventilated space. Low cook temperature for a stitched, the surgeon observed. Rot setting in already. The wires are visible, recently implanted, with no overgrowth. A crude job. He moved a flap of skin. In the lower stomach, an oblong shape was nestled in just beneath the skin, anchored to fat and stomach wall. Stretched thin enough to be translucent, it had veins running along the surface. It had been inflated. I saw the scalpel tremble a little as the surgeon pulled it away. 2 air bladders have been discovered. One penetrated by a bullet and explosively emptied when the stitched was incapacitated. The other remains active. The examination will be terminated here, due to observable risks should rot or infestation penetrate this or any other bladders inflated with airborne poisons. He stepped away, hands raised, scalpel in one, and gave the order, close him up. Seal him, wrap and bag him, dispose of him. Treat the body with care. The people he'd given the instructions to didn't look very happy to be assigned the task. Not just because of the traps, but it smelled worse with every passing second. The surgeon went, removed his gloves, washed his hands, donned another pair of gloves, and then turned to the next body. Anything I should know before examining him? The man asked. He was quick, I said. But he wouldn't be booby-trapped. Probably. The surgeon began cutting away the mask of flesh. Fresh. From one of ours, if I had to guess. Removed on the battlefield, I chimed in, mostly to nettle him. Impressive improvisational skills. Ahem. Troy? The notes. This is our second patient. Choleric, according to the label at his collarbone. The patients are named after the 4 humors, presumably. There are subtler signs of the same rewriting of the individual's pattern, and similar means of grafting, likely from the same time period, suggesting they were worked on in concert. Academy-level work, judging by quality. The goal varies, but the methodology matches our prior patient, phlegmatic. Rictus smile. Because of changes to musculature and nervous system, Lillian jumped in. No occlusion this time, of course. I think if you look at the eyes, you'll find. The surgeon's grip on the scalpel tightened. Gunshots rang out in the distance as we entered the brigadier's lodge. The man was there, talking to some of his officers. Jamie, Helen, and Shipman were at the table, Helen bundled up, Jamie with a towel around his shoulders. Gordon handed the brigadier the papers on phlegmatic and choleric. I hung back to see the brigadier's reaction and hear his response, while Mary and Lillian headed to rejoin the others. Lillian was smiling. Something told me that if I hadn't been there for the autopsy and analysis, Lillian wouldn't have been a troublemaker. I'd rubbed off on her a little, and the surgeon had suffered for it. Gunshots, Gordon observed. Another attack from the front, the brigadier said. We're aware of the possibility that it's a distraction. Guards are stationed elsewhere. We have eyes on all mine shafts and tunnels. It's too quiet, I observed. The brigadier gave me a curious look. It's almost timid, isn't it? No explosions, only bullets. Getting our attention, but nothing more. And it feels like a distraction, rather than a proper attack. A handshake more than a ploy. The enemy's shaking our hand? Explain. I shook my head. We expected an attack to cover another attempt at getting an assassin inside our walls. They've answered that expectation. They might as well have a flag unfurled saying distraction, but that's a communication of its own. That they know what we're thinking. And because they know, they can meet us halfway. They're saying hi, Gordon said. To us more than to the brigadier. They've recognized that the style of leadership changed. The ambush, the assassin they tried to get inside didn't make it and hasn't given the signal they expected. The way the posts have a different distribution of guards. Something tipped them off. I nodded. You're acting like this is a game, the brigadier said. They have only a peripheral idea of who they're dealing with. Same goes for us, I said. They're feeling things out. The brigadier looked at the commanders who he'd been talking to, and indicated for them to leave. He leaned against the front of his desk, arms and ankles folded. Should we expect this to continue? I don't know, I said. They're breaking from pattern, just as we are. It's hard to say. Can we share this conversation with the others? The brigadier nodded. While Gordon and I rejoined the others, the man poured himself another drink. Thought exercise, Gordon said, as we took our seats at the table. If you were on Whitney's side, what would you do? I'm not a fighter, Lillian said. Give it a shot, I prodded her. I could see her squirm a little, uncomfortable. I'd been nice to her recently, we'd had fun with the surgeon, and she was probably lonely after all of her weeks in the school, separated from most of the rest of us. Now I was asking her to do something outside of her comfort zone. Jamie and I were talking earlier tonight, she said. Looking at the resources they have, how they might use them. Peralta specializes in pain. If the winds blew differently, or if they found a way to get further up into the hills, a vaporized spray to deploy a toxin could incapacitate us. We have masks, the brigadier said. He'd joined us. Jamie had the papers Gordon had given the brigadier. Every post, all of the men have their own individual masks. There are a lot of vectors, Shipman said. If it could be absorbed through the skin. Or if it obscured sight, Gordon added, or if having to wear the masks played a part in things. Limited vision, mist, or smoke, assassins can creep in. It could be the trump card we were worried about. Could be, I said. But I feel as if they're a little more cohesive than that. This isn't slapdash. They brought in people and those people are meeting and talking. They're discussing, making a strategy, and that woman Cynthia is at the top, somehow. I think that their movements will be more in step. Not sending in an assassin without a mask on a city they intend to gas. The assassin can steal a mask, Gordon said. I made a gesture, indicating my lack of confidence, then remembered the brigadier wouldn't be familiar with it. Shipman either, for that matter. Don't think so. All right, Gordon said. Jamie? What do you think is coming? What would you do? I'd continue to feel out the enemy. Go in with as much information as possible. Then. I jumped in. Then attack. Keep the trump card in reserve. You said, SY said, that their biggest strength right now is how angry the people are. The soldiers are ready to kill because they don't have any other choice. But that fighting spirit is easily broken. They throw themselves at these walls and gates enough times without a success, they'll lose that fervor. At which point they pull out the trump card, I said. Jamie's voice was soft, reignite the anger and the passion. It would have to be something offensive, Mary said. Jamie nodded. Mary, what would you do? Assassins, I thought. Use the assassins, she said. They just lost their second. You think they'll throw good money after bad? I asked. They're people. They have feelings, and they just lost 2 of their own. Use the mine shafts, use the plague men, 2 assassins, and fight past any guards. Chaos in our camp, coinciding with another hard attack. Gun for our leadership, behead us. Mary paused, looking at the brigadier. Sorry, sir. The man was silent. Helen? Gordon asked. Helen perked up a little. What Mary said. But no gunning. Poison. Bombs. Traps. Get to the food supply, the meat lockers we use to feed the war beasts and other experiments. I kind of like that more, now that I hear it, Mary said. The attack from the inside sounds romantic in my head, but in execution. I agree, the brigadier said. I'm more concerned about subtler attacks than a direct attack aimed at me and my immediate subordinates. We have people stationed as guards. We can maintain that guard, but I have to echo what I said to Sylvester earlier. People can't maintain that level of focus for too long a time. The mind and the heart won't have it. Mistakes will be made, people will slack, convince themselves they can. The condition of being human, Gordon said. One the enemy has to worry about, I said. It's really the same problem they have with keeping the fires stoked, keeping the people hurt and mad. Which is really very easy, considering the spider thing. And the sterilization. And the leash. But it is a weak point for them. What are you thinking, SY? Gordon asked. You're the best to ask, when it comes to this sort of thing, I was saving you for last. I said. What Jamie said. We can expect another hour or 2 of harassment. Gunshots, maybe an explosion or 2. But all this while, they're going to be telling people, wait. 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 Get some rest. Be prepared. Because the real attack happens later. Gordon nodded. The first attack was a foray. They forced our hand. But they didn't commit resources or show their own hand as they did it. A big stitched here, size rifleman with the eyes, too, but none of the weapons the scientists might have been working on. The second attack, with choleric and stitched phlegm, that was only a small squad. This, right here, it's a tease, a handshake, according to SY. And while they're holding our hand, and our guard is down, they use their other hand and slap us full across the face, I said. The next attack is going to be the decider. We're going to find out what the plague men are, and what the scientists have been working on. We don't seem to have a consensus, Gordon said. But an indirect attack seems. They're going to attack head-on, I said. Full force. The brigadier paced over to the fire, holding his drink. We watched in silence as he paced for a moment. He looked like he'd aged years over the course of the evening. I wondered how old he really was. It was a hard question to answer sometimes. There were 60-year-old women who maintained the appearance of someone a third their age. Brigadier Tyler was the opposite, in a way. Fitting, for someone who existed on the periphery. He drew in a deep breath. He already had our full attention. Sylvester. Sir. Your fellows have been talking about all the possible vectors of attack. Including attacks from the flank, using special weapons, and attacks from within. There's nothing we can do to block up mine shafts. Yes, sir, I said. You're anticipating a frontal attack. Why? Because they have no idea why the prior attack failed. We didn't leave survivors to go back and report. As far as they know, the side roads are a death trap. They default to what they know and understand, and what they know is that the way is clear to the front. This current attack is a handshake, according to you. They know or assume our current organization was able to figure out their move with Phlegmatic and Choleric. What guarantee is there that they won't change their plan here, in anticipation of a similar prediction? Ah, I said. That's a fun question. The brigadier wasn't smiling. I don't know, I said. There's no guarantee. I don't know her well enough to predict her. But when that woman Cynthia came after Jamie, Helen, and I, and Choleric signaled for her to back off, she was champing at the bit, and only barely restrained herself from coming after us. That's the person in my mind when I picture them coming for us. A snarling dog in a pretty evening dress with pretty hair. Someone who knows types like Choleric and Phlegm, who arrives in town with the likes of Leopold Pock and Peralta. She knows the dark underground of the academies, Gordon said. The disenfranchised, the monsters who've lurked under the radar and avoided the likes of Dog and Catcher. I nodded. You believe this firmly enough that you'd put the bulk of our defenses at the front doors? The brigadier asked. Yes, I said. Not soon. Keep guards where they are. But I'd say that in about an hour, you'd want to start moving them to the front gate. Skeleton guards on other defenses. The man turned back to the fire, then finished off his glass, which had only been 1/4 full to begin with. He placed the glass on the top of the hutch that held spare firewood. I'll trust your read on her, but I'll manage the distribution and logistics myself, he said. Probably for the best, sir, I said. Didn't want to lose him now. Hell, he was probably right. He did know better than I did. I've already told the others. After they let up this time, we press the attack, he said. An attack against an unknown enemy. We follow them home, right on their heels. We can't keep playing this game. We don't have the resources for it, and so long as they have the scientists and doctors, they'll always have more tricks up their sleeve. We need to squash this. There was silence in response to that, but we nodded as he looked back at us. The man was serious. There was a bit of fire on our side, now. I just wished it was better directed. We'd armed him with all the knowledge and perspective we could. I was already planning and plotting, not just against our enemy, but trying to work with the man. I doubted he'd budge, and we had to follow him, or find a reason to make him change course. Thank you, for your counsel on the defense, he said. Jamie, I understand you have maps? Of Whitney, and the enemy positions they're in. Yes sir. I'll have a look at them, if you please. We need information we don't have, I thought. On the plague men, on the trump cards. We need to survive this incoming attack. We need to guarantee that our attack on them isn't fruitless. What are you thinking, you snarling dog of a woman? Do you see us coming? Esprit de Corps 5.12. As organized as Westmore had been at the start of the evening, things were devolving. The war beasts were out of their cages, and every time they set foot on an area that wasn't roadway, they left the ground torn up. Those areas soon became cesspits of mud. Stitched were gathered, but there was less rhyme and reason than before. Rank and file in hooded jackets, steaming in the rain, guns in hand. Weapons were being rolled into place, and officers were having to work harder to enforce discipline. It was too late in the evening. People wanted sleep, and in the absence of sleep they were smoking or sitting down at their posts, more in the posts off on the side gates and the little buildings that were housing supplies than at the gate and along the streets. Gordon, Mary, and I chose our route to be unpredictable, weaving and winding, aiming to get a view of the areas where assassins might lurk. Now and then, Gordon would walk off a short distance and kick at a fallen set of planks or a bit of cloth, to identify anything hiding beneath. The three of us had guns in holsters, our coats on, not so dissimilar from the stitched in appearance, though we were almost half the size. I was less than half the size, myself. We passed a set of doors, and Mary did the bending down, touching the small rigging of sticks and wire under the first door. A motion of her hand indicated that it was fine. We passed to the second door. No issue. At the third, she gave the flat-handed gesture for negation. I gripped the handle of my gun. Gordon snapped his fingers to get Mary's attention, then gestured at the side of the building. She and I trained our guns on the door while Gordon walked around to the side, found a way to half climb up the building, and peered into the little window. As he dropped to the ground, with only the smallest splash, he drew his own gun, hurrying to join us. Meaning there was something to be concerned about. I stepped to the side of the door, back to the wall, hand on the knob, other hand holding my revolver. My eyes scanned the short street we were on, looking for trouble. Gordon and Mary were poised. I turned the knob. They rushed the room, while I covered their rear. 10 seconds passed, with no gunfire. "SY," Gordon murmured. I entered the building. A man was slumped on the floor. He was snoring softly. Man might have been too generous. Older than 15, younger than 20, with only a ghost of a beard and mustache. Mary bent down and picked up the little twist of wire and branch. L-shaped, not much longer than any of my fingers, it was small enough to go unnoticed, but if a door was opened, the little twist of wire would get moved across the floor. If we couldn't find it, someone had been inside since the last time we passed through. "Rest well, soldier," Gordon murmured. Mary sniffed. We shut the door gently behind us. Mary bent down to put the twist of wire back into place. "What was that noise you made?" I asked, my voice soft enough it was almost drowned out by the march of boots on the road a street over. 40 or 50 people, probably stitched from the noise they were making. "Noise?" Mary asked. "After Gordon's rest well." "Oh. Doesn't matter. I kind of wanted to kick him in the ass and yell at him," Mary said. That kind of behavior makes me antsy. Knackering off when there's a battle to be fought. We don't know his story, Gordon said. What might be driving him, what happened earlier in his day? He's sleeping while there's a battle to be fought, Mary said, again. Everyone is tired and anxious. Why does he get to sleep? He found a way, Gordon said. If he gets caught, he faces the consequences. If he doesn't, he gets to sleep. Rules are in place for a reason, Mary said. This time I snorted a little. Gordon bent down to check the next door. Talk to SY about that one. He could talk your ear off. Hey. But seriously, Gordon said. I agree with him. Sometimes the only good a rule does is weed out the people who can't figure out a way around it. I like how I'm being dragged into this conversation, and I've barely said anything, I said. That person's presence in the next fight might be the factor that makes or breaks our victory, Mary said. Gordon shrugged. His being well rested might make or break it, too. Or it might give him a chance to stand out. Be a little bit sharper. I'd rather have clever people who know how to break the rules in charge, over people who've only ever done as they were told. I wouldn't, Mary said. Because those clever people would be in charge of people trying to take shortcuts and skip out on work. And that's why we love you, Mary, I said. That's deflecting, she said. You're trying to distract me by throwing the word love out there. Sure, but I'm not deflecting so much as I'm trying to take the reins of the conversation and get it away from a debate that's never going to end. Gordon's on one side, he prefers the fastest, most expedient method of getting results, and we've got you on the other, striving toward perfection and order. You could be the tiebreaker, Gordon said. Settle it. You're an ass, I said. Why, he asked, and he actually managed to almost sound innocent. Break the tie, Mary said, before I could voice a response. She wasn't about to let it go, now. That was why Gordon was an ass. Mary had a way of obsessing or fixating, and it got worse when she was tired. Something about the way she'd been raised, the very minor changes Percy had made to her brain as she developed, it made it so she could and would keep practicing or training or studying when someone else would be too exhausted to keep going. It was possible for her to push her own limits to the point where she damaged her own body. It was even likely, if the people around her weren't careful to keep an eye on her or set strict rules. I stepped ahead a bit to bend down, my stomach still sore, using the excuse of checking the wire under the door to try and delay having to give an answer. SY, she said. I could imagine Gordon's smile, in the shadows of his hood. You win, I said. Too easy, she said. I don't believe you. Fine. Gordon's right. Better to let the guy keep sleeping. Gordon snorted. Give me a real answer, Mary said. The rumble of gunfire in the distance saved me. Our heads turned, and then we were off, running, boots splashing in muddy water. The gunfire was different from before. The last attack had been the handshake. Feeling us out. Tentative, bullets spitting and spraying here and there, an already injured beast unleashed to see how fast it died, and to show them that we were confident enough to sacrifice it. This was a swelling. Answering one exchange with something bigger and louder. Off the side street, onto the main. A long-haired war beast with horns bigger than I was saw our movement out of the corner of its eye and turned its head in our direction, snapping. Gordon stumbled, with the speed and amount he had to duck the swinging horn. Mary ducked a little. I was happy to let the horn pass over my head. The specialist in charge of the thing rebuked it, provoking a drawn-out and guttural moan from the thing, but it was well behind us by then. We reached the wall. I held up my badge without breaking stride. Within 1 second of my stepping on the stairs to go up to the higher portion of the wall, an explosion rocked the area, and I ended up slamming my shin against the third stair. Gordon grabbed me and unceremoniously hauled me to my feet, holding me by the back of my pants until I had my feet under me and was keeping up. The area was lighting up. Bioelectric lamps were on, shedding light on the battlefield, but liquids were leaking out as stray bullets caught them, and they were of the sort that flickered a lot, even left alone. It was unreliable lighting. The enemy was here. It looked like a lot of them. Maybe every able-bodied person in Whitney and many who weren't able-bodied, all camped out on the road, far enough back that our bullets wouldn't reach them, and vice versa. I'd been right. This was the full frontal attack. Problem was, this was a situation the lambs weren't suited for. If we were still in the enemy camp, it would be a different story. We'd handled the strategy, informed the commander. Our only hope was to gather information or hope they made a mistake we could exploit. I didn't even try to talk, with the noise around us. One of the war beasts was getting agitated by the sound of the battle. It wasn't being allowed to join, and I wondered if it hadn't been injected with stimulants, perhaps a chemical to help an already pain-tolerant, bullet-resistant creature of war cover the distance between us and them. I gestured instead. Open hand to fist. Fist tap to chest. 2-finger flick gesture toward the other side of the wall. Want, claim, take, for the first gesture. Then me. Then over there, moderate distance. I want to get over there. Gordon gave me a cool look, ducking his head below the rise of the short wall between us and them, but he didn't gesture in response. I knew it was dangerous and suicidal. But our only ability to truly control this situation depended on information. The brigadier seemed set on attacking the enemy, and if we decided we needed to change that course, then we needed new details to bring to him. If we decided the attack was the right plan, then that information could only help. If there was a chance we could figure out what they had up their sleeves in time to prepare our side, that could be the most important thing. It all hinged on our ability to actually obtain that information. Simple observation wouldn't do. The explosions and the vibration of one wall-mounted gun at the far end of the wall were making it hard to focus. As Gordon and Mary had been tense and poised to attack as I'd prepared to open the door, I felt a sense of readiness now. One opportunity, one event, one clue. A different sort of attack, this. On our end, at least. They had stitched. So did we. 8 out of 10 people at the top of the wall were stitched. 2 specialists, a commanding officer, Mary and I were the only ones who weren't. Gordon was a grey area. 40 or so stitched were shoulder to shoulder along the top of the broad stone gate. Something roared, from their side. That was a surprise. A war beast. I chanced a peek, and I saw it charging up the road. Not academy material. Weaker and less refined than any of ours, slower, smaller, and uglier. Hornless, it more closely resembled a cross between a rhino and a naked mole rat. Still, it had all of the right characteristics. Thick hide sufficient to stop most bullets, tons of raw muscle, hostility. I realized I was holding my breath, seeing its approach. I could hear the specialists on the wall calling out orders to the stitched in their charge. Bullets fired, targeting the thing. I couldn't see in the gloom, not with all of the rain, but I saw its head jerk to one side as a black smudge opened around one eye. Blood. Blind in one eye? It veered to one side as its head jerked. It had a habit of running where it was facing, and then it self-corrected, not slowing down. Hold, one of the specialists screamed. Hold. The enemy wasn't following up on the warbeast's attack. Had they attacked with all of their massed forces and the beast, perhaps using a few other tricks, they would have forced us to either mow them down or kill the beast, either option giving them a shot at breaching the wall. My mind turned over the options. Was it a leadership gambit? A promise made by Cynthia, to energize the forces, that the lives of the people of Whitney wouldn't be thrown away? Did she think she could win without sacrificing soldiers? Or was there another explanation? Hold, the specialist called out. A bullet caught him. The man with the eyes, I realized, before ducking down. Bullets weren't clean. They weren't tidy. The shot had struck him in the upper chest. Too high for the heart or lungs, I thought, but he dropped, letting his gun fall, hands to the wound as blood poured out. He was trying to speak, calling out. When he failed to get the words out, he raised his hand, pausing, making awful choking sounds, aiming to be heard by the other specialist on the wall. Another bullet struck the upraised hand. 2 fingers were ruined, left hanging by trace amounts of skin and muscle, the shocking white of bone exposed. Mary raised her head. I grabbed her with both hands to try to haul her down, but she raised herself up with more confidence, rather than less. He's on the cliff, she called out, raising her voice. He just changed locations. I raised my own head up to look, trying to see the cliff. The specialist dog with the ruined hand let it drop. The other specialist was too busy giving orders to reload to pay him full attention. Not enough human brains on this wall. Now. Gordon hollered. He'd been watching the scene unfold, had a sense of the timing. Stitched lobbed small objects over the wall. Grenades or bombs. The warbeast was closing on the wall. It got within 50 feet, then 40, then 30. The grenades and other devices went off. Detonations kicked up mud and moisture, and the other devices erupted in collections of flame that danced over the water's surface instead of being extinguished by it. The thing's course was altered. As before, it turned its head to one side, perhaps trying to protect the one remaining eye, and it lost virtually all of its momentum. It walked through fire without seeming to care over much. Some of the flames crept up its feet and legs. It slammed its head into the front gate. The entire wall vibrated. One elephantine warbeast, and it hadn't even had a full charge backing it. The specialist dog who'd missed the intent of his partner was giving orders, bidding the stitch to rain down guns. More explosives and accelerants were dropped down on top of it, a steady, constant rain, more aimed toward the thing's rear than its front, to avoid damage to the door. Hold off, the commander called out. Guns only. The specialist relayed the order to the stitched. I must have had a confused expression on my face, because Gordon leaned close, raising his voice to be heard, even though he was right in my ear. They're opening the gate. Our warbeasts against theirs. Why did I feel like that was exactly what the enemy expected and wanted? I rose to my feet, ducking low to keep my head out of the way of flying bullets. Down the stairs. Gordon and Mary came with me. It was madness on the lower level. Sandbag emplacements were going up on the road, people and experiments were trying to navigate the spaces between. I made a beeline for the warbeasts, scanning the crowd. With the volume of the noise and the amount of distractions, I had no choice. I grabbed the man who seemed to be talking to the warbeast handlers, as a smaller child might grab for their mother's legs. He turned his attention to me. One eye twitched, not because of me, but because of an explosion. Maybe a dud bomb that the beast had crushed underfoot. The gate rattled as it swung its head into the iron-reinforced wood. Trap. I called out. They want you to open the gates. No choice, the man said, with complete confidence. That doesn't mean this is the right decision. It just means they've maneuvered us into a corner. Bullets. I said, still raising my voice to be heard. The rain was coming down harder, but it was like there was so much going on that the individual raindrops were being broken up into a harsh, downward spray. Bombs. That thing won't get through the door. It's small. It's going to do damage if we don't put it down fast. Let it. I called out. And the next time? The time after that, the man asked. The man shook his head, sweeping his arm out to push me out of the way. I found my badge and held it up. A stitch threw itself off the top of the gate, dropping to the ground between us and the door. It twitched and thrashed as it fought. I looked back, staring, while Gordon hurried over to the body. I turned my attention back to the man, and saw him focusing on the badge. It's an order, I said. He made a sound that might have been a laugh. You can't give orders. Frustration seized me. I had a distinct mental image of myself cutting him down right there, consequences be damned. But the cost was too great. I'd lose other opportunities. The gate rattled again. Headbutt after headbutt. But it wasn't making significant progress. It would die before it did. The commander was weighing things in terms of cost. The damage to the gate, the damage the enemy might do later in this fight, or in future ones. He was thinking about how many bullets and explosives we had, and how many we wouldn't have, if we tried to gun this thing down. I was thinking in terms of the enemy's strategy. Their eerie confidence that this, right here, was a battle they could win. This felt like step one of that battle plan of theirs. I grabbed his jacket. He pushed me aside, turning to someone, giving an order while pointing at me. I could barely hear over the ringing in my ears. Gordon stepped up. He reached up and grabbed the man's collar. One fierce tug, and the man bent over, almost tipping over face first onto the waterlogged road. Mary stepped closer, a knife in hand, touching it to the man's throat. Listen, she said. While I desperately thought of a way to convey the sense of alarm I felt in a way he'd understand, men in our vicinity had drawn guns, with us now in their sights. We took one of their creatures apart. I told him, it was packed full of gas. Human-sized experiment, could have killed a roomful of people. That thing could have enough gas in it to kill everyone at the gate and on the wall top above it. I watched, waited, stared at his eyes, and refused to betray the slightest bit of doubt. I had to convince him on every level. Right, he said. He pulled himself back up to a standing position, one hand on Gordon's shoulder, and both Gordon and Mary let him straighten up. Mary and I backed off, stepping to the sidelines, where row and column of Stitched stood waiting, shrouded in their black coats and hoods, guns in gloved hands. Gordon was still kneeling by the fallen Stitched. It was cold enough for my breath to fog in the air. The last traces of winter, joined by freezing rain. Whether we won or lost, there would be frost on the ground for the sun to melt, come morning. The world would keep turning. The world didn't feel like it was turning. The gate wasn't opened, the war beasts on our side weren't sicked on the smaller one on their side. It was a slow wearing down of two very durable targets, the war beast on their side and the door on ours. Two immovable objects. Well, theirs could bleed, at the very least. Our forces bled in their own way. A Stitched stood, arms flailing, and then collapsed onto the surface at the top of the wall. Still thrashing, it rolled over the edge, dropping to the ground. Still alive, it moved too violently to be approached. They left it like that, struggling. Backing off, the commander on the wall shouted. I felt like Jamie, a step behind. It was an unfamiliar environment, my senses were overloaded. I belatedly realized what they were saying. The enemy war beast was retreating? Surprisingly complex behavior for a creature to display on its own. To decide it was too hurt to keep going? That wasn't the usual war beast psychology. That was counterintuitive, if anything. Who wanted a war beast that ran? Inferior work? Part of the plan? Gordon straightened, running toward us, an object in his hand. The Stitched he'd approached had died on hitting to the ground. Durable as they were, a snapped neck was a snapped neck. When Gordon was halfway to us, he was knocked to the ground by a thunderclap of an explosion, trumping any we'd felt this night, with the exception of the one to hit the rooftop. I saw and smelled smoke, billowing in from the gate. A bomb. Had the war beast been rigged? No. I connected the dots, too late. The war beast wasn't alone. It had been given instructions. Sleight of hand. Distract someone with the flash, something impossible to ignore, and the other hand moved subtly at the scenes. Someone or something had accompanied the war beast. Inside it, under it, hiding on top, I couldn't guess. That figure would have had to have hidden in the shadows at the very base of the wall, knowing that the rifleman with the bugged-out eyes was picking off anyone who raised their head too high or leaned too far over to look down. To work in concert, with that kind of trust, it had to be the woman with the teeth. The sniffing woman. Melancholic. She'd brought a bomb, something larger, she'd waited until the explosives and fire raining down from above had slowed in amount, ordered the war beast back and out of the way. Had the gate been open for our war beasts to go through, she might have had her creature carry the bomb into our ranks, or planted the explosive further in, during the chaos, to make it difficult or impossible to defend our wall. If we didn't have the stairs up to the platform at the top, to shoot over and see what the enemy was doing. As it was, her explosion had damaged the gate. No, worse than that. Her war beast renewed its attack. It struck the gate, and the gate did more than rattle. It knocked. Something was loose, banging against the frame. A second strike made a louder knock, with the creak marking something straining, falling out of place. The explosion damaged the gate enough. Enough that the war beast could make headway. That the people on our side couldn't haul it open. Enough that the enemy felt confident in mounting a proper attack. Repair teams, a commander called out. Men and women with wood, metal, tools, oversized Stitched with them to do the heaviest lifting and work. They'd patch things up, but they needed room. The war beast charged, and the billowing smoke expanded out of the way, showing its head. It had rammed through loosened wood and planks, head sticking through the gate. An order was given. One of our beasts, the energetic one, lunged. It gripped the enemy war beast in its teeth, holding onto the thing's head, twisting and wrenching. The struggle damaged the gate further, but the enemy war beast quickly faltered, its skull being crushed at an agonizing rate. Our beast won, tearing the enemy war beast's head free of its neck. The amount of blood was astonishing. No gas, thankfully. I'd been wrong. We shoot the gas canisters through, keep them at bay. Send the Stitched in to do what they can, the commander was saying. When the gas dies down, step into work and direct the Stitched. The repair crews gave their affirmative, but I could see the nervousness in their body language. The enemy could be marching on us now. More weapons, more beasts, more surprises. It was hard to say. This was going poorly, but if we could get the wall repaired. Cannons fired, aiming for the opening in our own gate. I could see the gas rise, higher than the wall on the other side. Something lethal, poisonous. Our Stitched approached the gate, ignoring the thinner streams of gas that filtered through the damaged parts. There were a lot of damaged parts. Be ready, the commander called. If they have Stitched, they might try sending them through the gas. They won't be commanded, so concentrate fire and be smart. Mary reached out and clutched my sleeve. Gunshots sounded close and from the other side of the wall. A Stitched laborer on our side dropped. A bullet caught a non-stitched laborer on our side. It was surprising, and the surprise accented the awfulness of it. The shock, the blood, the wrench of agony in the woman's features. More bullets came. Through the cloud of vapor and the rain, I could see the shadows of legs, people ducking low, the flash of rifles firing through the gaps. Our side fired back. The enemy ducked out of the way. Grenades flew in through the gap, and when they exploded, they didn't produce fire or explosion. Gas. Like we'd deployed. Smart Stitched? Mary's grip tightened. I grabbed her wrist, and grabbed Gordon's sleeve. We backed away, taking cover. It was the inverse of the situation the commander had mentioned. As we hurried to fight back, pulling war beasts out of the way and trying to organize our Stitched in the midst of the chaos, our Stitched were left leaderless. The exorcist rifles did horrific damage. 1 or 2 shots to down each Stitched. As the gas crept closer to Mary and I pulled my shirt up around my nose. A sad measure, but the stuff hadn't been aimed at us. It wouldn't reach us, short of the wind changing direction. The men strode out of the gas. 1 or 2 rubbed at rheumy eyes and scarred eyelids. A mild reaction for the danger the gas should have posed. Plague men. I was reminded of Mauer's speech on the horrors of the battlefield. I realized what might have driven a soldier to subject themselves to that kind of ugliness. They've made their elite soldiers immune to the plagues, poisons, and parasites the Academy might use against them. They'd traded away the secret, but they'd seized the front gate in exchange. Esprit de Corps 5.13. The spot we'd chosen to hide ended up being one of the worst possible positions, short of actually standing in between the two forces. Stones, planks, sandbags and barrels had been set down by the side of the road. We crouched there, using them for cover, while bullets flew. They smacked against the sandbags and stones intended for use in repairing the gate. Others struck the street and the dirt a matter of feet behind us, likely ricochets more than anything. It was hard to see, with both sides using noxious smoke and gas. Both sides were fighting more or less blind, only 100 or 200 feet from each other. What my ears told me, however, when I strained to process what was out there behind the shouting and the report of gunfire, was that the plague men were silent, the only noise being the tramp of boots as they shifted position and took cover. Our side was doing the same, but they had to cede ground to the gas, sending the Stitched on and forward. Idiots, Gordon said, right in my ear. He was closer to the end of the pile of supplies, nearer to our people than to the gate. I strained my eyes to see what he was seeing. Whatever it was, I couldn't make sense of it. As smoke swirled, I was only able to make out vague shapes, but the road movements of the Stitched and the fact that they didn't move or reposition let me gradually put together a mental picture of what I was looking at. Stitched knelt behind sandbags, methodically reloading, aiming, firing, reloading, aiming, firing. They didn't flinch as the larger bullets of the plague men's special guns put massive holes in sandbags inches from their heads. When one Stitched died, the rest kept on working. Idiots. It seemed dumb to be raising my voice to be heard over the gunfire when we were supposed to be hiding, but there was no other way to manage, and I doubted we would be heard. He shook his head. Gave ground. Gave ground. I could sort of see what he was thinking, now. The plague men were advancing, returning fire until the Stitched weren't shooting anymore, then moving up to take defensive positions. The Stitched remained where they were, but they operated on simple rules and instructions. Face forward, shoot the enemy. They couldn't improvise, and they didn't have the basic creativity or problem-solving ability to figure out less conventional defensive positions. They didn't use the corners of buildings or the drop of porches, they didn't realize when their cover was whittled away. There were a lot of reasons Stitched were a terrifying weapon in war. In this fight, they weren't being wielded right. They were being deployed to the rows of sandbags that had been placed in the road. They weren't lasting long at all. They went down thrashing. While our side kept sending more into the clouds of gas with orders to take up the first available set of sandbags and open fire, convinced they were pushing the enemy back. Doing the same thing over and over again. Soon, the plague men would reach our cover, and there would be no chance of hiding. There were 2 likely options for our side, now, provided they realized the mistake they were making. They could pull back, secure positions, maybe even burn buildings that the enemy could use, regroup, and make a concerted effort to use the stitched as they were supposed to be used, durable shock troops. We had enough of them, but without the coordination we would lose more than we killed. The second option was that our side might well release the war beasts and other experiments. I was really hoping they didn't release the war beasts. An explosion in the vicinity of the gate nearly knocked me over. Blind gunfire touching the ground a bit behind me told me I could very well have died if I'd lost my balance and fallen. Another explosion touched down. It said a lot that I wasn't sure which side was using it. Careful! Mary shouted. The explosion had stirred clouds of gas. All three of us turned away from the blast, so our backs were to the wind and the onrushing gas, hoods pulled up. I held my breath, even after the wind passed. I waited as long as I could, and when I could breathe again, I exhaled forcefully, for the little good it did. I kept one eye tightly closed and relied on the other, the knuckle of my thumb pressed to a nostril. Head down, moving as little as I had to keep my heart rate lower. Standard precautions, when dealing with unknown toxins. It was a mistake to be here, but the ebb and flow of the fight had moved faster than we'd been able. Now we were pinned down. There was nothing clever we could do to get out and away, because there were no people here. Nobody to manipulate, no tools to use, outside of sticks and stones. No place to run. Horns sounded. War beasts roared. The ground shook. My head was already bowed, hood pulled down, back hunched over. I was already in a pretty defeated posture. There weren't any options for expressing my absolute dismay. My nostrils and eyes were burning. When I blinked, my vision streaked, as if I were looking through a smudged window. The rumbling of the ground intensified as the war beasts drew closer. I heard Gordon's alarmed grunt, felt his shoulder touch me, and with no idea what to do, I let myself go limp, trying to fall so I was lying along the base of the stack of wood and stone. The crushing impact was powerful enough that I was left momentarily breathless, and it wasn't even a direct hit. I felt something collide with the construction supplies we were using for cover, and the power of the blow passed from the pile to the ground, and through me. I looked up, and I saw the war beast charging on, into the smoke and gas by the gate. Wood and stone flew through the air, some fragments clinging to the single horn that had struck the edge of the pile. Our cover was mostly gone. This wasn't why I'd hated the idea of sending the war beasts. This was a bonus. A crummy-ass bonus in a crummy-ass situation. The problem was that they weren't realizing the problem. This wasn't a dumb, thoughtless attack. We were fighting people who knew us, knew the tools the Academy had. Why the hell would they attack if they didn't think they could deal with the war beasts? Near the gate, another of the rebellion's war beasts lunged out of the smoke. It collided with ours. 2/3 of the size, the rebellion war beast was furless, thick-skinned, and functioned like a blunt weapon. A crude club, used for smashing. Ours was thick-skinned, but had thick fur at the head and shoulders, a bison's mantle or a lion's mane, massive, sweeping horns, and piranha teeth. It could bite, bash, rend, slice, and it could likely do any of the four better than the smaller one could smash against things. Combine traits of the four, and it was a devastating work of art. I wondered if the student who'd made it knew how carelessly it was being thrown away. We had armored vehicles. Just as there were cars on the road, there were armored cars with guns mounted on them, and powerful engines. There were armies that had relied on them. The problem was, war beasts like these were built to last. They could take the gunfire offered by the armored cars, close the distance, and then there was nothing the armored car could do. One headbutt, and the car could be rolled. Claws could tear at doors or hatches, and powerful limbs could tear at guns. That had led to a series of countermeasures and countermeasures. Bait cars were rolled into the field, set to explode when a warbeast attempted to roll it. Warbeasts got smarter and tougher, or they got mass-produced. It was too expensive to make those bait cars compared to how easy it was to grow the beasts. More inventive countermeasures had to be developed. It was hard to wage a war when one side was forced to constantly outdo itself in being inventive and devious, and the other simply had to do the same thing they were doing, only a little bit better every time. Stronger, faster, tougher. Plague men moved out of the noxious gas, the exorcists dangling from straps. They were holding other, smaller guns, spreading out and firing at our warbeast. 2 more of the Academy's warbeasts joined the fray. One collided with the wall, claws scraping against stone. Another aimed for the plague men, who moved out of the way. 2 spread out for the beast to go after more than 1 or 2 at a time. With the gas blocking some of the view, I wasn't sure if it was making any contact at all. What had come first? Had they possessed the eerie calm and ability to focus wholly on this fight first, leading to them agreeing to be modified, or had the mental changes been part and parcel of it? A combination of the two? The rapid report of a higher tech gun marked more bullets being fired. The warbeast closest to us twisted around 180 degrees, switching the side that was exposed to the gunfire, and then reversed direction, unable to escape the hail of fire. It roared and then abruptly charged with no provocation. It collided with the wall, to the left of the gate. I was pretty sure it had caught one of the plague men between its head and the stones. It wasn't the smoke obscuring my view, but the blurriness in one eye. It was getting worse. Gordon was reaching over me. I raised myself up out of the puddle at the base of our meager cover, to get a better look. It was black, and it looked more like a crystal than anything, pointed at both ends, more akin to a needle than anything. Almost akin to obsidian, but not quite so sharp at the edges of each plane. Where had he picked that up? The stitched. The one that had fallen from the wall. Bullet. Mary asked. Gordon nodded. I couldn't make out what he was saying over the chaos of the combat. They examined the thing between them, each keeping half of an eye on the situation, half on the bullet. My focus was on trying to track how the situation was unfolding. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision. My nose and eye were burning, and it was a surprising amount, considering how resistant I tended to be to most poisons and chemical weapons. To go. Mary said. Stating the obvious, but sometimes the obvious needed to be stated. The problem wasn't the enemy they were focusing on the war beasts. It was our side, shooting blindly. The gas canisters and weapons that had opened the foray were long out of juice, and wind was carrying away the worst of the gas. The area was clearing up, which made us easier to spot. The distance to the next set of structures that could provide cover was 200 feet. Short grass, torn up dirt, mud, and loose, crushed stone. I heard a shout from among the plague men. A sharp crack marked an explosive going off in their vicinity. Heads were turned away, hands raised to faces. Can't see, Gordon said, rubbing at his eyes with his sleeve. With my shoulder pressed up against Mary's side, I felt rather than heard the affirmative sound she made. There was no happy ending here. Even if the Brigadier stepped in and got the Academy to start fighting back properly, and if Helen, Jamie, Lillian, and Shipman knew enough to start an effort to extract us, I wasn't sure it was possible. We were too close to the enemy, our side had given ground, and we'd been left behind. Half-blind, outnumbered. The war beasts were struggling. They spent more time flinching and snarling at the gunfire than attacking. I heard the louder fire of the exorcists going off. The war beast farthest from us staggered and dropped. A moment later, it was on fire, ignited by something thrown. In case of parasites more than anything else, I suspected. I reached out, pushing my fingers into Gordon's closed fist. He was gripping a handkerchief. He loosened his fingers, then held his hand out as I unfolded the handkerchief and took the black shard from within. I pricked the back of my hand. MF, I made a sound. It burned like fire. Within a few seconds, the muscle was twitching involuntarily, the burning sensation like 1,000 paper cuts a second. A murg, I started off making one sound, then ended up making a guttural noise instead. My voice was tight as I managed an, okay. The heck are you doing? Gordon asked. It's poisoned, I said, my voice still tight. Or it's crystallized poison or it's something. Ow. Peralta. Gordon asked. Peralta, I said, in a strained, intense way. There was a detonation closer to the wall, aimed at one of the beasts. It didn't do much more than kick up dirt. The cliffside was only a dozen feet away, and both debris and moisture bounced off of the wall to land on and around us. Shorter ranged guns, delivering only pain. I remembered how the Stitched had acted. That had been the aim. It was why our lines were disintegrating as fast as they were. Faced with Stitched and war beasts who felt only as much pain as they needed to be able to function, Pock had given the enemy a weapon that delivered it, distilled. The alarm on Mary's face suggested she was very aware of just what that meant. The look on Gordon's face, as he stared at the ongoing fight with the war beasts, was one of deep concern. The beasts didn't know how to process the experience. Their well of experience might have been limited to experiencing only a moment of pain, enough to know where the harm was coming from so they could lash out. Except now they were feeling that moment over and over, from all directions. They lunged, swung their horns around, howled, and attacked nothing in particular, only periodically going after the plague men. The pain in my hand was fading. Whatever it was, it didn't last forever. But that had only been a trace contact. Getting shot by one of these, it would be more than a trace contact. Agony the dead would feel, apparently. We were losing the cover of smoke and gas, and even with the less affected eye, the one that I had kept closed, I couldn't make out the enemy as more than smudgy abstracts. I doubted they were suffering in the same way. I put the black crystal on the ground, then grabbed a stone from the pile. I smacked it, aiming for only the tip. The motion got Gordon and Mary's attention. Lifting the rock, I saw that the crystal had broken up. Which suggested that getting shot by one didn't mean having to extract one shard, but possibly dozens. I grabbed the longest, narrowest one, and bent it until it snapped in two. What Mary said, before gunfire drowned her out. They were exorcising the third war beast. NG. Knife, I told her. She had a knife in her hand in less than a second. She looked at it, then at me, as if only now questioning it. Cut my stitches, I said, lifting up my shirt. Can't see, SY, she said. Well, I was pretty sure it was what she'd said. Cut, I told her, again. Idea? Gordon asked. The exorcist's fire had died out, and the third war beast was dead. Scary to realize the plague men had dispatched 3 of the things, and I wasn't sure they'd lost more than a half-dozen of their own. It was more alarming to realize that the primary source of gunfire was in the other direction from the gate. A little ways down the road. Hopefully it was because our side had pulled back to regroup, and not because the plague men were crushing us underfoot as they advanced. Idea, I confirmed for Gordon, lowering my voice now that the gunfire was further away. Try to cut, Gordon told Mary. I saw her head bob. Her vision was bad enough that she had to lean close to use the knife. Her nose touched my stomach, making one muscle twitch in a ticklish reaction. Her hot breath swept over my cold, wet skin. She had steady hands. I flinched as she cut one suture, then another. Stop, I said. She did, without moving her head away. She turned her face upward, to look at me. How sure are you? Gordon asked. Make the wound bleed, I said, then, barely able to hear even my own words, I admitted, not very, but there's not much room for cleverness here. Yet, Gordon said. Mary cut. My stomach moved of its own accord. Too much of this plan depended on factors I couldn't control or wholly predict. Educated guesses. Lose the weapons, I said. Rather than try to work my holster off of my belt, I simply undid my belt entirely, hauling it off. I jammed it into a gap between stone and wood. All the weapons. Keep your knives. Okay. There were shouts and calls. More people at the gate. The enemy was moving up. I couldn't tell if it was 10 or 50. My vision was suffering too much. I judged distance, took the broken black crystal and poked a hole in my shirt, so it stuck through. I did it with more of the shards, spreading them out. I looked at the black crystals. If they were poison, and I was resistant to poison, were they worse for someone else? Or were they not poison at all, their design a deter of sorts? A way to simulate pain without using the regular channels? Either way, this was going to suck. Fingers placed alongside the fabric, spikes of black crystal poking through and pointed inward, I slapped the fabric against my own stomach, the biggest shard touching the wound Mary had opened up. The pain was immediate and mind-altering. I screamed without even meaning to, keeling over, landing in mud. I might have drove shards deeper as I landed on the ones at my side. I'd experienced agony before, on a monthly schedule. I knew how to deal, in a way. This blew that out of the water, made it impossible to turn my mind to reach for any of the tools. I'd stabbed my side, and I felt it in my bones and in my brain, in the nerves of my teeth. I was glad I'd fallen forward, because I screamed until something changed in my throat and I heaved up my stomach contents. I was dimly aware of an enemy soldier standing over us. One of the plague men. Mary was screaming. About being blind, unable to see what was happening to me. The plague man stared down, expression unchanging. Variables I couldn't predict or control. Educated guesses alone. Failing any other variables, anything at all, human beings tended to favor the simplest, clearest options. The easiest thing for him to do, without emotion or orders saying otherwise, was to shoot and end us. That was only one of a half-dozen things that could go wrong. But he had to have a reason to fight. A reason to change himself so drastically. There was an answer to that question that could see us through. An iota of mercy. He grabbed me by the arm, dragging me, weapon in one hand. As my body stretched out, the shards making contact with me touched me areas of my gut. They weren't deep, except for the big one, but all the same, it renewed the pain twice over. It was almost transcendent, taking me out of myself. I was wide-eyed, incapable of moving. Processing the little I could see and hear and storing almost none of it. Dim light and noise, darkness. Mary. Gordon. A flickering light so bright I couldn't look at it. My head lolled to one side, and I focused on the darkness there, and the square of faint orange-purple light. Mary's voice, again. The pain was getting easier to bear. A man's voice. Soothing. I was trying to scream, I hadn't stopped, but the energy wasn't there. My chest jerked, and only small sounds came out. I closed my eyes. The pain was receding more. I could process. I was in a tent. The wall to one side was stone. The exterior wall of Westmore. By the gate. I was on a table. A doctor was extracting shards from my side. One of the rebellion doctors. My head turned. On the other side of the room, Gordon and Mary sat in chairs. Their hands were bound in front of them. A plague man with a gun was standing beside the pair, weapon in hand. I still couldn't really see. Nothing had fixed things from before. The only improvement was that there was light and we were out of the rain. Cynthia had to have told them to watch out for children. My educated guess had been right, however. These were men who'd undergone changes for a reason. There was a rationale, partially driven by fear, but partially driven by a desire to oppose the Academy. They were almost an incarnation of that. Opposing the Academies meant opposing the way the Academy operated. There had to be a sense of conscience in there. A child wounded with a weapon meant for monsters, even if they had orders to kill children on sight. I'd gambled on them showing mercy. This one had a parasite living under his skin on one side of his face. It kept moving, making his facial features change each time. One of his eyes didn't close properly. Parasites that would prey on other parasites? Chemicals to counteract other poisons or stave off disease, all with their severe side effects? You're more alert, the doctor that was working on me asked. One big one, then we take off your shirt and see if there's more to dig out. Is he okay? Mary asked. Please. I can't see. I can only see your shape, kind of, because the window is behind you, but I can't see Simon, and he's not screaming anymore and... Hush, the doctor said. He'll be fine. The shards never penetrate too deep. They're a non-lethal measure. When the victims don't commit suicide to end the pain, I imagine, I thought. Mary hadn't been saying what she'd said for the doctor's benefit, but for mine. Already thinking about how we might find our way out. My back arched, the pain searing me as the shard was pulled free of the wound, making a sucking sound. There we go, hold on, wait, the doctor said. He pressed something to the wound to absorb the welling blood. I would have lost more blood and had it welling around the site of injury, thanks to the extra damage Mary had inflicted. Part of my attempt to draw pity. All of it calculated, in a way. If Mary had been the one injured, then we would have been two scraggly boys. This way, there was one hurt child on the table, and one girl in the chair. There were more factors, but this was the ideal combination. Okay, the doctor asked. I opened my mouth to respond, but my words didn't come out. I'd lost the ability to speak. I nodded. Any pain, still? I made a face and nodded. A lie. Let's take a look, then. He peeled my bloody shirt away from my stomach. I turned my head away, and met Mary's eyes. I reached out to the pair of them. And I gestured. You're going to be okay, SY, Mary said. Yeah, Gordon said. Two affirmatives. We were good to go. I blinked, very deliberately. On the other side, the doctor said, what the hell? You're all ready. Her bound hands went over her head. She brought them forward together, simultaneously. A two-handed throw for a lone knife. Injured. The knife caught the doctor in the throat. I tried to move, and realized I was bound with cord enough I couldn't move freely, but loose enough I could be repositioned. Gordon brought his knees to his chest. Rope that had bound his ankles to the chair was loose enough to fall to the floor. He was up and out of the chair, hands still bound, moving past Mary to where reference books sat on a military travel chest. He grabbed a book and threw it like he was thrusting it into the air more than anything. The plague man only managed a short sound of alarm before the book caught him in the lower face. I was betting Gordon was aiming for the throat, but a smack to the mouth served for a moment. Gordon threw his whole weight against the man's knee. He hit the ground, and the plague man fell over top of him. Gordon used the rope that bound his wrists to choke the plague man. Nobody had responded to the yell of alarm. I wondered if there had been enough screaming from this tent to desensitize. 3 seconds passed, the doctor gurgling, the plague man choking, trying to throw Gordon loose and failing, and Mary I couldn't make out what Mary was doing. The ropes were severed, I realized. She was free. She bent down over the plague man and cut his throat. Gordon's hands were freed. He extricated himself. I was next to be freed. I held the bandage to the thrice-opened wound as I lowered my feet to the ground. Sometimes I think you do that to yourself on purpose, Gordon murmured. I opened my mouth. No words came out. I like you like this, he said. I gestured. We need to get out of here, Mary said. I nodded. I gestured again. This time it was something less obscene. Don't know what you mean by that one, Gordon said. War, battle. Fighting our way out? Mary asked. She'd bent down over the plague man. I sighed, shaking my head. Bending down, wincing, I picked up the book. I tore out a page and balled it up. I held thumb and one finger together under it. Not a gesture, but I hoped the idea was clear. Fire, Gordon said. I nodded. We can't do too much damage. Westmore needs to be able to use the location. I shook my head. No. I shook my head again. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision and failing. We've lost this one, Mary said. Plague men, black bullets, they have answers to what the Academy can bring to bear. Best we can do is cut our losses. I could have hugged her. I nodded. Okay, she said. Yeah, Gordon said. We should try that way, if I remember right. The three of us, with probably one set of working eyes between us, moved to the other end of the tent. It was getting brighter outside. The orange and purple light I'd seen was the sunrise. We ducked under the bottom of the canvas flap, peeked into the adjoining tent, and then moved through there. The enemy's focus was on the front lines of the battle, from the sounds of it. There were barely any figures in the makeshift camp they'd set up at the gate. But they'd brought some supplies and they'd left some behind. The incendiary weapons they'd used to dispose of the war beasts were among them. Any building we passed that had a window was on fire moments after we'd left it behind us. Nearly blind, we passed through the freezing rain, heading straight for their back lines and for the other lambs. Esprit de Corps 5.14. Our fires raged at one end of Westmore. A full quarter of the city aflame. Though the wood used to grow, portions of buildings and plant matter grown to seal the gaps between stones had been treated to make it less combustible, it was still wood. Stitched, buildings, chemicals, it took so little for the Academy's work to go up in flames. The smoke billowed, but the walls meant it didn't have many places to go. We were boxed in with mountains, cliffs, and walls, and that concentrated the smoke that hung lower to the ground. The rain pounded down on the burning buildings, creating a dull roar. It was attention-grabbing. Enough to concern the forces at the battlefront. We couldn't see, but with the smoke, our enemy couldn't see either. We found the best hiding place we were able, listening as best as we could for the tramp of boots, then moved as soon as we heard the noise receding. I wanted to communicate, reach out to the others and make sure we were on the same page, when it came to strategy and more. I hadn't counted on being struck dumb. I'd wanted to make sure that I was the one who was stuck in the bed, while Gordon and Mary were free to act. Being injured wasn't necessary, but I'd needed to sell it, and that meant blood and making my performance as real as possible. Opening an old injury was better than making another. If I'd known I would have lost the ability to communicate, I would have gone another route. I was scared in a way I usually wasn't. I wasn't able to use my senses to their fullest. With my eyes as screwed up as they were, and the chaos of noise in the background, the only things I could be sure about were things within 30 feet of me. The smoke hampered our enemy, but that didn't do much good if we took the wrong turn or path between buildings and ended up face to face with a plague man and his exorcist. It didn't help that I wasn't sure how the other lambs were doing. Had I been able to take in more of the situation, I might have been able to reassure myself that the enemy lines hadn't advanced far enough, or that there were avenues for them to escape. As it was, we scurried here and there, keeping our heads down, straining every sense, hoping that the combined senses of the three of us were enough to alert us to possible danger. We stopped for breath, and to get our bearings. Gordon was doing the listening for trouble. I stayed beside him, while Mary stood a short distance away. She knocked on the wall once. Not entirely necessary, given the broken window, but I imagined she was looking for her own unique sorts of reassurance. Gordon and I listened, hard. There were no footsteps, no boots. Nothing close enough to be differentiated from the roar of background noise, of guns firing and rain pouring down on a spreading sea of fire that was stubbornly refusing to go out. He knocked. Mary's foot splashed in a puddle as she rejoined us. Her hand fumbled for and touched my shoulder. I squeezed Gordon's upper arm. We bolted. There was a soft woof sound as the incendiary weapon went off. A shout, directly ahead. Footsteps. Gordon didn't slow. I knew he had to have heard. We made it another 10 feet before he jerked us in one direction. We ducked in behind a solid metal object. I kept my head down, shoulders hunched, providing as small of a profile as was possible. The men who ran past us weren't plague men, but they wore the darker colors of rebellion members. They made their way into the opaque wall of rain and smoke, feet splashing. We remained still until we couldn't hear them. Mary coughed lightly. The smoke was catching up to us. Soon it would drown us out. My world shrank from 30 feet to 20, or perhaps 15. Anything beyond was indecipherable. I wanted to tell them we needed to move faster. We had to get to a point that we could observe the situation, so we could find and reunite with the others, or get a grasp of any obstacles in our way. If we took too long and the city was drowned in smoke and fire, we might have to chance running across a war zone and risk taking a bullet, to get to the lodge where the others were. At least the distraction was diverting enemy forces. The sound of gunfire had abated. They would have probably planned to get further into Westmore before their advance slowed and stopped. They didn't have a place to retreat to, and they no longer had any certainty that they would have shelter if this dragged out. The tent with the doctor and the stitched had no doubt been intended to be such a waypoint. No place for the wounded to go, no place to sleep, to eat, nowhere to retreat. They weren't fearless. Humans had basic needs, and the plague men were human. In attacking their assuredness that they would be able to sustain those needs, we knocked the legs out from under them. Uncertainty, doubt, morale, all would turn to our advantage. I just wished mine wasn't suffering so much. We stopped. The gunfire was closer, now. Running blind for a minute or less might see us running straight into harm's way, now. Out of the alleyway and into the street. I'm out, Mary said, under her breath. I was already out. I hadn't grabbed many, and in my hurry to make sure my hands were free if I needed them, I'd use them quickly. I have two. Want to hold on to one, just in case, Gordon said. I'll go. He headed to the nearest window we could make out. Mary and I moved a little further down. I could hear him open the window. Mary and I listened. It was harder, with the fighting being so close. There were people tramping this way and that in between nearby buildings. Plague men looking for vantage points. We were in serious danger of being caught. I could only hope that we could pretend to be scared children. Harder with Gordon than with any of us. He already looked like someone in his early teens. He'd grown early and fast. Almost to the point where someone might have thought he should be in uniform with a gun in his hands. Gordon knocked. We carried on listening. I was pretty sure we were thinking along the same lines. That, being as close to the fighting as we were, we wanted to be extra careful. She had hold of my hand, and was squeezing it, hard. Mary prided herself so much on perfectionism. To be hampered, damaged, a sense failing her, unable to be her best, it probably knocked her legs out from her, like the fire had been intended to do for the enemy forces. No sound. We knocked. A third knock sounded, just a short distance away. Not Gordon. The sound had an effect on me, as if all the cold outside of me was suddenly sucked into my bones, making everything come to a standstill. The fear that made a rabbit stand stock still as a fox came into sight. I let go of Mary's hand and drew my gun. Cynthia's gas, is it? Melancholy asked. Gordon's pistol fired. Mine was a second late, slowed by my concern that we'd draw attention. Blind. Melancholy crooned, not seeming to care. I was in the midst of reloading, but Gordon had already reloaded, and fired again. I held my fire. She wouldn't have been taunting us like this if we had a chance of hitting her. I kept my gun in both hands, holding it firmly, so it couldn't be taken away, and waited for an opportunity. Mary was right beside me. Mud sucked at her boot as she shifted her stance. Melancholy started. Gordon fired again. He made a grunting sound, and I heard a wet slap as he landed full on in the mud. He didn't make another sound. Mary did, beside me, but it was shock, a muted gasp. The bone-deep chill I felt was a different sort from fear, this time. There was a very good chance this was a moment that would be engraved into my memory for the rest of my life. It didn't break my focus. I stared into a morass of smoke and rain, and saw absolutely nothing I could use. There were only the smudged shapes of buildings, 100 shifting blurs of light and dark that could have been melancholy and could have been nothing at all. I heard a mechanical click. I aimed, but I didn't fire. I heard the sound of boots on mud, quick. Like Choleric had been, she had good reflexes. She was agile. She could see us, while we couldn't see her, and she had Gordon's gun. Let's try this again, minus interruptions, she said. She was around the corner. If I was gauging right, I'll make you a deal. I couldn't respond. Well, I might have been able to, but it would have been a mouse's strangled squeak. Drowned out by the noise around us. I reached out with a foot and kicked Mary's ankle lightly, once. We're listening, Mary said. I want to know where Phlegmatic and Choleric are. That's doable, Mary said. I'm not done. I'm taking one of you hostage. The little one, messy black hair. Sylvester. Yes. Him. I offered another kick. He says yes. Why doesn't he speak for himself? He can't. Okay. Sylvester. Throw out the gun, straight in front of you. She was around the corner and to my left. She wanted to see the gun fall. I tossed it out for her. Girl. You too. Mary hesitated a little bit longer before doing the same. Now, be good, Melancholy said. I reached out and kicked Mary's ankle again. She kicked me back, hard. Then she did it again. I twisted, reaching out, trying to stop her, but I felt her arm move. She was fighting back. Stupid, aggressive, single-minded Mary, no. There was nothing I could do to stop her that wouldn't potentially get us both killed. I pulled my arms away, backing up so I was flat against the wall. Mary grunted, moving, hurling knives. Weapons that were utterly silent in use. Melancholy was the one to make a small sound this time. A grunt of pain, a grunt of frustration. Mary moved forward, following up the throws with an attack, slashing, feet slapping mud. Then there was silence. Mary remained in place, shuffled, turning left, then right. Searching. I could make out her outstretched arms, the weapons held within. Not throwing knives, but knives meant for close quarters fighting. She'd lost Melancholy. There was a splash further down the alleyway. Running, back toward the fires. I strained my senses. Then a larger splash. At the corner of the buildings, between where Mary and I stood. Enough of an impact that I knew it was Melancholy. She'd gone up. Onto the roof. Hanging on, or standing on it. She'd thrown something to distract, and now she was between us. The fight between the two was brief, impossible for me to follow. I could have fumbled in the mud for my gun, could have thrown myself into the fray in the hopes of grabbing Melancholy and hampering her enough for Mary to get a good hit in. I remained where I was, against the wall, eyes closed, to better hear what was happening. I heard a yelp, and the noises of fighting and feet skidding in mud stopped. My nose and mouth were choked with the smoke from the fires, not that I could smell anything with the acrid gas lingering in my nostrils, and my eyes were useless for making out anything that wasn't in arm's reach. And then there was one, Melancholy said, her voice soft. Again, that chill. Mary. Do you need help? A man asked, behind me. You three get back to the stable house at the corner. We've diverted too many people to combat the fires, we need to make sure we don't lose ground, Melancholy said. I've got this well in hand. Plague men. I hadn't even heard them. Well, I heard them leave, now. I'd say it felt unfair, Melancholy said, but you already killed one of my partners, and I have to guess about the fate of the other. If your girl there had been 5 years older and capable of seeing, it might have been a fair fight. Little bitch still caught me once. I didn't offer her any tells, beyond my attempt to swallow that was a little more forceful than I'd expected. A hand seized my throat. She hauled me up, choking me further, and held me up with my legs dangling, through a combination of strength and the force with which she pinned me to the wall. Do you know what their real plan was for us? She asked. She paused, as if she expected an answer. Had I not screamed myself mute, I still wouldn't have been able to say anything, with the grip she had on my throat. I grabbed her arm for support, as if I could alleviate the pressure. 4 of us. Bastards kept giving us missions. Even when one of us weren't in full working order, or when we were feeling the hurt from recent surgeries. Do this, find this person, kill them. Bring us the body. Again and again. I sputtered out a breath, but it was a breath out, not in. They told us if we failed too many times, or if we got recalcitrant, then they would move on to phase 2. Take us, butcher us, and keep the best pieces of each. My nose, Phlegm's ears, Cholera's body, Gin's eyes. As for brain, well, that's how they tried to set us against each other. Telling us that the most obedient, the one most willing to turn on the others. I made a high, strangled sound, trying to breathe. I kicked in her general direction, but her other hand swatted my foot aside, and held it at an awkward angle, so my lower body twisted to the left, my left leg blocked by the firmly held right. You get the picture, she said. Did they do the same with you? I could have, should have said yes. Build a rapport. I shook my head, as much as I was able. My neck muscles were as tight as bands of steel. Ah well, she said. I opened my mouth, as if I were speaking. She let go of my leg and gripped the front of my raincoat and shirt. She shifted her grip from my throat, allowing me to suck in smoke-filled air, and held me by the collar instead. I tried to form words, pushing them out, but they came across as squeaks. The gunfighting had died down for now, it seemed, and even with less noise coming from that, I was barely audible. She drew her ear closer, until it almost touched my mouth. I could have bitten it. Seized a vulnerable piece of her in my teeth and held on as if it was all that mattered. But what came after that? It would have been a waste. A final, bitter gesture before she killed me. Not that she planned to keep me alive. I spoke, and it was as if I were putting in all the effort of screaming at the top of my lungs and getting only raw pain in my throat and barely formed sounds. They pick one, I managed. I coughed. The smoke was getting to me. One of us. Only one of us, in the end. Possibly after another generation, though that's looking less likely, the way things are going. I coughed some more. She stared at me. Even with her face just a short distance away, hair draped over much of it, an oddly shaped nose and wide, razor-toothed mouth in the part I could see, I couldn't see her all that well. Had she killed Gordon and Mary? If she had, we were too far from help to revive them. There's something wrong with you, she told me, her voice low, breath hot on my face. That you'd stay loyal. I shook my head, opened my mouth. She dropped me before I could respond, seizing me by the throat again the moment my feet hit ground. She struck one of the hands that reached for her wrist. I know what you'd say if you had the chance, she told me. You're loyal to your friends, not to the academy. I stopped fighting, pausing. I was the same, she told me. In our first meeting, she'd rebuked us for trying to draw parallels. If you're really loyal, show it by cooperating, she told me. You're going to be a hostage. Maybe if this goes smoothly, someone can get those two some help. So vague I could have spit. What had happened? Maybe, she said, in a different tone, as an afterthought. Emphasizing that it was only a possibility. I bowed my head. I nodded. I felt a knife touch my throat, and I wondered if it was Mary's. She had me hold out my hands while she bound them. She held the knife to my groin while using one hand to loosely tie my ankles, keeping me from running or kicking. We walked, leaving Gordon and Mary behind. Into oblivion and smoke. Past figures I couldn't make out, shadowy and nebulous. Souls in the limbo between life and death. Some living but scarred and left largely dead inside. Some dead, but with lightning crackling beneath their skin. I have the firebombs your friend was holding on to, she told me. If you or someone else try something clever, I burn the building with the brigadier inside. Fuck orders. Your remaining friends can burn with him. It's a bad way to go. One I reserve for people who've wronged me, understand? I nodded. We passed through a cluster of people. She stopped, and her wrist dug into my throat as I jerked to a stop, the blade tight against the side of my neck. I felt the sting of a shallow cut. Paper, she said. The man in front of her reached into a pocket and produced a pad. Pen. And hold on to that pad, she said. I heard the scratches of pen on paper. Have a stitched carry this to the brigadier as a messenger. Have them count the people inside. Ma'am, the plague man said. The academy forces were an army of monsters and dead men, commanded by people. It was starting to feel like the rebellion was an army of men, commanded by monsters. Of course, I had no idea who or what Cynthia was. Perhaps it was an unfair assertion. We waited in the rain, melancholy with rain streaming down over wet hair, while I had my raincoat on. I was the one shivering, while her hand remained steady. He said he's open to discussion, someone in the crowd said. Which Stitch Jaw send? Melancholy asked. That one. Will he answer my questions about their numbers? He should. His handler told him to stand down. But stitched are stitched, you know. I know, Melancholy said. She poked me in the back, bidding me to move. We walked together, her knife to my throat. I could tell from the way she moved against my back that she was favoring a leg. Good girl, Mary, I thought. Well, redact that. The attack had been reckless. I could understand the reasoning behind it, that Melancholy had only needed one hostage, she wouldn't simply let the rest of us go, but it had been reckless. But Mary had got our assassin once, at least. You. Were there people inside? It was a Stitch's voice. Yes. How many adults? 5. Children. Think. Children. This age, give or take. 3. 4. 3. Explain. 1. Between. Older. Girl. Describe her. Thin. Girl. White hair. Or blonde hair. Glasses. Shipman. All right. Good man, Melancholy told the Stitched. Don't know who that one is, but I don't care about them. We walked upstairs. I recognized them as the stairs to the Brigadier's lodge. I saw people on either side, using the building for cover, and took them to be the Academy's Westmore forces, with their brighter jackets. There'd been a bit of a stalemate. The Academy forces had regrouped. They'd decided this was as good a defensive position as any to draw the line and decide they had to stop retreating. But for the situation to be as it stood, something had happened. Perhaps this had been too hard a position to attack. They couldn't move on without resolving it, couldn't attack it without undue losses. Complicated by, what had she said? Orders. Killing the Brigadier had been off limits. Melancholy kicked the door 3 times. It was ajar. Coming in. She strode into the room, me in front of her. I wasn't that effective a shield, but it hardly mattered. She had security of another sort. Brigadier. S.Y., I heard a voice. Lillian's, perhaps. You'd be one of the assassins, the Brigadier said. I would. The Brigadier asked. I'm not that stupid. She wasn't budging from the doorway. We were standing in the coat room. The part of the lodge past the midway point was raised a bit, and the other lambs, shipmen, and the brigadier's people were gathered on that part, watching. You want to discuss options? The brigadier asked. You've lost, Melancholy said. I noticed the fires. Didn't seem like the wisest thing to do, the brigadier said. My young colleagues here think it wasn't wanted, on your part. You want to secure this building because it should be far enough from the fire. A defensive position you can fall back to. You've been put in an awkward position. Not my concern, Melancholy said. I only have the ability to give orders so I can secure you and your top officers. The army is someone else's to lead, and the state of Westmore is that someone else's concern. Cynthia, her name was, the brigadier asked. Melancholy nodded the affirmative. If you surrender and order your men here to put up no fight, you'll all be given safe passage. You will be treated as prisoners of war and afforded every respect. I see. Before you accept. There's another term. You give over the children to me. They die. Payment for me losing mine. Her grip on my throat tightened, the blade stinging my throat. It was less painful, which was a bad sign. Less painful meant a deeper cut. The pain came later than it did with a shallow one. Ah, the brigadier said. There were two with him. Crippled, bleeding, left to burn. I could see the shadow of the man's head moving. Seize the children, the brigadier said. My head bowed. There were shouts of protest, but Gordon and Mary were the fighters, and they weren't. They were dealing with military men of some experience. I gave you your chance, the brigadier said. I hope you understand. I leaned forward, not caring about the knife. I screwed up my face, and I spit. I have to do what makes the most sense, the brigadier said. HMF, Melancholy made a sound. Thank you for being cooperative. SY. Jamie called out. You. He stopped as Melancholy shoved me. I sprawled, landing on the floor. The lambs were in front of me. I flipped over, because I didn't want to see them as Melancholy killed me. She stood there, arms stretched out to either side. I blinked. I blinked again, trying to clear my vision. Melancholy had a passenger. Clinging to her back, was a blonde girl. Helen. I turned, looking at the crowd of people. Sure enough, there were three figures who were the right size to be lambs, and there was one who was definitely shipman, all with soldiers behind them. But, yes. One was the brigadier's stitched servant. The fire tender. They'd noticed the stitched doing a head count. The perils of an expendable soldier. Melancholy stood as if crucified, or as a bird in flight might appear, her arms gripped, twisted, and pulled back. Helen perched on her, feet finding purchase in the small of the assassin's back. The assassin shifted her footing. Slowly, but with surety, she contorted, body twisting, head turning as well, to a greater extent. She drew her mouth open, and even my ruined eyes could see the whites of her teeth. Opening wide, as she drew ever nearer to Helen's face, a bear trap ready to take the front of Helen's head off. Helen pulled away, contorting in her own fashion, but she couldn't do more without releasing the assassin. The others couldn't shoot without the risk that a bullet might pass through Melancholy and catch Helen. I stood. Going by memory more than sight, the mental image I'd cobbled together as Melancholy and I walked, I went for the woman's left leg. Mary's wound. I found it. I dug the fingers of both hands into the gap, then wrenched it open. Melancholy snarled. Arms still outstretched, she bent forward, snapping for me. A viper's movement, compared to the glacially slow contortion as she'd gone for Helen. Helen moved, shifting grip, adjusting her own weight, throwing herself to one side. I heard the snap, the pop, the cartilage and bone grinding. Melancholy's face, blurred, stretched into something hideous in the moment before she crashed to the ground. She writhed for a moment, solely with her upper body, before she gave up the last gasp. Vertebrae separated, if I had to guess. Helen remained there, holding Melancholy's arms. Hello, SY, she said, brightly. I opened my mouth to respond, then closed it. There was a commotion as the others came. Lillian was quick to hurry to my side. Everyone, be they the brigadier or my fellow lambs, was quick to throw a dozen questions each at me. I touched my throat, looking at who I hoped was Lillian. On it, she said. Need my bag. Too much to communicate, too little time. Gordon and Mary hurt and bleeding out, with enemy forces between us and them. The location surrounded, the city overtaken by armies and fire, and Melancholy's orders had been the only thing keeping the enemy from assaulting the lodge. Now she was dead. The moment they realized that, we were done for. Esprit de corps 5.15. Turn your face up, Lillian told me. I did. She rinsed out my eyes with something. Liquid streamed down past my temples and ears and the back of my neck. Blink, lots. I did. It's not helping. Keep blinking, she said. I did. Gradually, the world became clearer. I gave her a thumbs up. Let me know when blinking stops working, she said. We need to focus on Gordon and Mary, I said. We need to win this, one of the men who'd been with the brigadier spoke, we're being overrun. I'm pretty sure the plague men are immune to poisons, parasites, and diseases, I said, still blinking. They have the firepower to gun down your monsters, and they're zealous. Stitched are falling faster than they should, and your specialists, rank and file, and officers are getting intimidated. This isn't news. Making sure everyone knows what's what. I don't know what you've been doing, cooped up in here. Waging a war. And being overrun, I echoed him. It was the brigadier who stepped in to speak. I have to ask. Was it you who set the fires? No, I lied. They happened. We used them once they began. Spread them further. We felt it was important to divert them, make sure they didn't have safe ground to fall back to. I see. Sorry, I said. It was a judgment call on our part, seeing how and where they were moving. I understand if you don't want to work with me any further. I could make out the individual slats of the boards in the arching ceiling, now. I don't think we have any other choice, the brigadier said, and there was a curious tone to his voice, as if he'd caught me in the lie, and he was hinting he had, while trying to keep his men from grasping that fact. I gestured at Lillian, and she rinsed my eyes again. This time, as I blinked, I lowered my head, looking around. Helen was sitting on the edge of the table with the maps, close to the fireplace, her feet in Jamie's lap. Shipman was sitting at the far end of the table. The men were all standing. I wiped at my eyes and temples with my hands, then ran my fingers through my wet hair to get the worst of the cleansing agent out. I looked down at Melancholy. You opened your wound again, Lillian noted. I looked down at my side. The cold rain had washed away a surprising amount of the blood. There were traces, though, a blob of pinker fabric. I pulled my raincoat closed. We're surrounded, on the defensive, we have 2 key people who need immediate attention, and if they find out Melancholy here is dead, then her orders to keep certain individuals alive stop holding water. My attention turned momentarily to the brigadier as I hopped down from the edge of his desk and walked over to Melancholy's body. One of the commanding officers was standing over it, another was at the window, peering out. You've summed it up, the brigadier said. We need solutions. He was being more curt than before. Had we disappointed? Or was something else bothering him? Thinking, I said. Believe me, I know we need solutions. 2 people I care about dearly are out there, and I don't know if they're alive or dead. The sooner we can get to them, the better. I rifled through Melancholy's pockets, patting her down. Everything I pulled out found its way to the floor. 3 rings that might have been wedding bands, except they were the wrong metal, threads, buttons, 2 torn patches with what looked to be cloth badges on them, 2 photographs, of all things, badly exposed, showing very normal people. There were also things I expected, a pen, a flask of alcohol, 2 knives, a tube of something that smelled foul, and 3 pieces of paper. The firebombs she'd taken from Gordon were on her belt. The mementos caught me off guard. This was a person with keepsakes in history. People she kept photos of, both men. I took the belt of firebombs, unbuckling it, and collected the pieces of paper, along with Melancholy's pen. After a moment's hesitation, I grabbed one of the 3 rings. Steel, dark, but it had been polished bright where it had been rubbed. It was a hair too large on my finger, so I moved it to my thumb. The fireplace? Helen was asking. I'd been slightly out of earshot. I asked. Up the fireplace. Escape route? Possibly. There are no guarantees you won't be shot when you pop out the top, or that you have any place to go if you aren't shot, the brigadier said. He gauged the size of the chimney. You children could squeeze through, but your escape route doesn't help any of the rest of us. Helen's face was devoid of compassion as she took in that sentence and continued to stare at him. He looked away first. I slapped the papers down in front of Jamie. Helen craned her head around to look at it. What are these? Jamie asked. Letters in Melancholy's possession. Her handwriting. He groaned a little, head bowing. Can you? I can try, he said. Explain, the brigadier said. His men were looking more antsy, now. Forgery, I said. We have some of Melancholy's handwriting. Someone in their leadership. There's a lot wrong with that idea, the brigadier said. Still so negative. Still curt. He was upset. It felt disconnected from the idea that he was losing this battle. If it had been connected, he would have been more vocal during some parts of the conversation thus far, and less vocal during other parts. What am I writing? Jamie asked. Brigadier Tyler, sir, I said, choosing the full title to try and curry favor with the man. You get to be Melancholy. She's not the direct leader, but she's next best thing, and she's in the field, here. Her orders supersede most others. I can't order a retreat. They wouldn't believe it. Probably not, I said. Unless Lillian started. Heads turned, and she fell silent. Go on, I urged her. Super weapon. I nodded slowly. Westmore doesn't have a super weapon, one of the officers said. They have to know it doesn't. They controlled the city for a long period of time. They interrogated captives, kept prisoners. I imagine they tortured and drugged those prisoners. I nodded slowly. Ordering a retreat and claiming we have a mysterious super weapon is pushing it. Jamie. First order. Ridden to the vanguard, the front line. Furthest up. That would be the northwestern point, the brigadier commented. One of the commanders nodded. Georgie Madsen, Jamie said. Probably. Go for it, I said. How do you know that? Shipman asked. That it's him. I read a lot of the correspondence and paperwork that passed over the enemy's desk, while I was babysitting Ames, Jamie said. He was already writing. Madsen is the best fit. Young officer, eager, aggressive. Had a wife, they were expecting, his wife lost the baby. He blames the drug for the loss, and now the sterility throws a wry stitch into things, because they can't try again. He's angry. That's not how it works, Lillian said. The drug doesn't matter, because it matters to him, and it gives him a reason to push to be at the front, I said. Officer Madsen gets a letter from Melancholy. There's a super weapon in the mines, with caches of weapons. Leave a skeleton crew to man the front, other units are coming to reinforce his position shortly, get to the mine shaft by that one gate. Southeastern gate, Jamie said. Have him send some people down. Even if the super weapon is a hoax, the cache is almost a certainty. Paranoia on the Crown's part, after the near shortage before. Tying them up, the Brigadier said. I nodded with vigor. I was anxious. I wanted to be gone, and this maneuver wouldn't be fast. Second letter, I said. West Gate. They have to be there, the Brigadier said. They want an escape route with the fires burning behind them, they don't want to pass us and then get attacked from behind. It's the only logical point. Combat fires in the southwestern position, I said. Madsen's group is secure at the northwest and is being reinforced as we speak. The Brigadier nodded. Jamie nodded too. Third note. I can only write so much at once, Jamie said. To the command here. To be passed on to their superior officers. Melancholy has finished with her task here. She has Tyler. Send 2 coaches, have 2 men collect the injured children damn it. We were close to here. Within earshot to hear people shouting about the firefight here. Plague men came directly at us from. Which direction, SY? Jamie asked, voice soft. Between the last fires we set and, it had to be a bend in the road, the way foot traffic was. Hereabouts? Jamie asked, pointing at the map. I looked, trying to gauge. Thereabouts, I said. He and the children are to be brought back here and put in the coaches. Prisoners of war, and children of important figures. That's almost a bigger stretch than the rebellion forces should collectively retreat, Jamie said. Almost. Our safety was guaranteed in exchange for information about the weapons in the mine, I said. Jamie nodded. They may not buy it, the Brigadier said. These missives coming from here? Having us escorted into the coaches with the assassin remaining behind, unseen. I have an idea, I said, while still pontificating on what that idea entailed. Jamie wrote with Melancholy's pen. He passed the first paper to me, immediately starting on the second. The handwriting matched perfectly. There were individual letters that weren't in any of her notes, but there were the florid, angular capital letters, even the way the crisp handwriting got messy for words further down the page, as if she'd lost patience with the neat handwriting style and started scribbling out the words instead. A habit in both of the papers I'd given Jamie. Keep in mind, I said, if her handwriting gets gradually sloppier, that's going to carry over across the 3 messages. If they check it, we don't want that little oddity to raise alarm bells. Prey instinct. Without looking up, Jamie crumpled up the paper he was writing on and started on a second. This is not a strength of mine, SY. I haven't practiced it. Do your best, I said. Helen. Helen beamed a smile at me. You're Melancholy, for our little task here. Wow, she said, smiling wider. How does that work? Well, for one thing, we can be glad her hair covers so much of her face, I said. She nodded. I'll need a knife. I'm not sure I understand, the Brigadier said. You will, I told him. Knife. He hesitated. Still that aura of negativity. Doubt. Please, sir. We're short on time. Even if for your own preservation, we can't have Melancholy's meeting with you extend too long. The man lifted a foot, and pulled a combat knife from the side of his boot. He extended it handle first. I took it. Lillian, I said. Lillian trotted to catch up with Helen and I. You want to cut off her hair? Lillian asked. In a manner of speaking, I said. I figure it's easier to maintain her hairstyle if we just take it all in one go. Lillian blanched a little. I smiled at her. What? You've poisoned people. You've seen people die. This is cake. Helen made an amused little sound. I handed her the knife, and she bent down. She proceeded to scalp our assassin, knife following the hairline. In the doing, she revealed Melancholy's eyes. A little milky in color, with sockets that looked too splayed out, the ridges of cheekbone and brow too accented. She might have looked skeletal, but it was more that her skeleton was an odd shape. Her jawline, too, was strange. Akin to a snake's. Something about it, the large eyes, the disproportionate features, the odd shape of her head, minus half of her scalp, it made me think of a newborn baby. Blind, orally focused, agape, face twisted in emotion she wouldn't be able to express again. Hadn't she said something about how we were all brought into the world? She'd been more focused on the relationships than on the fact that we came into the world bloody and powerless, though. I rotated the ring around my thumb with one finger as I looked down at her. Bloody, Helen observed. Wouldn't do if I had blood running down my face. Rinse it, I told her. Lillian, use some powder or something, get the bleeding to stop. Then makeup. This is your chance to shine. What makes you think I have makeup? You've been wearing some. You were wearing it at the school the last time I saw you there. I know you have something to cover up bruises and cuts. Unless you were a twit and used it all up. Lillian sighed, exasperated. You're a real charmer, SY. I know you're not a twit, Lil, I said. I just really want to help Gordon and Mary. She nodded. Me too. We were pulling it all together. There was just one thing we needed. I looked at the fireplace tender, and I felt a moment of doubt. No. Shipman, I said. She looked a little wary as she turned her full attention to me. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? You're learning, Jamie murmured, still writing. He'd scrapped 2 drafts since Helen started scalping. We need legs for our new melancholy. It was a bad joke in stage plays, one child atop another's shoulders, trying to be an adult. But Melancholy had a heavy black raincoat, and Helen was an actress. She already wore Melancholy's scalp. You've got a hump, I observed. Helen contorted, shifting position. Pressure, ow, pressure. Shipman raised her voice a little. SHH. I hissed. You can damn well cope. She's digging individual toes in between my ribs for a foothold. I'm allowed to say it hurts. Bring your knees in, I said. The bits poking out beneath the armpit receded. Better, Shipman said. Don't care, I said. Too tall, Jamie observed. Helen dropped her height an inch. Too short, Jamie said. Helen raised her head a half-inch. Exemplary control over her own body. Not perfect, but enough to make the difference. To sell this in a way that wouldn't normally work. You need the mouth, I said. I don't have the teeth, and I can't do the voice, Helen said. Unless you want to get a file. Ibot would kill us, I said. Don't talk, don't open your mouth. She nodded. Then she pulled at muscles in her face. A rictus grin, too wide, until it looked like her mouth would tear open. It wasn't perfect. The nose was wrong. But people didn't look at noses. Officers, Brigadier, I said. Kneel. I could tell the instruction didn't go over well. These weren't men who had knelt for anyone but the crown. I got a kind of perverse joy out of it, watching as they knelt. In a line, I said. That pissed off look on your faces? Keep it. They arranged their positions, so they were all in a line, down the center of the room. Jamie, Lillian, and the fire tender took up position just in front of them. Melancholy and I approached the door. Shipman was slow, carrying Helen. She didn't complain any further, though. Good girl, Helen purred. Keep going. I don't need the encouragement, Shipman said. Pat on the head for you, Helen said. I opened the door a little, caught it with my foot, and then kicked it open, trying to make it look more like Melancholy had opened it than I had. She stood in the doorway, so the door remained propped open, and I threw myself forward, stumbling to the point of nearly falling down the stairs. The people on the street were far enough away they'd infer I'd been pushed or kicked. I looked at the academy forces at the walls on either side, defending the position, ready to open fire. I moved my head as if I was looking past everyone and everything, blind. Soldiers? If you're there, throw down your guns, I said. I could see them hesitate. That's an order. Throw them down. Tyler bellowed, from inside. As I walked down the stairs, I could hear the guns being dropped to the ground. That sound and the presence of Melancholy in the doorway lent me an air of legitimacy. I stumbled down the stairs, missing the occasional step, and trying to step down to another step when I reached a short landing. I made my way down to the street. Someone in charge? I asked. The assassin sent me. Someone? Anyone. The mail was snatched out of my hands. A plague man had it. He had pox and boils breaking up tattoos on his neck and hands, military tattoos. The sort that almost counted as medals people gave themselves, or to memorialize the dead. Don't read it. Don't read the other's letters. What are these? She said, one for you, and then one for Madsen, and one for the forces at the West Gate. Orders from the top. The man made a face. I saw only through my peripheral vision, as my blind gaze stared a hole through his chest. He didn't like Melancholy, I realized. Funny how it worked. Is she coming down to join the rest of us? The man asked. I was told to bring the letters. I can't see what's going on, I said. He opened one of the letters, then hunched over. Damn rain. Ink's running. I remained silent. The senior officers are being taken as prisoners of war, he said. He turned his head. 2 coaches. We're going to be rid of the ugly bitch, and not a moment too soon. Send runners with these letters to Madsen and Huey. Gordon and Mary, I thought. He wasn't giving the order to go and find them. The simple, stupid reality of humans. There was only so much they could process. We'd given them too much information to dwell on. He'd completely glossed over that part. If I said anything else, it put everything in jeopardy. Gave them cause to be suspicious, to pay attention to me, the lowly messenger. I swallowed hard. Had to take the risk. My friends, I said. They were with me, and she hurt them. She said, Tyler made her promise to help them. I stared at the ground as I said it. Hoping. The man said. A single syllable response. Not even a word. I had a knife and I had a firebomb. If it came down to it, I'd stab him and make a break for it, using fire to delay pursuers. I wasn't sure what I'd do at that point, but I couldn't do nothing. Come on. Basic sense. You can't go against her deal with Tyler, or you jeopardize everything. Vic. Head over in the direction of the bank. Opposite end of the street, behind the houses. If the fires aren't too bad. Bring someone to help carry. Supposed to be 2 injured kids. Related to bigwig doctors. I sagged in relief. Relief or no, I didn't say or do anything to draw attention to myself. The rain poured down, battering the paper the plague man held gripped in his fist. Gunshots and explosions sounded off to the north end of the city. The fighting had stopped here, but the war hadn't left the area. The air smelled like smoke and blood, and there were more people staring off into space than there were people talking. Everyone in their own individual worlds. I could remember seeing that look in the plague men's eyes back in the city. A part of them missing, perhaps. Was it a casualty of the transformation, or of previous battles? What did it mean, to be so changed? They'd become the perfect soldiers for this ugly battlefield, but it was a change that made it awfully hard to go home, when all was said and done. I'd talked about the importance of the fact that these people wanted to fight. They wanted justice and revenge. The Academy forces didn't want either. They wanted to return to their ordinary lives. It made a difference, when push came to shove. Was there a chance that these men who had been made into soldiers would want to keep fighting, when ordinary, sane people would want the war to end? We'd never identified the doctor responsible for creating these transformations. He was likely to be elsewhere, making more. An awful lot of men with little to look forward to, except the expectation of death and blood. I stood and waited in the rain, shivering, until the coaches arrived. 2 men perched on the back, each holding on with one hand, their other hands wrapped around Gordon and Mary, respectively. Mary's eyes were open, and her expression changed as she saw me. Gordon was moving, but very weakly. I allowed myself to feel relief, finally, but I didn't let it show. 3 commanding officers, the brigadier and all of the lambs found their way into the coaches, hands and ankles bound. 2 plague men rode up top of each coach, and another was inside the cab of one of the other coaches, but there was room on the bench. I was the last one into the crowded space of the first coach's interior. Well, not the last one. Melancholy made her way down the stairs. I didn't stare, instead turning away as she drew ever nearer, but I imagined the challenge. Shipman, not the largest of us, but 16 nonetheless, with a burden on her back and shoulders, walking down wet stairs. One stumble, one fall, and the ruse was ended. I reached out for Mary's hair, and stroked it, pushing it out of the way of her face. She smiled at me, her eyes half-lidded. There was a slight collision as Melancholy reached the door. "You're not riding up top?" the plague man who'd taken the letter asked. She couldn't talk, not without revealing her voice, or the fact that her teeth were normal. Instead, she chanced a look in his direction, giving him a better view of her face. A sneer of contempt. She lurched into the cab of the coach. The door slammed behind her. The other coach's door slammed as well. I didn't dare breathe, my ears peeled for any sign that they'd realized or started to doubt matters. That they were angry and would start an argument. The door was closed, and all was silent, but for Gordon's labored breathing. Were we free and clear? My heart pounded. The coach set to moving. Free and clear. We stopped at a fork in the road. The able-bodied officers of the Academy's forces hauled the plague men out of the vehicle, leaving them at the side of the road. Even with many of us being children, we'd had the weight of numbers in a cramped space. After that, the ones up top had been caught and either strangled or shot. I watched how Jamie stared down at the bodies. But we had other things to focus on. "You know the way?" I asked the brigadier. "Of course." Jamie spoke, not taking his eyes off the dead plague men, back around the side roads, up to the north end of Westmore. "You can appear at the rear of our own forces, and lead them with knowledge of what the enemy is likely doing. Their forces will have been pulled back from the front. You can flank and destroy, then use the momentum. Or command a retreat," the brigadier said. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. "I haven't decided," he admitted. "We'll see. I don't think Westmore is salvageable. But it may not be for them, either." I nodded. There was a pause. Nothing more to be said, except. He extended a hand. Again, my eyebrows went up. "You made the best of a bad situation," he told me. About the best compliment I could get, given the circumstances. I took his hand and shook it. "We'll be going now," he said, moving over to the other coach, which was already slightly turned to the northernmost road in the fork. "Lost time is life spent. Especially in wartime." "It won't always be," I said. He gave me a sad half-smile. "I really believe it won't be," I said. "That there won't be war, or that we'll one day have time to spare?" he asked. "Is there an answer I can give that will make you stop giving me that pitying, condescending look?" I asked. Then I remembered, "Sir." "Good luck," he said, with a kind of finality. I nodded. The words were on the tip of my tongue. I wanted to ask, but I didn't dare. Yet I knew that having no answer would bother me for a long time. "Why were you upset that we rescued you?" "You too," was all I said. I climbed into the other coach. An officer rode on top, wearing a plague man's hat and coat. He was the only one not going with the brigadier, and he kicked things into motion. I settled in next to Mary, and let my hand rest on her forehead. She was a little too warm. Opposite me, Gordon had his head in Shipman's lap, feet on Jamie's. "Was just tellin' the others," she said, sleepily. "Our misadventures. Wish we'd done better." "We did pretty well, circumstances allowing," I said. "We'll wrap this up neatly. If that sniper who shot you doesn't get us," she mumbled. I looked up, in the direction of the coach driver. My finger rotated the ring at my thumb. He'll be fine. Flying enemy colors. Sure, she said. Is this really how we want to operate? Jamie asked. I asked. Killing those who show mercy and heal us, abusing the terms of surrender, wearing enemy colors. And hair. Helen said. She was at Mary's feet, the hair in her lap. Yeah, I said. I mean, isn't it? We do what we have to make this work. I don't know where you'd draw the lines, otherwise. I think you know where the line is, Jamie said. I think you deliberately choose to cross it. Sometimes when you don't have to. I like that side of him, Mary said, sleepy, thoroughly under the effects of the painkillers. I like SY. I like him too, Jamie said, voice firm, but I think you're a bad influence on him. You and Gordon both. Mary snorted. I mean it. I don't know that I like what SY becomes, when he's with you too. I'm not that suggestible, I said. You are the exemplar of suggestibility, Jamie said. It's your strongest trait. You absorb and you learn more effectively than any of us. I know because I know exactly what's happened in the past. I know who you're with when your behavior changes. I see the patterns. Using my suggestion against me. I asked. I told him to watch for trends. To your benefit, SY, he said. Not against you. The rest of the coach was so very quiet. Everyone was hanging on to every word, and nobody was jumping in, to defend me, or in the case of Gordon or Mary, to defend themselves. I nodded. So I'm just a composite of influences around me. No, he said. There are definitely things that make you you. Some I've puzzled out. Some I haven't. I said. Your earnestness. Your hope. Sure, I said. Give me a few years, I'll turn as sour as any adult. Your eagerness to sacrifice yourself for the benefit of others. That's not how I'd put it. And, as I'm reminded with the plan to off the rebellion doctor, your insistence on attacking the people who are kindest to you. I shrugged. I'd deflected the last two comments, but I felt like I couldn't with this one, without being dismissive of the weight it seemed to carry with Jamie. He was too gentle a soul. I'm suggestible, like you said, I said, eyes on Jamie's knees. My oldest memories are of days and weeks of people consoling me, telling me it's going to be fine. I'm so brave, I'm so kind. They'll give me things. I just have to stop crying, stop struggling, stop making trouble. I raised my hands, gesturing, kindness, then unbearable pain. Kindness, unbearable pain. You can do that to a slug and it's going to leave a lasting impression. People are kind to me, then horribleness follows. No. I'm done with that. I know what lies beneath the surface. Mary, head still in my lap, reached up and gave my arm a rub. Lillian's eyes were shiny. Shipman, in stark contrast, looked like she wanted to be far, far away from here. Her attention was outside the window. Even with Gordon's head in her lap, she didn't look like she was connected or present at all. Their relationship was over. I knew it. The war, or Gordon's actions, or the danger, something had driven a wedge. But we're kind to you, SY, Jamie said. Aren't we? You are, I said, without hesitation. But... I'd started speaking again, somehow in the expectation that someone would jump in and finish the sentence for me. Then I realized I didn't want them to. But... Lillian asked. But we aren't people. Jamie asked. That's not what I meant. It sounds wrong, like it's being twisted around to mean the opposite of what it means. You're... I floundered. It was a rare thing for me. You're better than people. My heart was cold in my chest. I felt like I'd somehow stumbled on the worst combination of words to say, and I'd put everything in jeopardy. Nobody was talking. Body language was weird. Jamie rose from his seat. He crossed to my side, then nudged for me to move over. Mary and I did a little bit of reshuffling to make room. Even so, he was a touch squeezed between me and the door. Do that more, Jamie said. Compliment you? Talk about your superiority. Be upfront. Say what SY is thinking. There was no way to say anything to that. It would have felt forced. I was left mute, only able to nod. He elbowed me, then turned his attention to Mary. Didn't make you too uncomfortable? Nope, she said. He reached over and began fixing her hair, pushing it out of her face. You going to be good to go? I asked. I fixed what I could, but breaks are breaks, Lillian said. No hard exertion. I'm good to go, Gordon said. He worked his way to a sitting position, making use of the space Jamie had vacated to move his legs. His hand was trembling. Phantom pains, again? It shouldn't have been so soon. I'm not very fast, but I can help, Mary said. I nodded. It was cozy, squeezed up against Jamie, Mary's head in my lap, the others around me. I almost could have fallen asleep. But as I looked out the window, I could see Whitney. I reached out past Jamie's face and knocked on the glass. The coach slowed, then stopped. We slowly made our way out of the coach, many of us hurt, offering help where we could. Only Shipman remained behind, with the driver. She avoided our gaze. We had a job to finish. Westmore was awash. Even if our forces won every fight that followed, it would be chalked off as a loss. A detriment to the crown. But the rebellion wasn't in a position to commit half-heartedly, and Cynthia hadn't been in or around the tents where I'd been brought for treatment. She was still in Whitney. Vulnerable. Barely illuminated by the rising sun, we made our way down toward the city. Enemy, Arc 5. Cynthia leaned back. You're sure? Sanguine nodded. You did the right thing, coming back, she said. No signal from Melancholy or the others. Sanguine shook his head. He smiled with a mouth that was too small for his face. It happens. We have very strong personalities. We get caught up in our activities. If you aren't worried, then I won't worry, Cynthia said. But those fires, a fireproof creation, perhaps? Maybe more than one. It could be. Or it could be the super weapon we already know of. The lambs. Sanguine smiled. One of his eyes, the size of a woman's fist, remained fixed on Cynthia. The other turned to one side, peering out the window, past the rain-streaked glass and into the barely lit street. He focused and unfocused his gaze on 3 different levels, telescoping his vision. Too dark. He switched focuses and stresses. The world took on different tones, textures, and hues, as he focused on a different spectrum of light. He adjusted again, and the darkness was illuminated, cast in white and black. Across the street, in the shadows between a shack and a house, a rat cleaned itself with its tongue in the water from the rain. He snapped his eye back to Cynthia, watching the world return to focus. What are you doing next? She asked. She was gathering paperwork together. Maps and letters. Me, personally, he asked. Or us? I'd like to know the answers to both. Speaking for myself, I don't know, he said. His eyes remained fixed on her face, but he altered his focus, until his peripheral vision was sharper than what he could see in the center of his field of vision. He could see her cleavage as clearly as if he was nestled in it. The pores, the tiniest, fairest of hairs, the drop of sweat that traced its way from her neck down to her collarbone, then down into the alluring shadows that her blouse cast. His smile widened. The smoke is too thick. I might wander the outskirts. But I thought you should know about the fire, and I wasn't going to get much for my time. I won't, really. Even if the fires are extinguished, the smoke will still rise. Then stay, she said, her attention still on the paperwork. She was reading a letter, before deciding to tear it up and throw it aside. She met his eyes. He'd cocked his head to one side. Best case scenario, Melancholy comes back with choleric and the prisoners of war my boss wanted spared. Worst case scenario, your colleagues are dead, and you expose yourself by being out there alone. Oh. I didn't offend you, I hope, with the idea that you've lost the others. I'm hard to offend. All right. Keep an eye on things here. If you can kill any of those damnable spiders, I'll thank you for it. Keep an eye out for trouble, watch the roads. From what you describe, they're too pinned down for a counterattack, but I don't like relying on luck. You're scared, he observed. He could see the softest, most vulnerable parts of her, the base of the throat over the pulse, moving faintly in response to the increased heartbeat. She was pretty in such a natural way, but she'd gone to lengths to make herself prettier still. That she did it because it was just another tool or a weapon for her to employ was something special. Yet. You're packing up to run. Concerned. Whatever the cause of it, the fire means you can't enter Westmore, I can't send reinforcements, meager as they would be, and I can't carry out my remaining gambits. I have no control over what happens next. I have no reason to stay. That is an excellent rationale, he said. She gave him a sharp look. He cocked his head again. I preferred dealing with Melancholy, she said, sighing. And that's saying something. She is much better at dealing with people, Sanguine said, offering his version of an ear-to-ear grin, though even at that point, his mouth was no wider than another person's might be when at rest. Thank you, Sanguine. If Pak is up, you can tell him he should get some sleep, she said. She made it a dismissal. He gave her a lazy salute, then headed for the door, his eyes pointing out to either side as he passed between the 2 immortal soldiers who guarded the door, then snapping back to point forward after they were behind him. Scarred and infested with parasites from head to toe, they were as stern and silent as he wasn't. He walked away with a jaunt, humming, his long rifle banging against his calf and shoulder. He searched the streets. It was nice and quiet. The world was brightening, the sun rising, casting long shadows. There. A movement beneath a building. A stray cat slept on top of a barrel under the awnings of a shop. It had been targeted by one of the spiders. The spider had only started to work on the sleeping cat's tail. He knelt, raising his rifle, one eye closed, the other looking down the sights. He adjusted for the speed with which the bullet would fall, raising the tip. Squeeze the trigger. The gun was loud, always was. Not that the spider heard in time. Sanguine rose to his feet in a quick, steady motion. Keeping with habit, always start moving right after shooting. One eye watched where he was going. The other watched the target. He made it one step. The spider was obliterated. The cat startled, waking up and dashing off aimlessly. The tail would heal. He could remember being newly made, and wanting a cat of his own. Having it with him on a good day, sitting in his lap while he sat cross-legged, watching for a victim, purring now and then. He swaggered his way to the labs on the Lanyard Avenue corner, pausing to admire the crown of trees growing out of the tops of the 4 walls, before he let himself in. The building had been a factory once, making use of imports from Westmore, shaping iron into nails, if he had to guess from what remained. Most of the machines and tools had been carried out, and the place retooled. There was a clear space down the middle, a path drawn out without paint or tape or railings, only convention and accepted practice. To the left of the cleared space were tables where Stitched could be made, with Stitched sleeping against the wall, hooked up to a flickering battery with things swimming inside. To the right was Edwin Grall's lab. The man was absent, and his work was left half complete. The pieces of another giant stitched arm. Grall hadn't been seen since sundown. He would have seen off his first cannon-wielding giant, then gone to sleep, secure enough his work would suffice for Cynthia's purposes. There were two sorts of people that Sanguine would see tonight. People who had slept through the night, like Grall, and people who hadn't. He wasn't sure which one Pak was. Though originally a factory, the building had been modified. Crews of stitched and grown material had been used to throw together a second floor and a roof, producing a second tier to the building within the span of a day. This tier was home to 3 more laboratories. One to the left, one to the right, and a third at the end, no walls separating them. Left and right were left unoccupied, but Pak was in the one at the end. Pak was flanked by 2 identical women that stood 7 feet tall, each one about 10 stone at best, with long faces, folds at the eyes making them look Asian, their hair straight and black. Their spidery fingers were the most animated part of them, the rest of their movements so slow they looked like they were moving underwater. The pair took turns handing him tools as he requested them. He made an incision, and slid a slice of fatty tissue into the cut. "Ah, you," Pak said, almost derisive. "Almost. Me. Cynthia Imlay would like you to know that she won't be needing your services tonight. There are fires prohibiting access to the city. I saw with my own eyes." Sanguine smirked as if he'd made a joke. Pak stopped. He heaved out a sigh. "Are the prisoners of war still due to arrive?" "Very likely. My colleague is on it. But there's no need for haste," Sanguine said. Pak nodded. He raised his hands, and the experiments on either side pulled off his gloves. "I'd complain, but it'll be good to let the swelling subside, and see how close I've managed to get." The man on the table slept, his face subtly different from one side to the next. Old enough to have grayed hair, his facial hair was cut to have only a beard, no mustache. "He looks real," Sanguine admired, studying pores and finer structures. There were differences from an ordinary man, but not ones a typical eye would catch. "He is real," Pak said, offended. "For something made in a vat, he looks human. And he's not even a clone. He's close to being one. I had the notes from a colleague. We even had 2 conversations over the phone. I gave him my own notes." Sanguine leaned closer, cocking his head until it was lined up with the man's. "You have a reference image?" "A painting," Pak said, pointing. Sanguine nodded. He straightened. "Beautiful thing, this. To come out of war, no less." Pak said. "War is amazing like that, isn't it? Nothing drives us to be better as much as a gun to our head does. With the Western Crown states in the midst of a civil war, we have 30,000 guns to 30,000 heads. The world is going to change in the wake of this war." "Of course it is," Pak said. "We're going to uproot the academy from these states, take the clutching fingers the crown is using to grip it and break everyone, until we can retake this part of the country for ourselves." Sanguine broke out into a laugh, genuine and hearty. "Yes," he said. "That sounds wonderful." Pak wasn't looking half as impassioned now. The man had gone cold. Was the laugh too much? Sanguine cocked his head. Was there anything else? Sanguine shrugged one shoulder. "You can rest if you need to. The prisoners of war will be here by midday, if not sooner. We won't lose anything if we start late." "Ahoy. Will you be shooting that damnable gun of yours in earshot?" "It's likely. I'm supposed to look out for trouble. There are some spiders lingering, at the very least." "No sleep for me, then," Pak said, grim. Sanguine bowed a little, then saluted in the most insulting way he could. He passed downstairs, out the door, and locked it behind him. His head turned. He studied the surroundings, adjusting the focus of his eyes as he did it. The changes in sharpness and softness and detail rotated through a series of possibilities, until it looked and felt as if his eyes were hearts, beating in his eye sockets. The surroundings throbbed in a way, and he could get a sense of dimension, of texture. His visual memory was acute, and as he took a few steps forward, searching, he could get a sense of where the ground rose and fell, all the way down the length of the street. The eyes were such an important sense to humans, but the eyes had stopped developing long ago, because the developments were so very unnecessary. When they'd made his eyes, they'd turned to see creatures for inspiration. Even his face was a bit fishy, he liked to think. He smiled. He could see footprints in the mud. He could gauge their size, follow their path, see how the light rainfall distorted the water that had collected in them, and even guess at the amount of muddy water within, water that would have been squeezed out by the weight of the foot setting down. His eyes pointed in 2 different directions and adjusted until he could compare both places at once, his own footprints from a minute ago against this very small footprint. The amount of water suggested that the person had passed by a moment after he had. He was amused by the fact that they had probably been watching him, yet he hadn't seen them. One child. A lamb? It took him a minute to walk to the set of tracks. He pulled his gun around, holding it in both hands, though he didn't point it at anything. Whitney wasn't a city meant for warfare and the military. The layout wasn't organized in a way that made it easy to defend and hard to take. The military leadership, Cynthia included, had wanted to situate themselves at the center, at the heart of things, except the buildings there were mostly shops. They'd changed the buildings here and there, and made compromises elsewhere. The footprints led to one such compromise. A shop with living quarters above it. He slowly turned, taking in the surroundings. Looking, searching for more errant children. He slipped a bullet into his gun, then fired blindly at the sky. He did it again, then again, then again. It was Pak who stepped out of the lanyard labs, swearing up a storm. His assistants followed him. The hell do you think you are doing, you imbecile? Sanguine held up a hand, index finger raised. What? You're telling me to wait now? You wake half the city, and... Can you shoot? What? Shoot. Are you able? Yes. Of course. Sanguine nodded, his eyes still roaming. He drew a gun from inside his jacket and tossed it to Pak's assistant, who caught it. Pak's attitude changed. What's going on? You are coming with me. We're entering this building. A spy is lurking within. And why would I put myself in close proximity to a spy? Pak asked, derisive. Because the tracks suggest a limp, making this one the most obvious target, Sanguine said, and because there are 5 more close by. If I leave you alone, you'll be dead before I step outside again. Pak didn't have a ready answer for that. Sanguine reached into his coat, then affixed a blade to his rifle. He took his time securing the bayonet, using a key to tighten the bending, before slipping the key into a notch to secure its place on the barrel. The others. If there's that much danger, then... Cynthia will have heard the shots and thought there was something unusual about it. She knows there's danger. You're sure? Because she... I've seen her fight. She's the rare sort of capable. Are you done interrupting me? Yes. Because you must be exceedingly quiet, Sanguine said. Or you may die, sir. Pak fell silent. Sanguine smiled as he approached the door. He nudged it open with one toe. Leave your assistants outside. They'll make too much noise. He adjusted to the darkness with a speed and facility that matched poor Pak's ability and quickness in blinking. Dusty. The store hadn't been cleaned since the commanding officer had taken up residence upstairs. Light streamed from the window above the stairs. Another adjustment this time. Focusing on light, contrast. The specks of dust almost glowed, as he focused on the way they caught the light. Fireflies in darkness, swirling, dancing. The swirling was more intense further up the stairs. His quarry had passed by more than a minute ago, but the air still stirred, just a little. And, halfway up the stairs, he noted a wire. Not meant for people giving chase or coming upstairs. For someone going down. A just-in-case measure, was it? If the target got away and ran for the front door? He approached the stairs, touching the blade of the bayonet to the wire. Movement. Slight. He leaned over the railing, repeating the touch. An empty flower vase on a little stand beneath the stairs moved in response. The razor thread wound lightly around the railing, extended down to the vase. If disturbed, the vase would fall. Because of the limp. A lack of security in his or her own ability. Was it the boy he'd shot the previous day? Assassin, he murmured. He couldn't hold back his excitement. Pak made a face, quizzical. Not a spy. An assassin, he clarified. Take the vase, Pak. Pak did as he was told. Good man. Sanguine turned the rifle upside down and used the sharp end of the bayonet blade to cut the wire. He gestured for Pak to follow, watching the movement of the dust in the air as he ascended the stairs. He saw the way the swirl of dust danced down the hallway, leading to a room at the end. He gestured for Pak to stop, this time. His feet fell on the sides of the hallway, not the center, and he transferred his weight slowly. His body had suffered in the same set of treatments made to capitalize on his eyes. He wasn't strong. He was sensitive to the heat and the cold, which were bad traits for a sniper who would otherwise want to remain still in poor weather for long periods of time. But that same degree of sensitivity let him sense the creaks as they started, shift his weight away, move the foot to the next few floorboards, and try again. He was silent enough that he could hear Pak more than he heard himself. He stopped at the doorway. He could hear whisperings, 2 voices. A girl and a man. His movement noiseless and smooth, he leaned his head forward, peering past the doorway. Nothing so sudden to draw focus. The girl was straddling the officer, who was in bed, wearing his pajamas. Her knees were pressing his arms down, but he was undoubtedly strong enough to throw her off. The wire she had around his throat was keeping the man still. She held it with one hand, the wire wound around the handle of a knife. The other hand was on the headboard, so she could lean forward, her face inches from his. She was wearing a raincoat over a dress with lace at the ends. 12 or 13 years old, ribbons in her brown hair. But she had the eyes of a killer. Her pupils were contracted to sharp points. Sanguine stepped forward, thrusting. The floor creaked. The girl moved, rolling to one side. The wire unspooled from the handle, and Sanguine lunged for it, using the sheer length of the rifle to try and get the point of the bayonet's blade under it. She saw, and she moved, turning so her own body pressed against the wire, while her hand pulled it down, flush against the bedspread, while it cinched tighter around the officer's neck. It took Sanguine a second to turn the bayonet around, slash at the wire. But she was already moving, taking advantage of the moment's pause. There was a nightstand on the far side of the bed. She heaved it over, and the cord went tighter still, digging into the corner of the bed. She'd wound the wire around the drawer or ornamental bit of the piece of furniture, and now she used the weight of it. The blade's point dragged against woolen covers and sheets, but not deep enough to cut wire. Sanguine threw himself forward to get a better angle. The only place the wire wasn't digging into the bed was next to the man's neck. He found the right position, pulling the blade along the wire rather than sawing or pushing, aware that his quarry was heaving the window open, casting one look over her shoulder, eye glinting. The thin wire snapped where the blade had cut at it, going slack. Sanguine was only dimly aware of the way the blood welled out from where the wire had dug into flesh. Too much, too fast. No arterial spurts, but enough blood that the man was almost guaranteed to die. Pock! Sanguine called out. Without waiting for a response, he hurtled over the bed, going to the open window, thrusting the gun's point and the blade through, followed by his head and one arm, eyes pointing in either direction. She was at the side, climbing over to the front of the building. The eaves. Her eyes were already on him. She'd seen the gun's point emerge. Saw what he was going to do next. He wanted to see what she had planned, and it wasn't like he was going to do something different. He slapped the gun against the side of the building, aiming, squeezing. Sanguine saw the movement, the tensing muscle, and relaxed his grip. She threw herself back and away, pulling her raincoat up and over her head. He followed her, watching her lift her raincoat up, so it would catch on the edge of the gutter for the next house over. She now gripped the inside of the sleeves, while the middle of the raincoat looped over. She let the raincoat sleeves turn inside out, controlling her descent. He moved the gun over, aiming, so he could shoot her the moment she was in the air, when no amount of agility or cleverness would let her move to either side. Except she hauled down on one sleeve of the raincoat, changing the angle of her descent a fraction. In the final moment before she let go of the raincoat, she swung a bit to one side, letting go. He adjusted his aim, ready to hit her as she hit the ground, 2 or 3 feet to the left of where she had originally been planning. He pulled the trigger this time. She hit the ground with a stagger. The wood of the porch railing beside her exploded into splinters. She flashed him a white-toothed grin before half spinning, half stumbling around the corner of the porch, ducking too low for him to have a clear shot. He smiled. He loved it when they were clever. He pulled away from the window. There was no point, now. I can't save him, Pock said. If I had my kit. All right, Sanguine said. He wasn't surprised. He crossed the room to look the terrified man in the eyes. He gave the man a light slap on the cheek. You. The girl was asking questions. The man sputtered, spit, not blood. Please help. You heard the doctor, Sanguine said. We can't. What was she asking? The man was breathing hard. He had that animal look in his eyes. A horse in panic. Sad, coming from a soldier. Was she asking about Cynthia? The man's attention clarified a moment. She was. The man nodded slightly, before something reminded him of his present circumstances. The panic returned. His eyes were unfocused. They split up, Sanguine said. Now they're going to converge. I need to find them as they do. What? They were going to do this to me. Probably, Sanguine said, smiling. I like them. Nightmarish little pricks, aren't they? The girl was wounded and threw herself off the side of the building. Must have hurt like the dickens. I what? Come now, sir, Sanguine said. His blood was pumping, he felt almost drugged. You can't be so surprised. You've dealt with monsters before. He stood, backing away from the bed, cocking his head to one side as he studied the dying commander. He pointed the rifle at the man, who was too out of his senses to even recognize the threat. Thrusting, he drove the blade's point into the roof of the man's mouth, and into the brain. The man jerked, struggled for a moment, and then abruptly died. Good God! Pock said. The key parts of the brain should be intact, Sanguine said, raising his voice to be heard as he walked away. I'm going, you stay. What if they come back? Pock reached the railing by the stairwell and leaned over. They won't. They can't. They'll be striking at key targets before fleeing. Sanguine called out. He pushed the door open, eyes adjusting for distant targets before he was even outside. Cynthia. She could handle her own. He knew that. The sole building that was toward the center of the town that was also fit for the rebellion forces to use was a mason's workshop. Stone walls, tall, spacious, it could take a hit from a bomb without crumbling into tinder and dust. Cynthia had changed the location of her headquarters from the theater after the children had been chased from town. A door halfway to Sanguine's destination was left unlocked, slightly ajar. Graal's place. One of his eyes peered through windows. There. Through the front window. Graal had spent the night in an armchair, a bottle and a glass beside him. Not one to sleep through a battle after all. The handle of a hatchet or hammer stuck up and away from his head like a lone insect's antennae. There were others. The children had moved unerringly, as far as he could tell. Had they planned this from the beginning, figuring out who was where, who would be remaining here, vulnerable, when the fighting was elsewhere, or was it simply an amazing degree of coordination? He focused on the tracks. Knew they were different ones. 3 children. One with a limp, another slow, not running but not limping either. Just before reaching Cynthia's place, the sets of tracks diverged. He felt excited, seeing it. They knew he was following. They would lay a trap for him. Try to distract. The mason's house. He slowed, searching. A giggle. A girl's. Hard to match to the girl with the limp. The sound carried. Melancholy had mentioned their names, reading what Cynthia had given them, he wished he remembered. A distraction? Sorry about melancholic, the voice called out, so innocent it was almost taunting. The sound bounced off walls of a nearby alley. I broke her. Ah. Wasn't that too bad? Still, he smiled. The theatrics were a nice touch. Choleric too. Riddled him full of holes. Sanguine nodded. He believed it. And poor Phlegm. Killed him again. Marvelous control of sound. Changing position, letting the voice carry, bouncing at him from different directions. Phlegm would have liked that, ironically enough. He felt sad, but it was a small sadness. Not that his colleagues were dead, but because he'd always assumed that when one of them fell, the rest would fall in short order. And, Sanguine told himself, he didn't plan on dying tonight. He asserted his grip on his gun, reaching the front door. Wrong direction. She ran, the girl called out. He hesitated, hand on the doorknob. One eye flicked out to the side. No tracks fresh enough to be hers. A gunshot startled him. Distant. A window 2 feet left broke. Shoot, gosh, and damn, the girl called out. Missed. He pushed his way in through the door. Theatrics, with a slim chance of a lucky shot. She'd been too far away to be shooting at him with a pistol. The mason's workshop was dark. Lights had gone out. Halfway between the front door and the stairwell, one of the so-called immortals lay bleeding. At the door to Cynthia's office, another lay dead. He walked past them, ignoring the dying man, and moved through the workshop. No sign of life. He had to be right on their heels. The children weren't fast. Through the back door. Tracks only a handful of seconds old. A glimpse of movement, further down, between the base of the hill and the back of the workshop. He adjusted his eyes a second too late. There was only a narrow avenue behind the buildings, with sparse grass growing, and the periodic flower. With the water rolling off the mountainside and down into this space, it had to be fertile ground, though it wouldn't get much sun. He stepped carefully past fallen firewood, eyes searching. Had to think like the children. They were steering, moving as a pack of wolves might. Around the periphery, chasing, guiding. Except he had to think like Cynthia might as well. Because she would recognize what the children did and try to find an avenue they weren't covering. A gap in the net. The slower ones would be closer to him. The quicker ones further down, cutting her off. He ran, feet tramping down on the footpath. The girl wouldn't have had time to lay a wire, but... There. Caltrops. Nails bent so that 4 prongs stuck out in different directions, left in the dirt. He skipped past them. Heard a whistle, close. Above? Looking up, he almost missed what was happening to his left. He passed a space between buildings, and the girl who had had the wire was there, already in motion, out on the street in front of the buildings. Keen eyes saw the movement. Throwing. He ducked, bending over. The blade struck his back, across his shoulder blades. Fingers gripped the corner of the building, helping him come to a stop on the slick ground. He heaved himself in the opposite direction, toward that same alley. Gone. Of course. One on the roof, to let her know he was coming, so she could be ready. Slowed as she was, she would have had to have carried straight on down the road, while he was busy navigating the building interior. Wolves circling. He watched for her as he continued running behind the buildings, following Cynthia's tracks. He saw soldiers on the street. They were shouting, calling out. A smell in the air. He wrinkled his nose. She'd used her gas. The foul, sense-obscuring stuff. Somewhere further down. He broke away. No use following, if he'd lose any use of his eyes from the lingering traces of the stuff. He headed to the soldiers, hailing them. Ordinary men. Boys, almost. You, one soldier said. One of the assassins. Sanguine nodded, focusing more on catching his breath and studying the surroundings. No sign of the limping girl. You should know, the children she warned us of are about, the soldier said. I know. Commander ordered the group to follow her, warn her. We were told to stay, pass on word. Sanguine frowned, eyes peeled for any movements. One on the roof, but he didn't see a thing. One on the ground, the limping girl with the wire and the knife. But she wasn't moving forward. She carried on this way. Sanguine asked, indicating the other direction. She did. To her apartment? Sanguine asked. Yes, sir. And they chased her. The soldiers chased her. Not just a handful of children chasing her. Her own men would be looking for her. Very possibly tipping off the children to her location. Sanguine broke into a run. They'd showed themselves for a reason. Raising the alarm. People would find the dead officers and doctors and instinctively want to protect Cynthia, among others. That she'd changed where she operated from, both to the Masons and where she laid her head at night, it didn't matter. All the children had to do was follow the soldiers. How many children left? The giggling girl, the one on the rooftop, the girl with the knife. He could see the tracks now. The largest of the children had broken off. One child, smaller than all of the rest, moving from cover to cover as he followed the soldiers. All the way to Cynthia's apartment. Sanguine slowed. The men were gathered at the front, guns in hand, watching, searching the surroundings. He joined them. She's all right. She's fine. She's gathering her things. We've got the place surrounded. You led one of the children here. They know where she is, now. The man frowned a little. The entrances and exits are covered. Sanguine studied the area, backing away from the group, his head turning, each eye operating independently. Shingled houses, row on row. A cobbled street. The quiet was broken by a distant rumble. An explosion in Westmore. An hour away. Had to be a big one. Then stillness and quiet again. Cynthia. Sanguine called out. He saw her face appear in an upstairs window. She peered down at him. Out, he called. No sooner was the order given, than a small object flew down from a nearby rooftop. A moment later, there was fire, and the men at one corner of the house were engulfed, screaming, struggling. Panic and madness. The front of the building was licked with flame. Sanguine, calm, collected, raised his rifle, eyes focusing. The boy was hiding, using the peak of the rooftop and the chimney for cover. Sanguine took long strides, aiming, looking for a hint of a movement. He heard a bang, on the far side of the house, out of sight. A window opening. He dropped the rifle, running. Stay, he called out, but too late. She'd leaped from the second-story window. In the same moment she fell, another grenade was cast down from the rooftop. She's capable in a scrap, but he's not even giving her the opportunity. As with the first, it expanded into flame. Sanguine saw a glimpse of the boy on the roof, already turning to run, scampering along wet shingles and peaked roofs. He might have had a shot, if he wanted it. Yet Cynthia was flailing, reaching out for help. Every heartbeat counted when it came to saving her. He straddled the fence, a coin flip between one or the other. They'd been given orders to leave the lambs alive. Orders he hadn't cared about, as his earlier shot at the boy had evidenced, but given this knife's edge of a decision, he turned his attention to Cynthia, who was partially engulfed in fire. She could be saved, at least more certainly than the boy could be shot down. Beauty gone. Even the rebellion's best doctors would struggle. It would take time to fix. But there was nobody left to work with. Better to have her alive, so he had a place. He'd have his lamb hunt another day.